Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen turns another page of the Dossier on Demetrius.
What I was doing that night was insane, and I knew it. But I went ahead just the same. When Demetrius escaped through the roadblocks in Norfolk and disappeared into thin air again, I knew I was for it. I'd gone directly counter to orders from my chief, Colonel Fentress, and it doesn't matter what service you're in. When you're told to do a thing, you do it. But I had more than my job at stake. I had not only to run Demetrius to earth, I had to prove that I was right about Heddy Bergner. Yes, I know, you can laugh. I wish I could, instead of sitting here shriveling as I go through the dossier page by page. But when I heard from Eustace Mannerly that Bookman, Dr. Martin Rudolph Bookman, the psychiatrist, was the man furnishing Demetrius with his headquarters, and after I'd been kicked off the affair by Fentress, it seemed to me that I could clear everything up at one stroke if I managed to take Demetrius myself. That was why Coutts and I drove to the sanatorium in Hampstead Heath early in the morning. That was why I was crazy enough to tackle the thing alone instead of having the place surrounded. And that was why... Oh, well, I'll get on with it. This is near enough, Coutts. Let's have a look around.
Yeah. What do you want me to do, Major?
Well, let's get the lie of the land first. I shouldn't think that wrought iron gate would be unlocked. Give me a leg up and we'll have a look over the wall, eh? I want you to picture this place of Bookman's. It was well set back from the road. An old house of 2 stories set among some trees in something of a park. Reasonably well-kept lawns and shrubs sort of thing, all surrounded by a high stone wall. The main entrance was flanked by a pair of tallish bastions. The gate was an ornate affair. One of those rather hideous old grillwork arrangements done in the style that Victorians thought gave their houses stature. But that was all that met the eye from the street outside. To begin with, there was something odd about the top of the wall. Come on, Coutts, I said give me a leg up.
I'd much rather go over first myself, sir.
Nothing doing.
Well, I'm better at coping if Bookman has dogs or men in the ground, sir.
I'm going first. We're going to argue all night.
Oh, well, all right. Put your foot just here. That's right. Now, 1, 2, up. What is it, sir?
Top of the wall's covered in broken glass. Said it's cement.
Does Dr. Bookman want to keep his patients in, or Nosy Parker's out? Catch yourself, sir?
Oh, a little.
Is there a rug in the closet?
Yes, in the back.
Then we'll soon fix the wall. Wait just a jiff, sir.
And while I waited for Coutts to come back with the rug, a phone call was being made. A phone call I'd have sold my soul to have known about.
Yes?
Is that Grosvenor 3257?
That's right.
I hope you'll forgive me for troubling you at this hour, but I wish to speak to Miss Heddy Bergner, who I believe is a neighbor of yours in your block of flats. Her telephone is out of order. I really wouldn't disturb you if it were not extremely important.
Oh, very right, old chap. I'll get it for you. Hang on.
Of course, you're very kind.
It's dreadful of us to trouble you twice in one night like this. Thank you very much. Hello?
Hedy, I'm at the ship.
What about Gregory at Rudolph's?
He'd not arrived by the time I left, obviously.
Why didn't you wait for him?
I listened to some wise counsel from Bookman. There's nothing at the sanatorium to show that any of us were ever there, nothing at all. It's better to keep out of the way than to stay there and face Keen and perhaps run the risk of being trapped. We couldn't be sure he was coming alone. He was much more likely to have the place surrounded.
What do you want me to do?
Keep in close touch with Keen. Find out how much he discovers from Bookman. And find out if he thinks he must have made a mistake when he sees there's no sign of us at the sanatorium.
Why is it important? Why don't we leave with the tide tomorrow?
Why? Because we hadn't time to move the loot, of course. Still at the sanatorium. And eventually, if the worst comes to the worst, it may be up to you to see to its removal.
Oh, that will be impossible.
As long as my name is Dumetrius, Hedy, I'm not leaving London without that hoard. Safe for the present. I'm waiting to hear from Bookman, and then I'll ring you again. Listen, can you cultivate that neighbor of yours enough to use his phone whenever you want to?
Yes.
Then wait to hear from me.
He must be at the sanatorium this very minute. This very minute.
Big pardon, I was being beaten.
Oh, no. Thank you terribly much. I'll try not to disturb you again tonight. Good night.
All right, Major.
Yes. Listen. Hear anything?
Not a thing. No dogs. That's something to be flaming thankful for.
Well, there's a lighted window. Make your way over to it and get into the house if you can. I'm going straight to the front door. If you can't get in, knock on the front door after me. If you can, work your way through the house to the sound of voices, wait out of sight, and spring to it if I need you.
I'll be there.
In 5 minutes, I'll be at the front door. Go to it. Well, remember the drill now. Straight in as the door opens. Shoot first if you have to.
Yes? Who is it? What is the meaning of this? Who are you? What do you mean bursting into my sanatorium?
Dr. Bookman?
My name is Bookman. But if you do not give an account of yourself at once, I shall call the police and have you arrested.
I can give an excellent account of myself. My name is Keen, and I'm here in an official capacity.
What sort of an official are you? I must protest that... I shall make a complaint.
I'm a major of MI-5. I have reason to believe you have been harboring a criminal named Demetrius. The sanatorium is surrounded already by police, and I am here to make a search for the house.
This is an outrage.
You prefer to stand here, or might we start in your study? I presume you have one.
I am a psychiatrist of the highest standing. You cannot possibly search these premises. I have patients in the most delicate condition. I cannot permit them to be disturbed.
Then I suggest you lower your voice and conduct me to your own quarters. I'm in no hurry, and there are one or two matters I would like to discuss with you.
Very well, then. But I must warn you. I shall take this matter up in the highest quarters, if necessary with the minister himself. The idea, security police forcing their way into a place such as this in the middle of the night.
Will you lead the way, please, Dr. Bookman?
Very well, come then. Through here, and the door on your right.
You don't mind if I follow you?
Ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. Now, Major Keen, observe my study. The cabinets contain my records. Would you care to examine them for... What did you say your criminal's name was?
Demetrius.
I've never even heard of such a person. Do you suggest he is here as one of my patients?
Well, that would be the obvious way to hide him. Sit down, Dr. Bookman.
You invite me to sit down in my own...
Sit down. That's better. Now, look here, Bookman. Your histrionics are quite impressive. If I were in the mood to make small talk, I'd say you were in the wrong business. But I'm not. Some weeks ago, you reported your car stolen, do you remember?
You would be better occupied finding the culprit. The car has never been the same since.
It was used in the attempted murder of a young woman. Now, point two. Until he was killed recently, a certain Tony Marzotti ran a nightclub in Soho called the Red Feathers.
I do not patronize nightclubs.
Ah, but this Marzotti had a profitable sideline. He sold drugs. I have information that he obtained his drugs from you.
At one moment, I am harboring a criminal named Dumetrius. The next, I am supplying nightclub owners with drugs. Major Keen, are you sure you don't need some of my professional attention?
In a second, Bookman, you're going to get some of mine. Your car was not stolen. It was used with your knowledge and consent. You did supply Marzotti with drugs, and Marzotti was one of Demetrius's accomplices. Others of his gang have repeatedly disappeared in this vicinity.
This is preposterous. I cannot believe that your organization goes about pestering people on such flimsy humbug. If you wish to bring such charges as these, produce some proof. And if you wish to search my premises, bring a responsible police officer with a search warrant. Have you a search warrant, Major?
No, but I'm searching nevertheless.
I could prevent you by force.
Could you, Bookman? In the face of this?
So, now you threaten me with weapons. That will bring two of my attendants. They are used to dealing with violent people, Major Keen.
Coutts.
Yes, Major?
Anyone about?
I left 2 goons tied up in the basement, sir.
All right. Wait outside. Well, Bookman, do we search?
I will bring charges against you. Search, then. Search from cellars to attics. And the moment you leave, begin composing the apology you will have to make.
Where does that door go?
To a closet where I keep my instruments. Would you care to see inside?
If you please. Thank you. I see you're a pianist, Dr. Bookman.
Such man, don't keep me up here all night.
I play a little myself. Hello, manuscript. Now, don't tell me you compose.
It is a hobby. I am devoted to the fugues of Bach.
These notes you have jotted down here in counterpoint, they're not Bach, are they?
If you don't mind, my music is close to me.
Oh, but I'm interested. Yes, what an odd little theme. Do you mind if I try it?
You come to search my house. Now you want to play the piano. Kindly do not sit at my piano, Major Keen. I must insist you get away from my piano.
Oh, just a few notes. I'm sure you don't mind, really. How does it go now? Yes. 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 The moment I saw those notes, we didn't have to search any further. We'd found him, definitely. We'd found him. And with Bookman in our hands, we could follow him wherever he went. Because that was the tune Margaret Ridgway had heard, and Peter Ridgway just before he got the knife in his back. Yes, at last we'd found Dumetrius.
A trap is set for Hedy in the next chapter of this story of suspense, Dossier on Demetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen turns the next page on the Dossier on Dumetrius.
It was incredible. It really was. I'd found proof that the psychiatrist fellow Bookman was in some way connected with Demetrius, and the sanatorium was their headquarters and hiding place. The tip came from Eustace Mannerly originally. He'd found somehow that Tony Marzotti, before he was killed, had been getting his supplies of dope from Bookman. And it was Bookman's car they'd used the night the attempt was made on Hedy's life, although, of course, they'd reported it stolen at the time. And then again, the sanatorium was in the area where we'd repeatedly lost people we were following. It all added up. So Coutts and I tackled the place between us. Of course, we should have taken men and surrounded the house and grounds, but I'd been ordered off the affair, and there was only one way to get my head above water again, take Demetrius myself. So I ran the risk, and here's what happened. Bookman let me into the sanatorium, but raged and stamped about having his place searched. I was half inclined to believe I was making an appalling mistake, that Bookman was telling the truth and had never heard of Demetrius, when I noticed a sheet of manuscript on his piano. He'd been constructing some variations on a theme, and I picked out the opening statement of it. I'd heard it before, and so had Peter Ridgway. We had that theme on record, only it was being whistled then.
Get away from my piano, I insist.
You object so strongly, Dr. Bookman?
I cannot bear anyone to touch my piano. Leave it alone, I command you.
Oh, very well. But it is an intriguing theme. Has definite possibilities. Well, lead the way, will you, Bookman? I don't want to be here all night.
So, you are going on with this fantastic charade of searching my sanatorium for Demetrius?
Yes. Coutts.
Yes, sir.
Here in a minute. This is it, Coutts. You're here somewhere. Get on to Fentress. Tell him to get Frayne and some men. And then search the grounds and cope with anyone who tries to hold you up, eh? Well, as you gathered, Bookman, Coutts is taking your grounds. All right, now. Through this door here, where does that lead?
To a corridor, which in turn gives onto a number of small wards. But mark my words, Major Keen. There's going to be serious trouble for you in the near future. Forcing your way into a medical institution.
Hello. Colonel Fentress? Sergeant Coutts here, sir. Well, sorry to wake you up, sir, but it's urgent. Major Keen's found their headquarters. Yes, sir, Demetrius. He's keeping a man called Buckman busy till we get the place surrounded. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Major Keen said Inspector Fraser. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 10 minutes. We should have brought men to begin with. 10 minutes before the yard's blokes get here, and it's up to me to see no one leaves the house.
Really, Major Keen, this is going beyond a joke. At this rate, you will still be searching my sanatorium by dawn.
Do you still declare you've never heard of Dumetrius?
How many more times do I have to tell you? As far as I am concerned, this is a preposterous intrusion. So far from hearing of this person Demetrius, Now, who in the name of fortune must I admit now?
I'll come with you to the door and see.
Never in all my life have I had to put up with such a situation. I'm going to call the police. I refuse to put up with this a moment longer.
Open your front door, man. Possibly we won't have to go to the trouble of calling the police.
Are you Dr. Bookman?
Yes. Who are you calling at this hour?
My name is Fentress. I'm from MI-5. And this is Inspector Frayne with 2 of his men. We're coming in.
No, then do so. I'm glad you're here, Colonel. I wish to make a complaint about the behavior of your subordinate. Major Keen forced his way in here, and his underling, Coutts, or whatever his name is, has manhandled 2 of my staff.
Oh, never mind that. Your house and grounds are surrounded.
According to Major Keen, they have been so for some time.
Well, now they actually are. All right, Keen, tell me quickly. What makes you so sure this is their headquarters?
Come into Bookman's study. It's through here.
Yeah? What's in here?
It's on the piano. Do you read music, Colonel?
No, I don't. Now, for heaven's sake, Keen, what goes on here?
Listen to this. Our friend Bookman has been composing some variations. I think he was leading up to a double fugue.
A fugue on what?
This.
Bookman, sit down.
I demand an explanation. Colonel Fentress, I am a respected member of the community.
All right, Frayne, start hunting. Go through the place with a fine-tooth comb. I'm having a few words with Bookman here.
I've been over the ground floor, Frayne. Better start upstairs.
Righto. Come along, you cats.
All right, Bookman. Where is he?
Where is who?
Demetrius.
I am heartily sick and tired of the sound of this fellow's name. I know nothing about him, and I refuse point blank to enter into any further discussion of the matter. Do you hear me? I absolutely refuse.
We might save a lot of pointless histrionics, Bookman, if we tell you just the position you're in. Keen?
I've told him how I come to be here. His car, the night they tried to run Heddy Bergner down. Mazzotti, Blum, and the rest disappearing time after time in this vicinity. Mazzotti getting his dope here. And now, of course, the air he's been composing his variations upon.
Is it a crime?
2 people gave us that theme, Bookman. One, a chap named Ridgway, who was stabbed in the back.
But Ridgway is dead.
Ridgway is very much alive.
The newspaper.
Ridgway is alive. And his sister heard Demetrius whistling the tune. Did you keep her here when she was kidnapped?
As far as I am concerned, you are all unhinged.
It's no use, Bookman. If Demetrius is not in this house, where is he?
I can tell you nothing.
We're holding you, of course, you know that.
On what charges?
Complicity in the murder of Reuben Janus, alias Max Rubenstein. One of the Norfolk constables was able to give us a description of the car that went through the roadblock a few hours ago near Hogglestock. It tallies with yours. Mark 6 Bentley Drophead. Now, you can't possibly get out of it, you know. So you better take your chances and tell us all you can. Now, I'll say it again. Where is Dumetrius?
He is certainly not in this house.
Do you realize that for you the game is up?
You cannot arrest me. You have no evidence.
Oh, use your head, man. The game's up for all of you.
You can prove nothing. You've not a shred of evidence to connect me with Demetrius or anyone else.
You were with Yachty, Bloom, and Demetrius in Norfolk not 4 hours ago. They escaped in your
My
car.
car has not been used.
Coutts,
Yes, Major.
have you had a look at the Bentley in the garage?
Yes, sir. The motor's still warm.
You see, Bookman?
But it's a two-car garage, Colonel. And there's another small car been taken out not long ago. There's wet oil on the floor.
Where's your other car, Bookman?
I do not know. It was there.
What's its make and number? Come on, man. We can find out for ourselves in 5 minutes.
You've no right to.
What's the number of the other car?
XOY 332.
Right. Get onto it, Coutts. Get a call out for it. In here, friend. Any luck?
Not a sign of anyone but patients, domestics, and all the list.
So they managed to get out first, eh? All right. Get Bookman out to my car. We'll make for the embankment. You'd better make up your mind to it, Bookman. You're in for some real questioning. Because if there's one thing more obvious than another, it's that Demetrius was warned. Keen? Who could have warned them, Keen?
Well, they might never have come back here, Demetrius and Yachty.
You didn't happen to tell anyone that Manningley had tipped you off, did you?
As a matter of fact, I did.
You'd better come back to the embankment too, Keen. Now, if I didn't know you, I'd be wondering just whose side you were on. Well, out to the cars, I think. And, friend, I'll leave it to you to arrange for men to stay here. Now, I'm getting rather interested in this sanatorium. I don't know about you chaps, but to me, one or two things stick out a mile. I'd lead the way, will you, Keen? If Demetrius really was warned, I wonder if he had time to gather his loot. Quite a point, that, wouldn't you say? Good morning, Miss Bergner.
How do you do, Colonel Fentress?
I don't generally call before 11 in the morning, but 10:30 isn't really so bad, is it?
I'm just making some coffee. Would you care for some?
I should very much like some coffee.
It's only 25 minutes.
Good. I believe Gregory Keen called in here last night.
Yes, he did.
And then telephoned you later on.
That's right.
You know, he's really put us in a very difficult position.
They were purely personal calls.
Perhaps. In a way, that's what makes it all so awkward.
It would be easier for me if you'd say just what you mean, Colonel.
Well, we had rather an eventful night. We learned where a man called Demetrius was hiding, but when we got there, he'd just gone. I shan't bore you with the details of how we know, or what makes us quite certain that he left in a hurry.
Who left where in a hurry?
Demetrius left the sanatorium of a man called Bookman in a hurry. It's all quite definite. Bookman has 2 cars, and one of them made a call for petrol to station in Hampstead Heath 5 minutes before Gregory Keen arrived at the sanatorium. Oh, but then I promise not to bore you.
You're not boring me in the least, Colonel Fentress.
Well, to cut a long story short, between the time Gregory Keen called on you, or rather telephoned you, and the time he arrived at the sanatorium, someone contrived to warn Demetrius that Keen was on his way.
And you pay me a call at 10:30 in the morning to tell me all this.
Young woman, you aren't going to ask me to believe you don't know why.
Oh, but I am.
Hedy,
Yes?
you were the only person Keen spoke to last night after he saw his informer Eustace Manningley.
Was that?
Yes.
So I must be the person who warned Demetrius.
That conclusion does suggest itself, wouldn't you say?
I have to change, Colonel. I'll be late for an appointment.
You'll have to miss your appointment, I'm afraid.
Why?
Because you're coming to the embankment with me, Miss Bergner. Again. Only this time we're in earnest. Oh, yes, change by all means. And this time, you will tell us how you communicated with Demetrius last night.
We had Bookman. Fentress thought he had Hedy. But I was worse off than ever before, and lucky not to be under arrest myself. It was quite a while before I realized why Colonel Fentress left me alone for the rest of the hunt. There was heavy weather in the offing and things to be done that couldn't be done officially. I was elected, and when the time came, believe me, it was a pleasure. You see, Demetrius had left the sanatorium, but he had to come back. That's what I was counting on.
Keen makes another discovery at the Bookman Sanatorium in the next chapter, this story of suspense, Dossier on Demetrius.
Dossier on Demetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen is here, turning the next page of The Dossier on Demetrius.
Well, we'd found the gang's headquarters at last, but it didn't do us much good. By the time we had the place pinpointed, Demetrius had gone, and Yachty Blum with him. But we knew he'd left the sanatorium in a hurry, so the question presented itself, had he managed to take the loot with him? Everything depended on that. Everything. Everything. Dr. Rudolph Bookman was being held on suspicion, and at that moment being interrogated at the embankment. Colonel Fentress had pulled Hedy in, too, because I'd telephoned her the previous night, and there matters stood. But before he started grilling Hedy, he had a word or two for me, and when Colonel Milo Fentress chose to be really tough, it was easy to see why he was one of the top fellows of military intelligence. Yes, Milo Fentress could really take that velvet glove off when he wanted to.
You know something, Keen?
What?
If there were a war on, I could have you shot.
When there was a war on, I was shot. Several times.
You had the word about Bookman's sanatorium at 2:45.
Well?
So you went straight to the Bergner woman and told her where you were going and why.
Deliberately.
And between the time you left her and the time you arrived at the sanatorium, someone warned Demetrius and he made a boat fight.
You don't know he was warned.
How many boat holes like that sanatorium do you imagine the fellow could have? Just got back from Norfolk and murdering Max Rubenstein. Wouldn't be running about without good cause. He was warned, and you spoke to no one but Heddy Bergner.
For the last time, I refuse to believe she's seen or spoken to Demetrius since the day she stepped off that plane from Berlin.
And for the last time, I'm telling you, you've lost your head over the girl and you're blinded with your insane infatuation for her.
Listen, did she use her phone after I left?
No.
Did she leave the block of flats?
No.
Then how the devil do you suggest she communicated with Demetrius? Smoke signals? Did she beat on a hollow log?
I only know that Demetrius was warned to get out of that sanatorium, but fast, and no one in the world could have warned him but Heddy Bergner.
No, she couldn't possibly have.
But she did. And look here, Keen. Before she leaves this building, we're going to get it out of her.
You'll drive her out of her mind, for nothing.
Bookman or the girl, we're not letting either of them go till we know where they stand.
Do what you like to Bookman, but leave the girl alone.
She comes first. She has to come first.
You're not putting pressure on that girl.
You wouldn't give me orders, would you, Keen?
Oh, but I tell you, you're wasting your time. Tackle Bookman. He's your man. The girl can tell you nothing, and I know her. Why, if she's in it at all, she's in it to the hilt. Murders and all. And if she's that strong, do you think she's going to talk herself onto the scaffold just because you hack at her under bright lights for a few days and nights?
I can try.
And when you're forced to admit you've been wrong?
That'll be my worry. Now get out of here, Keen. And I'm warning you for the last time, keep out of this business.
And I'm telling you for the last time, Colonel Fentress, I'm in this business till I get my hands on Demetrius. And there's no way you can stop me.
I could have you arrested.
After I've just uncovered their hole?
Maybe not. But step out of line again and things might be rather different.
Listen, Colonel. If Heddy Bergner's not back at her flat in 12 hours, I'll set legal machinery going to force you to release her. And damn the consequences.
You won't release her if she's charged.
I'll stake my life on it. She won't be charged.
If she is, old man, you will be too. Have you got that? All right, that's all. But while you're careering about after Demetrius on your own account in future, just bear it in mind, Keen, because you're right up against it.
Well, hello. Oh, Gregory Keen, come in.
How are you, Margaret?
Well, actually, I'm still a bit shaky after that ghastly business in Norfolk. Come on, in you come.
Thanks.
Like a drink?
Yes, love a drink. Where's your brother these days?
Peter? Oh, he came back from the country yesterday. He's looking 1,000 times better, too. You won't know him. Why?
Oh, I'd like to see him. Is he really fit again?
He says he is.
Yes, I'd like to see Peter, Digby Mitchell, and that chap Paul Bonnet as soon as I can.
More trouble, Keen?
Lots more trouble.
Well, here's your drink.
Thanks.
Tell me about it. What do you want them for this time?
I need help, Margaret.
Oh.
Want to hear the score?
Yes, please.
All right, here it is. Last night I ran Demetrius's hiding place to earth. It's a sanatorium in the area where Peter and Bonnet always lost Jolly Bloom. Coutts and I went out there, booted and spurred, but we were too late. They're holding Hedy and a fellow called Bookman at the embankment now for questioning. But I have an idea.
Yachty,
Yeah?
keep a good watch up and down the street.
Yeah, I'm watching.
Hello? I wish to speak to Dr. Bookman. Well, never mind who this is. Are you one of the orderlies? You are? Well, don't argue the point. Get me Dr. Bookman. I don't like the sound of it, Jotty. Dr. Bookman? Is that you, Dr. Bookman?
What is it?
Someone who said he was Rudolph Bookman.
Police?
Wasn't Bookman. What was that number Hedy gave us? You remember? That fellow across the corridor from a flat.
Gorovna 4432.
Get back in the car, Yachty. Stop the engine, will you?
Yeah.
Hello? Look, I'm sorry to disturb you again, my dear fellow, but Miss Bergner's phone's still out of order. Could you possibly get her for me? What's that? You must be mistaken. Well, how extraordinary. How very extraordinary. Yes, I quite agree. One doesn't care to have one's neighbors taken away by the police, does one? Very decent of you, very. Well, I don't like this a scrap, Yachty. Bookman's phone's answered, but we don't know by whom. And Hedy's been taken by MI-5.
And we're losing £1 million still hidden at the sanatorium. We're losing it, Demetrius. We should be bringing it with us last night.
There was no time, you fool.
How are we getting it out of the sanatorium before they are finding it?
They won't find it. We still have time.
Yeah, but how we are getting in and out, how we are moving it out of the house.
Tomorrow night or the night after, we'll not only get in, but we'll get out with the treasure.
With Polizei there. The house is with Polizei. The grounds are with Polizei. You're telling me how we're going near the sanatorium.
Yachty, Bookman has been taken. There are patients there, genuine ones. Grubovitz, for instance. We're related to Grubovitz, are we not?
Grubovitz? What's the matter with you?
We are related to Grubovitz. And since the sanatorium cannot function without Bookman, we're not happy about leaving our dear cousin Grubovitz in the sanatorium. I will be his doctor. You'll be the orderly, arriving in an ambulance to move him to another hospital. The arrangements will have been made before Bookman was taken away. But you see, Yachty, we won't have Grubovitz in the ambulance when we leave. We'll have £1 million sterling.
It could not be done. They know you and me.
Appearances can be changed. They don't know us very well. It only needs a little planning. I only know one thing, Yachty. My hoard is hidden where they'll never find it. And if I have to wait in this country for another 6 months, I'm not leaving empty-handed. So back to the ship now, and then get into Soho. The ambulance arrangements I'll leave to you, Yachty. They shouldn't be difficult with your connections.
So, you'll see where this affair's led us, Margaret.
I can see where it's led you, Keen. Surely they'll get something out of that Bookman person or Hedy.
Look, the girl didn't use her phone. I've told you again and again and again that...
All right, Keen. I won't mention it anymore. When do you want to see Peter?
As soon as I can.
What are you going to ask them to do?
Help me keep a 24-hour watch on the sanatorium.
Do you really think that'll do any good?
I'm certain of it. You see, I have an idea the treasure's still hidden there somewhere. And if it is, Demetrius will be back for it.
And if it's not?
Then we've lost him. If he took his loot last night and he really can get out of the country, then I doubt if we'll ever hear of him again.
So, you'll have failed.
Completely. For the present.
Won't that mean for always?
No. I'll go back to Germany and start the hunt from the beginning again. I'll never give up, Margaret.
I don't understand you, Keen.
You should, you know.
But you did your best. If Demetrius has gone, what more can you do? And why should you want to?
If it takes me 10 years and I have to follow him from one end of the earth to the other, I'm going to.
I don't see why you should have such a fixation on Demetrius. You'll have Hedy.
Will I?
You told me she loved you, and you wanted to marry her.
Well, don't you see? That's why I have to hunt Demetrius down.
Keen, stop talking in riddles. Stop it. I love you too, you blind fool. Stop it.
I'm trapped, Margaret. They say it only happens once in a lifetime. She's in my blood.
Then why? Why? Marry her tomorrow, you fool, if that's what you want.
Listen. I have to know about her once and for all. I have to.
But you swear on your life that you do know about her.
Someone warned Demetrius last night. Someone. It couldn't possibly have been Hedy, but it couldn't possibly have been anyone else. So I have to get Demetrius to find out. I have to get Demetrius. At that time, I wasn't even sure the loot was still at the sanatorium, or what Colonel Fentress was going to get out of Bookman, or how Hedy was going to stand up to her questioning. I needn't have worried. Fentress was playing a game of his own. He was spinning a web, and he was counting on me all the time. Yes, it was a deep, subtle web he was spinning, and he had me right in the middle of it.
Ridgway and Mitchell take a hand again in the next chapter of this story of suspense. Dossier on Demetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen turns the next page of The Dossier on Demetrius.
In desperation, I went to see Margaret Ridgway. Colonel Fentress had taken charge of Dr. Rudolph Bookman and Hedy. They were both being held for questioning at the embankment, and Fentress was convinced that Hedy was the person who'd warned Demetrius the night we'd made our raid on the sanatorium. I had to face the fact that someone had, and there were only 4 people in the world who knew that Coutts and I were on our way to Hampstead Heath. We two, Eustace Mannerly the informer, and Hedy herself. But Hedy hadn't used her telephone or left her block of flats after I'd told her what was happening that night, so I had to take my choice between Coutts and Eustace Mannerly. Or so I thought. But to return to Margaret Ridgway, I was certain the Gestapo loot was hidden at the sanatorium somewhere. I won't go through the reasons, but I was completely on my own. So, as I said, I asked Margaret to dig up her brother Peter, Digby Mitchell, and Paul Bonnet. I remember that night. It wasn't very long ago. I was in my flat at Mount Street, going over and over the dossier, hunting for the essential fact I'd missed, trying to solve the riddle of Karl Scammell, Demetrius, and Otto Schmidt, the murdered German clock. Then there was someone at my door.
Hi, Keen. Wouldn't happen to have a drink for 3 old soldiers, would you?
Well, as a matter of fact, I would. So you turned up, eh? Good on you. Ridgway, Mitchell, and Bonnet. Comment ça va, Bonnet?
Oh, comme ça.
Let's get inside. You're looking fit, Ridgway.
Feeling it, too. Margaret tells me you've managed to get yourself completely fouled up, old boy.
That's an understatement. Oh, look here, the 3 of you. There's no sense in fooling about. Help yourselves to the whiskey there on the sideboard. In a way, I expect it's rather decent of you to show up here at all.
No, I wouldn't say that. I've a score to settle with this character Demetrius myself. So's Bonnet. Digby here is coming along for the ride.
How's the dinks?
Where's Mr. Durr?
Oh, there's a new one in the thing there. Well, I suppose you'd like to hear the score.
Might be an idea, Keen.
Margaret passed along most of it, did she?
All you told her.
Right. Well, here's the position at Bookman's sanatorium. Bookman's being held in connection with the killing of Max Rubenstein at the quarry in Norfolk. That means his place will be closed up and all the patients moved out within a week.
Where do we come in?
The loot is still at the sanatorium.
That means Demetrius will be back for it?
And I want to be there when he returns.
Unofficially?
Unofficially.
With we three in the background?
Well, that was the general idea.
But how the deuce could Demetrius or any of his gang possibly go back there?
They'd come to the sanatorium if we made it easy for them.
Oh, that shouldn't be any trouble at all.
I think I know how it could be done.
How?
By making Colonel Fentress and MI-5 believe that Dumetrius has left the country with his Gestapo loot.
Now listen, Keen, you're sticking your neck out too far.
I have nothing to lose, old man. And I'm going to take Demetrius, dead or alive. I don't care how I go about it or what it costs. You can come in with me on this thing, or you can declare yourselves out here and now. No regrets, nothing more to be said. Which is it to be? Oh, just a minute. Hello, Gregory Keen here. Oh, yes, Coutts. Yes. Any strings to it, do you think? All right, thanks.
Anything for us?
Fentress just released Hedy.
Oh.
Well, what about it? Do we go ahead with this thing, the three of us, or do I carry on myself?
That's rather a fat-headed question, Keen. Of course we're in. Let's hear exactly how you're going to pull it off.
Well, first of all, I'm calling in a friend of mine, an ex-RAF type who runs a charter service from a little aerodrome in Wales, Blackwood Common near Swansea. Used to be a Spitfire station. Now, this cove owes me a good turn or two. I pulled him out a hole in France in 1944. He'll do this like a shot. And if it sounds too utterly fantastic, remember it's the completely audacious stunt that often brings home the bacon.
A dry martini, please. You can eat the olive yourself.
Yes, miss. Dry martini coming up, miss.
I'm full out as usual. But I have to risk it. Surely I can use a phone safely in a place like this.
There we are.
Oh, thanks. Is there a phone about I can use?
Behind the curtains, at your left, miss.
Look after my drink, will you?
Yes?
Hedy.
Where are you?
A downstairs bar in Jermyn Street.
Is it difficult?
Fentress released me 10 minutes ago, but I'm followed. He's here in the bar now. There was nothing they could do but ask me about you. Where was Demetrius? How I'd have warned you. They went backwards and forwards, over and over the same thing since I stepped on the plane at Tempelhof.
You gave them nothing.
Only tears. But it can't go on. They couldn't hold me, but Fentress knows.
You're sure of that?
He asked me had I ever known Carl Scammell. Do you hear me? He asked me if I'd ever known Carl...
Yes, I heard you. This telephone call.
I'll phone Keen in a moment to account for it.
You have to be withdrawn. I have to get you to the ship.
Oh.
I'll get the Poles to work on it. It'll take a good deal of organizing. At the moment, I have to talk to you at length.
Well, I can't stay on the phone here.
How long can you stay in that bar?
As long as I want to.
What does the watch say?
25 minutes to 9.
25 to 9. At 9:15, leave the bar and go upstairs to Jermyn Street. A cab will draw up as you emerge into the street.
But I'll be followed.
I'll be driving the cab. It won't matter. If there's any hitch, if by any mischance you get into the wrong cab, drive straight to Keen's place and see what you can find out about the sanatorium.
Yes. 9:15. Oh. Rubenstein gone, Mazzotti gone, Bookman under arrest. And Colonel Fentress knows about me. I can't stay in the open much longer. I just can't.
But good Lord, Keen, if you miss Demetrius after this stunt, they'll tear you limb from limb.
Do you think I don't know that?
You're going to take the pressure off the sanatorium, lead Fentress to believe the whole affair's over and Demetrius has escaped with the loot, and then wait at the sanatorium for him to show up.
Have you any better ideas, Ridgway?
Confound it all, you're taking this colossal gamble purely on the supposition that the loot still is hidden at Bookman's place.
Listen, they wouldn't have killed Rubinstein unless they had their hands on the loot. The sanatorium was their headquarters, so that's where the loot would be. Hang it, man, it's worth £1 million in sterling, dollars and gems. You could get it in a cabin trunk. So do you suggest they'd leave it lying about just anywhere? Where they were, that's where the loot was, too.
But look here, Keen, it's too much. Why shouldn't they have taken it when they shoved off?
Time. The small car they used, and the fact that Bookman didn't go, too.
Yes, of course. That's really something. And the fact that... yes. Now I see why you're so sure.
And the fact that what?
None of my ideas have been changed, Keen. The fact that they didn't take Hedy.
When we get Dumetrius, old man, you're going to look a thundering fool, and you're going to eat every word you've ever said about that girl.
When we get Demetrius, Keen, and when you show me I'm wrong, I should be glad to.
Well, it looks as though we'd better get going. Haven't all the time in the world. First thing, let's get hold of the raft chap at Blackwood Common. We can't make a move without him. And while you're doing all the work at the sideboard, Mitchell, what about a noggin for me?
$9:15. Where is it? This one? No. Taxi!
All right, Hedy?
Yes.
What's behind you? Is there a cab following?
Just a minute. Yes.
We have to communicate freely in the next few days. Now, what about the dressmaker of yours?
No. Margaret Ridgway spent too much time hunting about there.
The fellow across the corridor from the flat?
No. Too often wouldn't do, and... well, he may have heard my own telephone ringing.
Something has to be done. I may need you at any time in the next few days at a moment's notice. When the moment comes, we'll want to get you to the boat with our timing worked out to an instant.
But our chances are running out. Ventris, he may have men in Berlin now, finding the connection between me and...
You are still in control, Hedy. Keen's discredited. I'll never learn about the ship, and I'll never find the loot at the sanatorium.
But how are you ever going to get it away from there now? They're holding Bookman without bail. Ventris told
So
me.
much the better. Bookman can't talk. If he does, it's the hangman for him. We're all in the same boat.
Don't say that. The thought makes my blood run cold.
Listen to me, Hedy. We can get in and out of the sanatorium without much trouble. Yottie's arranging for an ambulance, and we'll drive straight in as doctor and orderly to take away a patient. We'll attend to all details, don't worry about that. But I must have you at my fingertips.
Well, there's only one thing. It would be putting my head into the lion's mouth.
Yes, I thought of it too. Could you do it?
You thought of it too? What?
Well, you're supposed to be afraid, lonely, and idle. Why don't you ask Keen if you can spend most of your time at his flat? No one could object to being telephoned there. And in Keen's absence, you can get in touch with me whenever you like.
Do you think I could? Possibly.
I see no reason why not. And since we're agreed that Major Keen's the ideal individual to solve our difficulties for us, why shouldn't I drive you to him now? You know, Hedy, it's really rather amusing. What a pity we'll have to dispose of the fellow if he insists on pressing us too hard. And how easy it'll be with you in his flat. Yes, I think we'll do that. The last final touch before we leave this country. We'll let Yachty say our goodbyes to Major Gregory Keen.
But while Dumetrius was making his arrangements to pay his last visit to Bookman Sanatorium, I was on my way to Blackwood Common in Wales. It was a long shot and a desperate one, but like so many long shots, it came off. And something else came off, too, very soon, and I had my first good look at Heddy Bergner. I couldn't be blind forever.
The trap for Demetrius is baited and sprung in the next chapter of this story of suspense. Dossier on Demetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen turns another page of the Dossier on Dumetrius.
In a way, the whole trend of events made it easier. I wasn't cramped anymore. I was free from the restrictions of military intelligence. I had Coutts on the inside keeping me posted, and I had Peter Ridgway, Digby Mitchell, and the Frenchman Paul Bonnet to help if the going got sticky on the outside. And taking the course of affairs one by one, I'd better tell you at this stage what I was doing to make sure Demetrius came out of hiding again and put in an appearance at Bookman's sanatorium. He obviously couldn't get near to recover the Gestapo loot while it was guarded day and night, so the guard had to be taken off. There was only one way to do this. Colonel Fentress had to be made to believe that Demetrius had escaped. The loot had gone with him, and the chase, as far as this country was concerned, was over. So I went to see a friend of mine, an ex-RAF man who ran a charter service with his own planes. He owed me a lot, this fellow, so I hadn't much trouble persuading him to do what I wanted. After 12 hours, I'd laid out the plan to Ridgway, Mitchell, and Bonnet, and things began to move. We made use of Eustace Manningley, the informer, and a nightclub called Penny's. It was at Penny's that my RAF chap started spreading his story. His name was Fagan, by the way, and he looked the part. You know, thin face, big bushy moustache, the perfect type.
I say, shake it up there. There's a good fellow. You have to spend all night mixing a daiquiri.
Here we are, sir.
Oh, good show. Good show. Hi there.
How do you do?
Well, I'm not butting in, am I?
No, not at all.
You wouldn't care for one of these, would you?
Oh. Well, thanks very much. What is it?
They've rum in them. And these, lad, will knock you fair on the bassinet. My name's Fagan. You wouldn't happen to be an ex-RAF type, would you?
As a matter of fact, yes.
What's your name?
Manningley. Eustace Manningley. I had a wing, you know. POW most of the time. Stalag Luft 3.
Yeah. Extraordinary. Put it there. Rally round, Charlie, rally round. The mixture as before. This is a good show, Manningley. Jolly good show.
You look as though you're celebrating or something. Are you?
Manningley, old boy, you can bet your sweet life I am.
What? Someone die or something? I always say there's only one thing to celebrate, and that's getting the old fingertips on some money.
And that, my son, is just what I am celebrating. Come here. Come here.
I wouldn't mind getting my hands on a few quid.
Oh, what do you do?
Well, actually, I'm a writer. Freelance, you know, nothing in it.
You should be in with me.
Oh, really?
Now, let me tell you. You know what I picked up between dawn this morning and, let me see, what is it? 11 o'clock tonight?
Well, what?
5,000. Not pennies, not shillings, not dollars, but quids. In 14 hours, I picked up 5,000 quid.
What did you do? Rub Aladdin's lamp or something?
Well, keep it strictly under your head, old boy, and I'll tell you. You know, I wouldn't go screaming about this to anyone, but next time, like yourself, you know what I mean.
Oh, yes, of course, naturally. I wouldn't breathe a word, you know.
Well, I'll tell you. I run a smallish charter service from Blackwood Common in Welsh, you know?
No, I don't, actually.
Oh, you know the sort of thing. A couple of ensigns, a D.H. Dove, and a converted Bristol brigand for anything really fast. Well, anyway, this chap showed up at about 5 this morning. There were 2 of them. Odd sort of blokes. They wanted to fly to a certain aerodrome in France. Well, the first thing I did was to ask them about the customs and their papers, but the skipper of the 2 didn't say a word.
Oh, not a word?
Not a word. He just hauled out this fantastic wad of notes and peeled off 5,000. Then he said, France. No questions asked. Well, naturally, man, and the old boy, a chap's not a crook, but 5,000. I shoved a wrist lock and a half Nelson on my conscience, warmed up the brigand, and took off for France. Now I'm back again and in the market for a sweet, a buxom, a blonde.
Well, what extraordinary luck. Here am I, a bare half jump ahead of the tax gatherers. The beggars closing in every day.
Well, I'm glad to lend you 50 if it's any good.
Oh, would you really, old boy? Frightfully decent, Tom.
Well, not at all, only too pleased. By Godfrey, Manningley, it was luck, you know. Any cove with a plane could have picked up that 5,000. A most extraordinary pair of characters they were, too. One of them looked something like those Hun generals. Distinguished sort of waller in a frosty way. And the other chap, by Godfrey. The most sinister piece of work you ever set eyes on. Shortish, fat chap, like a toad. Black hair, eyes like a spider.
Was the distinguished fellow rather fair?
Yes, matter of fact. Don't tell me you know.
Oh, no. It's just an idea I had.
Oh. And the German General Waller had the most monotonous tune on his brain. And the blighter whistled it all the way to France. Got on my nerves, I can tell you. If it hadn't been for the 5,000 quid, I'd have told him to shut up.
It does sound odd, I'm bound to agree. Oh, still, why should you care?
Well, I couldn't care less. Have another drink. The only trouble is that darn tune stuck in my head. Now, it went like this.
Yes, that would rather get on your nerves, wouldn't it? Oh, well, thanks for the drinks and 50. I'll be here tomorrow.
You're not off, are you?
Oh, I'm frightfully sorry. I have to bolt.
Oh, well, cheerio. You know, this is a binge that's liable to go on and on. Almost bound to see you again. Up the ramp.
Well, up the ramp. Cheerio, Fagin.
I'm so glad to see you, Keen. I had a ghastly time with Colonel Fentress, and then when he let me go, I couldn't get hold of you.
Oh, it's all right, darling. This thing will straighten itself out in time.
Are you furious with me for coming here to your flat?
Oh, don't be absurd.
Now, Keen, when I'm in your arms, nothing seems to matter. I'm frantic being alone so much, and it seems to go on and on. Oh, Keen, I didn't ask to get mixed up in this awful business.
None of us did, Hedy.
I'm afraid to take a job at night, and it's all I can do, sing in nightclubs. But with those men who follow me all the time, I just can't bear it, Keen. Why should everyone but you suspect me?
Circumstance, Hedy. And the fact that they don't love you, as I do.
Keen, just trying to fill in time, sitting about my flat all day and all night, I can't put up with it any longer. Could I come here oftener, even when you're out?
I wish you would, darling.
I wouldn't feel so appallingly lonely then. Oh, Keen, say I can come here. You could take me home every night, but most of the time I could be here.
Oh, I'm a fool. I should have asked you to come here before, but... Well, you know what it's been. Oh, sorry, Hedy. Move your arm slightly. There's a pet. Hello?
Keen?
Uh-huh.
Listen, it's Jerry Fagin. He went for it, hook, line, and his eyes of blue.
Manningley?
Yeah. He made sure he put the bite on me for 50, but when I gave him that whistling drill, he shot off like a hare. I must have got it right.
Good man. Where are you?
In the Hyde Park Hotel.
Well, don't go out. Within 3 hours, Fentress will be after you, and I don't want anything held up, not for a minute.
Leave it to me. You should be hearing from Mannerley any minute, but I wanted to get in first.
Cheerio. I'll let you know what happens. Well, there you are, Hedy. Now you can put your arm back.
Keen, now that you've been taken off this Demetrius business, couldn't we...
I'll never be off the hunt for Demetrius till he's caught, Hedy. Never.
But why? Why must you run more risks and more risks, never knowing where it will end?
Because of you, I think, Hedy. They have to be shown they were wrong. Fentress, the Ridgeways, Coutts.
But won't they be shown, whoever catches Demetrius?
Oh, no. He's mine.
Oh, well, I won't mind so much. Not really. Now that I'll be here every day. Keen, what is it? You're waiting for something. I can feel you're tense. Now, darling, what is it? Can't we ever relax, just you and I?
One day, perhaps. Keen speaking.
This is Eustace Manningley.
Oh, yes.
I've just found out something terribly important for you.
What?
Where can I see you?
Tell me now on the phone.
Oh, no. Not unless you can let me have 50 over the phone.
Oh, don't fool about, Manningley. If you've anything worthwhile, you'll be paid and you know it. What have you found?
Well, just by the merest luck, man in the club. His name was Fagin.
I don't care if his name was Nebuchadnezzar. Get on with it.
Well, all right, you don't have to be so rude. Well, this man Fagin flew with Demetrius and Yachty Bloom to France this morning. Early. They had a great cabin trunk with them, and they paid him £5,000 and no questions asked.
Listen, are you listening?
Of course I'm listening.
I've nothing more to do with that affair now. Get hold of Colonel Fentress at the embankment. If you want to be paid, don't close your eyes till you've passed that on to Colonel Fentress. Do you understand?
Yes, but how do I know...
That's what you were waiting for, isn't it, Keen?
Yes. I have to go out, Hedy. I have to get hold of Peter Ridgway. Will you wait for me here?
Can't you tell me?
The less you know about it, the better. Where's my hat? Now, I won't be long. Just wait, there's the darling.
Is he really going? Or is this a trap? His car was outside. Yes. Yes, he's getting into it. No. He's really going somewhere. Oh, I'm not even sure of Keen anymore. It's Hedy here. Yes, from Keen's flat. Oh, it couldn't have been easier. We can communicate from here. I'll be practically living here from now on. Yes, but you still have to be terribly careful. Keen hasn't given up, and there's something going on. No, let me tell you. What are you doing here?
While I was heading for Peter Ridgway that night, while Hedy was making her interrupted phone call, while the machinery turned over smoothly to take the guard off the sanatorium, Demetrius and Yachty Blum were almost ready to strike again. I could feel things coming to a head, and I was right. It wasn't long before we met again.
Who overheard Hedy's conversation with Dumetrius? Listen to the next suspenseful chapter of Dossier on Demetrius.
Dossier on Demetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Major Keen, in his room on the Thames embankment, turns another page of The Dossier on Demetrius.
The first moves I made to clear the way for Demetrius to return to Bookman's sanatorium went like clockwork. My ref chum, Fagin, pitched Eustace Manningley his tale, and Manningley hopped straight on the phone to tell me all about it. But I didn't want to hear the story from Manningley. I'd originated it for Colonel Fentress's benefit. So I told him if he wanted to be paid for his information, he'd better pass it on to the Colonel. But while all this telephoning was going on, I'd had Hedy with me. Fentress had been forced to release her, and the girl seemed to be at the end of her tether. Until the affair of Demetrius was finally cleared up, she said she wanted to spend most of her time at my flat. And of course I was delighted with the idea. Well, there matters stood at the moment when I hung up on Eustace Manningley. I told Hedy to wait while I went off to round up Peter Ridgway. But what I didn't know was that the moment I drove off, she made a phone call. And she was interrupted in the middle of it.
But you still have to be terribly careful. Keen hasn't given up, and there's something going on. No, let me tell you. Why, Coutts, what are you doing here?
I might ask you that, miss. What are you doing here?
Major Keen asked me to wait. He's gone out for a while. He said something about Peter Ridgway. Why, what's the matter, Coutts? Do you have to stand and stare at me like that?
I'm sorry if I interrupted your phone call, Miss Bergner.
Oh, it was nothing. Just a friend of mine, and I was hanging up when you came in anyway.
Just a friend of yours.
Anna Selden. You may have heard me speak of her.
No, I haven't, miss. Did the Major say how long he'd be?
No, Coutts, he didn't.
You won't mind if I wait for him, too?
It's nothing to do with me. But if I'm going to have the benefit of your enchanting company, Coutts, you can make yourself useful and pour me a drink.
Oh, I can do that all right. There seems to be everything here but ice.
Well, have a look in the kitchen. Isn't that where you generally find ice?
It's where you find the sort you put in drinks, miss.
Did he hear what I was saying on the phone? Did he? Oh, surely not. He walked straight in and I was speaking quietly. Oh, but I do need that drink.
While Coutts and Hedy were waiting at my flat that night, and I was looking for Peter Ridgway, an ambulance pulled very quietly into a deserted warehouse down near the docks. We would see more of this ambulance as it turned out.
Yachty, did you bring the 2 poles?
Yeah.
It was good work getting this ambulance. You 2 fellows, Waffle and Gonski, isn't it? Get that tarpaulin and cover the thing up till we need it. But come here first. And before Yachty and I go back to the boat, I want to make certain that you all understand your instructions. Now, the new Waffle.
Yeah?
You're not known to Keen, any of his men, or anyone at the sanatorium. You'll go there tomorrow morning as some sort of tradesman. I want to know how hard it is for a stranger to get in. I want to know the whole state of affairs at Bookman Sanatorium by tomorrow night. Do you understand?
Yeah.
At the proper time, and with the proper stage management, we'll arrive at the sanatorium to take away a patient. I will be the doctor. Yachty and either Waffle or Ugonske will be orderlies. Once inside the sanatorium, we'll recover the loot. We'll contrive to carry it out to the ambulance on a stretcher. That can be rehearsed well in advance. Then we'll use violence, as much as is necessary. But we're not leaving without our booty. Remember this. If by any chance we should meet our old friend Major Keen at the sanatorium, we shoot on sight. Do you understand? We shoot Gregory Keen on sight.
Yeah.
Well, you took some running to ground, Ridgway. I've covered half the pubs in Knightsbridge.
Oh, I thought this was the first place you'd look. What's up, Keen?
Let's get away from the bar and I'll tell you. Grab your beer.
Right, eh?
Now listen. Jerry Fagan found Eustace Manningley at a place in Soho called Penny's. And Manningley went for the story like a hen for Pollet.
How do you know?
First from Fagan, and then Manningley was on the phone himself tonight, trying to peddle his information for 50 quid. According to Manningley, Fagan flew Dumetrius and Yachty Bloom to France early this morning.
Did you pass him along to Fentress?
Well, what do you think?
What do we do now?
I'd like you and Mitchell and Bonnet to stand by. I think Fentress will go for it, and I'll know where he stands if he grabs Fagan. Yes, it all depends on Fentress going after Jerry Fagan.
How come?
Well, if he goes after Fagan, Fagan will make him believe the story's true. You see, Fagan did fly to France and back. Fentress will check on that.
But will he take his men off the sanatorium?
Now, look. He knows Demetrius wouldn't leave without his loot. It stands to reason. It's what he came here for. It's what Godowsky, Quinn, Scammell, Marzotti, and Rubinstein were killed for. It's £1 million in gems of the world's 2 best currencies. If Fagan can make Fentress believe Demetrius is gone, escaped, got clean away, then why in the world will he keep 10 men hanging about Bookman Sanatorium?
Oh, put like that, it does look pretty good.
Demetrius has control of I don't know how many of the Soho black market chaps, the Poles and so on. Probably everyone he got into this country with his forged papers racket. He has a smooth and disciplined organization, so he's bound to have someone keeping an eye on the sanatorium. And the moment he sees the coast's clear, he'll move in.
And so do we.
Right. Now, where will you be in the next few days where I can grab you at a moment's notice?
At Margaret's flat. If I'm not actually there, she'll know where I am.
Mm-hmm. Can I leave Bonnet and Mitchell to you?
Uh-huh.
Good show. And, thanks, Ridgway. I was wrong about you from the start. I'm sorry.
Oh, shut up. Forget all about it. Just let's keep our decks clear for action and bring this fellow Demetrius down. I say, Keen, do you really think he'll turn up at the sanatorium?
No, he'll turn up. And in strength. I'm absolutely certain of it.
If someone doesn't warn him again.
Demetrius won't be warned this time.
For Pete's sake, Keen, don't tell her anything.
You wouldn't be referring to Hedy, would you?
No, don't get up in the air, there's a good chap. Just listen to me for once and don't tell her a thing.
I don't intend to, Ridgway. And not for your reasons either. Cheerio. I'm going back to my flat. Oh, can I give you a lift anywhere?
No, thanks. I'm off, but I think I'll walk. Oh, just one thing. Suppose this stunt of yours comes off. Do you care how you get Demetrius?
How do you mean?
Does it matter whether you get him dead or alive?
Ridgway, I want Demetrius alive. Good night.
Mr. Ridgway. Is that you, Mr. Ridgway?
Who's that?
Tom Coutts. Hop in, sir.
Oh, what's up?
Tell you in the car.
Right, eh? Where did you spring from?
I've been waiting for the Major to leave the pub.
Well, what's up?
It's about the Bergner girl. Look here, Mr. Ridgway. Everyone but Major Keen's pretty sure about that girl, almost from the start, right?
I've been perfectly certain. What's this leading up to, Coutts?
Well, everything that's ever happened since you and Captain Mitchell and Heddy Bergner and Demetrius got into that plane at Tempelhof Aerodrome's been open to two ways of looking at it. Until tonight, Heddy Bergner could have been just what she seems. A sweet dish mixed up in something that's not her fault.
Until tonight, Coutts. Well, come on, give.
Well, I've always said to myself, if she's the one who's been tipping Demetrius off, how did she do it? She's been followed for weeks. Her phone's been tapped.
Oh, I know all that. Get to the point.
She came to Major Keen's flat tonight and said she was this and that, scared out of her blinking wits and so forth. Could she spend most of her time there in future?
Wants to use Keen's phone, eh? Oh, colossal nerve.
Right, sir. And tonight I caught her in the act. I heard her as I came through the Major's door. She said to someone, "Be terribly careful. Keen hasn't given up yet."
Did you give yourself away?
Oh, I don't think so.
So now at last we've got something on her. You were right, Coutts. None of us have ever been absolutely sure of her, not even me. Why have you told me this, Coutts?
Well, I don't think the Major will believe me if she pitches him some story and gives him the treatment. She's got him like that. What we have to do is keep quiet for the moment and see if we can't make her give herself away. To Major Keen himself.
Yes, but how the devil are we...
I've got an idea. We'll work it with this sanatorium stunt. Right now, I'm going to drop you off and make for the embankment. You won't say a word about Hedy to the Major, will you, sir?
No, not I, Coutts. This'll do on the corner. Good man. Keep in close contact, Coutts. When you're ready to pin her down, call on me if you want a hand.
Oh, I will that, Mr. Ridgway.
Well, look at the clock, Hedy. Time I was taking you home.
Oh, Keen, darling, I wish I didn't have to go.
But you do, you know. Come along.
Oh, sorry, Major. I used my key. I thought you were alone, sir.
Oh, that's all right, Coutts. Come in.
Oh, I've just come from the embankment, sir. Colonel Fentress was there.
Well?
Well, I thought you'd like to know right away, sir. They've picked up Jerry Fagan.
Yes, things were moving. I knew Fagan wouldn't let me down. Within a day or two, the coast would be clear. And with Coutts and the others behind me, I didn't care what happened when Demetrius showed up at the sanatorium. But if I could have foreseen the shape of things to come, I would have cared. Demetrius had cards up his sleeve that we didn't even dream about.
Events move swiftly to a climax at the sanatorium. Listen to the next chapter in this story of suspense. Dossier on Demetrius.
Dossier on Demetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen commences with another page from the Dossier on Demetrius.
As every succeeding day went by, I loved Heddy Bergner more. I can't describe the intensity of my feeling for her, so I won't try. But I have to tell you that at this stage of the affair of Demetrius, she was spending most of her time at my flat. It may sound irrelevant, but it wasn't, and I want you to bear it in mind. The other striking development concerned my raft chum, Jerry Fagan. You see, to get Demetrius out of hiding and into the sanatorium after his Gestapo loot, we had to get Colonel Fentress to lift the guard on the place. It wasn't easy. Fagan ran the informer Eustace Mannerly to earth and told him a story about flying 2 men into France for a huge sum that morning. Mannerly was no fool. He recognized them from Fagan's tale as Dumetrius and Yachty Blum, and he almost fell over getting up to the embankment to sell his bogus information to Colonel Fentress. I was in touch through Coutts and Fagan himself. So when I heard that Mannerly had swallowed the story, I waited to hear what happened to Fagan. It was a tense sort of wait, too. It seemed to me my chances of catching Demetrius were hanging on the outcome of the next few hours. Was the guard coming off that sanatorium, or wasn't it? Then Coutts appeared at my flat. He had good news. Colonel Fentress had picked up Jerry Fagan for questioning. They were at the embankment at that moment, and the suspense mounted and mounted. What wouldn't I have given to have been there?
You say your name's Fagan?
It always has been.
My name's Fentress.
Should I curtsy?
Sit down, Fagan.
Thanks.
You, own and operate a charter service from an aerodrome near Swansea in Wales, don't you?
A Blackwood Common. Can I fly you anywhere?
I don't think you'll be flying anyone anywhere for a while, Fagan. You took 2 passengers to France this morning, didn't you?
Did I?
Now, look here. We've information that you took 2 men out of the country for a large sum of money this morning.
I flew to France. Now I'm back again. My papers were in order.
You cleared your papers for a charter flight, taking 4 crates of engine parts for delivery at Nancy. You took these 2 men along, too. Now, there's no sense in denying it. Who were they?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You realize it's a criminal offense?
I still don't know what you're talking about.
We know a good deal about you already, Fagan. You were with the 110 Bomber Squadron. You've a good record. Now you look like doing 2 or 3 years. Rather a stupid way to earn yourself £5,000, wasn't it?
You know, you can't prove I took 2 men to France.
I think we could, if we put our minds to it. You'd better do the sensible thing. We want those 2 men. We want them badly. Tell us what you know, and you might get off lightly on the strength of your record. Keep quiet, and you won't have a chance.
How did you find out about it?
Never mind, Dan. Who were those 2 men?
Well, if you want them so badly, you must know who they are already.
Then you did take them out of the country?
All right. Yes.
Who were they?
I've not the faintest idea.
You know, man, I'm getting rather tired of handling you gently.
I tell you, I've no idea who they were. They simply showed up a couple of hours before first light. They wanted to fly to France, I turned them down. Then one of them produced more money than you've ever seen in your life and said, 5,000 now and no questions asked. How the deuce do you expect a chap to turn down that kind of money?
Describe them.
Oh, well, one of them was tall, cut a good figure, quite evidently cultivated, very cold blue eyes, fairish hair, slightly Prussian to look at, if you know what I mean.
The other one?
A short, thick-set, swarthy fellow. Horrible piece of work altogether. Black, straight, thinning hair. Made me think of a toad.
Anything else?
Well, the taller chap kept whistling all the time.
What in particular? Just whistling?
No, it was the same confounded tune. It went...
What did they have with them?
2 cabin trunks I wasn't allowed to touch. They loaded them into the crate themselves.
You want to know something, Fagan? You should be shot.
Oh, look here, Fentress, it can't be that bad.
You fool, it's worse.
Who were they?
Their names won't mean anything to you. But so you'll have something to think about while you're in the cells. You've undone months of work. 5 men have been murdered for nothing. You let an international criminal escape, and you let him escape with something like £1 million that was originally looted by the Gestapo. And you're an ex-squadron leader with the DFC and 2 bars. They should pin gongs on chaps like you, Fagan.
Well, looks as though I have rather blotted my copybook, doesn't it?
You think it's amusing?
Oh, good grief, not at all. What happens now?
They hand you over to the police, of course. What did you expect? A warning not to do it again?
Yes, Colonel.
Hand this man over to the yard fellows, Gibbs.
Yes, sir.
All right, Fagan. If they give you 5 years, I shall be delighted. That's all.
Well, cheerio, Colonel. Sorry I was naughty. Well, do we go arm in arm, old boy, or wait till we're introduced? Gibbs is the name, isn't it?
You there. Now get me Inspector Frayne at Scotland Yard, and then get my car round to the front. I'm going to Bookman's Sanatorium at Hampstead Heath. So it's over. Demetrius escaped us, loot and all. But why did he leave the girl?
Just look at the time, Keen. I wish I didn't have to leave your lovely flat and go home.
Oh, you'd better, Hedy. I'll drive you.
Keen, what have you had on your mind all night? Until a few days ago, you told me everything.
Well, tonight there's nothing to tell you except that I've been sacked, and Dumetrius is still here in London, further out of my reach than ever. And you know all that.
That you're waiting for something, I can feel it. I know you so well by now, darling. You were waiting for those 2 telephone calls you had hours ago, and now you're still waiting for something.
Oh, come along. Where's your coat? The car's down in the street.
Keen, are you drawing away from me? If I lost you now, I don't think I could bear it.
I'm not drawing away from you, Hedy. I never will.
Then tell me, please, Keen, what have you been thinking about all night?
Who the Jew... Oh, wait there. There's a good girl.
Evening, Keen. Mind if I come in?
Why, not at all.
Terribly late and all that, but I was passing your place, and there's something I think you'd be rather intrigued to hear. You alone?
No.
I hope I'm not intruding.
Oh, of course not. After you, Colonel. You'll find a fire in the living room.
Thank
Good
you.
evening, Colonel Fentress. Do you always pay your calls as late as this?
Not my social ones, Miss Bergner.
Look, what exactly is this?
This, my dear chap, is the final anticlimax.
I don't follow you. Oh, do you want Hedy to withdraw?
No. She'll be interested, too, I should say. You see, Keen, Demetrius and Yachty Bloom left this country at about 6 o'clock this morning by plane, with the loot we were so sure was still hidden at Bookman's Sanatorium.
I can't believe it.
Eustace Mannindy hit on an ex-Air Force fellow who'd had too much to drink on the strength of picking up £5,000.
The chap who flew them out?
His name's Fagan.
But where did he land them?
An aerodrome in France, not far from Nancy.
So we lose, eh? After all this, we lose.
Correct. We lose.
Leaving us holding no one but Rudolph Bookman.
Bookman's useless.
Well, can't someone follow the trail to France? We could still go after them.
Demetrius has $1 million in gems and cash actually with him. Within 2 weeks, I'll lay you 1,000 to 1 he shows up in one of those Central American republics without extradition treaties. And when you have $1 million in a Central American republic, you can buy yourself a lot of influence. No, we'd better face up to it. Demetrius is gone.
Oh, it's incredible. It's incredible that a man could come here.
But it's a fact nevertheless. How do you feel about it, Miss Bergner?
I don't know what to say.
I can well imagine.
Well, I don't suppose the sanatorium has any significance now.
No, none whatever. We've just come from there. Frayne's taken his chaps off. All the patients have been removed. The place is deserted. Well, that's my news, Keen. I hope you like it. Good night. Good night, Miss Bergner.
Good night, Colonel Fentress.
No, Demetrius wasn't in France. I didn't know where he was, but Jerry Fagan hadn't flown him anywhere that morning. We'd pulled it off. The sanatorium was unguarded. And in an empty warehouse down by the Limehouse docks, there was an ambulance under a tarpaulin, with 3 men waiting by a telephone in the light of a covered hurricane lamp. Yachty Blum was one. Demetrius was another. The third was one of the black market Poles.
Yachty, that'll be that for now. Yes? You're sure of that? How many of them left? Good, listen to me. Wait another hour, then see if you can get inside the place. Go through it from attics to cellars. Yes, of course, we'll be waiting. Yes, this number.
What is going on there?
I don't know. They're making it easy for us. An hour ago, someone arrived at the sanatorium and went inside. Some time later, the police packed up and left in 2 cars. Bookman Sanatorium is deserted.
We are getting the loot tonight.
No, tomorrow night. After I've spoken to Hedy once more. We visit the sanatorium for the last time tomorrow night. And heaven help anyone who gets in our way, especially Gregory Keen.
But tomorrow night was a long way off, and when it came, we got in his way. This was one occasion when even Heddy Bergner couldn't help Demetrius.
Keen waits for Demetrius in the next chapter of this story of suspense. Dossier on Demetrius.
Dossier on Demetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen is here, turning the next page of The Dossier on Demetrius.
Our plan to get Demetrius back to Bookman Sanatorium had worked. The place was deserted. Jerry Fagan had told his story to Eustace Manningley, the informer. Manningley had made a beeline for Colonel Fentress. Fentress had believed that Fagan flew Demetrius and Yachty Blum out of the country, and there was no more sense in keeping a watch on the sanatorium. We'd lost the game, he thought, and he came to my flat late that night when Hedy was there to tell me the news. Demetrius was gone. The affair was over. But, of course, it was just what I'd scarcely dare hope for. I knew Demetrius would have an eye on the sanatorium. And I knew the loot hidden there would bring him back at the double. There was work to be done. There were fellows to be rounded up and taken to the sanatorium. Colonel Fentress said good night. Good night, Colonel.
Oh, it's all over, Keen. They're gone. It's all over.
Yes. Look, Hedy, I'll be out for the rest of the night. There's no need for you to go back to your own flat.
You'll be out?
Yes.
But why?
Oh, I can't possibly tell you now. Later, perhaps. Just be a good girl and do as I say. Make yourself comfortable and wait here till you hear from me. Oh, you'll find everything you need. Have to shove on some of my pajamas.
But where are you going? What are you going to do?
Hedy, dear, I love you. I love you desperately, but I can tell you nothing now.
Oh, Keen, you terrify me when you're like this. Why should you hide anything from me?
Because the stakes I'm playing for are too high, Hedy. Trust me and do as I say. Will you?
I have to, Keen. You're all I have.
Good girl. Give me a kiss. Now, pour yourself a nightcap and turn in. I'll get in touch with you soon.
Please do, Keen. Please don't make me wait too long.
I hadn't a minute to lose. The first stop was for Coutts.
All set, Major. Rubber shoes, sandbag, and our old friend Aggie the Luger. You got yours, sir?
Of course. Where's the phone?
Yeah, over there, behind the door.
Oh, good. I'll alert Ridgway. Hello? Peter Ridgway, please. Oh, I didn't recognize your voice. Listen, Ridgway, it's on. While I'm coming to your place, phone Digby Mitchell and Paul Bonnet for me, will you? It'll save time. Yes. Yes, Jerry Fagan pulled it off, and they withdrew the watch on the sanatorium 25 minutes ago. We have to make sure of getting there first. Right. Rubber shoes, and, you'd better shove your Smith & Wesson in your pocket. Oh, yes, we use Lugers, too. All right. Yes, I'll give you 10 minutes. Now listen to me, Coutts. This time it's for keeps. We're going to take Dumetrius and whoever turns up with him. We're outside the law, there's going to be a fight, and we might come out of it badly. I'm putting it to you, Tom. Pull out now if you want to. Well?
Didn't you say we were in a hurry, Major? We're wasting time.
Good man. Good man. Come on, down to the car. There's Ridgway waiting. Open the door for him, Coutts. Well, good on you, Ridgway. Now, who's nearest? Mitchell in Bloomsbury, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
And we'll pick up Bonnet, and that'll be the 5 of us. We can't decide on a drill till we actually get into the sanatorium. I'll get you out of the way, will you, Coutts?
Just get in the spare clip out for the Aggie, Major.
I said we can't decide on a drill, Ridgway, until we see the lie of the land at the house. We want to cover the entrances and so on, but we also want to go over the place with a fine-tooth comb. There's just an outside chance we might stumble on the loot. I'll stake my life it's in that house of Bookman somewhere.
By the way, Major.
Yes, what?
Where's Miss Bergner tonight?
She's spending the night at my place. Why?
Huh? Just asking, like. I suppose she knows what's going on and what we 5 are up to, does she?
Hedy knows absolutely nothing.
Oh, I just thought you might have told her we were going to the sanatorium, that's all. You can cut through here across the square to Bloomsbury if you like, sir. Save a few hundred yards to Mitchell's Hotel.
Round here?
That's right.
Yachty?
Yeah?
How long since we heard from Werfel at the sanatorium?
Half an hour, maybe, Demetrius.
Well, we can't expect to hear from him for a while yet.
You're telling him to wait an hour before he gets inside to see if the sanatorium is empty?
Yes, I know that perfectly well. I'm wondering if it wouldn't have been wiser to send you.
Franz Werfel isn't bad. Not like me, but not bad.
Well, it's not, yes, I think it's a bit too late now. Or is it?
You want me to take the car and go?
I don't know. Good thing, then I'll be glad to get out of this warehouse and back to the boat. Answer it. Must be a wrong number. Werfel wouldn't be phoning this soon.
Yes?
Who's that?
Yachty.
Is he there?
It's Hedy. For you.
Hedy at this hour. Give it to me. What is it? Where are you ringing from?
Keen's flat. Listen to me. The sanatorium is deserted. They took the guard off a little while ago.
We know that. Franz Werfel saw them leave.
But there's something going on. Colonel Fentress was here a little while ago. He says someone flew you and Yachty out of the country early yesterday morning.
What?
Yes. And the moment Fentress went, Keen left the flat too. I don't like it. Fentress believed what he told Keen, I could tell, but Keen himself...
Where did he go?
He wouldn't tell me where he was going. But he said he wouldn't be back tonight, and I was to stay here.
You should have found out.
Oh, I tried, but he wouldn't tell me.
If Keen hasn't returned in 3 hours, ring me here again. Do you understand that?
Yes. What do you think? Is it a trap for us?
If it is, we won't fall into it. I don't see how it conceivably could be.
Be terribly careful. I've never felt this sense of impending disaster before.
I can't listen to your hysteria now, Hedy. We're still in command, remember that. Ring again in 3 hours' time. If you don't, I'll know Keen is back at his flat. This settles it, Yachty. Take the black car and head for the sanatorium. Find Werfel. You know where he'll be hidden in the grounds. Put him on watch outside. Get into the house. Keen can't call on MI-5 now. If he's there, he'll be there alone.
Yeah.
Go through the house as Werfel was to have done. Let me know from the phone if the coast is clear.
All is well. You are coming for the loot tonight?
I told you before, there's not enough of tonight left. Must wait till tomorrow. But I must know if they've taken the guard off or if they still have men concealed there.
Yeah, you are leaving it to me.
One thing, Yachty.
Yeah?
If you find Gregory Keen there, kill him.
All right. Now listen, all of you. We're in a lane that runs off the street behind the sanatorium. Most of the grounds are in front of the house. When we get over the back wall, we'll find ourselves facing the kitchens and so forth. We'll want to do outbuildings between us and the house itself. Got that?
Absolutely.
Now, unless Dumetrius has an army of chaps hanging about, he couldn't possibly know we're here. We idled into this lane. Our lights were off. Now then, Coutts has made the rounds of the Bookman Sanatorium before. He'll go first. When he's over the wall, I'll follow. He'll get inside, give me the all clear, and I'll signal you fellows over the wall, right?
Okay.
Righto.
We're relying on Coutts a good deal. I know the ground floor plan of the place, but he's been all over it. That's right, isn't it, Coutts?
No, I've got it pretty well fixed in my head, sir.
Oh, and I think we might as well remember. Although it's not much more than an hour since Fentress called the yards to chaps off, and it's about 1,000 to 1 that we're here first.
Demetrius has been well organised before this, sir.
Just what I'm thinking. So, we go in prepared for trouble, chaps. All right?
Yeah.
Right. Over the top, Coutts. And watch yourself.
Give me a couple of minutes, Major. Then I'll call you over.
Werfel, you are there? Franz Werfel?
Yeah.
It is me, Jyoti. There are changes. You are seeing anything yet?
Nein.
You are keeping watch out here. I am going in. Demetrius is hearing from Hedy. There is some things we are not liking much. Things to do with Major Keen. You are sure no one is going in?
Yeah, no one.
You are waiting here. I am coming back for you after.
We're all inside. We'll start searching. All ready?
Shh.
What is it?
There's someone coming down the stairs.
Not a sound. Watch it. Watch it.
He's going into Bookman's study.
He's phoning. Listen.
Demetrius, it's Jyoti.
Jyoti Bloom.
There is no trap, Demetrius. The house is empty. There is no one and nothing's here. Yeah, Franz Werfel watches outside. Yeah. Why we are not getting the loot tonight? There is no one here. We are getting it before morning and we are being away. Yeah, what you say. We are safe. We wait till tomorrow night. Yeah.
Do I take him, Major?
No. We wait till tomorrow night. For Demetrius. Through the labyrinths of reasoning and guesswork and hunting and murder, at last I held all the cards in the pack. I'd been right. The loot was in the house. Demetrius was coming to get it, and I knew when. I wasn't alone. I held all the cards in the pack. All, that is, but one. Hedy.
Demetrius returns to the Bookman Sanatorium in the next chapter of this story of suspense. Dossier on Demetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen turns another page on the Dossier on Demetrius.
I'd groped my way to the end of the labyrinth at last. I had Demetrius cornered, and this time there was no way he could escape. I'd put the affair as I knew it together, and I'd come up with two answers. The Gestapo loot that motivated the whole thing was hidden in Bookman's sanatorium, and Demetrius had killed too many men to let it go now. He would come for it, I told myself, and I was right. After I was thrown off the case at MI-5, I knew Demetrius would never come near the sanatorium while it was guarded. He couldn't, so we had to get rid of the Scotland Yard chaps. And the moment they left the way clear, I collected Coutts, Ridgway, Mitchell, and Bonnet and headed for the sanatorium. I didn't want Demetrius to get there first. Well, it was about 4 a.m. when we broke in and found Yachty Blum there, and overheard his telephone call to Demetrius. The temptation was immense, but I had to let Yachty go. I had to. I just had to. With 5 of us there and Yachty alone, I had to let him go.
Let me take him.
Let him go.
But Major Keen.
There he goes. Through the window. Can you see him, Coutts?
He's sticking to the shrubbery. God, chase me off, Fanny Major. Don't let the bloke go.
Just a minute. Make sure he's definitely off. I can't sight him. You, Ridgway?
No. Not enough moon.
All right. Let's get away from this window, then. Well, look here, you fellows. You heard what he said to Demetrius on the phone, didn't you?
Oh, but to get our hands on him. Remember that knife I got in my back, Keen?
You can pay him for the knife tomorrow night. Now, listen to me, all of you. Yachty said on the phone, the house is empty, it's no trap. He wanted to take the loot away tonight, but Demetrius insisted that they wait. He'll be here tomorrow night, and he won't be alone. They'll walk straight into our hands.
Oh, but blimey, Major. Why aren't we following Yachty now? He'd lead us straight to wherever Demetrius is this blinking minute.
Use your block, Coutts. He's bound to have a car, and ours is tucked away in a back lane. And another thing. If we show our hands, do you imagine Demetrius would come near the place? Yachty told him there was no trap. He'll act on that. If we'd grabbed Yachty, if we'd tailed Yachty and he'd caught sight of us, they'd know at once that...
Oh, right to know, Keen. I had to let him go.
Yeah, but it fair set me hackles up. Yachty Blum. The bloke what's murdered 5 people since this business started.
Tomorrow night, Coutts. They're certain to make a fight of it.
Yeah, and will they get one? Well, what do we do now, Major?
Well, Yachty went through the house for us. He saved us that trouble. What we have to do is keep quiet and out of sight. They'll certainly have someone keeping an eye on the house. If we do any coming or going, it'll have to be before morning, before there's any light. So I suggest we get to work and see if we can find where the loot's hidden.
Oh, there are only about 30 rooms in the place. There shouldn't be any trouble at all.
We're not going to get far by torchlight.
That's a point.
Might be as well to wait till morning. I can think of one thing we can find without much light.
What's that?
Where Rudolph Bookman kept his grog. I could do with a drink.
Well, whatever you do, keep absolutely quiet.
Oh, definitely no roistering. Come on, Coutts, Mitchell. Let's see what we can find.
No. Our answer?
Fire away. But stay on call. We still don't know what's going to happen. It feels odd in a strange house like this. Wonder if burglars have any trouble with it.
Yes?
It's Hedy here. Keen hasn't returned, and the 3 hours you told me to wait are up. Have you learned anything?
Yachty made a reconnaissance at the sanatorium. Where they took out their police, I have no idea, but the house and grounds are deserted and empty.
Then why don't you get the booty now?
I've just had to beat it into Yachty's head at this hour of the night. Anything can go wrong.
Oh. Tomorrow night, then. But what about me? When do I join you?
We're using the taxi cab and the ambulance tomorrow. You must make an opportunity to ring here during the day when we'll have the details worked out. But I hope to have you at the sanatorium with us so we can get the cabin trunk with the loot into the ambulance, drive straight to the boat and leave at once.
Yes. Yes, that would be best.
It'll be a matter of timing. We'll have Gonski driving the cab, and if all goes well, you'll be able to step straight into it with no chance of them following you. But you must stay there at Keen's flat until nightfall tomorrow night at least. I want to know every move Keen makes so far as possible.
I'm doing my best.
I'll get some sleep now. We'll need all our resources tomorrow if anything goes wrong. But nothing will. Nothing will go wrong. Good night, Hedy.
If only I could be so sure. And where is Keen? If I were made of ice, I couldn't sleep tonight. Where's Gregory Keen?
What have you got there, Coutts?
Hold the torch. Scotch.
Oh, jolly D. Give me a glass. Well, here's to Rudolph Bookman. May his tribe increase. Good drink and liquor, that's what I say. Where's Keen?
The Major's in Bookman's study, Mr. Ridgway.
Listen, you remember soon after you and Keen picked me up tonight, when we were on our way to Bloomsbury to dig Mitchell?
Yes?
I couldn't help getting that remark you made about Heddy Bergner. You know, when you asked Keen if she knew where we were going or what was up?
What about it?
A few days ago, you said you had a stunt in mind to make her give herself away. Well?
It's on my mind right now, Mr. Ridgway. But I'll have to get out of the sanatorium to work it.
What's the idea, exactly?
Well, suppose I was to go to Miss Bergner and say, Major Keen's at the Bookman Sanatorium hunting about for a clue. And he wants you to...
Yes, what is it, Coutts?
See the time, sir? 6:15.
So what?
Well, Colonel Fentress will be expecting me on the embankment round about 9, sir. When I don't turn up, do you think it might start him thinking?
Don't see why it should.
Well, he could still be checking on Jerry Fagan's story, and he might find a few holes in it. And if he did, Inspector Frayne and the yard blokes would be back here like a shot.
Well, I don't think there's anything we can do about that. It's a chance we have to take.
It'd be better if I was there with the Colonel with me ear to the ground, as it were, sir.
Yes. Yes, you might be right, Coutts.
Yes. Well, sir, I was thinking. If I was to skip out of here now, take the car and come back the minute it's dark tonight, and if anything happens at the embankment during the day, I could let you know, like.
All right, do that. Actually, there's no sense in any of us staying here all day, except that the less moving in and out, the better.
Well, shall I push off now, sir?
Yes, but for the love of heaven, watch what you're doing.
Don't worry about me, Major. I'll see you tonight.
Right. And watch Colonel Fentress like a hawk.
9 o'clock. Oh, how slowly can the time go, Heddy Bergner? Oh, if only tonight would come round. Is this Keen?
Good morning, miss. Mind if I come in?
Coutts? I thought it might be Major Keen.
I've just come from the Major, miss, with a message for you.
Where is he?
Well, he had a very busy night, miss, and right now he's on his way to the Bookman Sanatorium.
But isn't that the place?
That's the place, all right, miss. About this message he gave me for you. He wants you to ring him there at 10 o'clock sharp.
10 o'clock this morning?
That's right, miss.
But whatever for, and why there?
He'll be at the sanatorium for an hour or two, because he thinks he might get another lead there on Demetrius. But he does want you to ring him. Probably just wants to make sure you had a good night's sleep. And to save you looking the number up, I'll write it down for you. Here we are. Hampstead. There we are, miss. Don't mislay the card.
No. No, thank you, Coutts.
Well, I'll be getting along. Good morning, miss.
Goodbye, Coutts. I don't like this. Why is Coutts so polite to me? Oh, they're closing in. I knew Keen would be at the sanatorium. I knew it. But I have to make the phone call to be sure. And then I must tell the others. Oh, what's happening? What's happening?
What do you make the time, Keen?
Oh, a couple of minutes to 10. Fine.
Going slowly, isn't it?
Reminds me of some times a few years ago in Normandy, waiting for the order to move.
I know exactly what you mean. I hope Bookman's phone's connected.
Yachty used it last night, you ass.
Yes, but the number's been changed and the new one's not listed yet.
What are you talking about, Ridgway?
Bookman, this place, has a new number. It's not in the book yet. I just want you to fix it in your mind.
Look here. We're waiting minute by minute, and you babble about
10 o'clock. 10 o'clock, but we can't answer the phone and give ourselves away, can we?
What's going on, Ridgway?
Coutts told Hedy to ring you here at 10 sharp. That's Hedy.
Are you out of your mind?
That's Hedy. Pick up the phone if you don't believe me. That's Hedy ringing you, and the number's not listed.
If the number's not listed, how could she ring here?
Coutts gave her a number.
Then in the name of fortune, what's the mystery?
The number Coutts gave her isn't this number. He wrote it down for her on a card. But, Keen, it wasn't this number. She didn't need to look at the card. She knows the number of the Bookman Sanatorium. She's rung it time and time again to give you away to Demetrius. She didn't look at the card. She knew the number. The number on the card's wrong, so how could she phone you unless she knew it?
No. No, I won't believe it. Do you hear me, Ridgway? I won't believe it.
Then pick up the phone. Pick up the phone, Keen. That's all you have to do. Pick up the phone. Well, let's see what your nerve's like, old boy.
If I picked up the phone and it was Hedy, then my trap for Demetrius was gone. But I had to know if it was Hedy ringing me. Once that phone was lifted, she'd know there was someone at the sanatorium, and she'd get word to Dumetrius. I had to think fast, and I couldn't think. My love was crashing down in ruins upon me. I knew the truth. Somewhere, somehow, I'd always expected that moment.
Does Keen lift the telephone in the Bookman Sanatorium? Listen for the next chapter in this story of suspense. Dossier on Dumetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Major Gregory Keen turns the next page of The Dossier on Demetrius.
At last I had to admit the truth about Heddy Bergner. The only woman I had ever loved. The only woman I ever would love. I was at Bookman Sanatorium with Ridgway, Mitchell, and Paul Barnet, waiting to trap Demetrius. Coutts had left, not to keep in touch with Colonel Fentress, but to trick Hedy into betraying herself to me. He and Ridgway had contrived it between them. Coutts went to Hedy at my flat and told her she had to ring me urgently at the sanatorium at 10 o'clock that morning. The sanatorium's phone number had been changed and wasn't listed in the book. Coutts wrote down a false number for her, and she fell headlong into the pitfall. At 10 o'clock the phone rang, so she must have known the sanatorium number. She didn't have even to look at the number Coutts had written down for her. If she'd called that number, she wouldn't have got the sanatorium, and she couldn't have found its number in the book. She knew it all the time. There was no other conclusion. But even then, I couldn't accept it. I had to twist and turn, because we couldn't answer that phone ringing in Rudolph Bookman's study without giving away the fact that we were there. We just had to let it ring, and ring, and ring.
Well, Keen, you can't answer it. If you do, your girlfriend will warn Demetrius that we're waiting for it.
It might not be Hedy.
You know it is, don't you?
I can't believe it, Ridgway. She must have found the number some other way.
No, face up to it, man. She assumed Coutts gave her this number, and knowing it already, she didn't even glance at what he wrote. Just went ahead and dialed it at 10 shot. Now she's hanging on waiting for you to answer. But you can't answer.
No, I can't answer. I can't even make sure it is Hedy.
Now she's hung up on you. You can phone her now at your flat.
Give me that phone.
Hello?
It's Keen here, Hedy. Did you ring the sanatorium as Coutts told you?
Yes, I've just this minute hung up. There was no answer.
I didn't go to the place.
Where are you?
At a house in Soho. With the sanatorium empty, I thought I might hunt about to see if I couldn't find something we'd overlooked. You know, on the off chance we'd get a lead to Demetrius on the continent.
But Keen, darling, Coutts said you were on your way to Bookman's when he left you.
So I was, then.
Will you be going there later?
No. No, I won't be going near the place. I've turned up something else. We've found a fellow who thinks Demetrius and Yachty might be hiding in Paris for a while. Look, I have to hang up now. Wait there for me, and I'll see you sometime tonight.
I'll be waiting, darling. I'd wait for you forever. I love you. Bye.
Well, what did she say?
She said she loved me. Did you hear that, Ridgway? She said she loved me.
Steady on, Keen. Who are you ringing now?
Just shut up, will you, Ridgway? Hello, extension 462. Gregory Keen. When did you and Coutts finally make up your minds about her, Ridgway?
Coutts walked into your flat and heard her talking to someone, probably Demetrius, warning them to watch out. The sanatorium was empty, but you were still on the job.
You, your sister, Fentress, Coutts. Everyone. Oh, hello, Titus. Gregory Keen here. This is vitally urgent, Titus, of the utmost importance. How long will it take you to cut my telephone off? Yes, my own phone at the flat. 10 minutes is too long. I want it cut out now. Yes, now I tell you. All right. Yes, do whatever you like, but no calls must go through my phone today. She won't be getting in touch with Demetrius from my flat anymore. They're cutting it at the Sloane Square Exchange.
What are you going to do about her?
I don't know. Oh, Ridgway, there must be some explanation. There has to be. She must have found this number somehow.
There's no explanation, King. I'm sorry. For your own sake, we had to do it this way. You wouldn't have believed anything else.
Tonight, after we've taken Demetrius, before we hand him over, we'll get Hedy here. I want to see them together.
I thought you said you wanted to take Demetrius alive.
Well?
Just thinking, that's all. What do we do now?
We wait. We have about 11 hours to go, and while we're waiting, we'll keep hunting for that loot. It's here somewhere, we're certain of that. If we can be certain of anything anymore. Look, Ridgway, get out of here for a while, will you?
Better keep a grip on yourself tonight, Keen. When you see Demetrius in front of you, I think you'll be capable of anything.
I'm capable of anything at this minute. Get out, will you?
Righto.
Godowski, stabbed in Bailey's hotel. Quinn butchered in his shop. Scammer. Mazzotti through the blinds of his own flat. Rubenstein killed in his burning car. And all the time she knew every move they were making and made it possible for them through me. Oh, Hedy, how could she do it? How could she? How could she?
5 o'clock. I can't understand it. Dial Keen's number again, Yachty. Perhaps she'll answer it this time.
You're telling Hedy not to leave Major Keen's flat, Demetrius?
I know what I told her. Try her again.
Yeah. She's buzzing. She don't answer. Phone makes proper noise, but it's no use.
Give it a man. That's the usual turn of the ringing signal. She simply can't be there.
What are we doing? We don't get hold of Hedy before 9 o'clock tonight.
We go to the sanatorium according to plan. And if necessary, we leave without her.
So long as we're leaving tonight. much longer in England. We're not getting away at all.
I've told you before, we leave the moment we get our loot out of Bookman's sanatorium.
Why are they taking police away? When we go there tonight with ambulance.
What's the matter with you, Yachty?
It's too easy. That is what's matter with me. They don't make it easy before. They're finding Skamel. They're finding Godowski. They get Tony Mazzotti ready to betray us. They save Peter Ridgway. But they're telling us he is dead. They're finding Rubenstein. They're nearly getting us when we're fixing him at the quarry. Now they're walking away and making us present of loot.
You went through the sanatorium yourself last night, didn't you? And it was empty.
That's what I'm not understanding.
Yachty, would you call me a patient man?
This isn't time for mistakes.
I decide what's right and what isn't, Yachty. I'm getting tired of hearing you talk about Heddy and Gregory Keen. We won't hear any more of it, Yachty. Does that penetrate the distorted ganglion you call your mind? We won't hear any more of it.
Something is not right with this.
Then continue to do as I say if you want to keep it. Your life. Now get down to the boat and bring Werfel and Gonski back with you. And say nothing to them about us not hearing from Hedy.
Yeah, I go to the boat. But we're hearing from Hedy, or something goes wrong, Demetrius.
What in the name of fortune's gone wrong with Keen's phone? I've been ringing and ringing them at the warehouse. If he isn't there, Yachty or one of the Poles should be. He promised to get in touch with me before 6 o'clock, and it's past that. I shouldn't be drinking this. If there's something wrong, I'll have to keep my head, but... Only a few hours to go, and yet... Oh, what's the matter with this phone? Heddy Bergner, get a grip on yourself. They'll ring you soon. They must. But what if they don't? You stop talking to yourself. Stop it. Oh, but I can't. What if they don't ring? What if they've always intended to leave me here? There's nothing to stop them getting the loot and going, nothing. 25 minutes past 6. If I left the flat now and did everything they told me, I might be able to throw the shed off. If I left now, it would give me 2.5 hours.
Hedy was gradually going to pieces at my flat. Dumetrius was getting his men together and his ambulance ready at the warehouse. Ridgway, Mitchell, Bonner, and I waited at the sanatorium. Coutts was at the head of the stairs in the main hall. Mitchell was behind some curtains to the left of the study door. Bonner was at the hall end of the corridor leading to the wards. Ridgway was in the study facing the window. The whole place was pitch dark. Ridgway?
Yeah?
Yachty left that French window open. 10 to 1, that's the way they'll come in.
Roger.
We're all stationed near light switches. Let them get well inside into the hall through the study. Keep down out of sight. When I give the signal, we all switch on our lights. We'll have them cold.
Mm-hmm. All set.
And I'm going back into the hall now. What is it? Listen.
This is it, Keen. There's someone coming through that French window.
The wait had been worth it. There were 5 of us, and we were armed. We had the priceless advantage of surprise. Demetrius, or someone, was coming through the window into the sanatorium. This time, we couldn't possibly fail.
Came through the sanatorium window. Listen to the next chapter of this story of suspense. Dossier on Dumetrius.
Dossier on Demetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen commences with another page from The Dossier on Demetrius.
I'd waited 11 hours at Bookman's sanatorium, the longest hours of my life. I was sick at heart. Coutts and Ridgway had finally shown me that Heddy Bergner was quite definitely one of Demetrius's gang. She'd been his private line into MI-5 through me, and she'd helped him cold-bloodedly dispose of 5 men. This was the woman I'd fallen in love with, and I could only say to myself over and over as we waited, tonight, I catch Demetrius. You know all about the loot hidden in the sanatorium. We'd searched all day but not found it, and you know all about the trap we'd set up there. Ridgway, Mitchell, Bonnet, Coutts, and Major Gregory, George, Athelstan, Keen. Me, you know. We were waiting for Demetrius to walk in. We were going to take him and his gang or stand and fight it out. The deadline was 9 o'clock. We knew that much through Yachty Blum. At 8:30, we took up our positions in the dark. At 8:45, I was the only thing moving in that house. And at 8:50, just as I was leaving Peter Ridgway and what had been Rudolph Bookman's study, I heard him go, "Shh." What is it? Listen.
This is it, Keen. There's someone coming through that French window.
Take it quietly. I'll get out into the hall, alert the others.
Watch it, Ridgway. Can't see much. Coming towards me. Just one of them. Coming closer. Closer. If he touches me. Hang it, just one of them. Closer. Closer. Here we go. Keen.
What's going on?
Just one of them. Had to knock him out. Crept right on top of me, and I couldn't risk him yelling if the others are outside.
Oh, confound it.
One came right at me, I tell you. Where's your torch? See who it is. Looked about Yachty's size.
Just a minute. Here we are.
Well, Keen.
Hedy.
Out cold.
What the devil is she doing here?
You had your phone cut off. She knows the others are due here about 9. She couldn't get in touch with them, and she thought the place would be empty.
How hard did you hit her?
Very hard, on the back of the skull. She's alive, isn't she?
Yes. No blood. The hat took most of it. Listen, there's no time to waste. The rest of them can turn up at any minute. Help me get her out of here onto that lounge in the hall.
Just a minute.
What is it?
Look. Where your torch is shining. Along the floor.
But, by Godfrey. The bookcase. It swung open from the wall.
She fell against the paneling as she went down. And evidently released the spring.
Wait till I get the others in here. Mitchell. Coutts. Here. What extraordinary luck.
So Hedy finally managed to do us a good turn. After we searched the place high and low all day.
Mitchell, you can carry her. Yes, it's Hedy. Put her on that lounge in the hall. No lights, mind.
Well, plug me down. How did this happen?
Whatever it takes to make that bookcase swing open. Either Hedy or I did it just then.
Shake it up, Mitchell. Get her out of here while Ridgway and I take a look behind the bookcase. Right. Grab the torch, Ridgway, and keep it down.
Did you want a hand?
No, I can manage. Now then, let's have a look. Bring the torch round slightly.
Do you see anything?
It's the largest closet. I'll give you one guess what's in here.
A cabin trunk?
Yes, with £1 million sterling in loot in it.
Is it locked?
Just a minute. Yes. Where are you, Coutts?
Right here, Richard.
We'll do your stuff quickly. Mitchell and Bonnet, keep a watch on the window. Just because we found the loot, we don't want Demetrius to walk in on us. It's just on 9. They're due any minute. Come on, Coutts, you're the expert. Get that trunk open so we can be sure that's what Demetrius is coming for. Wherever he is at this minute, I'll lay you $1 million to 1. He's not far away.
All right. Switch off for a minute. Let me see. What time is it? 2 minutes past 9. No moon. Now, before we go in, Werfel will meet us here in a moment. He's been watching the grounds, and not a soul's been near the sanatorium all day. Yachty.
Yeah?
You left the French window open last night?
Shut. But I'm not locking it. I'm telling you, Demetrius.
All right, Yachty. This is the last-minute check. Now, here in the ambulance, 3 of us. Werfel will make the 4th. We're using the ambulance because if the worst comes to the worst, we can make headway through traffic with it. And we can drive open into the sanatorium grounds and load the cabin trunk.
I am driving better than Malikov. I should be waiting with the black car.
I prefer you here with me. There's nothing wrong with Malikov's driving. When we leave the sanatorium, we head straight for Baron's Court, transfer to the black car, abandon the ambulance, and drive straight to the boat.
We're leaving Hedy?
Obviously. Do you suggest we should get our loot and then risk everything to take Hedy with us? Be quiet. Someone coming. Watch it, Johnny. Careful.
Yeah.
All clear?
All is clear.
Front gate's open?
Yeah.
Get in. Start up, Gonski. Switch your lights out the minute we get through the main gates and among the trees along the driveway. And pull up at the house itself as quietly as you can.
Any luck, Coutts? It's an ordinary lock on that trunk, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, good man. Right. Open it. Now let's see what $1 million in cash and gems looks like. Well, So Rubinstein...
What is it, Keen?
Ridgway. Just come and see for yourself.
Move the torch so I can see.
Yeah.
Good grief. Do you mean to say...
It looks very much like it.
It can't be possible.
Use your eyes.
It's incredible. Hey, Digby, just look at this, will you? It's a cabin trunk full of old newspapers.
Just a minute. What's this? An envelope unsealed. And addressed to Dumetrius.
Well, before I burst a gusset, man, what does it say?
Now, hold the light on the page, Coutts. That's it. It starts off, Demetrius. It occurred to me during our negotiations that in the last analysis, if my plans for dealing with you at the quarry failed, there was someone who could use our treasure much better than you. And since you will never read this letter, nor see this trunk full of rubbish, as it is, unless I am dead and you have killed me, the anguish you are now suffering is just, don't you agree? The means I employed to effect this little change in your expectations need not concern you. And the loot you worked so hard and so long to get, that, my dear Demetrius, you will never find. I really couldn't let you win, my friend. So from wherever you sent me, do accept kindest regards from Max Rubinstein.
What an extraordinary document. They were to share the loot. Rubinstein tried to double-cross Demetrius at the quarry, but was double-crossed himself instead. And knowing what might happen, Max Rubinstein did this. Unless Demetrius let him live, neither of them would ever see their £1 million again. Digby, that's what I call rarely playing for keeps.
You've missed the point. Does Demetrius know this trunk is full of old newspapers?
What's it doing here with the letters in it if he does?
Yeah, don't pay that.
So, he'll still be coming for it tonight.
And now we know where it was hidden, we know which room they'll be concentrating on.
What's the drill, Keen?
Well, it's 9:05. Get that trunk locked up again, Coutts. Ridgway, back to the window. We'll put it back just as we found it. Slam the bookcase shut and dig it out in front of them when and if.
When and if they show up, and we've got them all on ice.
Mm-hmm.
What about Hedy?
Oh, we'll have Hedy in here with us. The drill's the same, except that we place ourselves around this room. Coutts to the left of the window. You, Ridgway, to the right. Bonnie, over by the study door with your hand on the light switch. The study door wide open, so you'll be behind it. Mitchell, over here behind the couch with me.
If they shine a torch the moment they come through this window, they won't see any of us.
Not even Hedy. Oh, just a minute, let me think. Bonnie, turn that high-back chair around. Yes, that's right. We'll sit her in that. Then she won't be seen from the window. One of you go and bring Hedy in. She's still unconscious.
Good job this is a decent-sized study. By the time Demetrius and his chums get in here, we're going to be rather crushed.
There'll be plenty of room for all of us. And when they're actually in the room, we'll be all round them.
Hang on a minute.
What is it?
Thought I saw a light down towards the driveway.
Get that torch out, Coutts. Are you sure?
Yes, but I can't see it now. Listen.
Don't hear anything.
Uh-huh. Car of some sort coming up the drive. Slowly.
Get set, you chaps.
Coming up without lights. Stopping at the front entrance? No. Coming round the side. Pulling up now. One getting out. Driver getting out. Someone getting out at the back. Here's a fourth man.
Is there enough light for you to...
Yes, there is. It's Demetrius.
There was no treasure, but they didn't know that. We had Hedy. I tried not to think of her, only of Dumetrius. Well, I didn't have to think about even Dumetrius anymore. He and 3 of his gang were at that very minute walking calmly into our hands. The chase was over at last. The trap was about to be sprung. I'd caught Dumetrius.
Can Demetrius escape from Gregory Keen again? Listen for the next chapter of this story of suspense. Dossier on Demetrius.
Major Keen, in his room on the Thames embankment, turns another page of The Dossier on Demetrius.
Yes, I can laugh. Sitting up here on the embankment at 2 o'clock in the morning, going back and back over the dossier, why shouldn't I laugh? Everything had gone according to plan. Not only my plans, but Peter Ridgway's and Coutts. They'd shown me that Hedy and Demetrius were hand in hand, and always had been. I'd set a trap for Demetrius, and he was walking into it with his eyes wide open. I had Coutts and Ridgway and Digby Mitchell, and perhaps the most dangerous man of them all, the little tubby Frenchman, Paul Bonnet, to make sure the trap held, as Demetrius and 3 other men stepped out of the ambulance and came quietly and full of confidence to the window of what had been Rudolf Bookman's study at the sanatorium. They were certain the place was empty. They were coming to get their Gestapo loot. And as they came, we already had Heddy Bergner. Not 10 minutes before, she too had come through that French window, and Ridgway had knocked her unconscious in the dark. So the stage was set. There wasn't a sound. The Luger I held in my hand grew colder and colder and colder.
All right. You first, Jotty. No lights till we're inside.
Yeah.
The window's still open as you left it?
Yeah.
Good. Therefore, Gonski after me. All right. I shut the window, but leave it ajar slightly. Fine. I think it's safe to show light. Yachty, your torch first. But keep the light well down. We can't be seen from the road, but there's no sense in using more light than we need. Right, now just shine it about a little, Yachty.
What's that?
Clock.
Oh,
Yes, it's fast. All right. Everything seems to be in order. Let's have some light on the paneling. No, hold it. Switch out. Dossier, the window. Cover the window. We're not alone. I can feel it.
Lights! You're quite right. You're not alone. I suggest you stand absolutely still. Don't even twitch an eyebrow, any of you. There are 2 men behind you, as well as we 3 in front, and we're all quite willing to let fly. Well, Demetrius, let's have a good look at you. So we meet again.
Yachty.
All right, Coutts. Look here, old chap. There are 4 of you quite obviously caught at the very devil of a loss. We 5 are not only here, but we've been waiting for hours. Commit suicide if you really want to, of course. You recognize these other 2 beauties, Coutts, apart from Yachty, I mean.
Franz Werfel and a bloke called Gonski, sir.
Not a bad bag, eh? Demetrius himself, Yachty Blum, and 2 of our Soho poles. You don't mind if I rather enjoy this moment, do you, Demetrius? Or whatever your name is.
We had the chance to kill you so often before, Keen.
What a pity you didn't make the most of it. Ridgway, get round behind them and do your stuff, will you?
Pleasure.
In a moment, we'll get around to putting you out of action and calling the yard. Oh, yes, Coutts, take up the collection.
Right you are, Major. You first, Gonski. Colt, 45, and... You shouldn't carry these things about, Mr. Gonski. It's not official.
What is it, Coutts?
Duster, sir. Werfel? Ah, another Colt, eh? Now you, Mr. Blum. How many of them paratroop knives do you cart about, eh? Well, please yourself, Yachty. Now stand still. All right. That's 1. Peel his sleeves, Mr. Ridgway. They can tuck them up, their sleeves. Well. Only 3, Yachty.
And you, Demetrius. Perhaps you'd like... Don't move. Oh, no, really. Do let Ridgway or Coutts take it.
My dear Keen, by all means. It's only a Luger. I was reaching for cigarettes.
Stupid of me. Have one of mine. At the lot, Coutts?
All cleaned out, sir.
Right. Now, all 4 of you line up against the opposite wall. And if you don't mind, with your hands together on the top of your heads. We'll have a few minutes to wait before the police get here, so let's have an understanding. Nothing would give Paul Bonnet there, or Peter Ridgway, more pleasure than an excuse to do you chaps in. Not to mention Coutts and myself. So what do you say? Prudence?
You know, Keen, you're really a very charming chap.
Over against the wall. All of you.
Do you mind if I ask something first? Is there anyone else in this room?
Else? Apart from you 4 and us 5?
Yes. A woman.
And where do you suggest we might find a woman?
Sitting in that high-backed chair, turned away from us, concealed by its back.
Don't tell me you recognize her perfume.
I'm only aware of someone's perfume. I give you credit for not wearing it yourself, Keen.
Coutts, take him slowly over to the chair.
Sure you want to do this, Major?
Do as I say, Coutts, damn you.
All right. Demetrius, you heard. Keep your hands on your head and walk over slowly. That's right.
Well, do you know her?
She's unconscious.
I said, do you know her?
I've never seen her before in my life. Perhaps Yachty might be able to. Would you mind?
No. Get back against the wall. All right, Blum. Your turn.
What are you trying to do, sir? Why don't you get the yard blokes here, or let's settle them ourselves?
Let Yachty look at her.
I only hope you know what you're doing, Major. All right, Yachty. Over you come. And one wrong move out of you.
Well, Yachty, and what about you? Yes, turn her head if you want to.
There's your chance, Yachty.
Take it in its throat. Don't any of you move.
It's too late. Yachty has already moved. Well, Keen.
So Yachty had another knife, eh?
Yachty had another knife hung from the back of his neck. What about it, Keen? Of course we know her. She's Heddy Bergner, the girl who used to sing at the Red Feathers Club. We've seen you with her so often.
Do I let him have it, Major?
No. What happens to this girl you love, Keen? If this were chess, I'd be checkmate. You and your fellows can shoot us all dead, but there stands Yachty with a knife at your girl's throat. Could Coutts shoot Yachty before he, Well, see for yourself. A little more, Yachty, so you'll fall forward if Keen doesn't love her anymore and gives the order.
But she's yours. You couldn't do that, man. The girl's yours.
I'm challenging you, Keen. You've played a good game. My pawns, my rooks, and my bishop all gone. To win, I must sacrifice my queen. Let us say, rather, it's up to you to sacrifice my queen for me, if you want to win.
Just say the word, Major. You can't let him get away with this.
What's it to be, Keen? Do we go? Or does Yachty press a little harder on that knife as you shoot us? Make up your mind, Keen. What's it to be? Make up your mind.
My name's Margaret Ridgway, Colonel Fentress. We met once before. You might remember me.
Yes, of course. How do you do? Sit down. Now, what's the trouble?
It's about my brother, Peter.
Ah, yes. The fellow who kept us on that merry-go-round some weeks back.
He's disappeared again.
Well, now, has he really?
Oh, it's no joke. Gregory Keen called for him 24 hours ago, and I haven't heard a word from him since.
That's so terrible.
But before that, he spent hours taking a pistol to bits and putting it together again. And they were both armed when they left my flat. And I found out that they collected Digby Mitchell and Paul Bonnet immediately after. And they haven't been seen since either.
You've no idea where your brother was going at all?
Absolutely none. When he was working on the pistol, I sort of threw out inquiring hints. But he snapped my head off, and I thought I'd better mind my own business.
Keen, Ridgway, Bonnet, and Mitchell. That's odd, you know, in the light of a report we've just had in. 2 reports, rather. Heddy Bergner left Keen's flat this evening, went to great pains to get rid of the yard chap whose job it is to follow her, and disappeared. And this morning, Keen gave urgent instructions to a PMG man that his firm was to be disconnected at once, a matter of the greatest urgency. Miss Ridgway, there would seem to be something going on.
But where in the world are they?
Well, it shouldn't be too hard to find out. Adams, send Coutts up here, will you, at the double? What's that? When? I see. Well, what's he thinking about? I distinctly told the fellow... Now, just a minute. Repeat that, will you? Right. If you haven't heard from Coutts by 11 o'clock tonight, we're to head for the Bookman Sanatorium in force, right? I'm glad you called in, Miss Ridgway. There's something extremely fishy in the wind. Gibbs, 2 cars at the front at once. Alert the yard, 4 men armed, ready to move in 5 minutes.
Well, make up your mind, Keen. We can't wait forever. It's Hedy or us. What's it to be, Keen? Quickly, Hedy or us. Do you want to see it in front of your eyes? Do you? I'll give you 10 seconds, Keen. And then Yachty presses forward with the knife. 10 seconds, Keen.
I had to decide. The decision was mine, but I knew they were capable of cutting that girl's throat there in front of our eyes. But she was a murderess herself, even if I had loved her. I couldn't let Dumetrius escape to save Hedy's life, but I couldn't watch her be killed either. So while those 10 seconds ticked away, with an eternity between them, I marched through my valley of decision.
Gregory Keen is here, turning the next page of The Dossier on Demetrius.
I had to make that decision. There was no way out. I had to decide. We'd set up the trap for Demetrius in Bookman's Sanatorium. Coutts, Ridgway, Mitchell, Bonnet, and I had waited there, and Demetrius and his fellows had walked straight into our hands like lambs to the slaughter. But before that, there was Hedy. You know how Ridgway and Coutts tricked her into betraying herself to me, and how she, too, arrived at the sanatorium to be struck unconscious by Peter Ridgway not knowing who she was in the dark, and how he put her in the high-backed chair and lined Dumetrius and Jotty, Blum, and the other two Poles against the wall. But then I had to indulge myself in that culminating insanity. I had to try to make Demetrius acknowledge that she was his and always had been, by inviting him to look at her. You see, I loved her so desperately, even though I knew. But when Demetrius survived the shock of seeing her there, made a joke of it almost, I let them take Jotty over. And with the swiftness of a cat, swifter than any cat, it was unbelievable. Jotty produced his last hidden knife and held it at Hedy's throat, while Demetrius said,
"It's Hedy or us, Keen. You can shoot us down. Coutts can shoot Jotty down. But not before Hedy takes that knife."
That's what the monster offered me, knowing I loved the girl. There we stood, 5 of us, armed, while Demetrius, in all his cold distinction, bargained Hedy's life for his own. 10 seconds he gave me to decide. I can shut my eyes now, sitting in the silent room on the embankment, and hear the clock in Rudolf Bookman's study ticking those seconds away.
This must be very difficult for you, Keen. You know, I've covered a certain amount of ground in my time, but I can't recall any situation quite so, pregnant in its possibilities.
She's not worth saving, Keen. Call his bluff.
Ah, the gallant Mr. Ridgway. We thought we'd attended to you.
I don't know what personal gremlin looks after you, Demetrius, or whoever you really are. But you would be quite a pleasure to catch up with.
You've caught up with me now, Ridgway. Why not do something about it? That Luger you're pointing in my direction, you only have to press a little harder on the trigger. You'll cost Hedy her life.
It's up to you, Keen. We can't let them go.
You're being appealed to, Keen. Jotty, to hasten his decision a little further with the knife. Come on, Keen. He's almost drawing blood. Do we leave?
Yes, you leave.
You can't do it, men. We can't let them go.
All right, Ridgway. Any man who's capable of it, shoot one of them down. Open fire. Any of you. Mitchell?
Can't do it.
I would seem to have won again. Stay just as you are, Jotty. I think we can improve the occasion so long as you keep Hedy's life in forfeit, Keen.
One day, Demetrius, I shall kill you personally.
I give you credit, Keen. You're the only antagonist I have ever feared. I would destroy you now if I could. Therefore, Donsky, open the bookcase. None of you will move. Not one of you will move, unless you want to see Hedy die in front of you.
Major Keen.
No, Coutts.
I could shoot her and then Jotty.
No. You're a jackal, Demetrius. I know what's behind that bookcase. 1 million in gems and currency. Wrung by the Gestapo through torture and murder from heaven knows what Frenchman 5 years ago. And for that 1 million, you are prepared to spend lives and lives and lives.
Like Hedy's. What are you waiting for, Werfel? Get that paneling open.
We searched for that hoard. We searched high and low while we waited for you.
And now you're about to see it taken from beneath your nose.
But Keen.
No, Ridgway, be quiet.
You're right, Keen. There's nothing you can do. This is the end. And I admit it. I've killed for that loot. See for yourself. There it is. A cabin trunk stuffed with loot. Yes, I admit it. I killed Max Rubenstein for it. And Godowski and Quinn, and before that, Poles, and Czechs, and Dutchmen, and Frenchmen, yes, and an Englishman. Do you hear that, Keen? And now you are powerless because you cannot see a young girl killed before your eyes. That's why you must lose, as you will always.
You are not human.
You must always lose. You who prate of humanity. You must lose. Twice you have beaten us, but we will rise again, because we care nothing for humanity. Twice circumstance and our own failings have defeated us. But we will rise again, and next time the gas chambers will burn brighter for you and your kind.
He mustn't be allowed to live, Major.
He lives this time. He can go with his trunk full of loot and his poles and Hedy. Let them go. They'll never really escape.
Ah, we have already escaped. Raffle, get the trunk out to the car.
Gunsky?
Huh?
Give Yachty a hand with Hedy. Move backwards to the window with her. And Yachty, keep your knife ready. And remember, gentlemen, not a movement from one of you. You will wait here, Keen. If there is any pursuit, you know what you'll find.
And who's going to tell Hedy that you were willing to throw her to the wolves?
You will never again be near enough to her.
One day I'll be closer to you than ever before. So get your loot and your gang out of here. There'll be no pursuit. You won't have to kill the girl.
When defeat is inevitable, relax and be gracious about it, Keen? But if we ever meet again, rest assured it'll be your last meeting with anyone. Start up out there. Well, this is farewell, gentlemen. So rest you merry.
I can still stop them, Major.
Let them go.
I don't understand you, Keen. The girl has to hang one day. Why didn't we have it out with them? Now they're gone. We'll never get another chance.
Oh, yes, we'll get another chance.
How? When? Where?
Wherever the treasure's hidden. You don't think they're going to leave England with a trunk full of old papers, do you? So we go to work once again. This time to find what really became of it. And we'd better find out before Demetrius, so I suggest we start right now. We know Max Rubinstein had it not long ago. Well, we're going back a few days to follow the trail from there.
Oh, my head. What happened there at the sanatorium?
You'd better lie down, Hedy. Get your head back. That's right.
But where am I? What happened?
We're in the warehouse. You'll be fairly comfortable when we get you onto the boat.
But I went into the French window, into Bookman's study, and the next thing, someone struck me down from behind.
It doesn't matter now. We've been to the sanatorium and obviously left again. With the loot. Do you understand that, Hedy? We have the loot.
Where is it?
Yacht and Werfel are bringing it in now. They'll get rid of the ambulance and we'll have escaped without leaving a trace.
But I don't understand. It's only half an hour since I went into the sanatorium. There was someone else there waiting for you.
You're in no state to worry about what happened at the sanatorium, Hedy. I want you to be quiet and relax. It's all over. And we've beaten them.
There's a scratch on my neck.
As you fell when you were struck down, perhaps.
But it's more like a little cut.
Hedy, I won't tell you again.
Was Keen waiting for you in Bookman's?
He was there.
Then why didn't he shoot you on sight? Why didn't he? He must have known you were coming. For days he was working to contrive something. Why didn't he shoot you? How did you get in there and out again?
You've done well in the past, Hedy. Be good enough not to make trouble now.
Tell me, I want to know.
Very well. Keen was there waiting. But I sent Yachty into the back of the house first before we entered. And he came on Keen from the rear.
Then he's dead? Gregory Keen's dead?
Actually, yes. I do hope it doesn't worry you, my dear.
It seems to have been almost too easy.
It was. That's right, Yachty. Bring the trunk over here. Has Werfel left with the ambulance?
Yeah.
Good. Well, Hedy, this is what we've been waiting for. I knew this moment would come. Look, an ordinary, not very expensive cabin trunk. And in it there's a king's ransom. A ransom for 10 kings, Hedy. In money, in sterling. Swiss francs, Portuguese escudos, dollars, and gems, Hedy. To give us power for the rest of our days. Power to buy pearls and politicians, sables and safety. Do you realize? In that trunk.
If it buys us safety, it might have been worth it. That's all I want now, safety.
With that million, nothing can touch us. Open it, Yachty. Let's show Hedy what our efforts have earned us.
Let's show Hedy what we killed and killed and killed for. Isn't that what you mean?
I hope that any compulsions you may have to moralize, Hedy, will be dispelled at the sight of £1 million. Nearly $3 million. Come along, Yachty. Don't keep us waiting all night. This is the culminating moment. The lid, Yachty. Lift the lid. There you are, Hedy. 1 million... Newspapers.
Oh, newspapers. Trunk's full of rubbish. Got any mill, it's full of rubbish. It's not possible. I saw the money in the trunk before with Rubenstein.
You were going to buy safety. Safety with a lot of old newspapers.
Stop that!
You killed Godowski and Gwynn and Rubenstein for a bundle of old newspapers, for a trunk full of rubbish. What will you do? Now what will you do to escape? You had the king's ransom.
Whatever I do, Hedy, I will not leave here without that million. Never! Never!
So while Demetrius was making his shattering discovery, we were laying our plans and getting our head start in the new hunt for the treasure. Rubenstein couldn't have done anything very complicated with it. He hadn't had time or opportunity. So the curtain went up on the last scenes of the play, and the action became more furious than before.
Major Keen, in his room on the Thames embankment, turns another page of The Dossier on Demetrius.
Demetrius had said at some stage of this affair, I can't remember clearly when, that the strongest card in his hand was other people's regard for humanity, because he had none. And he was proved right that night in Bookman's sanatorium, when we were forced to let him escape with Yachty Blum and the other two Poles. But I ask you, how could any man have done other than I did, even if Heddy Bergner had been an utter stranger? If we'd made a move, Yachty Blum would have killed her there in Bookman's study, and she'd been no stranger to me. I'd held her in my arms and heard her whispering of love. I'd known the truth about her only a few hours. I couldn't see her butchered in front of me, not even when I had Demetrius in one hand, there, gripped like that. So they took Hedy in the trunk they thought held £1 million and went, leaving me and Coutts and the rest of us to dwell on our weakness in not being able to put pity out of our hearts. Well, anyway, while all that had been taking place at the sanatorium, Colonel Fentress was on his way from the embankment with a squad of chaps from the yard. It was too bad they couldn't have arrived sooner. Demetrius hadn't been gone 5 minutes when they swept up the drive and came storming in. What Fentress thought when he saw us sitting there in the study, wordless, not looking at each other, well, that's something you'd have to ask him sometime for yourself.
I hate to disturb you, chaps, but if it's not too much, just what's going on? Take your fellows, Napier, and come to the house.
He needn't trouble. The house is empty.
But for you 5... Come on, Keen, speak up. What's the strength of all this?
We were waiting for Demetrius. He walked into our hands. We let him go.
Shaking hands all round, I expect. Talk sense, Keen. I'm not in the mood for whimsy.
No, it's no whimsy. The loot was here. I worked that stunt about Jerry Fagan flying Demetrius and Yachty Blum to France.
What?
Let me finish. I wanted the police guard taken off this place so they'd come back for their loot. Well, they did. 5 minutes before they arrived, Heddy Bergner walked in. It was pitch dark, and Ridgway here knocked her cold. We had them sitting shots. Then Yachty grabbed Hedy and held a knife at her throat. Demetrius made us a proposition. We agreed to it.
And the loot?
We let them take what they thought was the loot.
This makes less and less sense.
You see, Colonel, we found a cabin trunk behind that bookcase before they got here. It was full of old papers, so we locked it up and put it back where it was.
You actually had Demetrius and Yachty Blum?
And 2 Poles called Werfel and Gonski.
You 5 armed men had Demetrius here and you let him go again? Because they were going to knife the Bergner girl. This is the last straw, Keen. You're under arrest. You've been blind about that woman.
Well, I'm not blind about her anymore.
Then how the very devil could you let them walk out of here?
I couldn't do anything else. And if you'd been here, Colonel Fentress, neither could you. Demetrius had to go.
And what about the rest of you? Do you mean to say not one of you had the guts to let fly and down Heddy Bergner? Ridgway, what about you? You have an axe to grind. Why couldn't you have taken the thing out of Keen's hands? Well? Coutts. Will no one answer? All right. Digby Mitchell, DSO, MC, and Bar. How do you justify letting them get away? The girl's an accessory to I don't know how many murders, and yet
Look, it's no use, Colonel. We had a decision to make individually, and we made it.
And you let Demetrius go.
But the loot's still in London, and so will he be.
You're no shorter of that than I am of your sanity, Keen. You let yourself be hoodwinked by an adventuress. You've run counter to every dictate of good sense. You've exposed your men to danger time and time again. You've flouted your orders. And with that fellow Fagin, you conspired against military intelligence. And when you had our man in your hand, you couldn't even screw up enough courage to cut him down.
I will not excuse myself for what's taken place tonight.
You seriously suggested you could? When I was at Sandhurst, Keen, you'd have been locked in a room with a loaded pistol by officers of your own regiment.
When I'm ready to watch a young girl butchered so I can capture a criminal, I lock myself in a room and save my regiment the trouble.
That's the trouble, Keen. Dumetrius is not just a criminal. Nicholas Barker's back from Berlin with new stuff he's turned up on the fellow. And... no. Well, there doesn't seem to be much point in hanging about here any longer. We'd better get back to the embankment. You'll come with me. You too, Coutts. You others can make your own arrangements, but I want you out of this sanatorium at once. Napier!
Yes, sir.
Round up your men. See the place is vacant before you go and lock up all round. Make your report to Inspector Frayne at the yard. Tell him I'll be on tap at headquarters. I'm leaving now. Come along, Keen. I want a purely personal word with you on the way. I suggest we call in at your flat. It's about you and Demetrius and the Bergner girl. And I want you to tell me...
That's right, Demetrius. You whistle and whistle, so you can think. But how you are thinking what we are doing with a trunk full of old newspapers, huh?
How many more times do I have to tell you to be quiet, Yachty?
For heaven's sake, get him out of here.
I'm not pretty for you, Hedy, like Gregory Keen.
Be quiet!
No one but you, Demetrius. No one but you am I taking it.
At a time like this, Yachty, we must have discipline.
Yeah. Discipline. Too many times now I have been right. Too many times now I have been warning you. We are watching the sanatorium. No one is coming and going, no. But when we get there, who is waiting? Keen. And Ridgway, who we are thinking was dead until Hedy is finding out.
The fact remains that we entered the sanatorium, took the trunk, and left again, Keen or no Keen.
And how are we leaving, Demetrius?
Yachty.
No, let him finish. You keep refusing to tell me just what happened there.
He's right. How we are leaving doesn't matter. The trunk, that's what we are thinking about. Does Keen know what was in it? Maybe they take the loot and put in old papers for us.
No. Keen doesn't know about the trunk. It was done for our benefit by Max Rubenstein.
How can you be sure of that, after Keen laying such a trap for you?
When we opened that trunk half an hour ago, it was a trying moment for all of us. We overlooked something. Among the papers and rubbish we scattered about, I found this.
What is it?
A letter to me from Rubenstein himself. I'm afraid that was our greatest mistake. We underestimated the fellow. Listen. Demetrius, it occurred to me during our negotiations that if my plans for dealing with you at the quarry failed, there was someone who could use our treasure much better than you. And since you will never read this letter, nor see this trunk full of rubbish as it is unless I am dead and you have killed me, well, we can overlook the rest.
But how did he do it? You told me you actually saw the trunk with the money in it.
At the Rubenstein Galleries, half an hour before it was moved to the sanatorium. I imagine he had a duplicate trunk and contrived to substitute one for the other.
How is this helping us? We don't have the loot. We are now knowing where it is.
It helps a great deal, Yachty. Whatever arrangements Rubenstein made were made quickly, so the loot couldn't have been taken far.
Who's he giving £1 million to? Who's he trusting?
Obviously not a stranger. None of his confederates was in London. You see how it narrows down the field and how once again we're a long way ahead of Gregory Keen because Keen doesn't know that the trunk we took tonight wasn't the loot.
He has learned so much that we thought impossible for him to learn.
No, but there's so much more he will never learn. We still have our organization, we still have our funds to draw on, we have the ship on which to live and the warehouse across the dock from which to operate. And he will never close our route of escape.
Never? I'm afraid of him.
There is a certain person in London this minute who should be more afraid of us. Because I think she has our million, or knows where it is.
She? Oh.
A certain Mademoiselle Fleur Dupont. Poor Rubinstein. He was a romantic fellow, I fear. Not the man to let life slip by him without some of its richer consolations. He confided rather a lot to me in an unguarded moment. So that soon we will be paying Miss Dupont a call. Yachty, Hedy will excuse us. We're going ashore. We've some inquiries to make, and there's no time like the present. You'd better get some sleep, Hedy. Hedy?
Yes, I shall get some sleep if I can. Sometimes I think I shall never sleep again. Go if you're going, both of you.
Well, Yachty, you're not deaf, are you? Open the door. Good night, Hedy.
Sleep. If this woman Dupont knows of the loot, they will kill her, too. They tell me to sleep, but they will not tell me how they escaped from the sanatorium. They've forgotten they told me Keen was dead and Yachty killed him. They told me he was dead at the sanatorium. But now they say Keen does not know about the loot. Oh, how did they escape? It was a trap. Why did Keen let them go? How could they have forced Keen to let them escape? A threat on my life. It must have been. And he tells me to sleep. Sleep! They will kill that woman like all the rest. Oh, I cannot go on. They will kill her. And already I cannot live with the knowledge I have. Keen loves me. Maybe it's not too late. Maybe there's still time. He loves me. Maybe I could save myself if I went to Keen once more.
But it was far, far too late for Hedy. One by one, they were breaking up. Mazzotti and Bookman were gone. Yachty Blum wasn't made to be stretched tight day after day, week after week. And Hedy was in pieces already. Yes, we hadn't long to go. While Demetrius and Yachty Blum were starting their search for Fleur Dupont that night, I was being shown what Nicholas Barker had brought back from Berlin. It threw almost the last ray of light on Demetrius.
Gregory Keen is here, turning the next page of The Dossier on Demetrius.
Not 24 hours had passed since I set up my trap at the sanatorium for Demetrius. And in that time, I'd been forced to admit that Heddy Bergner was a murderess without conscience. I'd discovered that even in death, Max Rubinstein had cheated Demetrius and passed the loot on to someone else. I'd had Demetrius and Yachty Blum in my hands. I'd had to watch them walk out of Bookman's sanatorium or see Hedy murdered in front of my eyes. And I'd finally been put under arrest by Colonel Fetris. And I didn't care tuppence. I'd gone too far. I don't want to sound intense, but you can bottle up just so much. And if you don't let go... Well, anyway, you don't want to hear about the emotional state of Gregory George Athelstan Keen. The fact was I hadn't let go, and I was ready for just about anything. We left the sanatorium at 10, I suppose, Fetris and I. And after the slating I'd had from him, just as we were getting into his car, he made what I thought was a rather odd remark.
I want a purely personal word with you, Keen. So on our way to the embankment, I suggest we drop in at your flat. It's about you and the Bergner girl. And, I want you to tell me.
So there we were, in my flat that night soon after 10. Fentress with his back to the fireplace while I walked up and down the room, telling myself I should take hold, stop thinking about Hedy, stop seeing the line of her mouth, the curve of her shoulder, the arch of her brow. Stop thinking, stop seeing, stop feeling.
Keen, pull yourself together, man. Won't do. Go on, take a pew. Calm down.
You said you wanted a purely personal word.
Yes, sir, I do. You couldn't run to a whiskey and soda, could you? Huh? Don't let me impose on you.
I thought I was under arrest.
We'll come to that in a moment. Shall I help myself?
Yes, yes.
You know, you have a crown. When you're in regimentals, I mean. And, I have a crown and 2 pips extra.
And red tabs.
And red tabs. But the point is, I'm about 20 years older than you, and, I feel I can take a liberty.
Look here, I won't discuss Heddy Bergner with you personally, sir, rank or no rank.
Here, old man, I only mention it because for a moment I want to forget it. I want you to forget it too, Keen.
Oh, very well, sir.
When chaps come from their regiment to military intelligence, we take a pretty good look at them beforehand. You did well a few years ago. I don't have to go through all that.
When the show was on, there were butcher boys that did the downside better. Where's this leading?
I'll let that remark about the butcher boys pass. The facts of the matter are, Keen, we can't reconcile...
We?
All right. I can't reconcile your handling of this Dumetrius affair with what I know of you personally and your past performances. I want to satisfy myself that you haven't known anything about the Bergner girl and withheld it, hoping for the best. In our game, Keen, we don't play for bottle tops. And since I've introduced the personal note, I may as well come out with it. Now, I'd hate like the very devil to see you come a real cropper. I'd hate it as an individual, hate it as a soldier. You'd better take notice when I'm holding out my hand.
I think I know what you mean, sir.
Oh, come on. What about it? I want to know exactly whatever happened between you and Heddy Bergner.
Oh, that's impossible.
Do I have to point out that I'm perfectly well aware one doesn't intrude? I'm not a schoolboy inviting you to kiss and tell, Keen. I want to know. I have to know.
But why is it so important at precisely this moment?
Because you worked that stunt with the raff chap Thickens. Because you traded Heddy Bergner's life for Demetrius. Because Nicholas Barker's back from Berlin with a photograph of Otto Schmidt. And a new line on Demetrius, Heddy Bergner, and Karl Scammell.
Well, I don't know how you go about telling these things. A chap can't maunder like a shop girl. Where the deuce am I to begin?
Might try the beginning. When you first saw her after she landed from that plane from Berlin. And I'm inclined to recommend a good stiff peg of your own whiskey. I'll say that for you, Keen. Nothing wrong with your sideboard.
So I dragged it out in front of Colonel Fentress. I tried not to sound maudlin, but it boiled down to a story of love. The sort of thing that only happens to you once in a lifetime, and to many people never. The sort of love that transcends reason or training or background, that refuses to die, that gets in your blood and your bones and your heart and your brain and your soul. With me, it had to be Hedy. And while I was talking, hardly aware of Colonel Fentress in the same room, I was asking myself, where is she? Who's with her? What is she doing? What is she thinking? Even if I'd known, it wouldn't have been much comfort. She was in a cabin of a ship with Demetrius.
I must know, how did you get away from Buckland Sanatorium? Oh, stop that. Are you trying to drive me insane? Stop it, I tell you.
These outbursts of yours are becoming more and more tiresome, Hedy. I wish you would try to remember that I'm a man who loves tranquility.
How did you get away? Tell me.
I've already told you. Pour yourself another brandy.
Keen and the others were waiting for you there. But they not only let you get away, they gave you time to get the trunk from behind the bookcase.
The episode of the sanatorium is over, finished, concluded.
Why did you tell me Gregory Keen was dead?
Because it seemed the quickest way to put an end to the discussion.
I was unconscious there. Did you threaten to kill me in front of Keen?
Your nerves are fraying, but I certainly can't find fault with your imagination.
Well, how else did you persuade him? What other bargain could you possibly have driven?
Hedy, you and I have been together a long time. You know me for a highly specialized type of human being. I have the strength to rise above the petty scruples that plague so much of humanity. As you know, and as you have condoned, I have removed those who stood in my way.
I have never condoned it.
You have accepted what's been done without complaint. That's what made it possible for me to accept you.
I had no choice once I was committed.
Will you listen to me? What we've done together. And you've known why. And you've known that we have done only what was inevitable. But I shouldn't have to tell you that even I am not capable of what you just suggested. Not even I, Hedy.
You are capable of anything.
But not that. Come here to me. If I don't show you as much affection as before, well, when this present coup is accomplished, will be the time to show our feelings. Now come here.
No. I never wanted your caresses less.
No? On Gregory Keen's account?
On my own account.
Hedy, if I've never loved you in the purely maudlin sense, I have always been a great admirer of your beauty. But since there's no possible escape for you, as I've said before, since the rest of your life is completely in my hands, you would be wise to remember that the world is full of beautiful women, and with £1 million to play with, one can be irresistibly attractive to them. So now, if you don't mind, I'll go to my own cabin. Yates already has a lead on Mademoiselle Dupont, and I must decide the best way to approach her. I hope you'll be more sensible in the morning. Good night.
If you're going, go!
Yes, I'm afraid the writing's on the wall. I don't think we'll be able to afford the luxury of Hedy's company much longer. She's beginning to see things rather too clearly. We'll have to have a word with Yachty on the subject.
Well, it's certainly more comfortable here in your flat than at the embankment this time of night, Keen. You think it was a good idea getting Coutts to bring stuff from Berlin round here?
Oh, definitely. A chap should be here by now.
Look here. Before the subject's closed for good, I had no idea, Keen. I had no idea at all. What you've told me, well, it's between you and me.
I didn't think you'd broadcast it, Colonel.
You know, I hadn't realized how deeply you felt about the Bergner girl. I can see now how it must have thrown everything that happened into a different focus.
Could we get off the subject?
Yes, of course. Sorry I was so outspoken at the sanatorium. Hope you'll accept my apologies. Here's Coutts. Thank the Lord.
Oh, in you come, Coutts.
Good evening, Colonel Fentress. I brought Captain Barker's report and the rest of it, sir.
Good man. Shove it on this table here, will you? As a matter of fact, you can do most of the talking. I want to listen and get it straight in my own head. And by the way, Coutts, Major Keen's not under arrest.
No, sir? Taking Heddy Bergner first. Here's what Barker dug up. She definitely knew Karl Alexis Scammell, the bloke whose body they found under that Orgenstrasse rubble.
So, if I hadn't found proof about her 24 hours ago, I'd have it now, eh? How did they get onto her?
Oh, by comparing Scammell's movements around Germany with hers. They matched.
You see, Keen, I stumbled on it in the Dossier.
And what else?
She knew Scammell, and the rigmarole about how they traced down all report here in this report. So, on the strength of that, Captain Barker went after Frau Schmidt, the wife of that Jerry Clark who had disappeared. We saw her when we were in Berlin. He collared a picture of this Otto Schmidt, and here it is.
Take a good look at it, Keen. John, take it over under the light.
What? But this is impossible. This is a picture of Demetrius.
It's also a picture of Otto Schmidt.
But we know for a positive fact that Schmidt couldn't possibly be Demetrius.
Nevertheless, Otto Schmidt disappeared from the face of the earth at the very time Demetrius came to London. A picture of one is a picture of the other, and yet they cannot be one and the same person. You work it out, Keen. Who is Demetrius?
Yes, who really was Demetrius? He existed before the war. He disappeared during the war. He reappeared 4 years after its end, and I'd stood face to face with him not 24 hours before Coutts handed me that picture of Otto Schmidt. You'll understand it later on. Hedy had blinded me once. Now she was blinding us all.
Gregory Keen commences with another page from the Dossier on Dumetrius.
As we began to get near the end of the hunt for Demetrius, some curious facts started coming to light. Hedy had known Karl Scammell, the major of intelligence whose body we found under the Orgartenstrasse rubble. What a tragedy we couldn't have uncovered that one vital fact before. We'd have known where she stood when she didn't disclose that the man on the Berlin plane was not Scammell. Then there was the other baffling conundrum. Demetrius had a double in Otto Schmidt, the Berlin clerk who'd disappeared and whose picture we had. Yes, of course, the obvious conclusion was that Schmidt and Demetrius were one and the same person. Unfortunately, we knew that to be utterly impossible. So there we were, Coutts, Colonel Fentress, and myself, beating out our brains in my flat that night and coming up against the stone wall of our flat contradiction. The picture of Schmidt was the picture of Demetrius, but they were two different men, although Schmidt disappeared the moment Demetrius came to London. I can tell you I was jolly glad I'd laid in a decent stock of whiskey.
Now, the other thing that thickens the plot surrounding Dumetrius Keen has come through ordinary intelligence channels. We wanted Demetrius originally because he was running the forged papers traffic, getting all manners of riffraff into this country and out of it. Ex-SS men, chaps with black marks against them for atrocities, all that kind of thing. And then it turned out that he was after a lot of Gestapo loot, so that he could have been looked at as an ordinary criminal and been coped with by the Yard. But Demetrius is mixed up in something far, far bigger than blackmail or theft.
Well, we've always had that whisper right along the line. Coutts, you remember that pole you picked up?
Let me tell you. There's not much doubt that there's a good-sized nest of ex-enemy people down in South America somewhere.
Oh, I thought we'd exploded all those Sunday supplement tales about the Gestapo arriving by the submarine load.
No, this is different altogether. We all know the Nazis, as such, are dead and buried. But small cells of them were thrown off in 1945, and they're only waiting for the proper time to appear again in different forms. In the same way that certain fungi, certain vermin lie dormant for years until one day there's the correct combination of seasonal warmth, of rain, sunshine, and humidity, and suddenly their seed springs to life and you see them on every hand.
You're going to tell me that while they're waiting, they have to stay alive?
Yes. They must have money. And from a lot of detailed stuff that's come to hand lately, you know how it adds up, Keen, bit by bit, intelligence chaps in other parts of the world are pretty certain that the forged papers racket was built up not only to get wanted men from place to place, but to provide tightly disciplined criminal organizations, groups of men in various countries whose task it is to acquire currencies by crime and siphon it off to wherever it's needed.
Yes, I recall an eye query from the States about that $2 million robbery in Boston not long ago.
Not a cent of it recovered. Not a known criminal caught in connection with it or even suspected. You see what I mean?
So, of course. That's why Demetrius wants his million.
And why none of the people he uses, the Mazzottis, the Bookmans, the Yachty Blooms, why they'll never see a penny of it.
Well, up to date, Demetrius hasn't got a penny of it. Remember, that trunk they took from the sanatorium was full of rubbish.
But we're still in the same position. To find Demetrius, we have to find the loot before he does. And we mustn't lose sight of the vital importance of finding the chap's true identity. When we know that, we'll be able to pin his background down and perhaps smash his organization at the same time.
Could there be bigger men above him?
No. Demetrius is at the top.
So the question presents itself, where do we go from here?
Well, I can answer that. We all go home and go to bed. Look at the clock, Keen. Tomorrow's another day.
Do you want me to keep out of sight of the embankment and work alone, sir?
Well, since we've cleared up the matter, Heddy Bergner, better leave it to me, I think. I'll have a word with one or two people and let you know. But keep in touch with me personally. That's about all. Well, come along, Coutts. You can drive me home. And take it quiet.
I needed that sleep. I slept till 11 the next morning. Slept like a log. Took my time over the shower and shave and breakfast. Then I did a thing I seldom do that early. I downed a couple of stiff drinks and felt better for them. I'm not psychic. I'm probably the least psychic cove you're ever likely to run into. But I knew we were on the last lap. I didn't know how, when, or where, but I was certain that I was running Demetrius to earth. And I'd gone after him in the only possible way. And that ultimately, I'd destroy him, and to some small extent, all that he stood for. Even if I had known what he was doing at that instant, it wouldn't have made any difference, although he was further ahead in the search for the Gestapo treasure than we were. He'd had Yachty at work, and Yachty's Poles were people Demetrius could really rely on.
So you found a Yachty. Congratulations.
It's easy. Knowing this Fleur Dupont and Max Rubinstein were together is easy.
Well, how did you go about it? Yes, you may help yourself to a drink, but don't take it for granted. What did you actually do?
We are starting from Rubinstein Galleries.
As you were instructed to do.
Yeah. I'm knowing a Polish fellow. His name is Maciek. He is going about bars in Piccadilly saying he is captain in General Anders' Polish division. He's very correct. He's knowing lots of, what you call it, society women. Yeah, that's right.
I know what you mean. He's probably the only person in your circle who knows what fork to use. Get on with it.
Forks? You're wanting to talk about forks, Demetrius?
I'm waiting to hear about this fellow Maciek. Get on with it.
Yeah. Well, I give Maciek little money. I say, go to Rubinstein Galleries in Old Bond Street. There you are asking for address of Mademoiselle Fleur Dupont.
Look, Yachty, I find your recital perfectly fascinating, but indulge yourself some other time. Just tell me what took place at the galleries and whether or not you have the woman's address.
At the galleries, they are saying, she is not here. Maciek says, but it is important. I am having Mademoiselle's address, care of Rubinstein Galleries. Yeah, care.
Yes. I don't want your version of the dialogue that took place.
Yeah. Maciek is bowing and clicking the heels, you know. He's correct. They are thinking, here's gentlemen. They are telling him Mademoiselle Dupont's business, Mademoiselle Dupont's address.
May I share yours and Maciek's knowledge, Yachty?
Yeah. She has offices in... It's hard to say. Albemarle Street. She has agency for models, you know. You're wanting a girl to paint. You're wanting a girl to show clothes. She's finding for you.
Where does she live?
Flat 124, 27 Birdcage Walk.
Well, that's a pleasant, quiet neighborhood. What do you think, Yachty? Should we pay a call on Mademoiselle Dupont tonight?
Yeah.
Max Rubinstein did something with that cabin trunk full of money. He did it quickly, and he didn't hand it to a perfect stranger. And since from what Max Rubinstein told me, Fleur Dupont would seem to have been his closest acquaintance. Who's a more likely person to know the whereabouts of it,
Yeah, we're going to see her tonight. But what if she knows where it is, but doesn't tell us?
Yachty, can you imagine me taking you along on a purely social occasion? You will stay in the background tonight. If Miss Dupont has information for us but decides to be obstinate, then of course I shall have to present you to her. Well, how's the time? Yes, we'll pay our respects rather later than one generally does, about 2 o'clock in the morning, so we can be sure our hostess will be home. Well, that's all for now, Yachty. Go and ask Hedy to come along to my cabin, will you? We may get her to drive tonight. Hmm. 2 o'clock. We're right on time. Now, stay out of sight there in the corridor, Yachty. I'll let you in if you're needed.
Yeah, and if she is home?
Yes?
Forgive me.
Oh, what? Who are you? What do you mean by forcing your way into...
I must apologize, Miss Dupont. I wasn't actually forcing my way in. I merely didn't want to be seen for your sake.
This is preposterous. Who are you?
I am Captain Inchcape, MI-5.
I'm going to call the police if you are not out of my apartment in 5 seconds.
Well, now, are you?
I shall telephone at once.
You'd be wiser to sit down and listen to me. Come on, be sensible. Later on, you can ring the police to your heart's content. But for the moment, do as I say. That's right. Now then, you are Fleur Dupont.
Yes, but you seem to know that.
We are looking into the murder of a man named Max Rubinstein. I believe you were closely associated with him.
I have never heard of him in my life.
Then how do letters from you come to be among his papers at the Rubinstein Galleries? Don't let's waste each other's time, Miss Dupont. We know quite a lot about you. And only your own good sense will keep you from being arrested.
Arrested?
Yes. Now, I don't want to have to take you to our headquarters for questioning, so I suggest you tell me all you can about a cabin trunk full of important papers Rubinstein left with you. We want that trunk, Miss Dupont. We're going to get it. Nothing will stop us getting it. So let's begin.
You are not the captain of MI-5. You are not even an Englishman. Get out of here. I'm going to call for help.
I would much rather you didn't utter a sound, Miss Dupont.
Max warned me about you. Max told me what you look like. Yes, I know who you are.
Yachty! Come in here.
At that time, I wasn't even aware of the existence of Fleur Dupont. I'd spent the day at the Rubinstein galleries going over Rubinstein's papers, but I'd drawn a complete blank. We hadn't a clue to whom he might have consigned the treasure, till we heard from Eustace Manningley again. I'd been right that morning. Nothing could stop me closing in on Dumetrius now.
Gregory Keen turns the next page on the Dossier on Demetrius.
In the last stages of our hunt for Demetrius, matters boiled down to a hunt for the Gestapo loot. Max Rubinstein had contrived to double-cross Demetrius, even though they'd killed him. A cabin trunk hidden at the sanatorium had turned out to be full of old newspapers. So what had been done with that £1 million? Someone had it. Someone who'd been close to Max Rubinstein, someone he could trust. So I did the obvious thing. Coutts and I spent a day at the Rubinstein galleries going over every scrap of paper in the place, on the off chance that we'd find some sort of indication to Rubinstein's closest associates. It was about 2 a.m. when we finally gave up, and we'd drawn a complete blank. But Demetrius hadn't. At that very moment, he and Jotty Blum were in a block of flats in Birdcage Walk, with a very frightened Frenchwoman on their hands. We didn't know she existed then.
Jotty, come in. So, Max Rubinstein described me to you, did he, Miss Dupont?
Yes, you are Demetrius.
Then, since you know me, we'll drop the pretense. Perhaps you also know what I want from you.
I don't know anything about why you are here.
Just before his death, Max Rubinstein was preparing to leave this country. Do you want me to believe he was leaving you behind?
I do not know anything.
Take a good look at my friend here. We want that cabin trunk Max Rubinstein committed to your care, and we don't care what we have to do to get it. Do you understand that?
But you have to believe me. Max told me nothing.
I happen to know from him that he told you a great deal. You know what was in that trunk? £1 million in cash and gems. You know that Max Rubinstein was a traitor. You probably worked with him in France during the war. You know he was Reuben Janus, the Gestapo informer. That's how he came to have the loot in the first place. When he substituted the trunk of the loot for the other, he had very little time. So if you value your life, you'll tell us when it is.
But you have to believe me. I don't know anything about it.
Would you really like to get better acquainted with Jotty here?
No. It does not matter what you do to me. If I don't know anything, how can I tell you? I knew Max was going away after sharing the loot with you. I knew he was Reuben Janus.
The loot's no good to you, you know. You can't betray us. You'd have to account for our interest in you. And if the police started making an interest in you, how would you account for your possession of £1 million of Gestapo booty?
But I do not possess £1 million worth of Gestapo booty.
Rubinstein would have trusted it to no one else. He wasn't a trusting fellow. That's why I'm certain you and he were together in France. Would an inquiry about you at the French embassy be a good idea, Miss Dupont? 30 years old, dark, extremely attractive, green eyes, small mole on the side of your mouth, and inseparable from Reuben Janus, the collaborator. Would the French embassy be interested, do you think?
Why? Why would you do that to me?
I'm merely stressing how impossible it is for you to go to the police about us. Now, we've wasted enough time. I'm certain that if the loot's not in your possession, you know where it is. Do you remember reading about a man named Godowsky a few weeks ago? And a pawnbroker called Quinn? And a nightclub owner called Mazzotti? They lost their lives because of that loot, Miss Dupont. And so did Max Rubinstein. Do you wish to join them?
No.
You'd much better be sensible.
How can I? You will kill me for nothing.
I see. You elect to be obstinate. Very well. You take matters out of our hands. Yachty, tie her to a chair and gag her.
No, keep away from me. No, you...
Now, first we search your apartment. I don't expect to find the trunk here, but we'll look nevertheless. I can think of several safe places you might have chosen for it. I'm hoping we'll find some indications. If we don't, Miss Dupont, you'll have to be persuaded. Yachty can be so very persuasive. So while we're searching, make up your mind what you're going to tell us. And how soon.
What do you make the time, Coutts?
A bit after 2, sir. I don't know what my Aunt Minnie's going to say. Kept waiting up like this hour after hour.
You know, it's funny the way we have to defer to your Aunt Minnie whenever you happen to think we're wasting our time.
Yes, Major Keen.
No jokes, Tom. What do you really think?
Oh, it's a terrible long shot we're trying to bet on, sir. Here's this Max Rubenstein, alias Reuben Janus the traitor, willing to murder and cheat and betray his own countrymen to the Jerris for what he can get out of it. He manages to trick Dumetrius, a bloke what doesn't trick too easily, and whips the loot out from under his blinking nose. Now, what would a chap like that do trust in anyone? Anyone! With £1 million quid's worth of loose.
Uh-huh.
But Rubenstein did something with the swag, and he did it on the double. And we've been here in this bloomin' Rubenstein gallery since this morning, just on the off chance we might hit on something that'd tell us if Max Rubenstein had a mate.
Yes, you make a good point there. Rubenstein would certainly trust no one. It's very likely that he simply couldn't understand even the concept of trust. Must have taken some very odd types, Coutts, to hand their own people over to the SS, knowing just what would happen to them.
Yes, sir. So what in the world did Rubenstein do with that cabin trunk?
Well, you had a good look at him once or twice, Coutts. What did you think?
Well, he looked to me, Major, like a bloke who put his own blooming pleasure above everything else there was. I take his clothes. I couldn't have been better as far as I could see. He wasn't fat, but he was tubby. The ring on his finger. I could picture him after dinner in one of them toffee places in the West End, leaning back with a big, glass of brandy and a cigar, like Winston Churchill.
That's about it. Coutts, the chap wasn't married, you know. Now, would Max Rubenstein have trusted a woman where he wouldn't trust a man?
He was a froggy. There might just be a woman in his background, like one he might have trusted. Enough.
And so all we have to do, having conjured her up in our imaginations, is to find her.
Well, she won't be here in the Rubenstein galleries at 2:30 in the morning, sir. And I've been thinking. There's my poor old Aunt Minnie, a dear old duck.
All right, you want to call it a day. Leave my coat over and we'll get some of these lights out. Yes? Yes, we're just leaving. Well, just a minute, make sure of that. Oh, the Green Peony, yes, we know it. As you say, not the place to take the loved ones to. All right, we'll make it nicely. Good show, Adams.
Adams?
Yes, Coutts. Adams on duty at the embankment.
Well, where do we go from here?
You heard. The Green Peony, Lovejoy Street, Soho.
Would it be Eustace Manningley, sir?
Yes, Coutts, it would be Eustace Manningley. With information for us, for cash, and all in secret. Now, let's get a move on. Even Eustace Manningley won't wait all night.
For a nice new crackly tenor, Eustace Manningley'd wait till Gabriel started blowing scales and arpeggios on a snake charmer's pipe, sir. And for 20.
Well, Yachty, anything?
Nothing.
Well, it's quite evident there's no cabin trunk here in your flat, Miss Dupont. Yachty, take that gag out of her mouth. Stand by in case she decides to make a commotion. I'm rapidly losing patience with you, Fleur, whatever your name is. You look as though you spend a good deal of time and trouble on your appearance. Do you?
Oh, my mouth. It was too tight, that sticky foot.
Do you?
Yes.
One unnecessary sound from you, and neither time nor trouble will be a scrap of help to your appearance again. Now then, what did Max Rubenstein do with the treasure?
I don't know.
Speak up.
I don't know.
It's a pity. Max's taste was excellent. If he were here, I should congratulate him. Yachty, you really are being dreadfully stupid. You're about to lose your beauty, perhaps even your life. And for what? Do you imagine you could ever spend a penny of that loot? Max Rubenstein had 4 confederates who, since his death, will already be converging on London to see what's become of their loot. And you, my dear, will be at the very focus of their attention. If you're alive.
What is he going to do with me?
Where's the loot? Yachty and Emily's women. Gag her and begin, Yachty. We could babble here all night.
No. Don't put that.
Where is it? Where is it, you obstinate squaw? Where is it? Quickly. All right, you've only yourself to blame.
No, I'll tell you. I'll tell you where it is.
What a lot of trouble you could have saved us and yourself. Very well, Miss Dupont. Let's get it over. Yachty and I don't want to outstay our welcome, do we, Yachty?
Right home, Manley. What is it this time? Why you have to drag Coutts and me to places like this is...
Oh, they suit me. Well, Yachty Blum's been seen in Soho.
That's not worth 20 quid.
No. But he was looking for a woman called Fleur Dupont. There's a Pole who calls himself Captain Maycheck. Not my type at all, but Yachty has a job for him.
How do you get hold of all this, Manley? Sometimes I think you don't tell us enough.
I tell you everything, Major Keen. This man Maycheck was sent to get the Dupont woman's address. Do you know where he went? The Rubenstein Galleries. I don't know what he found out or who the woman is or what they want her for. I only know that Yachty Blum's after her.
What do you think, Coutts?
I think he gets his 20 quid, sir.
So do I. Yachty Blum's not the only one after Fleur Dupont, Manley. We're after her, too. And if I'm not mistaken, we'd better hurry if we don't want to find a DOA.
DOA? What's that mean?
Dead. On arrival. If they'd found the woman's address, I thought, they'd have a head start. We only knew her name. We had to work from there. And knowing Demetrius, DOA seemed to be something we could well look forward to. I can tell you the next 12 hours were rather busy, but we found Fleur Dupont before they were up.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Major Gregory Keen turns the next page of The Dossier on Demetrius.
It was after we'd spent a vain day at the Rubenstein Galleries going through Max Rubenstein's papers that word came through from the embankment. Eustace Manley, our willowy informer, had news for us. So off we went to the Green Peony in Lovejoy Street, Coutts and I. We ploughed through the smoke and the usual assortment of not quite real people and found Manley. And believe it or not, he had the very thing we'd searched Rubenstein's quarters for. You see, Rubenstein had handed the Gestapo hoard over to someone, and it must have been someone he could trust. You don't hand $1 million in cash and gems over to a casual acquaintance. Who would Rubenstein have trusted? That's what we wanted to know. Well, Manley told us that Yachty Blum had been after a woman named Fleur Dupont, and inquiries had been made for her at Rubenstein's galleries. Demetrius wanted to know what Rubenstein had done with the loot, too. So there we were, with one lead to the loot itself, and through it, Demetrius. One lead, a woman's name. Fleur Dupont. It sounded too stagey to be real, but stagey or not, we went after her at the double. We pulled out every stop we had that night. We knew we hadn't much time. Keen here. Oh, yes, Frayne. Yes, I'll be here at the embankment. Coutts, too. Well, look here. You chaps at the yard will have to do better. Yes, I know that, but we've no time. Yachty Blum knew her name, Fleur Dupont, at least 12 hours before we did. Yes. And if they get to her before we do, and she actually does know anything about the loot, they'll screw it out of her and then dump her in a river somewhere. Well, have another crack at the French embassy. She's quite definitely French. Yes, we have had a look in the phone book. Oh, blithering idiot. Surely the woman's address is known to someone. I don't know, Coutts. We'll have a better chance in the morning, of course. We'll be able to round up all Rubinstein's employees at the galleries, for instance. But the thing that worries me... Just suppose Dumetrius has already found her. She wouldn't have a chance. If Demetrius has found Fleur Dupont, well, heaven help her. Heaven help her, Coutts, whether she tells him what he wants to know or not.
Yes, Miss Dupont. I'm glad you've decided to see reason. All right, Yachty, let us speak. But do bear in mind, my dear, any noises you try to make to attract attention will be choked off long before they're heard by anyone but us.
You loathsome creature, Demetrius. Max told me.
If you could accept Max Rubinstein, or did you call him Reuben, you should find me very charming. But you won't have repartee. Where is the loot?
In the cloakroom at Paddington Station.
Who took it there?
There were 2 trunks. The real one, the one with the loot in it, was never taken to the sanatorium. It was given to me.
So, the cloakroom attendants at Paddington have £1 million sterling under their noses. Where's the ticket?
In a safe deposit box at my bank.
Is the box yours?
It was mine and Max's.
Yes, well, I think you're frightened enough to be telling the truth. The time is now 10 minutes past 3. Yes, I'm afraid you're going to have guests under your roof tonight. I'd much rather not have you out of my sight till you've been to the bank.
I could refuse to give you the ticket.
And lose your life for nothing. We've been through it all before. Why go over the same ground again? There's really nothing you can do.
I could telephone the police from the bank tomorrow morning. You wouldn't dare come inside with me. You are wanted by every police constable in the country.
And under some name or other, you're wanted by the French authorities for collaboration during the war.
Then, if there is nothing I can do, why are you going to stay here?
Oh, you could take flight, my dear, and send someone else with authority to open your box.
I am alone. There is no one I could trust.
Are we such objectionable company?
Oh, of course not. If the trunk or the cloakroom ticket had been here in my apartment, all you would have done was kill me. Do stay, Demetrius.
The lady has a sense of humor, Yachty.
But you have not even ordinary good sense.
I think I manage very well.
Listen, you found me. How, I have no idea. My business and my apartment are under another name.
So we noticed.
But if you found me, why shouldn't the police? Why shouldn't they walk in and find you here? Max talked to me about a man named Keen.
Are you trying to help me? I'm always cynical about people who try to help.
I would be happy to watch you hang. It is myself I'm thinking of. If I attract the notice of the police and they learn that I have the loot, it will cost me my life. I would be sent at once to France. But what chance would I have if the police walk in and found me not only in possession of the loot, but with you and that other creature there?
You know, Yachty, Miss Dupont is right. We might be wise to get out of this flat.
You would be insane to stay. When the banks are open, I will get the ticket for you. You may take your hoard and go. I do not care if there are 50 million of it. It has cost too many lives already. Money gathered as the Gestapo gathered that treasure is a curse upon all who touch it. So, you are welcome, Demetrius. I want no part of that filthy loot. Take it off my hands and go.
How seldom one finds such good sense in a woman, eh, Yachty? We should have met before, Miss Dupont. And I think I'll take your advice.
Oh, just get out of here, quickly.
Give me your telephone number.
Windsor 3365.
Stay here till you hear from me in the morning. I'll make certain arrangements. Yachty, get down to the car. One short hoot if the coast is clear.
Yeah.
I hate to leave you ungraciously, Miss Dupont, but do understand, if you try to keep that treasure from me, you will be killed. You might escape the police here, or the French authorities, or Max Rubinstein's confederates. But you won't escape me, and your end will not be pleasant. Just remember that. And good night. We'll meet again sometime before 10 o'clock in the morning.
But you won't get that cloakroom ticket, Demetrius. Nor will you kill me. Nor will you ever see that treasure. For 3 years I have endured Max Rubenstein to get it for myself. A note posted to Major Keen of MI-5 should reach him by 10 o'clock. I will have to have something at the Paddington cloakroom to provide you with a ticket. I will go to the bank for you, but the real ticket you will never see. And I must be careful to word this correctly. I do not want it traced to me. Major Gregory Keen, MI-5. Sometime today, Demetrius or someone of his men will appear at the cloakroom of Paddington Station. The number of the ticket they will present, I will communicate to you later. They will be armed. Do not try to take them alive. The ticket for the trunk left at Victoria Station I will take from the bank in the morning. But Demetrius will be given the ticket for the Paddington cloakroom. And when he gets there, he will find the police instead of his million. He killed Max Rubenstein for me. Now he shows me how to get rid of himself. And Max told me he was the cleverest and most dangerous man in Europe.
Well, as I expected, Hedy, it couldn't have been easier.
I should have been there. A woman like that. Do you really think she'll give up £1 million in money so easily?
Well, she had no choice. Her own life is at stake. All she can do is submit.
Her life is no more at stake than yours.
But the loot itself is no use to her while Rubenstein's confederates still exist. I can cope with them. She can't. It's not the police or MI-5 we have to contend with in her case at all.
I still say she will cheat you if she can.
Of course she will, Hedy. But when have you known me, Dumetrius, to leave anything to chance?
Tell me, who will you send to the bank with her?
Yottie's friend, Captain Major the Pole.
Who will go to Paddington Station to get the trunk?
Yachty and I will alter our appearances. You know how often we've done it before, and go ourselves.
I don't like it.
If that were all, my dear, neither would I. But we're taking certain precautions that I don't think Mademoiselle Dupont will suspect.
Oh, what?
Oh, just 1 or 2 tactical safeguards. Yachty will drive me in a black car. We've fitted it with Peruvian legation plates, by the way. The British are so terribly polite to foreign embassies. And we'll follow Maycheck and Miss Dupont to her bank. When they leave, we'll draw alongside in a quiet street. She will hand over the ticket. Yachty and I will then drive straight to Paddington, with Yachty in some sort of chauffeur's uniform. It's as simple as that.
But what about the precautions you said you would take?
I shouldn't worry about them, Hedy.
Look, it's bad enough being cooped up on the ship without being kept in the dark, too. Why can't you tell me?
After the episode of the sanatorium, Hedy, we're trying to put you under as little strain as possible.
You mean you don't trust me? You're trusting this Dupont woman? If I were Fleur Dupont, Keen would be waiting for you at Paddington Station.
Would you have to be Fleur Dupont, Hedy? No, I'm not really serious. I'm merely remembering a remark you made about the situation at the sanatorium the other night.
Oh, I was distraught.
Then let's say that I'm distraught now. And have no fears about what's going to happen in the morning.
I won't be able to sit still until you return.
Good night, Hedy. France.
Yeah.
Did she attempt to leave the ship at all today?
9.
See that she doesn't. Watch her.
The writing was on the wall for Hedy. Fleur Dupont was setting up a trap for Demetrius to walk into. The treasure was not at Paddington Station, but at Victoria. And then, just before 4 o'clock in the morning, we heard from the French embassy. They had an address for us they thought might be hers. And soon after that, we had another lead. Max Rubenstein's safe deposit box had been jointly owned by a woman named Fleur Dupont. We paid her a call. And after that, we made up our leeway quickly.
What happens when Demetrius goes to Paddington Station? Listen to the next chapter in this story of suspense, Dossier on Demetrius.
Dossier on Demetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Major Keen, in his room on the Thames Embankment, turns another page of The Dossier on Demetrius.
Well, we'd had to work at top speed. But it's remarkable how much ground the yard chaps can cover in a short time when they really have to. And without going into a massive detail, they turned up Fleur Dupont's address for us in 5 hours, working through Somerset House, the emigration people, and the French embassy. She had a flat in one of those blocks in Birdcage Walk, and while we couldn't possibly be certain at that stage, it looked very much as though she might be the person Max Rubinstein had handed the Gestapo loot to for safekeeping. So we made for Birdcage Walk, and I knew that Coutts and I were thinking the same thing. Demetrius had discovered her name before we had, so there was a good chance he'd discovered her address, too. And if he had, well, we didn't think much of her chances of surviving any dealings with Demetrius, and we wondered if we'd find her alive. It was early in the morning when we went into the flats, but it was one of those calls we could scarcely put off till a decent hour. Stand by, Coutts. There's a light under the door. She's still up, apparently.
Yes?
Are you Miss Fleur Dupont?
Oh, yes. What do you want?
My name is Keen. I'm an officer of MI-5. I'll come in if you don't mind.
But what in the world for?
Have a look round, Coutts.
This is my flat.
Please don't excite yourself, Miss Dupont. I'm sorry we're here at such an hour, but it's a matter of the gravest importance, and your own safety may be involved. You'd better sit down. Yes, that's right. Now then, I believe you knew a man named Max Rubinstein who was murdered 10 or 12 days ago.
Why, yes, I did, but not very well.
Did you know that he was once a collaborator, and his name was Reuben Janis?
Max? Max, a collaborator? Oh, no, I can't believe it.
I advise you to be frank with us. I'm going to lay my cards on the table, and you'd be wise to do so, too. Rubinstein, or Janis, was custodian of £1 million worth of loot gathered by the Gestapo in France during the war. At least 5 men have been murdered for it here in London.
But this is incredible. I knew Max. He could not possibly have been these things. $1 million in loot? Oh, no.
I'm not making this up as I go along. I'm stating absolute facts, and I've good reason to believe that you know perfectly well what I'm saying is true. Listen to me, Mr. Dupont. If that loot is in your possession, and the men who are after it find you, your life won't be worth a groat. So I'm asking you point blank. Did Max Rubinstein hand it over to you, or do you know where it is?
Until this minute, I was not even aware of its existence.
Have you ever heard of a man named Demetrius?
No.
Or a Pole called Jotty Blum?
Oh, never.
Blum is a professional murderer. They'll force the truth out of you, and then kill you without the slightest scrap of compunction. If you know anything, for your own sake, you must tell me. Now. And if you don't, I can't guarantee your safety for 5 minutes.
But this is terrible. Why should these men think I have the treasure?
For the same reasons we do. You were close to Max Rubinstein. He gave the loot to someone. There were few people he could trust. And we can't get away from the fact that a man named Maycheck is known to have made inquiries about you at the Rubinstein galleries for Dumetrius.
You've no right to come here at this time and terrify me.
Are you telling the truth?
Would I lie to you if my life were in danger?
Well, I don't know. £1 million is a powerful incentive to recklessness. Look, suppose we were to spread a rumor around the Soho underworld that Miss Fleur Dupont could be found at this address. Would you tell me the truth if I held that threat over your head?
But I am telling the truth. You must protect me. You must protect me from these men.
Well, if you're not, you're the most foolish woman I've ever encountered in my life. I'm going back to my headquarters. I can be reached at this number. Here, take this card. I'll give you 12 hours to change your mind, Miss Dupont. And then the word goes out among the Poles in Soho, and Demetrius will pick it up at once. And you'll have no protection.
No, this is inhuman. You cannot do it. I have told you all I can.
Good night, Miss Dupont. You've 12 hours. After you, Coutts.
The fools. Oh, but I must make no mistakes. Early I must leave something in the Paddington cloakroom, so I will have a ticket to give Demetrius. Then I will wait here till he gives me his instructions. When I go to the bank, I will take the genuine ticket from the safe deposit box. After this, I may have to disappear quickly, not be able to go near the bank again. No, Major Keen, I am not afraid of Demetrius. It is Demetrius who should be afraid of me.
Where is he, Yachty? Where's he gone at 8 o'clock in the morning?
Demetrius is at the warehouse for the telephone.
Telephone? I told you 50 times telephone.
Yeah, Hedy. He's telephoning Fleur Dupont. Maycheck's picking her up in the small car just before 10 when the bank's opening. They're getting the ticket for the cabin trunk, then Maycheck's driving her towards Paddington. We are following in the black car. We are going alongside. Maycheck is handing us the ticket. Then we are going straight to Paddington, getting the trunk.
For heaven's sake, can't you use anything but a participle?
What's that? You're not liking me much, Hedy? I'm not like Gregory Keen, who you're not seeing ever again.
Get out of here. Can't stand the sight of you, I never could.
In Germany, a few years ago. I'm knowing how to make girls like you talk different, Hedy. Like we're making Fleur Dupont talk, if she's not having any sense.
Maybe she has a lot more sense than you give her credit for.
Oh, no. Demetrius is having little surprise for Fräulein Dupont. But we're not telling you, Hedy. He's on the telephone now, but he's not telling her either. Only me is telling Hedy. Not you. Only me.
You will leave the bank with Maycheck, and will overtake you in the vicinity of Sloane Square, where you'll hand us the ticket. Do you understand that, Miss Dupont?
I understand perfectly.
As soon as we've recovered the trunk, we're leaving the country and you'll never see us again. Unless you give us cause to renew our acquaintance. That's all. Watch for the car I described at 10:45.
The Paul Maycheck will be here just before 10, and it is now 8:05. That gives me almost 2 hours. So, the first stop's Paddington. I want to leave this suitcase in your cloakroom, please.
Okay.
There you are. Thank you very much. Oh, do you always put the date on the ticket?
Yes, cost you 4 pence a day after a week, ma'am.
Oh, well, thank you very much. I can change the date easily enough. Now I have a cloakroom ticket for Demetrius. Who'd think you could send a man to his death with just this little piece of cardboard?
It was as plain as the nose on your face, Colonel. The woman Dupont was lying. When I told her she had 12 hours before we dropped her address among the Soho Poles, she was either scared stiff or she's a consummate actress. I'm certain we'll hear from her again. I have 2 men keeping an eye on her flat in case she tries to make a bolt for it. You know what I think? That loot's in a station cloakroom somewhere. Hello, Keen speaking. Oh, yes, Perrin. Yes. Right, show your authority and have a look at that suitcase at once, then phone me again. Right. The Dupont woman just checked a suitcase at Paddington.
Special delivery note for you, sir.
All right, thanks, Adams. Yeah. But, good Lord, sir, just listen to this. Sometime today, Demetrius or some of his men will appear at the cloakroom in Paddington Station. The number of the ticket they will present, I will communicate to you early. No signature, scented paper, woman's handwriting. Hello, at the double. Get me Frayne at Scotland Yard. It's urgent. Oh, and send Coutts, Adams, Fowler, and Titus up here at once. Right. Well, I don't know what the Dupont woman's up to, Colonel Fentress, but it looks as though she's trying to trap Demetrius for us. You wouldn't care for a quick run to Paddington, would you, sir?
Careful, Yachty. Don't let them get too far ahead. Let Major get across the square, then overtake them and pull up.
Yeah. You're getting the signal from Major? I'm watching traffic. I'm not seeing it.
Leave that to me. Major gave the all clear when the Dupont woman came out of the bank. She went to a safe deposit and she's given him the ticket.
I'm overtaking about now?
Yes, this'll do. Good morning, Miss Dupont. The ticket, please.
Oh, here. Take your ticket, Demetrius, and let me get away from you.
So soon? I'm afraid not. Not for a moment.
Why?
Well, you could scarcely expect me to let you go till we're certain this ticket will redeem our cabin trunk. But apart from that, it would have been so easy for you to contrive a trap.
But this is ridiculous. I told you last night.
You must take me for a trusting soul. Kindly step into my car. You see, my dear, if Gregory Keen or the police are waiting for us at Paddington, Yachty here will see that you are the first to die. Now get into the other car.
It was naive of Fleur Dupont to think she could dig a pitfall for Demetrius so easily. But without knowing it, she had dug a pit for him, quite apart from her rather crude arrangements at Paddington Station. And, of course, she'd signed her own death warrant, although we didn't know that as we waited at Paddington Station for Demetrius to arrive. Poor Fleur. It wasn't long before she followed Max Rubinstein.
The chase for Demetrius comes closer in the next chapter of this story of suspense, Dossier on Demetrius.
Dossier on Demetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Major Keen turns another page of The Dossier on Demetrius.
Events took a curious turn after we ran Fleur Dupont to earth in her flat at Birdcage Walk. To begin with, she denied all knowledge of Max Rubinstein's past or the loot, but she wasn't quite convincing enough about it. So we made her certain threats and left, giving her 12 hours to change her mind and putting a couple of men on to guard her flat. That was at 4 o'clock in the morning. At a little after 8, she took a suitcase and checked it in the cloakroom at Paddington Station. Just before 9, a special delivery letter arrived for me at the embankment saying that Demetrius would be at the Paddington cloakroom sometime during the day. And just after 10, she was called for by someone in a small car, driven to the Jermyn Street branch of the National and Provincial Bank, left there for a few minutes, and then driven on. That was all we knew up to the time Colonel Fentress and I, with about a dozen chaps from the yard, took up our positions in the cloakroom at Paddington Station. It was obvious that Fleur Dupont had sent us that note and was trying to trap Demetrius. There couldn't have been anything surer.
Well, this makes us certain of one thing, Keen. The Dupont woman knows where the loot's hidden, and she's no intention of giving it up.
Yes, but if she thinks she can tangle with Demetrius, she's going to give a terrible cropper. Oh, drafty down place, this Paddington station.
Now, look here, Keen. She checked that suitcase here earlier this morning. She sent you that note saying Demetrius would be here sometime today. She just made a call at her bank. Now she's being driven in this general direction. What makes her think Demetrius will be here? Why did she check the empty suitcase, and where's she going at this moment?
Well, taking a shot in the dark, Colonel Fentress, I'd be inclined to say she checked the suitcase just to have a cloakroom ticket to give Demetrius.
Who's been told the loot's checked here. So that sometime today she'll have to meet him to hand over the dummy ticket.
This is all raw conjecture, sir.
Yes, I'd very much like to hear from Perrin again. Oh, look, there's Coutts waving.
Oh, yes, it's for me. Phone by the look of it. Back in a minute, sir.
Yes, all right.
Yes, Perrin. Yes. Now, let's get this straight. The Dupont woman's car stopped just across Sloane Square, and she transferred to another car, is that it? What sort of plates? Peruvian legation. Oh, hang it, man, you must be mistaken. All right, where did it go? I see. Well, all we can do is wait here. We're more concerned with Demetrius himself than Fleur Dupont. All right.
Well, what was it, Keen?
Perrin on the phone, sir. He says she left the car and drove off in another. Perrin lost the second car down near the docks somewhere. What the deuce is going on? And where at this moment is Demetrius?
All right. Get the car in and shut those doors. Shake it up there, Werfel.
What we are doing with her, Demetrius?
She stays here in the warehouse till dark. Then we'll take her to the ship. You'll stay with her. We don't want a repetition of that scene after she got into the car.
She's dangerous. This is dangerous, woman.
Mademoiselle Dupont is also a stupid woman, Yachty. I don't stand about making small talk. Get her upstairs into the loft and don't leave her for a minute.
When she comes round, maybe I'm not wasting time. I'm making her talk,
You wait till we get her to the ship. I'm going to the ship now. Werfel can relieve you for an hour at midday.
That's good. Even I must eat, Demetrius.
Yachty, at a time like this, how can you think of food? Sometimes I think you must be a sort of throwback, but to what, I simply can't imagine.
Another failure. Time after time after time, you're making your last move. We're going to get the loot and leave this accursed country. And every time you fail, Keen is there before you.
Wasn't Keen this time, Hedy.
Well, tell me what happened.
Everything went according to plan. Major picked the woman Dupont up at her flat, took her to the bank, watched her go into a safe deposit and take something out. She gave him this cloakroom ticket, and he handed it over to me when we overtook his car near Sloane Square.
And why didn't you go to Paddington?
For the very good reason that Keen, and I don't know how many others, are waiting for me at Paddington.
What?
The Dupont woman was trying to lead us into a trap. I told her to get into our car with Yachty. I told her she was coming to Paddington, too, and if anything unexpected happened, Yachty would see that she was the first to go. So she started to struggle. I was driving, and Yachty had his hands full with her in the back of the car. Fred had to knock her out. But if that hadn't been enough, I had a good look at the tickets. Here, see for yourself.
Well, it looks like an ordinary cloakroom ticket.
Look closer. At the dates.
Oh, there's been an erasure.
She's changed the date on it. I think she acquired that ticket this morning. And she was frantic with fear when I told her that she was to come with us to Paddington.
Well, what did you do with her?
She's coming on board tonight. And this time we'll make sure she's telling the truth.
Yachty?
Of course. It's now certain that she has the loot. We won't make any mistakes with her again.
And afterwards?
Oh, I imagine we'll find a length of anchor chain lying about the dock somewhere. Miss Dupont will grace the bottom of the Thames for the rest of her existence, and you can hardly say she hasn't invited it.
I have said 50 times, where will it end?
And I've told you 50 times it will end in South America. With the Dupont woman in our hands, there's nothing to stop us.
How many times have I heard you say that before? Can I get off this hateful ship for a while today? I'm going crazy penned in here.
Where do you want to go?
Anywhere. I can wear dark glasses and just walk about the docks for half an hour.
If you must have a change, you can go over to the warehouse after dark, but nowhere else. You seem to forget we could be recognized.
I don't forget anything. Just so long as I don't have to think of that Dupont woman.
Why should you? If you must have something to occupy your thoughts, imagine Gregory Keen and his men waiting patiently for Demetrius to walk into their hands at Paddington Station. That's rather amusing. No matter how long they wait, they can't be sure they won't turn up sometime, so they just have to go on waiting.
If I fail in this, they will kill me. But I think I would rather be dead than go on and on. And I cannot endure the thought of more murders. Or what Hedy will do to the woman. Oh, what's the time? Just after 9. Oh, it's cold. The fog's coming in. He said I could go to the warehouse. First, I will have to get rid of Hedy.
Who is that?
It's all right, Hedy. It's me, Hedy.
What you are doing here? Demetrius is telling you to stay on board.
He knows I'm here. I was sick and tired of being cooped up. How's the Dupont woman?
See for yourself. She is tied up, and she is not talking because I am putting tape over her face.
I thought you were taking her to the ship as soon as it was dark.
There are men working on a ship we have to pass. We are not in a hurry. Soon they will be finished.
Give me a cigarette. I've come over without any.
You know I'm not smoking, Hedy. I'm not having any vices at all.
Well, I must have a smoke. You go back to the ship and bring some.
I'm not leaving here. Demetrius is telling me not to leave her.
Oh, I'll keep an eye on her. And how could she possibly get away? Do as I tell you.
Why don't you go yourself?
Because I'm ordering you to go for me. I don't like walking back and forth across the docks in the fog. And you know them better than I do.
All right, Hedy. I'm going. He's making the legs stiff sitting here.
Well, hurry back. You'll find plenty of cigarettes in my cabin.
Yeah. You are watching her closely. She's making no trouble, but what?
Yes, go on. All right, Dupont. He's gone. You want to get out of here, don't you? Then listen to me. We've 5 minutes, no more. If I untie you, you must do exactly as I say. First, you have to hit me hard on the head with this. Look, turn your head, this piece of wood. Then go through the door Hedy just used and run straight down the steps and out of the building. There's a telephone in here somewhere, but you'll never find it in the dark. So go out through the main door by the loading platform. You remember where they brought you in? And take the first turn on your left into an alley. At the other end of the alley, you cross a cobblestoned road, and there you will see a public phone. Ring Westminster 4411. Have you got that? Westminster 4411. And tell Gregory Keen to come to the SS San Bernardino. Don't try to remember anything but the number and SS Bernardino. And you must tell Keen that I let you escape. Me, Heddy Bergner. Will you do that? All right. Bend forward, I'll untie you now. Hedy will be back in a moment.
Well, there was no sense in staying at Paddington any longer, Colonel. Crane and his yard chaps will have to cope if anyone shows up with that particular cloakroom ticket.
I quite agree. We're better off here at the embankment. The thing that has me puzzled, what in the world became of Fleur Dupont? To set up that trap, she must have had Demetrius's confidence. Oh.
Hello, Keen speaking. Who did you say? Well, speak up, I can't hear you. Fleur Dupont. Colonel Fentress. She's on the phone now. Fleur Dupont was on the phone down by the docks in the fog. She'd had tape over her mouth for nearly 12 hours, and she could scarcely speak. It was a pity, because Yachty Blum was after her already, and she had about 10 seconds to give me her message. Hedy had tried to take the road back, but it was far too late for that.
Does Fleur Dupont get her message to Keen? Listen to the next chapter in this story of suspense. Dossier on Demetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen commences with another page from The Dossier on Dumetrius.
We didn't need a crystal ball to realize that Fleur Dupont had tried to lead Demetrius into our ambush at Paddington Station, or to know that he wasn't being led anywhere. But the fact remained that she'd dropped out of sight, and the man we had following her, Guy Perrin, had lost her down near the docks somewhere. We waited at Paddington till about 9 that night, and then handed over to another shift of Scotland Yard chaps. But I didn't really think Demetrius had any intention of showing up at the cloakroom, or that the Gestapo loot was in fact there at all. That's why Fleur Dupont was so vitally important to us. She knew where it was hidden, and the loot alone could lead us once more to Demetrius. I was back at the embankment with Colonel Fentress when the phone went. Oh, but I have to go back a bit to what had been going on down by the docks. You see, Demetrius had the woman Dupont, but Hedy was at the end of her rope. She'd had enough, and she knew what was in store for Dupont when Demetrius gave Yachty Blum his orders. I've never understood why Hedy set the woman free down in that warehouse instead of telephoning me herself.
Just a minute. Hold your head still while I pull this tape off. Steady. There.
I can't speak properly. Why are you doing this?
Why doesn't matter. Bend forward so I can get at the knots.
I cannot move. I have been tied up too long.
You have to move. Yachty will be back any moment, and if he finds us here like this...
What were they going to do with me?
Oh, use your imagination. There. Now stand up.
Oh.
You're sure you know how to get to the telephone?
Oh, yes.
Well, pick up that piece of wood. Oh, come on. Don't you realize that you have to strike me down or my life won't be worth a pin? Can't I make you understand? Yachty will be back.
What was the number and the name of the ship?
4411, the SS San Bernardino.
Look, I do not know what to
Hurry.
say.
Now, here by the window. Hard on the back of my head.
Oh, goodbye and good luck.
Oh.
What are you doing on the ship, Yachty? I told you not to move away from the woman.
I'm wanting to stretch my legs, Demetrius. Hedy is with her, but forgetting her cigarettes.
You left Hedy with Dupont in the warehouse?
She's bound, not making any noise. You can watch her. What is wrong with that?
When I tell you to do a thing, you do it. Why couldn't Hedy come back for her cigarettes herself?
She's not liking the docks in the fog.
Well, get back to the warehouse at once. I'll come with you. I've told you to take no chances with Hedy since the affair of the sanatorium.
But what can Hedy do? The woman is tied with the hands behind her back.
Don't stand there arguing, you baboon. Get out of the doorway of my cabin and back to the warehouse. Come on, hurry.
You will see, Demetrius. She's just as I am leaving her with Hedy. Gott, mit uns! He's gone! The woman's gone!
Stand aside. Where's Hedy?
On the floor by the window.
How long were you away?
4 minutes, 5...
I should cut your throat for this. Down the stairs. We must find her. Quickly, she can't get far away. If we've lost that woman, Bloom, I swear I'll strangle you with my bare hands.
Westminster 44411 Gregory Keen.
Yes, Keen speaking.
Oh, it's Fleur Dupont.
Speak up, I can't hear you. Who is it?
Fleur Dupont.
Where are you?
Just escape.
Quickly, tell me, where are you?
Oh, she said, S.
You must speak up. Where are you ringing from?
S.
Hello? Are you there? What's the matter? Are you there? Hello, Dupont. Are you...
So, we're finding you just in time. You're not struggling. We're not squeezing your throat so hard. You're coming with me back to the warehouse. Demetrius isn't liking it. You're trying to run away. That's better. You're being quiet. Huh? You're fainting, maybe, huh? It's all the same. We're carrying you back. There's no one seeing us in the fog, and Demetrius is waiting.
You sure it was the Dupont woman?
Yes, confound it. Didn't give us even time to make a trace on the call. She didn't even make sense.
What was she trying to say?
All I could make out was what sounded like the letter S repeated. Then it sounded as though someone grabbed her. There was a sort of gurgling.
S? What the devil is she driving at?
You tell me. Oh, of all the maddening circumstances we've had in this thing, do you realize if Fleur Dupont did write us that note saying Demetrius would be at the Paddington cloakroom, she must have seen him already when I went to her flat. And yet she had to forfeit her own safety.
Yes, it's pretty obvious what she was up to. She has the loot, and she's not giving it up. And so to fortify her own position, she tried to get rid of Demetrius by telling him it was at the cloakroom at Paddington.
And now I'll lay you a pound to a pinch of snuff that she's in Demetrius's hands, and you know what that will mean. Oh, I warned her not to try and outwit the man.
Not of good that'd be with a woman like Dupont.
But where's Guy Perrin?
What do we want him for?
I have an idea. The car she transferred to in Sloane Square this morning, the car Perrin lost down near the docks, has he filed a description of it?
Yes, surely. Black Mark 6 Bentley drophead it was. Peruvian legation plates.
How many of them registered in London? Black?
Oh, you don't have to worry your head about that, old son. You won't get anywhere in that direction. Train at the yard's already been onto it. A black drophead Bentley was stolen in St. John's Wood 10 days ago. That's why they've been using it with diplomatic corps plates. The chaps on traffic duty give them a salute instead of holding them up. No, Keen. Better make the most of it. We're completely sunk again. How the fellow does it, I'm darned if I know. Oh, confound it, are we a bunch of morons?
Not altogether. And I don't think we're sunk.
No?
Colonel Fentress, they've taken her to a ship, and she was trying to tell me the name of it.
A ship? By Godfrey, I believe you're right.
Just let's have that 2-inch to the mile map down from the wall. I think we're going to find Demetrius on a ship tied up somewhere near where Perrin lost the Bentley. And there can't be many, so we won't have many to search. How do you go about getting a warrant to search a ship?
Tell me, Hedy, how did it happen?
Oh, I don't know. I sent Yachty for the cigarettes.
You shouldn't have done that, Hedy.
But she was sitting there in the chair. Her hands were tied behind her. I went over to the window. I was standing there just looking out into the fog, and then my head seemed to explode, and that's all I know.
Yachty ties very good knots. I'd have thought it impossible for Dupont to get free without help.
So would I.
I have an incredible suspicion, Hedy.
Well, keep it till my head clears. Oh, what did she hit me with?
Oh, that length of wood there on the floor, perhaps? Oh, I'm not quibbling about the fact that you were struck down.
Then what are you quibbling about? Oh, funny, I could think you.
Shall I do your thinking for you?
Oh, say what you mean. What's the matter with you? Yachty's the person you should be accusing, not me.
Have I accused you?
What do you call it? You're trying to convince yourself that I let the woman escape. What for? Just so she could lead a battalion of police here to arrest us and hang us all? You've been saying that I'm coming to pieces.
With good reason.
But now it's you who are getting to the depths of absurdity. Any time I want to hand myself over to the hangman, I'll get to a telephone and do it myself, not have my skull beaten in after untying someone else to do it for me.
I'm not concerned with absurdities, Hedy. Fleur de Pont freed herself. Yachty's knots cannot be undone by people whose hands are tied behind their backs.
On this occasion they were. Talk to Yachty, not me.
Listen to me.
I will not listen. You've dealt so long in murder and betrayal.
Just wait here for a minute. Is that you, Yachty?
Yeah. I am catching her at the telephone.
All right, bring her up here. Let her lie on the floor. Oh, had to quieten her down, I see. Well done, Yachty.
She's at the telephone at the other end of alley. She's puffing, so she can't talk much. I take her by the neck, so. When she wakes up, we're making her tell where's the loot, eh? Before she's getting away again.
You fool. You blundering, butchering fool. You see what you've done? You took her by the neck, so did you?
I'm finding her. I'm catching her. What's wrong?
How do we find where the loot's hidden now? See for yourself. Fleur de Pont is dead.
Yachty hadn't made allowances for the fragility of Fleur du Pont's rather beautiful neck. Maybe she deserved it. Who am I to judge? At that time, I wasn't interested in saving the lives of women like Mademoiselle Dupont. I was interested in the ships that were tied up at the docks in London's East End, particularly the one she'd tried to tell me about, because there I would find Demetrius and say goodbye to Hedy forever.
Demetrius makes a late discovery about Fleur de Pont in the next suspenseful chapter of Dossier on Demetrius.
Dossier on Demetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen is here, turning the next page of the Dossier on Demetrius.
Dead or alive, criminal or just an opportunist, whatever she was, Fleur du Pont had done her best to lead us to Demetrius. I've told you how she used that Gestapo loot in an effort to get Demetrius to Paddington Station, where we waited for him with 20 men. But, of course, he didn't show up. He wasn't a chap you catch as simply as that. And as for Fleur du Pont herself, she'd disappeared in a black-marked VI Bentley with Peruvian legation plates. So there we were, up against a dead end again for about the 15th time. We'd no idea where the loot was, except that it was in the Dupont woman's hands. We'd no idea how close Demetrius was to it, nor had we the faintest clue to his whereabouts, since he'd left Rudolph Bookman's sanatorium. Then, that night 5 days ago, yes, we only had 5 more days to go, my telephone went in the room at the end of the long corridor. It was the woman Dupont. She could barely speak. She managed to utter a few choked words before someone strangled her and put down the phone. But those few choked words were enough. Demetrius was on a ship somewhere, so once more we gathered on the embankment for a council of war.
Well, gentlemen, if Demetrius has withdrawn to a ship tied up at the docks, it's a fair inference that he's nowhere else to go. If he's another bolt hole in London but prefers to operate from the docks, then my name's not Milo Fentress. Assuming you're right, Keen, about the woman Dupont.
Well, I'll swear she was trying to say SS something. And since that black Bentley disappeared down near the docks...
Yes, well, according to Guy Perrin, the Bentley went down Cork Street. Let's have a look at the map. And Coutts, move that lamp round, will you? I'm in my own light here. That's better. Now, if the car were making for the docks and not merely trying to shake off Perrin, let's see where it could have got to from Cork Street. Now, that's the area we have to search. Do you chaps agree?
Yes.
Right. Now, where's the Port Authority chap? Christie, isn't it?
That's right, sir.
Right. Now, let's have that stuff you brought along, will you? Go. I will just mark off the area around Cork Street that we're interested in, and then see what ships are tied up in it. No. And there we are. Now then. Keen, have a look at this. Not going to be a 5-minute job. In that dock area, gentlemen, there are 32 ships at moorings. Corinth, Greek, City of Athens, that's ours. Henry B. Skewes, American. Marine Vulcan, American. San Bernardino. Panamanian registry, owned by a syndicate incorporated in Portugal. It'll be a tough one to get a search warrant for. Match Cape Castle, that's ours. And... oh, look here, you fellows can run your eyes over the list yourselves, but the point is, of the 32 ships, only 14 are ours. Those we can board tonight if we want to. But the other 18 will be more of a problem, because I don't have to remind you, foreign ships are foreign soil. We'll have to handle their embassies with kid gloves.
The embassies aren't the only things we'll have to handle with kid gloves, sir.
No?
There's the search itself. There are 32 ships. Well, suppose we start charging on board one after the other. Unless we strike Demetrius on the first 4 or 5, the chap's going to be warned and bolt for it once again.
I don't see why.
Sailors in port seem to have a grapevine all their own, that's my experience. What do you say, Christie?
That's definitely right.
So I suggest we muster up every man we can and put a watch on that area. Get men on board various ships with the dock gangs. Circulate photographs of all the well-known black market poles among the customs men and the Thameside police. Try to pin the ship down before we begin.
Yes, that's pretty reasonable, provided we don't take too long. Anything else, Keen?
Yes. There's one man in London who knows the face of every odd character in Soho. I want to be able to offer him a decent sum of money to do a certain job for me.
Who's that?
Eustace Mannerley. Demetrius still has an organization, and the Soho poles are the backbone of it. I want Mannerley down on the docks, and he's a chap who won't take risks for nothing.
All right. You've my authority to offer him anything within reason.
Good. So that's the score. Well, I'm going after Eustace Mannerley. I'll be back in an hour, friend, and we'll press on from here for our word with the river police. Is there anything more for the minute?
No, not from me. But we might all remember we're up against time. Now, you see this list of ships here. Demetrius is on one of them. It's up to us to find which one. He mustn't slip through our fingers again. But since he has the woman Dupont, and she alone knows where the loot is hidden, he mustn't be given time to collect it. All right, that's all, gentlemen. Find which ship is hiding Demetrius.
Yachty's a blundering fool. He'll pay for it later. If I didn't need him, he'd pay for it now.
Knowing what you would have done to her, I'm glad he killed her, whether it was an accident or not.
Are you really, Hedy? Knowing how much we have at stake?
Yes. What will you do with her now?
The body will be got rid of.
You killed so many for your £1,000,000, you and Yachty. But now you have to admit failure because your hatchet man, Yachty Blom, had to kill once too often.
You could almost be pleased if I were to take notice of the tone of your voice, Hedy.
Then take notice.
I am. And it brings us back to an interesting point. I had a long talk to Yachty on the subject. He tells me it's impossible to untie his knots when bound, but Fleur de Pont did.
Oh, you're going to begin that again?
I have never really abandoned it.
Then do as you please. Think what you please. I have been with you for years. In Germany, when we met, I thought I loved you. I was part of your plans. You could have done nothing to keep Gregory Keen from capturing you within a week if it had not been for me. I watched you murder your way towards this Gestapo horde, but said nothing. Only did what you told me and kept silent. But that money is cursed. There is a curse on it, do you hear me? That's what Fleur Dupont said. We'll all die, it is written, because of that money. And if there's no escape for me, then now we'll do as well as any other time. So call for Yachty. You think I set the woman free? Very well, then kill me too. What difference will it make?
Very little. But your rantings are the only thing that might tempt me, Hedy, so let's have no more of them.
How do you expect me to keep silent? After we put ourselves in this position for nothing, how can I be quiet? What will we do?
Continue. The loot is here in London. We're going to find it.
While Keen and his men go about finding this ship?
It's only a ship like any other. The SS Bernardino, Panamanian registry, owned by a Portuguese syndicate, which isn't a syndicate at all, but me. Everything about her is in order. She earns me a lot of money, and I own her master body and soul. Now tell me, why in the world should Gregory Keen decide that Dumetrius uses this ship for a headquarters?
Why in the world did Gregory Keen decide a lot of things about us? Before it's too late, let us leave here. When that woman died, the secret of the loot died with her.
Did it? Did it, Hedy?
Well, if it did not, tell me.
No, my dear. And when I leave, I hope you won't mind me locking your door behind me.
I am to be kept a prisoner from now on?
Yes. When we put to sea, we'll release you, not before. There may be other Fleur de Ponts. We don't want them to escape to a telephone, too. You'd better make the best of it.
When we put to sea, I'll be released. From what? This cabin or life? I think I know. And there's no Fleur Dupont to help me escape. Or anywhere for me to escape to.
Shut that door, man, in there.
I don't know that I'm so terribly keen about you coming here after me, Major.
Let me decide where I see you, and don't waste time making puns. Do you want £500?
For 500, what do I have to do?
Get me some information. Run a little risk.
A small risk to you, Major Keen, is practically suicide to me.
Manningley, remember the burglary at Cleaver House a few weeks ago?
I never remember burglaries.
Inspector Frayne tells me he can prove that you tipped certain people about Lady Cleaver wearing her diamonds that night.
I don't know what you're talking about.
And there was a fellow arrested for handling narcotics not so long ago, a fellow called Jimsy someone. Now, they tell me Jimsy has friends who take quite a poor view of the chap who sold him to the narcotics squad for a fight.
I can't hear a word you say.
Would you hear Jimsy's friends if we told them where to find you?
I owed that fellow something.
Do you want that 500?
Now tell me about the risk.
There are 32 ships tied up at the docks at the bottom end of Cork Street. Demetrius and Yachty Blom and perhaps some other Poles are on one of them. I want you to spend all your time down there. You know the face of every black market Pole connected with Yachty Blom. See just one of them. Watch where he goes on the docks, pass it on to me within 2 days, and the 500's yours.
I'm a heroin Oxford man. I'd be spotted down there in 5 minutes.
You were born in Houndsditch, you were educated in Reform School, and the nearest you've ever come to Oxford has been wearing a maudlin tie. Don't bore me, Manningley.
You want to know which ship, if any, Yachty Blom's Poles go to,
Yes, in 2 days.
Well, I'll do my best.
You'd better. We're getting close to the end, Manningley, and I don't care who goes to the wall now. I want results. Get them for me. If you don't, you're the first man I'll throw to the wolves. Now, that's all. Get out. Though I didn't know it and wouldn't have cared if I had, that's just what I was doing to Eustace Manningley. But all this time there was one thought beating like a drum in the back of my head. When I caught Dumetrius, what was I going to do about Hedy?
The wolves see Manningley in the next chapter of this story of suspense. Dossier on Demetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Major Gregory Keen turns the next page of The Dossier on Demetrius.
By conjecture, reasoning, and pure guesswork, we've narrowed the hunt for Demetrius down to an area of the London docks. You might know it. That dreary stretch of the river that runs along well below the Tower Bridge at the bottom end of Cork Street. There were 32 ships tied up there, and we had a pretty good idea that Demetrius was on one of them. But they were of a dozen different nationalities, so we couldn't just charge all over them even if we'd wanted to. Now, I won't go into the details of all the machinery we'd set in motion through the embassies and the Foreign Office and so on. That would take an hour. But in one way or another, we had every ship under watch, or well on the way to being searched. And I had Eustace Manningley, the informer, in the area. Manningley knew every black market pole in Soho by sight, and if any of Yachty Blum's thugs were coming or going from one of those 32 ships, I wanted to know about it. I'd like to have known something about Hedy, too. But not being clairvoyant, I couldn't see the danger she was in, or the way events had shaped for her. She'd tried to save Fleur Dupont. Down by the docks now, she was trying to save something of herself. I don't know. Her soul, perhaps, if you believe in that sort of thing.
The fog's coming in again.
Yes, I see. It will serve to conceal Yachty when he's getting rid of the woman Dupont tonight.
Where is he now?
On his way down here. We'll give him a minute or two more.
You're waiting for something?
That's right, Hedy.
Oh, stop that. You do it deliberately to grate my nerves raw. It's like a file scraping.
Yes, I agree. It's an absurd habit. Ah.
Demetrius.
Well, Yachty, one generally knocks. One's not living in a cave, you know.
Yeah. The Dupont woman. Her body.
What about it?
We are doing what you say to get rid of her. She's wearing a ring and what you call it round the wrist, so...
What, Hedy?
A bracelet. Now, don't refer to me. I don't want to be included in your loathsome discussions with him. Why can't you talk to him somewhere else? Is mine the only cabin on this ship?
Hedy's not feeling up to much tonight, Yachty. Pay no attention. What else did you find on the woman?
Round the neck, on little chain, this.
A cameo. Rather a good piece, too, wouldn't you say, Hedy?
He's a ghoul. To rope her now would... Oh, how much more of this?
You are not always having fainting heart, Hedy. When we go to Godowski to get the camera...
Never mind her. You certain you found nothing else?
Nine. Nothing.
I can't understand it.
What did you expect her to be carrying round? Something to tell you where to find the treasure?
Since you mention it, Hedy, yes. You see, I've had a long talk with Yachty's friend, Captain Maycheck, the man who drove her to the bank yesterday morning. He declares that she definitely took something from her safe deposit box. It couldn't have been the Paddington cloakroom ticket she gave me, so what was it? And why did she take it from her bank? And what's become of it?
As though you could ever find the loot through a dead woman. Why you insist on staying here in London now, I will never understand. The loot is lost to you. Why you must insist on staying in my cabin. Leave me alone, please. Get Yachty out of here at least.
It would seem we're not welcome, Yachty.
Yeah, she'd rather having Major Keen here.
If you ever say that to me again, you cold-blooded monster.
You really should calm yourself. Yachty, we've not made Hedy as happy on board as we should. Give her those things of fleur de pont.
No. No, I don't want them.
Why not? The bracelet, not to mention the cameo. I think the cameo will suit you admirably. If we've lost the loot, surely it's some compensation to know that at least you've not spent your time in London for nothing. Don't you think, Yachty?
Yeah, it's good for Hedy.
Take those things out of her with you. You expect me to wear jewels you took from one of your...
Wear them or not, as you please, Hedy, they're yours. Come along, Yachty. The door. We don't want to intrude, do we?
Nein, we're not intruding on Hedy.
Good night, my dear.
Do you think she's finding the cameo opens?
Women are always the victims of their insatiable curiosity, Yachty. She'll open it. And she'll find the cloakroom ticket for the loot at Victoria Station. Fleur de Pont was shrewd. Now, if Hedy finds the ticket and says nothing, we'll know she helped her to escape last night. We don't want to make a mistake about Hedy, do we, Yachty?
We are not making a mistake, Demetrius. It was Hedy who's letting her go.
There was something behind that scene here in my cabin. And when I told him before that the loot was lost to us, he only laughed. They know something they've not told me, so why the scene? And why were these things of Fleur du Pont's first on me? This cameo. Carved ivory front set in gold, hinged. They may not have noticed the hinge. It's set close to the rim. It should open. A nail file, perhaps. Inserted about here. Yes. A cloakroom ticket. Victoria Station. A cabin trunk left 10 days ago. About the time Max Rubenstein came to the sanatorium. Now I know what they're doing. He and Yachty. They're not sure of me after Fleur du Pont's escape. I'm being tried. And to save my life, I must give them this. Oh, if only I could get word to Keen. Somehow I must get word to Keen before they go to Victoria to collect the loot. Only by betraying them can I save myself now.
Well, here we are, Coutts. The docks in the vicinity of Cork Street. See all those ships?
Not too well in the fog, sir.
Well, take your pick. Dumetrius is on one of them.
And Heddy Bergner.
Yes.
Any reports yet from Eustace Manningley?
No, give him time. He's snooping about somewhere. This is where we're supposed to meet him. No, this is the perfect atmosphere for it to end in, Coutts. Look around you. Wet cobblestones, tumble-down warehouses, narrow alleys, fog, damp, and a river. Also, not a sign of life.
It's a temptation, Major. There's a ship right ahead. You can see the name.
Oh, San Bernardino. What's the temptation, Coutts?
Well, it's 30 to 1 against. But we could board just one of them. Why not that one?
Well, not for a day or two till we can strike at them properly. Demetrius won't run unless he learns we're closing in. And in any case, the SS Bernardino is under Panamanian registry and Portuguese ownership. They have to wait.
Are you sure Manningley will turn up?
11:30, he should be here.
25 to 12 now, sir.
We'll give him another minute or two.
Listen.
I can't hear anything.
Steps somewhere.
things keep quiet. See anything? Not Manningley, is it?
Can't see.
Fog's thickening. And fog distorts the direction sounds seem to come from, too.
Just a minute. Look, there. There. Hey, see that?
What?
I thought I caught a glimpse of someone running.
Well, why didn't we hear him?
Rubber shoes.
Sure it wasn't your imagination?
I don't know, Major. Couldn't be positive in this blooming light. Through the windscreen.
Listen. Hear anything now?
But there's someone about somewhere.
Get out quickly. I've got the oddest feeling. Is that Manningley's voice?
Could be. Shh.
Come on, at the double.
Straight ahead, it seemed to me.
No, water to the right. Over this way, Coutts.
Straight ahead, sir.
Damn this fog. Here, hold it. Stop here. Now listen. Not a sound. We could run ourselves ragged in a pea souper like this. Just hold it here and listen, Coutts. I'm certain that was Eustace Manningley.
Well, what is it, Hedy?
This cameo you gave me. The one the Dupont woman was wearing. My gift from Demetrius.
What's the matter? Doesn't it suit you?
Not with a cloakroom ticket inside it, for a cabin trunk at Victoria Station.
Oh, so you found
As
it.
I was meant to. What did you expect me to do? Keep it to myself? I can bear almost anything, but not being trusted by you.
You can hardly blame us for being intrigued at the manner of Fleur Dupont's escape while you were alone with her.
Then what was this absurdity supposed to prove? That I wanted the treasure for myself? Or that I would get word to Gregory Keen about its whereabouts?
The stratagem suggested itself when we found the ticket on Fleur Dupont. We're collecting the loot tomorrow. What is it, Yachty? Well, don't stand there. What do you want?
I'm catching someone we know on the dock, Demetrius. Spying. He's in the warehouse now.
Someone we know? Who?
Gregory Keen's informer. Eustace Manningley.
Informers are some kind of vermin, and sooner or later they all come to the same end. I held no brief for Eustace Manningley, alive or dead, and to get Dumetrius I'd have sacrificed every one of his kind in London. But within 12 hours I was sorry for him. For when Manningley gave me his last information, he was beyond being paid for it. Ever again.
What is the last information Keen gets from Eustace Manningley? Listen to the next suspenseful chapter of Dossier on Dumetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen turns the next page on the Dossier on Dumetrius.
The ships in the critical area of the dockside were under surveillance 24 hours a day, all 32 of them. But 12 hours after the phone call from Fleur Dupont that had set us on the track, the watchers still had nothing to report. Everything seemed to be in order. Of Demetrius or Yachty Blum or the Polish thugs who worked for him, they'd seen neither hide nor hair. But I was relying more on Eustace Manningley, the chap with the photographic memory who made his living by preying on criminals, like those tropical birds that exist by picking crocodiles' teeth. He knew the face of every black marketeer in Soho. The fellows Dumetrius seemed to be able to call on at will. I only wanted to hear of one of them going near one of my 32 ships, and I was ready to pounce. That was why Manonley was being paid to hang about the docks. Well, anyway, I arranged to meet him in a lane leading off Cork Street at 11:30 that night. I took Coutts and we waited. There wasn't a sound. The fog was like a damp blanket. Water dripped from the warehouses to the cobblestones. Then there were steps, and Coutts thought he saw someone running. Then we thought we heard voices. A ship out in the stream let go with its foghorn, and over it we heard someone yell. It sounded like Manonley. Coutts and I rushed about in the fog, but we might as well have been blindfolded. Then the silence and the dripping came down again while we waited. If I could have known how close we were.
We've never actually met before, Manonley, but of course you're known to me.
You're, Demetrius?
As you say, I'm Demetrius.
Where am I?
You're in the loft at the top of a warehouse. I understand you met Yachty here out in the fog. He seems to have been a little rough with you.
What are you going to do?
Well, my dear fellow, that depends entirely on yourself. Wasn't it an odd time for you to be out on the docks?
Why shouldn't I be?
Who sent you?
No one. What I do at night's my own affair.
Did Gregory Keen send you?
I've never heard of Gregory Keen.
But you've heard of Yachty Blum. Would you care for a few minutes of Yachty's undivided attention?
I can't tell you anything.
Only what you're doing on the docks. You're one of Major Keen's informers, don't argue about it. I want to know if Keen sent you. Did he?
Yes.
He knows we're on a ship?
He knows you're on one of the 32 ships in this part of the docks.
How did he discover that?
I don't know.
I'm going back to the ship, Yachty. I'll return in half an hour. Will you entertain Mr. Manonley?
No. Keen said to watch for any of the black market poles round the docks, and that's all I know.
For how much?
If I found anything, 500.
Well, now, we'll have to do better for you than that, won't we, Yachty?
Yeah, better.
Do you particularly want to stay alive, Manonley?
What would you kill me for?
We don't like informers. If you want to live, you're going to do something for me. You came here to get information for Gregory Keen. Very well, I'll give you some. We know where the loot is hidden. It's at Victoria Station. Fleur de Pont is dead. We're collecting the loot tomorrow and leaving England immediately after. The ship is ready to sail and the papers are in order. Would Keen be interested in that, Manonley?
If you're telling me this, you must intend to do me in. Well, I haven't done anything. I'll keep quiet. I won't say a word.
Oh, but you will. You'll talk to Keen on the telephone, and you'll say just what I tell you to. Then you'll come on board with us. Now, how you'll get back from where you're going, I've not the slightest idea. But you'll talk to Keen unless you want to be dispensed with tonight.
What do you want me to talk to him for?
I've an account to settle with Gregory Keen. I want him to meet me at a certain time and place. You are going to arrange it for me.
How do I know I won't get a knife in my back when I've talked to Keen?
You don't. It's a chance you'll have to take. But what other chance have you? You really shouldn't have come down to the docks, Manonley. You should have stayed in your natural surroundings in Soho. Look after him, Yachty. I'm going back to the ship. We'll take him to the telephone in about an hour. And don't hit him again, unless you have.
You heard this yell down at the docks, Keen, but you and Coutts found nothing.
In that fog, we couldn't see 20 feet, sir.
Might have been Manonley. It could have been a drunken sailor, fighting, perhaps.
Yes, you're quite right. But if it were Manonley and one of the gang saw him, and he's known to quite a few of the Soho types, you know, it would narrow down the search, rather.
If they grabbed him near their own ship, yes. But it would also tell them that we know that they're on a ship.
Yes. That's what's worrying me, Colonel Fentress.
When did you get some sleep last?
Oh, I don't know. Oh, why in the name of fortune can't we do something? Dumetrius is on one of those ships. There must be some way of going over them one by one.
In another 24 hours, we'll be ready. You know that as well as I do, old man.
Well, what's the time? Oh, yes, I'd better get home and turn in for an hour or two, I expect.
Good idea. Old chap, don't mind my bringing the subject up about the Bergner girl. When the time comes, how are you going to feel about... No, well, confound it. There won't be a chance for her. If we take her alive, she'll have to get at least 20 years.
If we take her alive.
Why not?
Don't you realize that in a court of law we've not enough evidence to hang Demetrius unless his own people give evidence against him? We can't convict him of one solitary murder. Only the attempted murder of Peter Ridgway, and that was actually done by Yachty Blum.
What do you think, then?
When we finally close in on Demetrius, he'll see there's no one left to testify.
Can you imagine Demetrius in the dock on trial?
No. Want to know why?
All right, tell me why.
Because I've no intention of taking Demetrius alive. I'll be home in 10 minutes. I'd like to be called if anything turns up. Good night, sir.
Good night. So he's not taking Demetrius alive. Well, I'll do nothing to stop him. As long as he doesn't lose his own life as well. Why did a chap like Gregory Keen have to fall in love with the Bergner girl? Never forget her. Never.
One night I'll sit in front of the fire and then turn in about 10. And sleep the clock round. Oh, well, in we go.
Hello, Keen.
But
I know you're surprised to see me.
how did you get in?
Tommy Coutts.
You'll have to repossess the key I gave that blighter.
Oh, is it so awful to find me here waiting for you?
No, I didn't mean that exactly, Margaret.
You look appallingly tired.
I am. Is there any particular reason for this?
Yes. I've been trying to see you for days, ever since Peter told me about that ghastly business at the sanatorium that night, when you had Demetrius and the others there, but had to let them go.
Shall I finish it off for you? And I finally learned just what sort of a woman I'd let myself fall in love with.
No one lets themselves fall in love, Keen. I didn't want to fall in love with you.
No. I can't imagine anyone wanting to.
You feel dreadful about Hedy, don't you?
I've been trying not to feel anything at all.
Won't you ever forget her?
Not while I'm compelled to discuss her every 5 minutes of the day.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I'll leave at once. And you needn't worry about Tommy Coutts or anyone else who's fond of you talking me into making a fool of myself again.
No, Margaret, I didn't mean it to sound like that.
Then how did you mean it to sound?
I don't know. I'm only trying to be impersonal. Why the devil should it be so important for people to want me to drop my guard?
Oh, Keen, come out of your shell. You're in love with a woman you have to send to the gallows. If you bottle it up, you'll finish in a psychopathic ward. Oh, let people help you when they want to. If you were being shot at, Tommy Coutts would walk in front of you. Colonel Fentress regards you almost as a son of his. And what about me? I hold myself out on a platter to you. I wait for you in your flat in the middle of the night. And all you can do is push me away. Look at me. Do you think I'm doing this just to make myself cheap?
Don't say things like that, Margaret.
I could do so much for you, Keen, if you'd let me. With my arms around you like this, couldn't you begin to forget? No, Keen, let it ring.
You can feel Yachty's knife in your back, can't you, Manonly? You know what to expect if you utter one false word. Isn't he answering?
No. Not yet.
Hello. Keen speaking.
Major Keen, it's Eustace Manonly here.
Oh, what is it, Manonly?
I've found out something that might be important. Very important.
Well, let's have it, man.
Oh, not now. You'll have to meet me. Say in an hour. I'll be at the third lamppost from the corner of Brand Street and Boulders Lane. Boulders Lane runs off Cork Street.
What's the matter with your voice? You all right there?
Yes, I'm all right. The third lamppost in an hour.
Thank you, Manonley. Yachty, take Mr. Manonley back to the ship now under cover of the fog. And see that he gets paid. In time to keep his appointment with Gregory Keen.
If he'd said come alone, I'd have been certain there was more to Manonley's phone call than met the eye. But it wasn't the first time I'd made a dangerous appointment, and it wasn't going to be the first time I'd set out to keep one with Tom Coutts. When the going was sticky, Coutts seemed to develop a sixth sense. And in Bowler's Lane that night, he needed it.
Eustace Manonley keeps his appointment in the next chapter of this story of suspense. Dossier on Dumetrius.
Dossier on Demetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Major Gregory Keen turns the next page of The Dossier on Demetrius.
I very nearly ignored the call from Eustace Manonley that took us down to Bowler's Lane near the docks that night. I'd left Colonel Fentress at the embankment and gone home for a few hours' sleep. Margaret Ridgway was waiting for me there. I was dog-tired, and it was the very devil of a temptation to let the phone ring. But there was too much doing. It could have been Fentress himself, so I lifted the receiver to hear...
Bowler's Lane runs off Cork Street. I'll be at the third lamppost from Brand Street in an hour. It's important. I'm onto something.
So there was no sleep for me that night either. I had an hour to get hold of Coutts and get down to Bowler's Lane. And in that hour, rather a lot happened down on the docks, where Demetrius was hiding on one of those 32 marked ships.
I thought you might be getting tired of your surroundings, Hedy. How would you like to drive Yachty and me around the docks for a while?
Oh, anything to get out of this wretched cabin.
Good. We made rather significant use of Eustace Manonley. Would you like to hear about it?
Don't tell me I'm back in your favor again.
My dear girl, you've never really been out of it. We're meeting Gregory Keen in about an hour. Do you find that an intriguing prospect?
I find it more than intriguing.
I thought you would. Yachty made some unpleasant faces at Eustace Manonley, and would you believe it, the fellow consented to make an appointment with Keen not far from here.
You're going to kill Keen tonight?
Yes.
Why do you want me there?
Manonley's appointment with Keen is in a dark, dead-end alley near the river called Bowler's Lane. When Keen arrives, I want Manonley there so Keen will get out of his car. Fog's fairly thick tonight, but not thick enough for Manonley, Yachty, and I to walk the distance without running a risk, so you're going to drive us. We'll use the black car, you know, the Bentley we've kept hidden in the warehouse.
You grow more charming every day. I am being taken to this alley to see Keen shot down like a dog or fall with one of Yachty's knives in his back. Even I am finding it possible to think of you as Demetrius and not...
My dear Hedy, you misjudge me. I wouldn't think of asking you to witness such a thing.
Then where will I be?
When you've dropped us in the alley, you'll take the Bentley out of Bowler's Lane and wait for us some distance away. I'll show you exactly where on the way.
And when Keen's dead, what then?
We collect the loot from Victoria Station tomorrow and sail with the tide tomorrow night. You know that perfectly well.
And if you fail?
I don't care if Keen brings 100 men. I shan't fail. The alley's overlooked on both sides by old deserted warehouses that run through to other alleys. We won't set foot in Bowler's Lane once you've let us out of the car. We've looked the ground over well. We know every inch of it. Now, I suggest you change. We haven't much time. Slacks might be a good idea, and wear that camel hair coat of yours. It's bitingly cold out in the fog.
How solicitous you are. You even tell me how to dress for an assassination.
Why not? I always like to think you do me credit, Hedy. But there's one more thing.
Yes?
In case you, forget where to wait for us and decide to park the Bentley too close to Bowler's Lane where Keen might catch sight of it, or feel like stretching your legs, Franz Raffel will wait in the car with you.
Then why don't you get Franz Raffel to drive you? Why take me at all?
Raffel doesn't drive. Don't be long.
Oh, there must be something I can do. I must think of something quickly. Somehow I must get word to Keen. There will never be another opportunity.
Everything ready, Yachty?
Yeah.
You're sure the staple on that lamp post in Bowler's Lane is the proper height?
Yeah.
I want to be sure Keen gets out of his car. Must look right. Now wait here. I'll be with Manningley for the next few minutes, and then we'll all go over to the warehouse to the car. Ah, Manningley. Not too uncomfortable, I hope? We have to take these precautions, my dear fellow. I'm sure you know enough about this sort of thing to understand.
If this doesn't come off, Demetrius, Keen will know what I've done.
In 30 minutes, Gregory Keen will be dead, so I shouldn't worry about that. Just carry out your instructions. Now, in a few minutes, you'll be released and taken to a car. You'll be driven to the place of your appointment with Keen. You'll wait there, under the lamppost, as you told Keen on the telephone. Yachty, Blum, and I will be close by. One false move will cost you your life. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And we don't want any trouble with you in the car on the way to Bowler's Lane. And that's all. Yachty will be here presently. I'll leave you to reflect on the virtues of prudence. It really pays, Manningley, even to an informer.
Take it quietly, Coutts. We have 20 minutes to get to the docks, and I don't want to arrive early and have to hang about.
How did Manningley sound on the phone, sir?
Oh, damned odd.
You know what we could be walking into, I suppose, sir?
Yes, I've considered that possibility. If Manningley is not there waiting for us, it'll look as though we might be heading into an ambush. But Manningley knows it's more than his life's worth to give me a phone message that'll make me a sitting bird.
What if it would have cost him his life not to, Major?
Well, if the message wasn't genuine, then Manningley won't be standing under the 3rd Street lamp from the corner of Brand Street and Bowler's Lane, will he?
Don't suppose so, sir.
So let's worry about it after we've seen how the land lies. Oh, and in case we run into some action, hand over young Luger there. I'll give it a check. How do you want it? One up the spout catch on safe?
You can spit on the first one if you like, Major. Makes them fly straighter.
Not in the commandos now, you fathead. Oh, turn round here to the left. We'll cut off a bit.
If Raffle's going to be in the car with me, there won't be any way I can possibly warn Keen. Oh, what shall I do? If there was any chance of Keen escaping, perhaps I could. Yes. It's 1,000,000 to 1 chance, but it's better than just doing nothing. Where's my pen? If what I suspect about Eustace Manningley is right, and if Keen does escape, any scrap of paper will do. Major Keen. Deloot is at Victoria Station, and Dumetrius
Wait,
is...
Yachty. I'll see if Hedy's ready. Keep an eye on Manningley.
Oh, I can't finish it.
Are you ready, Hedy?
Yes.
Well, come along. Stay with me as we cross the docks. Raffle's gone ahead to see that the coast is clear. This little outing should be quite refreshing for you, Hedy. I do hope Manningley enjoys it.
This fog, I'll have to drive at 5 miles an hour if I can't use the fog lamps.
The less light we show, the better, Hedy. Get the main doors open, Yachty. We don't want to stand about in this infernal warehouse all night. Raffle, give him a hand.
Yeah, Demetrius.
How do you want us to sit in the car?
I'll be in the front with you. Manonley will be in the back between Yachty and Vaffel.
I get in now.
You'll get in when you're told.
Look, this tire. Isn't it a bit flat?
Which one? Give me the torch.
Manonley.
What?
Turn to me quickly. Here. Your top pocket.
What is it?
The tire's perfectly all right, Hedy.
No, it must have been the way the light fell on it.
All right. Hedy, get in and start up. I'll show you the way as we go. And remember, keep your lights down and stay close to the curb. We're lucky to have this fog. All right. Yachty and Manonley out. Vaffel, into the front of the Hedy. I'll drive out of the alleys as quickly as you like, Hedy, and wait where I showed you. Hmm. 10 minutes before Keen's supposed to arrive. Bowler's Lane, the third lamppost from the corner. Well, Manonley, are you ready to keep your appointment with MI-5?
But what are you looking like that for?
Informers are always people worth looking at, Manonley. Don't worry. When Keen arrives, I'm sure you'll play your part flawlessly. Yachty will see to that, won't you, Yachty? All right. Take him into the shadow.
No!
First lamppost in Bowler's Lane. Second post. Third post. Oh, there he is, Coutts.
Do we stop, Major?
No, drive straight past and turn back. Looks like a dead end, but I think it'll turn. Well, see anything but Manonley?
Not a thing.
Yes, the lane seems to be clear. Don't like those warehouses on either side much. That's Manonley leaning against the post, all right. This seems to be fair enough. Pull up opposite. I'll cross the street to him.
Want me to cover you from the car, sir?
No, Coutts. Go along a bit and come up behind him. Manonley? Oh, come on, man. Speak up. You're not asleep, are you? Manonley. What's the matter with you? What? Oh, for the love of mercy.
Major, look out! Down the ground! Get behind you!
I told you Coutts had a sixth sense. Eustace Manonley was dead as a man could be, strung up by a staple to the third lamppost in Bowler's Lane, so that his feet just stood flat on the ground. It had been with Demetrius a duel under cover. Now it was a duel in the open. And if I'd never owed Tom Coutts anything before, that night I owed him all there was.
What is the outcome of the ambush in Bowler's Lane? Listen for the next suspenseful chapter of Dossier on Dumetrius.
Dossier on Demetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Major Keen, in his room on the Thames embankment, turns another page of The Dossier on Demetrius.
Eustace Manningley kept his appointment that night, kept it to the minute, at the third lamppost from the corner of Brand Street and Bowler's Lane down near the docks by Bow. We knew Demetrius was hiding on one of the 32 ships tied up in the vicinity of Cork Street, and we were trying to pin the exact ship down to one of half a dozen or so before we moved in. So, in addition to scores of yard chaps and some of our own, I'd had Eustace Manningley hanging about the docks, because Manningley was the one man who knew the face of every black market pole in London. Then I heard from him. I was to meet him at 11:30 in Bowler's Lane. He said he had information of the greatest importance. I took Coutts. At 11:30 to the second, we turned up in Bowler's Lane. Manningley was leaning against the third lamppost. From our car, we could see him across the wet cobblestones, with the old warehouses looking down from their blind, boarded-up windows on either side. Only one of the windows wasn't blind. I got out of the car and crossed the street to Manningley. Coutts had driven up on the other side. Manningley just leaned there. I heard a ship coming up the river in the fog. Manningley was dead, tied to the post so that his feet stood flat on the ground. A fact had barely penetrated when Tom Coutts' sixth sense came into play.
Hang on, turn the ground! Get behind him! Where are they? Top window on the other side. Stay behind Manningley. They're in the warehouse.
Get back to the car. I'll come. You get back to the car.
Nothing doing. I'm going in after them.
Don't be a fool.
Get this knife open. I'm cutting Manningley down and taking him across in front of me. Are you all right?
Yes, first one got me, left arm.
Yeah, make a run for it to the car, sir. Leave this to me. You'll have no cover if I take Manningley.
And that's about the time it took. Perhaps 20, perhaps 30 seconds. Coutts went across Bowler's Lane, holding Manningley before him. I tried to stop him, but into the warehouse he went. Bowler's Lane was silent again. The ambush had failed, and they weren't staying to fight it out. I'd been right the night before. It had been Eustace Manningley I'd heard cry out in the fog, and Demetrius had made use of him. He'd never inform again, I told myself. But I was wrong.
Murderous, flaming jackals. That's what they are. Couldn't even come into the open to shoot you in the back. Hey, and using a ruddy corpse for bait.
Oh, shut up, Coutts. Let's get to a phone.
Not till I've had a look at that arm.
No, it's not so much. Bone's all right. I'll be all right so long as I hang on to this artery. Now get into the car and let's find a phone at the double.
Hey, sure you can hang on,
Yes,
sir?
yes. Do as I say. There's a good chap. Open the door and give me a hand in.
What about Manningley?
Your friend's chaps can pick him up. No, get him in the back now.
Oh, all is it? Never thought I'd be sorry for Eustace Manningley, sir.
All set?
Here we are. In you get, Major. Shall I tie your arm up till you get to a doctor?
No, let's get to a phone.
Rats. That's what they are. Sewer rats. Not even an informer ought to have been done in like Manningley.
I heard the shots. What happened?
I don't know. I caught Keen with my first. I saw him spin around.
Did you kill him?
I tell you, I don't know, Hedy. That fellow Coutts must have the senses of some kind of animal. He let out a shot before we even opened fire.
So, you didn't manage to kill either of them.
When Coutts shouted his warning, Keen went straight to ground and then took cover behind Manningley. Coutts started shooting back. He missed Jotty by a fraction of an inch after we'd fired 2 shots. I've never seen anything like it. He must have eyes like a cat. And then, do you know what happened?
How could I? I was waiting in the car listening to it.
Coutts took Manningley off the post and used him as a shield. He came straight across the alley and into the warehouse.
And you both ran.
I am in London for £1 million, not to fight duels with ex-commandos who are more suicidal than sane.
But you are quite happy to take time off to murder them. With the loot in your hands waiting for you at Victoria Station, you still have time to lie in wait like beasts to shoot them down from hiding.
Do you presume to criticize, Hedy?
You have always told me your butchering was only done when necessary. Why should you be so determined to get rid of Gregory Keen?
Because Keen has become more than just an instrument of British military intelligence. Keen has followed us too closely. Some of the things he's discovered about us have been almost uncanny.
How did he find the sanatorium? How did he know we'd ever been there? We left not a solitary trace of any description, but Keen was able to arrest Rudolf Bookman. He arrived at the quarry in Norfolk, 5 minutes after we'd dealt with Max Rubenstein. How? How, Hedy?
I always told you he was a man to be feared.
And perhaps loved.
Is that why you... Oh, so that's it. You who call yourself Demetrius. And yet you were content to use me. I was to be with Gregory Keen every hour, every minute I could contrive. And now, because you think I might have spent too much time in his company, he must be destroyed.
I, too, have spent much time in your company, Hedy.
Should I be flattered that you're capable of feeling jealous on my account?
That's not the only reason. A man like Keen won't give up. When we leave London, I want to be free. I have no wish to be sitting on a terrace in Buenos Aires to turn around one day and see Keen standing behind me.
You're afraid of him.
I am afraid of nothing. You, above all people, should know that, Hedy. And I'm allowing you the latitude of this conversation because we've come to the end of the road. We've only to collect the loot from Victoria Station and go. And since we seem to have failed in our attempt to dispose of Keen, it's interesting to observe your reaction to it.
Then have my reaction. I'm glad. I'm glad he's alive. Do you hear me? I'm glad.
If you screech any louder, they'll hear you at St. Paul's. I suggest you forget this scene, but bear in mind that one's not made of forbearance. I have achieved a remarkable feat. Single-handed, I built up an organization here in London, working from Berlin under the very nose of British intelligence itself. I came here unmolested. Despite every effort they've made to pull me down, and despite every misfortune, tomorrow I shall carry off a huge hoard of currency. I can afford to be generous.
You'd better keep your generosity till you return from Victoria with the loot.
And I shall. The ship sails tomorrow with the tide. We leave tomorrow also. I hope you won't be too surprised when you learn of our final plans, Hedy. Since Keen knows we're on one of 32 ships, we'd be fools to stay on board much longer, wouldn't we? Good night, my dear. I'll leave you to dwell on your memories of Gregory Keen. Rest assured you'll never see him again.
Yeah. How does the arm feel, Major?
A bit stiff. Darn lucky. What the deuce made you yell back there in Boulder's Lane?
Well, that I can't rightly say, sir. Just had a sort of feeling like.
If I hadn't jumped to it, they'd probably have scored a bull. As it is, all they did was bore a neat hole through the muscle, and that doctor chap says it'll be as good as new in a couple of weeks. Oh, did you get on to Frayne and Colonel Fentress?
Yes, sir. Inspector Frayne's on his way to the docks to have a look around those warehouses. See if he can find which way they went. And Colonel Fentress is on his way here to the flat now.
And what about mending his body down in the car?
Oh, there's a police ambulance coming to pick him up and a constable standing by.
All right. Let's get down there before it arrives.
Get down where, sir?
Down to Manningley, of course.
I want you to take it easy for a while, sir. You lost a fair bit of blood, you know.
I told you 10 times, Coutts, I feel perfectly all right.
But what do we want to poke about Eustace Manningley for? He can't tell us anything now.
He can't tell us anything. But there's just a chance Dumetrius might.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. You're a bit ahead of me.
Perhaps I know Dumetrius better. Manningley was arranged on the post in Boulder's Lane for my benefit, wasn't he? I have an idea it was a temptation Dumetrius couldn't resist. Come on, after you. Oh, and, Coutts, thanks for that shout of warning. I was a sitting shot.
That's all right, sir. Your turn next time.
Are you the constable on duty here?
Yes, sir.
I want to go through the chap's pockets. The ambulance will be here in a minute, but I don't want to have to traipse along to the morgue.
Oh, that's all right, sir.
Do your stuff, Coutts. I'll get in the front. You can give him a hand if you like, Constable.
Yes, sir.
Try the pockets of his jacket first. Get round the other side of the car.
There's a wallet here, Major. Cigarette case, a bullet hole through it.
One that was meant for me, eh?
Yeah. A couple of bills, it looks like. Oh, what's the lot from the inside pocket? Left hand, outside one. Empty. Right hand is lighter. Must have been money in informing. Looks like gold.
Is that the lot?
There's only a handkerchief in his top pocket. Huh? Hello. What's this? Little scrap of paper, sir. I can't see too well.
Give it to me. Well, will you listen to this? Get out of the car quickly. Major Keen, the loot is at Victoria Station, and Demetrius is... It ends there.
Oh, chase me, Aunt Fanny. How could that get into men...
It's scented and in a woman's handwriting. Coutts, this could only have come from one person. Heddy Bergner. So the last link in Demetrius's chain of murder and intrigue had snapped. Hedy was making her final desperate effort to betray him and perhaps save herself. That was something I never knew. The motives that prompted her to turn away from the course she'd pursued for so long. But her motives didn't matter. We were on our way to Victoria. At that stage, there were just 72 hours to go.
Arrangements for a murderer's reception are made in the next suspenseful chapter of Dossier on Dumetrius.
Dossier on Demetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen turns another page of The Dossier on Demetrius.
With 3 days left before the hunt for Demetrius came to its terrible end, Coutts and I were very nearly removed from the chase. Demetrius forced the informer Eustace Manningley to make an appointment with me down near the docks, in a dark, fetid little alley called Bowler's Lane. When we arrived there, Manningley was dead, murdered quite coldly, and left there for bait. It was a trap, of course, and we were caught in it. They opened fire from a deserted warehouse overlooking the lane. Well, I stopped the first one in the left arm, but Coutts pulled his weight. I don't have to tell you that Coutts is one of those chaps who never let you down. And to make it brief, we scraped through. We went back to my flat then, called in a doctor, and made half a dozen phone calls to the yard and the embankment and so on. But we had Manningley's body with us, down in my car. Coutts went through his pockets. He found a scrap of scented paper with a certain message on it. That message sent us bolting back upstairs to my flat, and at that moment Colonel Fetris arrived. His face was worth watching, I can tell you.
Give me your phone, Keen. Bad show about your arm. What devil's London coming to? It's been like that Sydney Street affair back in 1912 when Churchill was Home Secretary. Hello. Yes. Send half a dozen men to Victoria at once, Frayne. Emergency. With authority to open every cabin trunk in the cloakroom or any other form of storage. Yes. What's that? Oh, when I see you. I'll be along myself in about 15 minutes. Keen. And he's got himself pinked in the left arm, but I imagine he'll be there too. Now then, let's have another look at that scrap of paper.
There's no possibility but the one I suggested.
Scented. No two ways about that. The handwriting looks like a woman's. You say Coutts found it in the top pocket of Manningley's jacket?
Not 5 minutes ago.
The note is at Victoria Station, and Demetrius is... Pity she couldn't have finished it.
It must have been written on the ship by Heddy Bergner, and her intention must have been to give Demetrius away. But can we take this note at face value?
We'll know that in a few minutes when we've been to Victoria. Pour yourself another whiskey. Look as though you could do with it. There's no tremendous hurry.
You too, sir.
Yes, thanks, Keen. Look here, the Bergner woman. What's impelling her?
I couldn't care less.
Who do you think you're fooling, Keen? It's of vital importance to you.
Look here, is it worth discussing?
Yes. If she's trying to betray Demetrius, and what else could this note possibly show? Why? Oh, you're going to tell me sooner or later that there's more good than bad in the girl. She's been a victim of circumstance, all that sort of rot. And she's trying to pull her socks up.
Well, isn't that possible?
No. I say she can see the writing on the wall. She's the shrewdest of the lot, and she's hedging. If we lose, she's hoping to share the loot with Demetrius. If we win, she's going to say, look at me. I didn't realize what was going on, and I'm in love with Gregory Keen anyway. So I betrayed Demetrius. Please let me off.
Colonel, would it be in order to run them all to ground and then decide what motivates Heddy Bergner?
Just so long as you're not letting yourself hope against hope, Keen.
I'm hoping for only one thing, sir. That the loot is at Victoria Station and that we get Demetrius through it. And unless that note's a red herring, I completely fail to see how the girl could be hedging. If it's genuine, how can Demetrius win?
None of them win, Keen. Get that into your head. Oh, none of them win. Not even the girl. So I suggest we get a move on. Trains, fellows, should be at Victoria by now.
Yachty, do you remember a certain occasion in the Hyde Park Underground some time ago?
When we are pushing Peter Ridgway under the train? Yeah, I'm remembering, Demetrius.
How were you dressed?
I am an old lady with gray hair and long dress, and carrying, what you call it, is keeping the rain off.
You'll assume such an appearance tomorrow morning with the umbrella.
Yeah? We are going for the loot at Victoria Station?
Yes. There's work for us to do here first. Who of your Poles know we're here on the ship?
Only Werfel and Gonski.
Would it be safe to leave them, Yachty?
Nein, it's not safe.
And we can't take them with us, can we, Yachty?
Nein.
We're in a fortunate position. Originally, we expected to share the loot with Mazzotti and Bookman. They're out of the way. Don't you think it would be a good idea to make a clean sweep? The fewer to share, Yachty, the further it will go.
Yeah, Werfel and Gonski, what they are doing with their share, they're not knowing what to do with all that money.
There are times when I feel I do you an injustice describing you as a cretin. So we're in complete accord about your Polish friends. Now let's turn our attention to the matter of the loot at Victoria Station. You're apparently looking forward to your impersonation of the elderly Lady Good. It would be madness for either of us to go to Victoria itself. We'll therefore make use of a messenger service. And here's how we'll go about it. Not later than 10 o'clock in the morning, you will present yourself.
Well, there it is, Keen. £1 million worth of loot. Quite a sight, eh?
Yes, when you call to mind the bloodshed on its account.
Treasure like this is always drenched in blood. All right, you fellows, get the trunk out of here. You can't stand about the station master's office all night. Keep it under guard until morning, and we'll take up its future with the Foreign Office. We'll let them decide who it really belongs to.
Just a minute, Colonel. Suppose Demetrius sends some small fry to collect this trunk. If we grab whoever comes to it, we merely inform Demetrius that we're lying in wait for him, and we get no closer to the fellow. They must have got the ticket for it from the Dupont woman. Remember, she went to a bank that day and hasn't been seen since the black Bentley disappeared.
What are you driving at, Keen?
Well, sir, it's very likely they'll send some sort of messenger to get the trunk out of storage. Probably someone completely innocent and unsuspecting. I say empty the trunk, fill it up with bogus currency, and let them take it away.
Thus following closely behind?
Not too close. This loot's led to Demetrius twice before. This will be the third time, and it'll be the last.
It will solve the problem of which of those 32 ships the Blight is on.
Provided we don't lose sight of this trunk for 5 seconds once it's taken from the cloakroom.
Yes. All right. Get to work, you chaps. Find something to put the money in and get it into safe custody. The trunk itself goes back into storage. Now, it's 24 hours since the Dupont woman disappeared, and 2 hours at the most since Heddy Bergner put the note into Eustace Manningley's pocket. So Demetrius should be sending someone to collect his million any time from now. And we want to be ready and waiting for him.
When he does come, I'll be waiting.
Now, are you clear on that, Yachty?
Yeah. About Werfel and Gonski, I'm clear. About the method we're having to get the loot, I'm clear. But about one thing more. Nein, I am not clear.
No?
When we're leaving, we're taking Hedy?
That remains to be seen. I generally find it a simple matter to make up my mind, but Hedy presents quite a problem.
She is letting Fleur Dupont go. How's Keen knowing we're on a ship somewhere if Dupont's not telling him before I take her at the telefunken?
If I was certain Hedy had let the woman go, she wouldn't be with us now. But I have grave doubts.
Then how's she getting free, Demetrius? You're telling me that? It's Hedy, no one else.
Since when have you made my decisions for me, Yachty?
Time and time you're telling me Hedy must go. Now he's saying he's not sure. Maybe we're taking her with us.
And whatever I decide, you'll abide by.
Nein, now when we are so close, we are not taking a risk. Many times Hedy is saying, Yachty, get out. I'm not standing the sight of you. And what is she saying to you about how we get away from the sanatorium? She is knowing how, Demetrius. She is knowing we trade her life for our escape. Why is she not betraying us to Keen after knowing that, huh?
Hedy can't betray us, you imbecile, without betraying herself.
She is not like us. She is a woman. Woman is not thinking like that. Once she is loving you, but not now. If she can, she is getting word to Keen, because you are taking her love and using her, and then at the sanatorium...
Halten und weine denen!
Ja. Always I am holding the tongue and getting on with the job. Always I am doing it.
Then get out and get on with it now. Do you question my authority when we've only 12 hours to go? Get out. Don't come back till you're ready to deal with your 2 poles.
Yeah, I get out. But if I'm right this time, Demetrius, it's too late.
Get out! Once I get my hands on that hoard, none of you is coming with me. Hedy must go, but not by your hand, Yachty. You go first. When you've disposed of the others, when my trail is covered, then I go alone. Not one of you will ever know how or when or where. So sharpen your knives for Werfel and Gonski, Yachty. After them, I think you'll have served your purpose. First you, then Hedy, then one other whom only I know about, and then Demetrius will cease to exist.
But it was too late. Demetrius had already made the mistake that Yachty saw so clearly with his mindless, almost bestial cunning. The net was closing. Soon we would draw the strings tight around our quarry.
Keen and his men wait at Victoria in the next chapter of this story of suspense. Dossier on Demetrius.
Dossier on Demetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen commences with another page from the Dossier on Demetrius.
Through Eustace Manningley, we'd learned about Fleur Dupont. Through Fleur Dupont, we'd learned that Demetrius was hiding on a ship with Heddy Bergner and some of his people. And from Hedy, we'd learned that the loot had been left in a cabin trunk at Victoria Station in the borough of Westminster. After finding the note that Hedy had stuffed in Eustace Manningley's pocket, time and circumstance permitted us to remove the loot from Victoria but leave the trunk itself, stuffed with forged currencies, in place of the money Max Rubenstein had exchanged for the original Gestapo horn. And now we waited for Demetrius or someone to come and collect it. But while we waited, Yachty Bloom was at work. Not the least curious aspect of Yachty's character was his amazing capability as an actor. He'd assumed the guise of an elderly, grey-haired lady, and he was playing the part at a messenger service in the Strand.
You understand? I am not talking English very good. You understand the trunk is large. The messenger is needing the porter. Yes? And the taxi cab?
Yes, I understand, madam.
And he is taking the trunk to this address. See? Here is written down for me. You take it and the ticket. Yeah, that's good. The address, you are reading it for me?
66 Shaftesbury Avenue, madam.
Yeah, it's good. Now then, my husband is ill, you know. My husband is telling me what to do. The messenger is leaving the trunk at this store place in Shaftesbury Avenue. And there he is meeting another messenger who is taking the receipt for the trunk. Yeah?
I understand perfectly, madam.
9 o'clock tonight. I am paying for porters, for taxi cabs, for all I am paying. But this messenger, he must be at Victoria Station at 9 o'clock. He is not failing.
But look here, I don't want you hanging about Victoria, Keen. I particularly want you here on the embankment. The moment anyone appears for the trunk, we'll join in the chase. Now, try to relax, man.
Where's the loot? The original stuff that was in the trunk, I mean.
In the vaults at the Whitehall branch of Barclays Bank. And if Dumetrius can get it out of there, I'm not Milo Fentress of MI-5.
Oh, I'm flogging my brains. If I were Demetrius, how would I get that trunk out of Victoria Station in safety?
As far as I can see, it can't be done in safety. But Demetrius can't possibly be aware that we've known about it for 6 hours, or that we'll be lying in wait.
Fleur Dupont was taken when she was actually on the telephone talking to me. Now, they can't be sure how much or how little she'd had time to say.
They can arrive at it by reasoning. If Fleur Dupont had time to tell you anything, she'd have said first thing where they were hiding. If she'd been able to tell you that, they'd have all been captured by now. And since they've not been captured, the woman could have had time to tell you nothing at all. And therefore, we don't know where she deposited Max Rubenstein's loot. That's the only way Demetrius can reason, Keen. It's perfectly straightforward. And these reconstructions are always a thorough bore. Don't ask me to natter on and on.
Yes, but put yourself in his place, Colonel. Would you go openly to Victoria Station to collect a cabin trunk?
I'd simply send a messenger. There are scores of messenger services in London, Keen, with instructions to deliver the trunk to some out-of-the-way address.
A trunk with £1 million in it that you've murdered time and time again for?
You'd have to trust the messenger. You'd be perfectly certain the trunk contained what trunks always contain. Clothes, boots and shoes.
No. I know the man by now. He won't do the obvious thing, and I have to predict what he'll do before he does it.
Well, man, if you don't slow down, all you'll predict for yourself's a breakdown. Why, you've been on your feet for 55 hours now, to my knowledge. You've had a bullet through your arm. It's plain sailing from now on. Help yourself to a drink and take it quietly. You know, I never saw such a chap for running himself ragged when there's no need.
No need? But we've got him. Colonel, we've got Dumetrius unless we make a mistake now.
We'll make no mistakes, old man. We only have to follow the trunk, and there's no earthly way Demetrius can take our eyes from it. Absolutely no way at all.
Oh, that whistle of yours. It's the most fiendish way to drive someone out of their mind that
I'm simply appreciating the beauty of my scheme for getting the trunk out of Victoria Station, Hedy. It's perfect, quite perfect. I don't care if Major Gregory George, whatever his name is, Keen... Athelstan Keen has 100 men there. The trunk comes out and I get it.
It's not possible.
But it is. When will you learn to give me my due, Hedy?
No matter who you send there, if Keen knows the loot was left at Victoria...
Which he doesn't.
You can't be sure.
Hence my scheme. Listen. I will have men at Victoria. Yachty at this moment is arranging for a messenger to call for the trunk. If he's followed, then Keen has known about the loot and the scheme goes into operation. If not, we simply meet the messenger and walk off with our trunk.
And if he is followed? What is this scheme of yours?
Well, if you go into the next cabin, Hedy, you'll see a cabin trunk. As nearly as I can remember, a replica of the one that originally held Rubinstein's loot. In Shaftesbury Avenue... was one of those small storage places where you can leave luggage in much the same way as a railway cloakroom. Well, now, am I boring you?
No, you're not.
Good, now follow closely. Yachty is arranging for one messenger to collect the trunk and deposit it in the Shaftesbury Avenue store. Then he meets a second messenger, also arranged for by Yachty, to whom he hands the receipt for the trunk. The second messenger immediately redeems the trunk and carries it away. There will be porters, no doubt, and taxis, but they'll all be looked after by the two messengers.
But it doesn't make sense. All this depositing the trunk and then taking it away again. Two messengers.
Allow me to finish, Hedy. It really does make sense. What do you think the duplicate trunk in the next cabin's for?
I have no idea.
Then pay some more attention. The Shaftesbury Avenue store can be entered from an alley to the rear. A few minutes before the first messenger arrives with the trunk, I will arrive by the back entrance with Yachty. The store is looked after by two attendants. If they're sensible, all well and good. If not, they'll have to be dealt with, and Yachty will become an attendant. Now, the first messenger deposits his trunk. The second messenger immediately redeems a trunk, but not the one that was left a moment before. Yachty gives him the duplicate, and if Keen is following the trunk... I'd like to see his face when it's delivered to his own flat, the address to which the second messenger has been instructed to take it. Rather amusing, don't you think, Hedy? Particularly for Keen.
You are going to walk calmly out of the Shaftesbury Avenue store with the real trunk.
While Keen trails merrily along after my second messenger, scratching his head, no doubt, in bewilderment.
You couldn't kill him. So for your vanity's sake, you must make a fool of him.
Do you hold it against me? I'm acquiring £1 million at the same time. And I'll be bitterly disappointed if Keen doesn't know the loot's at Victoria. It'll be like playing brilliantly to an empty theatre.
Then why don't you go to a telephone and inform him?
One's ego doesn't run to imbecility, my dear. What's the time? We'll have Yachty back on board in a moment. Be sure to congratulate him on his appearance as an old lady. You know, Yachty's a sensitive chap. Sometimes I think we don't pay sufficient attention to his feelings. Let's do better in future, eh, Hedy? And, wait in your cabin till I return.
But Keen does know about the loot. I told him with the note in his pocket. And if there is any mortal way I can do it, I shall warn him that you'll be at the Shaftesbury Avenue store tonight. Oh, I hate you now. When I think how little by little I've been engulfed in this terrible morass of murder and viciousness, and how I could have been a different person. If at first, so long ago, I'd met someone like Keen. In Berlin, I didn't know it would come to this. In Berlin, I didn't know anything. Now it's too late.
Yes, Adams, Finch is here. Yes? I see. You've covered all the messenger services, have you? Good man. Yes, that's right. All we can do now is sit back and wait for results, if any. Well, that's that, Keen. As far as I can see, we've covered every loophole. Now, why in the name of fortune don't you get back to your billet for some sleep?
No, if I go to sleep now, sir, I'll never wake up again.
But even a couple of hours will help. Good grief, man, I don't want to fuss over you, but we might run into some action. If we do, you'll want to be on your toes.
I'd very much like some action. And if it comes, you just watch, sir.
You'll have Coutts with you, that's one thing. And why the dickens I should worry about your safety, Keen, but there you are, I do. Yeah, that's right, sit there, I'll take it. Yes? What? By Godfrey, that was quick. A messenger service in the Strand. Right, Adams, good work.
Don't tell me.
But I do tell you. 5 minutes ago, an elderly grey-haired woman with a heavy German accent arranged for a messenger to collect a cabin trunk from Victoria at 9 tonight. And the ticket she gave them corresponds with the ticket on our trunk. They're moving, Keen. We're smoking them out.
It was an elderly grey-haired woman who tried to shove Peter Ridgway under a train in the Hyde Park Underground.
Yes, Keen. Yachty Bloom.
They thought they were safe. I wanted them to think they were safe. So long as they did, it meant that Demetrius couldn't know about the note Hedy had placed in Eustace Vanderley's pocket. Yes, that's what I was living in terror of. That Demetrius would discover what she'd done and call Yachty to take his vengeance on her. I knew what she was. But heaven help me, I loved her. I still do.
Yachty Bloom shows himself again in the next chapter of this story of suspense. Dossier on Demetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen is here, turning the next page of The Dossier on Demetrius.
With the Gestapo loot that had motivated the entire affair of Demetrius in the vaults of Barclay's Bank, and the trunk he thought contained it waiting for him at Victoria Station, we felt we had the situation pretty well under control. And I suppose you could say, about time, too. We had tried to put ourselves in Demetrius's position, on the assumption that neither he nor Yachty Bloom would have the nerve nor the temerity to come to Victoria themselves. We had sent men to every messenger service in London. We knew the number of the ticket they had to present to claim the trunk from its stub. The people at the messenger services were to get hold of us the moment anyone appeared, asking them to send a man to Victoria for a cabin trunk. And there the matter rested. We had our lines out, hooked and baited, and almost at once there was a tug on the lines. They were biting. We were on our way. The word came through to headquarters on the embankment.
Here it is, Keen. Yachty Bloom's just arranged for a messenger from a place in the Strand. Done up as an old, grey-haired lady.
But he must fancy himself in the part. Remember when they tried to push Ridgway into the train in the underground at Hyde Park?
Yes, only too well. We could have him picked up. A fantastic note of absurdity to introduce. A psychopathic butcher going about London dressed as an old woman.
And making the most of it, I have no doubt, by asking constables on the beat to help him across the road.
Yeah, that's the thing I've often noticed, Keen. These people, Demetrius in particular, seem to have a considerable sense of something that could almost be described as humor.
Yes, Colonel Fentress. Almost. But it wouldn't do to pick up Yachty Bloom just now. What time is the messenger to go for the trunk?
9 sharp tonight.
Do we tell the messenger what's going on or leave him in the dark?
I say we leave him in the dark. You see, if the chap knows what's going on, he could conceivably lose his nerve and show something of our hand. Now, Demetrius is bound to have fellows at Victoria to keep an eye on things. He can still call on Yachty's poles, you know. And we have to keep well in mind, if we miss this time, we'll never get another crack at him.
So it seems to be win or lose tonight, eh?
Once Demetrius realizes the trunk's full of forged currencies and paste gems, he'll know that we have the loot and the game's up. He'll have to admit failure. And he'll pull every string he has left to get out of the country. And that's the last we'll see of him here.
Yes. Yes, you're quite right, Colonel. Well, that brings us to the problem of keeping that cabin trunk in sight once this messenger has picked it up at Victoria Station.
Run over the arrangements you've made for me, will you, Keen?
Well, from here, sir, we're using Coutts, Nicholas, Adams, and Paulus. Paulus, incidentally, is the only man known to us, or Scotland Yard, who can follow a car from ahead of it. He's the chap with that extraordinary 9th or 10th sense. You might remember the occasion some months ago.
Yes, I'm familiar with Paulus.
In addition to that, Frayne at the Yard is detailing 20-odd men, all expert shadows, all the very best chaps he can get hold of. Because it's not only vitally important for us to keep the trunk in sight, we must also prevent Demetrius from knowing it's being followed.
Naturally.
Now, here's the procedure in detail. I rather like myself when we get down to this sort of thing. Could we have that large-scale map from the wall?
Yes, surely. Barker.
Yes, sir?
Before we get well into it, Keen, you have some tea? Yes, I thought so. Anyway, we'll have some sent up. We've 10 hours before we go over the top. No need to wind ourselves up too tight beforehand. And I'm trying to cut out calling at the club before lunch. No sense in letting one's figure go altogether.
Yes, now think carefully. At either of the messenger services, Yachty, did you notice anything at all irregular?
Nothing, Demetrius. I'm old lady. I'm wanting a trunk from Victoria. I'm helpless. They're saying, here is poor old lady, we'll make it easy for her.
Yes, you're absolutely certain. There was nothing, not even a flicker of an eyelid.
Nothing?
Very well. We can be reasonably sure, then, that Keen knows nothing about the loot, and we'll have plain sailing. After due thought, Yachty, I've decided to use the Shaftesbury Avenue stratagem, whether the trunk is followed or not.
The second messenger is meeting the first?
Correct. If there is any pursuit after we've claimed the trunk, the substitution should baffle poor Keen almost beyond endurance.
I am there. You are taking me too?
Naturally. Our timing must be impeccable, Yachty. The first messenger's getting our trunk at 9 sharp. He'll have a taxi waiting, so he should be at the storage place in Shaftesbury Avenue by 10 past at the latest, and certainly not before 5 past 9. You follow him closely.
Yeah, he's good.
And stop flickering your eyes about like a ferret. As I was saying, the trunk will not be at Shaftesbury Avenue before 5 minutes past 9, so we'll arrive 2 minutes past the hour. And that's where you'll come in, Yachty.
What we are doing about the attendants in the storage room?
Do you think it'd be prudent to leave them to talk about us afterwards, Yachty?
Nein, it is not wise. Not when it's so easy to...
Yes, it's a great pity. It really is. It's extraordinary how often we seem to be compelled to do people violence when all the time we want nothing more but peace and goodwill.
Peace and goodwill and £1 million is all we are wanting, eh, Demetrius?
You never fail to amaze me with your flashes of occasional lucidity, Yachty. But to resume, we won't be able to use one of your paratroop knives.
Why not? It's making no noise.
Well, you'll have to put on one of the attendants' uniforms. Do you want to have to wear the tunic after all?
Yeah. We're not using knife.
Now, what's the time? Yes. Take my watch up and go up to the wireless room. We want absolutely accurate timing tonight. So set my watch and your own, and be careful, don't drop it. That watch belonged to a German spy, permitted British intelligence to catch, and you know they didn't even say thank you.
It's not what you say gemütlich of them, Demetrius.
You drop my watch, Yachty, and there will be a marked lack of gemütlich in the atmosphere surrounding you and I. All right. What are you standing there for? Up to the wireless room, Yachty. You know where it is, don't you? Ah. Hedy, come in.
Later, when Yachty's gone.
Yachty's going now, and I thought I told you to pay more attention to his feelings. All right, Yachty, run along. I'd be more insistent with Hedy, but unfortunately we can't get away from the fact that aesthetically you are very unsatisfying. That's all. Get out.
Yeah, you're liking it better. I'm having plastic surgery. I'm getting new face, Hedy. Maybe making me look pretty like Gregory Keen.
Oh, Yachty.
I'm looking like Major Keen. Then we cuddle up, Hedy. We're all good friends, all stabbing Hank Godowski, Piggy Queen, and Eustace Manningly together.
All right, that'll do, Yachty. Out. Be back here in 10 minutes with my watch.
The day I set eyes on that creature for the last time will be one of the best days of my life. He gets worse and worse. I swear he takes pleasure in doing the things you keep him for.
It's the mark of the good craftsman, Hedy. We should appreciate him. See how unwillingly most people work these days?
It will soon be over. There are only a few hours, that's what I keep telling myself. Each time the clock ticks, it makes it shorter.
Has our enterprise been so very distasteful to you, Hedy?
You know how I felt about the murders, one after another.
You'll forget the murders when you feel the soft caress of Arctic fox and the eyes of brigades of admiring Argentinos upon you.
There was no need to do what you did to Manningley.
There is no mercy for the informer, and I won't have you harping on it. It's now 2 o'clock. It will take 5 minutes. By 9:10 tonight, we will be in possession of the loot. There is no time to deploy our tactics. They've worked.
Not always.
In a task such as ours, Hedy, there is no law but expedience. Do you suggest that we could have come this far if Godowski was alive, or Mazzotti? Mazzotti was on the very brink of telling Keen where to find us.
I know.
And the same applies to the others. They weren't done away with for Yachty's pleasure or anyone else's. They were obstacles to our progress. There was only one way to remove them. Frankly, Hedy, I'm becoming bored with the constant necessity to justify our actions to you. You'll benefit as much as anyone else. Either take what we do for granted in future or confine yourself to your cabin.
I won't stay locked up from morning till night.
Then be content to be decorative or whatever you do. Don't plague me with recriminations at this stage.
I'm merely horrified at the way things have shaped themselves. Do you think I don't know what has become of Werfel and Gonski?
Werfel and Gonski were the only 2 Poles who knew us for what we are. To the rest of the crew, we're just passengers. With our departure imminent, they had to go, Hedy. Surely you can see that. Now pull yourself together. The next thing we know, you'll be handing round tracts. Now pour yourself a drink.
Where are you going?
To the warehouse. I shall only be a few minutes. Wait for me here.
I will not wait here. I have 7 hours to get word to Keen that they will be at the storehouse in Shaftesbury Avenue tonight. Only 7 hours. So it's time I started taking chances. I'm going to the warehouse, too. If I can get past the man on the gangplank. He's telephoning someone. I think I can hear him from here.
I wish to speak to Zarahoff at once.
Zarahoff? Who's that?
Zarahoff, you know who this is. The moment has struck. I want your plane ready at midnight tonight. I've kept my part of the bargain. None of my people is aware of your existence. They've always thought we were escaping by sea. Just myself, Zarahoff. I will be traveling alone at midnight.
He will be traveling alone. Alone? So it was for this that I sold him my soul. Demetrius. I sold my soul to Demetrius. Very well, I shall redeem it. If it costs me my life. Tonight, Demetrius will not travel at all.
The net was drawing tighter and tighter, and those within it were beginning to get in each other's way. Our plans for following the trunk were flawless. So were Demetrius's plans for getting it. The tension grew by the minute as we waited for the messenger to appear at Victoria. At that stage, there were 62 hours to go.
Hedy takes her desperate chance in the next suspenseful chapter of Dossier on Demetrius.
Dossier on Demetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen turns another page of The Dossier on Demetrius.
As the hours ticked slowly by, Demetrius came closer and closer to the spiked and covered pitfall we'd dug for him. We'd taken a lot of trouble. He was big game. But as 9 o'clock approached, as the hands on the clock went slowly round, I became more and more certain that tonight was going to see the climax of the hunt and the closing of the dossier on Demetrius. He had to get his loot away from Victoria Station, and he had to take possession of it personally sooner or later. So if we didn't take our eyes off the cabin trunk he thought was holding it, we had to finish up face-to-face with Demetrius himself, providing we didn't lose sight of the trunk. Well, Colonel Fentress went over and over our plans. We polished and discarded and patched and repolished. We had Frayne at the yard and the best chaps we could muster, and we went at it like staff chaps planning a corps assault. But as always, my first lieutenant was Tom Coutts, the toughest character ever born within hearing of bow bells. Ex-commando, ex-pug, judo expert, marksman, with leopard's blood in his vein and no nerves at all that I ever saw any sign of. And listen, I'm not exaggerating. I'm only giving you the bare outline of my good friend, Sergeant Tom Coutts.
Well, I don't know, Major. Looks pretty good to me.
Yes, but suppose you were playing on the other team, Coutts. Suppose you were counting on us making all the moves we are making. Can you think of any way, any possible way around them?
No, sir.
Think hard. How could you get the loot without it leading us to you against the arrangements we've made to follow the trunk?
Well, if I was Demetrius, sir, and I counted on us going to all these lengths, I'd kiss the loot goodbye and off it as quick as I could, sir.
Yes, that's what's worrying me, Coutts. Demetrius has seen us in action time and time again. Must have been just about stunned when I showed up at the quarry in Norfolk, and then again at Bookman's Sanatorium. He must have a pretty fair idea how we'd cope.
But suppose he thinks he's the only one who knows the loot was left at Victoria.
It's too darn shrewd to count on it. Knowing how close to his tail we've been in the past, and knowing what measures we'd take if we did know the loot was at Victoria, he still sent Yachty Bloom more or less openly to engage 2 messengers. What's he up to, Coutts? What's he going to pull out of the hat this time?
I say he's confident we haven't found the Dupont woman's cabin trunk. And he thinks we've Tedley's chance of finding it, sir. Now, why don't you get some shut-eye? I haven't seen you off your feet for days.
Oh, pour me a drink. I won't sleep till I know the outcome of tonight.
We're past the post, sir. By 10 o'clock tonight, Colonel Fentress will be looking for a new job to put us on. And Demetrius will never do nothing more but push up soursops.
Yes, but we've thought that once or twice before. Look here. There was one messenger engaged from that service in the Strand. There was a second messenger engaged for another job. Now, they've only the bare instructions at present. We're being told the moment they get any more. The first messenger is to pick up the trunk at 9 sharp tonight. The second is to be at the corner of Shaftesbury Avenue and Charing Cross Road at 5 minutes past 9 on the dot. We'll have them both covered, but for the life of me, I can't see what Demetrius is up to. Why the 2 messengers?
Here we are, Major. And watch out. It's strong enough to float you over your desk.
Is it strong enough to give me some ideas? Why the 2 messengers, Coutts? Tell me that.
We'll find out in plenty of time. I could do with a shave, sir.
No, well, you'd better cut off and get one, then.
You could freshen up a bit, too, sir.
Yes. Yes, I suppose a chap could leave for half an hour.
I should really well think so. We've been at the embankment for the last 15.
All right, then, come on. We'll both shave at my place. And you needn't look so darn cunning, Coutts. Don't you think I know I'm supposed to turn in when we get to the flat? I don't know why you don't go about in VAD uniform. You'd look wonderful with a thermometer in one hand and a bedpan in the other.
These poles of yours we're using tonight, Jotty, can we trust them?
As they get paid, they don't know what it's all about. But they're my boys. They think I'm just the fellas that runs the black market at Soho.
They're not aware of your connection with me.
They never even heard of you, Demetrius.
Well, tell me the instructions you gave them.
1. Bartok is near the counter at Victoria Station cloakroom. He's knowing the trunk from me. Then comes the messenger. Bartok gets close and walks to the taxi with him. The messenger is getting instructions in the taxi from Bartok to leave the trunk at Shaftesbury Avenue storage. Then giving ticket to the second messenger.
That's correct. Does Bartok stay with the messenger?
Yeah, he stays till the taxi is arriving at storage.
Excellent, Jotty. Yours is not a creative mind, but I'm bound to admit it's reasonably retentive. Carry on.
Then there is the second messenger coming. He's waiting at 9:05 at the corner of Shaftesbury Avenue and Charing Cross Road. Another of my boys, Wolf, is coming up. He is telling the messenger he's going to storage, is taking the ticket from the first messenger, is redeeming trunk, is taking it to Gregory Keen's flat. But we are waiting in storage. We are giving dummy trunk to second messenger. Yeah, Demetrius?
The idea seems to appeal to your sense of humor, Yachty. It's probably the only thing we have in common. It appeals to mine, too. Yes, I've no fault to find with that. We've had to use this rather clumsy method of instructing our messengers, or we'd find Keen waiting for us at the Shaftesbury Avenue storage. As it is, with Bartok staying in with one messenger and Wolf with the other, they'll have no chance to communicate their instructions to Keen.
Yeah, it's good plan, Demetrius. Keen is going round in a circle. He's following the trunk to his own flat. We are coming back to the ship with our loot. We are sailing tonight.
That's quite correct, Jotty.
Demetrius, when we are sharing the loot, Demetrius.
Oh, before we get to Portugal, Yachty, we'll have plenty of leisure at sea. My, what a time you're going to have. I can just imagine some of the things you're going to buy.
Yeah.
But you haven't finished earning your share yet, Yachty. You have to pass muster as the storage attendant in Shaftesbury Avenue. I suggest you start getting ready for the part. That's all.
Yeah. When it's finished, I'm showing you, Demetrius. Oh, you're not knowing me.
Yes, your share of the loot's going to be very small, Yachty. Almost non-existent, in fact. Just a little scrap of lead in a nickel jacket. That's your share. I'm afraid you'd be very annoyed if you knew about Zarahoff and his aeroplane, or the fact that the ship isn't sailing with us or without. And having eliminated almost everyone else, you should realize it's your turn next. Oh, well, it's so much more enjoyable traveling alone.
There we are. After you, sir.
Yeah, thanks. Coutts, do you smell anything?
Well, now you mention it, sir. Yes, I do.
Cooking in the other flats doesn't generally get in here.
It's not in the other flats, Keen. It's right here. And I think it's high time one of you said something complimentary.
Well, apron and all. This, some more of your doing, Coutts?
Oh, now, don't go start snapping at Tom Coutts. He said that if you weren't starving, he was, and what about it? So I came on the run.
You know, I am hungry.
Oh, so you ought to be, Major. The nearest he's come to a feed in the last 24 hours, Mr. Ridgway, has been chewing his blooming nails.
Coutts, I do not bite my nails.
Now, don't start an argument.
Well, sink my putt, Tom. She's even got drinks ready for us.
I've been well trained by Brother Peter. What's the matter, Coutts? Can't you stay?
I'll be back in 15 minutes, miss.
Well, don't be any longer. If you are, your dinner will spoil. And if my cooking doesn't taste good tonight, my name's not Margaret Ridgway, so hurry back. Keen? Ever kissed a girl with a frying pan in one hand and a soup ladle in the other?
No.
Well, come and try it. There's a good man. It might be
nice. Margaret, your cooking was excellent. It really was. I can't understand what the devil has become of Coutts all the same. The fathead doesn't know it is missed.
Keen, will there be any danger tonight?
Oh, I shouldn't think so.
Well, if there is, Peter and Digby Mitchell would love to help you out.
There'll be the best part of 30 men on the job tonight.
Oh, yes, but they're just to follow the messengers. What about you when you get to Demetrius?
When I get to Demetrius, Margaret, it's going to be a pleasure.
With Heddy Bergner standing beside him? Or in front of him when you want to shoot Keen? It happened once. Will you shoot her this time to get at Demetrius?
Did you come here to my flat just so you could ask that?
Oh, it's never out of my mind, Keen. I love you, darn you.
Major, you're wanted on the embankment at the double.
Where the devil have you been, Coutts?
I tell you on the way, sir, I got held up. There's action at Victoria, sir. One by one, black market chaps from Soho are drifting into the cloakroom and taking up their position, sir. Some of them are Poles, and most of them work for Yachty Blum.
Let's go. There were 55 hours left when Coutts and I drove back to the embankment. I didn't see the traffic. I didn't hear a word Coutts said. All I could see was Demetrius, with Hedy standing in front of him, and me facing them both with a gun. It wasn't just a dream. Before long it happened. Just like that. But there was a difference. Demetrius was holding the gun.
Events focus on Yachty's two messengers in the next chapter of this story of suspense. Dossier on Demetrius.
Dossier on Demetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen turns another page on the Dossier on Demetrius.
When we heard that Yachty Blum had engaged a messenger to collect a cabin trunk from Victoria Station, we knew we were on the right track. The Gestapo booty so many lives had been squandered for was the irresistible lure we had to attract Demetrius and lead him to the time and place of his final destruction. Sitting here now in the silent room at the end of the long corridor, it seems to me a lifetime has passed since word came through that the Poles were gathering and we prepared ourselves for action. But it's only 55 hours ago, the day before yesterday. Coutts came up to my flat, where I'd found Margaret Ridgway getting dinner for us as though it was the most natural thing in the world. Coutts had the news. One by one, Yachty Blum's Soho thugs were drifting into Victoria Station. The deadline for the trunks collection was 9 o'clock. It was 10 minutes past 8 when I left with Coutts and we headed back to the Thames embankment. The fog was rolling up the river again. It looked like being a bitter night. Is Colonel Fentress waiting at headquarters?
He was when I left, sir.
And who have we at Victoria at the moment?
Oh, that's Inspector Frane's pigeon, sir. None of ours.
No, yes, naturally. Frane's keeping watch at the station. We take over when the messenger leaves with the trunk. And Yachty's black market fellows are there to report on any pursuit when the trunk's actually been collected.
That looks about the size of it, sir.
Which way are you going?
Along Whitehall. Then I'll be pointing to Victoria when we park along the embankment.
Mm-hmm. Coutts, just suppose we come to close quarters with them tonight. I mean, really close quarters. I want Demetrius left to me, do you understand?
No, sir.
Look, I'm not being dramatic. I'm taking Demetrius under my own steam if it comes to that tonight, and you'll keep out of it. You can hear me, can't you?
Yes, sir.
Well, see that you do as I say.
No, sir.
Now, look here, Coutts.
No, sir. You look here. You've got one arm in a sling with a bullet through it. You've had no bloomin' rest for 2.5 days. If you're having a party with Dumetrius or Yachty Blum or any of their blokes, it's a party I've got a standing invitation to. That, Yachty Blum in particular. I wouldn't like to miss cutting him a piece of cake. You see, Major?
Do you take your orders from me or don't you?
Sometimes. Come off it, Major. Since when have you gone after codgers like Demetrius on your lonesome?
And since when have you... Oh, get on with your driving.
Yes, sir.
And confound this fog. If we've any complicated shadowing to do, it's going to give the opposition a head start.
Well, there we are, sir. And there's someone waiting for us on the curb by the look of it, too.
Why, I do believe it. Well, sink my butt, it's Peter Ridgway and the other chap.
Hello there, Keen. Chap on the entrance said you wouldn't be long, told us to wait.
Well, it's good to see you. Hello there, Mitchell.
Hello, old boy. I see you've got yourself a Purple Heart. Wouldn't have a drink upstairs, would you?
Well, that might be arranged. But what goes on? This isn't a social call, is it?
We thought how nice it'd be if we declared ourselves in tonight.
Why tonight?
Oh, we just love Victoria Station, don't we, Digby?
How did you know?
Sister Margaret. I take a poor view of you pinching her to cook for you. She generally looks after us.
Oh.
No, seriously, old chap. Tonight's the night, isn't it? Mind if we tag along?
You, really want to, eh?
It'll be a long time before I stop waking up in the night, Keen, with Yachty's knife going into my back and grating off my spine.
And what about Mitchell?
Oh, I just need the pistol practice.
Well, where's the third of your trio? Paul Bonnet.
Bonnet will be around at the kill. Until tonight, we hadn't seen him for about 2 weeks. But you'll be seeing him at Victoria Station, too.
Coutts?
Yes, sir.
Well?
I think so, sir.
And let's get upstairs, you chaps. We'll see what we can do about that noggin for Digby Mitchell. And since we're declaring you in, you'll better see how we're running the show tonight.
Oh, I keep forgetting. I'm to break myself of that habit, aren't I, Hedy?
It's just after 8 o'clock. When are you and Yachty going to that storage place in Shaftesbury Avenue?
Very soon. You can prepare yourself for a shock, Hedy. I've kept this till the very last minute because it's been vital to keep it absolutely to ourselves. We're not coming back to the ship.
We're not leaving when you get the loot?
Oh, yes, we're leaving. But not by the ship. And not with Yachty.
Then how?
One of the first men I sent to this country from Berlin nearly 2 years ago, when I set up our traffic with the forged papers, was a man named Zarahoff. He was one of Goring's best men. He flew with the Luftwaffe. Zarahoff's not his real name, of course.
What is this leading to? We've always been leaving on the ship. You worked for months and months to acquire it.
All for a purpose. You see, it will sail tonight. And since MI-5 seem to think we're on one of the 32 ships in this part of the docks, when it sails after our coup at Victoria Station, they'll immediately decide we're on board.
I don't care about the ship. Tell me how we get away.
Try not to interrupt, Hedy. They'll stop the ship probably in the Thames estuary. They'll spend hours searching her from stem to stern, and they'll find indications that we've been on board. But the master will have papers to show that he was quite justified in taking us at face value as passengers on board with the agent's sanction, and while they search the ship, we'll be flying to Portugal at 300 miles an hour.
With this man, Zarahoff?
Zarahoff works as a mechanic at a small charter aerodrome on the south coast. He owns this plane himself. Only he and I are aware of his identity or what he's doing in England. Only he and I, and now you, are aware that there's any connection between us. For 2 years I've kept him in the background.
How do we get to this aerodrome, and what becomes of Yachty?
Well, of course, it's a pity about Yachty. He's been very useful to us in the past. But £100,000 would be far too much money for him to have all at once. And I've always been keenly aware of the fact that £1 million isn't much good to us if there's a soul in the world who knows where we've gone to spend it. Do you see the point, Hedy?
So, of them all, Mazotti, Bookman, Rubinstein, Gonski, Werfel, and now Yotti, of all the people who made this possible, only you and I are to remain.
Only you and I, Hedy.
I should be flattered. Why not me, too?
You should know, my dear, much of what I have done has been for you.
I still don't understand just what is to happen tonight.
Then listen, we haven't much time. I have a car hidden in a small garage in Hammersmith. Never mind the details. The people who own the garage think I'm a professional man who deceives his wife. After we get the trunk tonight, Yotti will drive us to this garage. He'll be given to understand it's part of the plan to throw off a pursuit. There we'll leave the Bentley. We won't need it after tonight. It'll be necessary to knock Yotti unconscious. He'll remain in the Bentley. The garage will be locked. The Bentley's engine will be left running, and that'll be that. Meanwhile, we'll have taken the other car and driven to the South Coast aerodrome. By the time they find Yotti, by the time they've stopped and searched the ship, we'll be in Portugal.
And Zarahoff? I thought there was to be no one to tell of our escape or our destination.
There won't be, my dear. They'll bury Zarahoff in Portugal.
You must forgive me if I'm slightly dazed. For so long I've taken this ship for granted as our escape.
No one escapes by sea these days, Hedy. One tries not to be obvious. I'm rather proud of the perfection of our final arrangements.
But there is still one thing. After you get the loot, where do I meet you?
You don't meet us anyway, Hedy.
But you said...
You said, yes. You come with us now. You'll be at the storage place in Shaftesbury Avenue with us.
But wouldn't I be an encumbrance? If anything goes wrong and you want to come back here...
Nothing goes wrong. And in this last hour or two, I want to be sure you're safe. You won't be out of my sight, Hedy. I'm leaving nothing to chance.
No. Nothing.
You've gone quite pale, my dear. I'd have thought you'd be elated. Time's running out. You, Yotti, and I leave at 15 minutes to 9. So you've only half an hour to prepare. You needn't bring much with you, only what you can pack in a small bag. We'll replace your wardrobe from our million. Now, don't waste any time now.
If I can't warn Keen in the next hour, I'll have to go with him. And after Yotti, I know what that means.
Have a look at this map, Ridgway. We've gone into this pretty thoroughly. We're using 5 radio cars and a rather remarkable individual called Paulus, who's worked out a technique for shadowing a car from ahead of it. Don't ask me how he does it, but I've seen him at work. Well, Paulus will stay in front just as long as he can. When he misses, one of the radio cars following gives him a blip. He takes his directions, speeds up on a parallel street, and gets in front of his quarry again without actually passing.
This is the messenger's taxi, after the trunk's been claimed.
Correct. Mm-hmm. The taxi's bound to be followed by some of Demetrius' chaps. There must be a dozen of them in Victoria this minute. So we have to be on our toes, or he'll know we're on the job. Now, the radio cars will be identifiable to us by... Yes, what is it, Coutts?
We're off, Major. The messenger's on his way to Victoria now, and the yard chaps are standing by. And a Pole identified as Herman Wolfe is talking to the second messenger. At the corner of Shaftesbury Avenue and Charing Cross Road.
Righto, chaps. Here we go. With 50 hours to go, there wasn't much point in thinking about Hedy. But there had been that note in Eustace Manningley's pocket to show whose side she was on after the affair at the sanatorium. So, on the way to Victoria, I kept asking myself over and over again, would I hear from Hedy? And was Dumetrius going to keep her alive? If I'd known the answers, I wouldn't be going out of my mind now.
What happens to Hedy? Listen for the next suspenseful chapter of Dossier on Demetrius.
Dossier on Demetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen turns another page of the Dossier on Demetrius.
Unless we'd miscalculated, we thought Demetrius would be in our hands by midnight when we headed for Victoria a little more than 2 days ago. All the signs pointed to it. Through Yachty Blum, arrangements had been made to send a messenger for Fleur de Pont's cabin trunk at Victoria Station. About a dozen of the black market Poles Demetrius seemed able to call upon at will had gathered at Victoria Station. They were hanging about, looking innocent, with varying degrees of success. And in our hands we held what should have been the ace of trumps. Demetrius couldn't possibly know that we were going to be following his messengers, or that we'd moved the actual loot to Barclays Bank and stuffed his trunk with forged currencies. But while we waited at Victoria, I was thinking about Hedy. She had tried to betray Demetrius. She'd put that unfinished note in Eustace Manningley's pocket for us to find. So where was she now? I knew that sooner or later I had to see her hanged or imprisoned. But I still wanted to know. Where was she?
Provided the fog doesn't extend to the country, it should be a great help if there's any pursuit. You ready, Hedy?
Yes, I'm ready.
You know, you look quite charming in slacks. You should wear them more often. I'm in good company to complete my crowning coup. Then, of course, I'm Demetrius. It's only natural that I should be surrounded by beauty.
Yes. You're Demetrius.
In South America, I shall try to do you credit, too. But in the meantime, you sure you know what's to happen and what you're to do?
Don't worry about me. Now that it's actually happening, I'm as cold as ice. You've never had cause to complain of my nerve before, have you?
Never. But once would be once too often. Now, when we go into the storage room in Shaftesbury Avenue, wait in the car till we've overpowered the attendant. That's Yachty's job, of course.
Will overpowered be all?
That depends on how welcome the attendant makes us. When I give you the signal, come in. The car will be in the back lane, of course. We could scarcely make our entrance from the front. And once we're all inside and Yachty donned the attendant's uniform, I want you to stay completely in the background.
Why don't I wait out in the car? Why drag me inside at all?
Let me know best at this moment, Hedy. The substitution of the trunk should take no more than 5 minutes. We shouldn't be at the place longer than 10 minutes altogether. Keen's men, if they're there at all, will go after the dummy trunk. We head for the south coast and our aeroplane with the loot.
There's one thing you haven't told me. Yachty is going to become the attendant. If Keen or his men are there, why won't he be recognized?
You haven't seen Yachty since midday, have you? No, of course not. You know, you'll be amazed. He now has a walrus moustache, horn-rimmed glasses, and I hate to mention this vulgar detail, Hedy, but he's taken his teeth out. I didn't know the fellow myself. You simply weren't credited.
So the die is cast.
Very aptly spoken. It's an exhilarating thought, Hedy. In a couple of hours, we'll be 10,000 feet in the air on our way to Portugal, £1 million the richer. Will you lead the way?
We seem to have everything under control here at Victoria Station, Keen. Now look, that's Paulus over there in the green radio car. Check on him, will you?
Paulus. Keen speaking. Keen speaking. 2 blips if you're getting me. Over.
Right. We won't go in. There's no point.
Very good, sir.
And the messenger should be out with the porter and the trunk any minute, looking for a taxi. Ah, what's this?
Oh, someone with a cabin trunk, but not our chap.
Ah, I see. You certain?
Yes.
You know, it's a very devil of a temptation for us to go into the cloakroom and see what's happening. Unfortunately, we're known by sight to some of these down poles.
Just a minute, Colonel. That yard chap leaning against the second entrance. That's the warning signal, yes. See that? See that, Ridgway?
Uh-huh.
The messenger's claimed the trunk and is on his way out. Paulus, they have the trunk. Get set. They're on their way out.
Here they come. Watch it, Keen. See if you can pick the car that takes off after the messenger's taxi. That'll be Demetrius, fellas.
He's engaged a cab, fourth up on the rank. Yes, there goes the trunk in front with the driver. Messenger getting in the back. And they're moving off.
Yes. Yes, and see that drop head pulling out on the other side, Keen. Yes. Yes, that's the car. Getting into position to follow the cab.
Hello, Paulus. Keen calling. Watch the sand-colored drop head round to your left rear. It looks like the poles. And you better get going, Paulus. The cab with the messenger is on his way out. Now, watch this, Ridgway. You're going to see Paulus work that technique of his. He's going to shadow the taxi, but keep in front of it. Yeah, there he goes. Just an ordinary cove in an ordinary-looking car. And now here comes the messenger's taxi, right behind him.
We picked them all right, Keen. Look, get a glimpse as they go by. Look, the chaps in the sand-colored drop head, following the cab now. Well?
No, I can't say I recognize them.
And the other radio cars?
What's that? Oh, they're scattered about. Paulus radios them in as he goes. Now, we hang on for Coutts and then take off, too.
Yes. Oh, look, here he comes now. Come on, Coutts, shake it up. Hop in, will you?
All right, we are, sir.
Did you see that sand-colored car, Coutts? The one that drove out after the taxi?
Radwheel driving. Don't know the other bloke's name, sir. Both Yachty Blum's men.
Yeah, Keen, it looks pretty good. Looks as though we've put the thing together pretty well.
Well, don't let's count our chickens yet, Colonel. Wait till we see what becomes of that messenger's taxi.
Yes, surely. I say, is it too soon to try Paulus?
Hello, Keen calling Paulus. Keen calling Paulus. Heading where?
Charing Cross Road, East. Try again, over.
We'll give you some more time, chummy. Keep the other radio cars close to you.
Roger.
Charing Cross Road. It doesn't sound as though the messenger's heading back to the docks with that trunk.
I don't care where he heads, so long as he delivers it to Dumetrius. Yes, I'm going to speed up a bit. See if we can't get within sight of that drophead.
Here we are, Hedy. Right on time. This lane runs behind the storage to which our first messenger is bringing our trunk. Is that back door open, Yachty?
Yeah.
In we go, then. And don't slam the car doors. Leave them open. You first, Yachty. You can look after the attendant. Now, stay close to me, Hedy.
I still don't know why I can't wait in the car.
In you go, Yachty. Hedy next. Now, shut the door, Yachty, but leave it slightly ajar. Wait here with Hedy till I give you the signal. Listen. Ah, the attendant has a customer. Hope he's not going to hold us up. All quiet. I'm going. All right, Yachty, get ready. I'll have a word with the man first. Oh, good evening. I'm sorry to enter through your back door, but, yes, Yachty, now. Quickly. Get his tunic off. Now get up there to the counter.
Is he dead?
I shouldn't think so. Hurry it up, Yachty. Come on, up to the counter. That's right. Now then, Hedy, out of sight. Move round here. Get round here by the shelves. The messenger will be here any moment. Don't move while I'm bringing the dummy trunk in. And when the messenger arrives, remember, if Keen or his men are about, I'll be standing just out of sight to Yachty's left, ready to shoot our way out if I have to. Get your gun out and lay it on the shelf under the counter, Yachty.
I don't like this much, Colonel. There's the cab, there's the drophead up the street, and there's Paulus just disappearing into the fog. What the devil is that messenger doing, delivering the trunk to a small storehouse in Shaftesbury Avenue?
Wait a minute.
Okay, Colonel, I'm going in there.
You can see what goes on at the counter from the street.
I'm not taking my eyes off that trunk. Come on, Coutts.
But what about the poles in the other car?
Well, I've this suitcase. They don't know me. I'll deposit this case and then...
Just adrift, Major. Look down the street a bit. There comes the other messenger with someone.
Who is it? Wolf?
Wait till he passes under the light. Yes, it's the messenger who was waiting at the corner of Charing Cross Road and Herman Wolf.
Now, what the devil are they up to?
Well, I'm going closer where I can get a better look. Yeah, this'll do. There's the attendant, and there goes the trunk over the counter. Trunk's over the counter. Here comes the second messenger.
What's going on?
The first chap's handing the trunk receipt or something over to the second.
God, chase me on then, Major. Now what are they up to? There go the poles in the sand-coloured car.
I'm watching what the second messenger's doing with that trunk receipt. Good Lord. He's redeeming the trunk. Look. There it comes back over the counter. I don't like this. I'm going in there. Cover me, Coutts. Stay here and don't take your eyes off my back.
Hold steady, Yachty. Hold steady. Let the chap with the trunk get away. Don't take any notice of Keen. We've got the trunk here. They've only taken the dummy. They'll follow that. Don't take your eyes off the messenger with the trunk. Don't watch Keen. Bend down. Now scribble on that pad.
Is Keen coming in
Be
here?
quiet, Hedy. Yachty, don't look up unless he speaks to you. I'll get the trunk out to the car. And if Keen comes up to you and shows any sign of recognition, make sure of him.
Is he coming in?
Yes, he's coming in.
Can you picture it? The messenger left a trunk. Another messenger appeared to take it away again immediately. While I walked off the pavement into that little shop front in Shaftesbury Avenue and Demetrius.
Yachty Bloom stands waiting for Keen in the next chapter of this story of suspense. Dossier on Dumetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen turns another page of The Dossier on Dumetrius.
The things that took place after we set out to follow the messenger from Victoria Station may sound rather complicated, but in essence they were simple. We had our radio cars, our men on watch in the cloakroom at Victoria itself, and a working knowledge of every pole Demetrius was likely to employ. Demetrius had about a dozen men in the cloakroom to watch and report if we were following the trunk and the initiative. Well, his first messenger turned up, claimed the trunk, called a porter, and had it bundled into a cab. We shadowed the cab. I've told you just how we did that so that we couldn't be detected. We shadowed the cab to a storage depot in Shaftesbury Avenue, and there the plot begins to thicken. The first messenger deposited the trunk. Almost immediately, a second messenger appeared and was given the receipt for it. This second messenger claimed the trunk and proceeded to take it away. And at this stage, I began to smell a rat. I left Paulus and Colonel Fentress in the radio cars to tail the second messenger in his taxi. Coutts and I went into the storage depot to take a closer look. I simply couldn't see the sense of what they'd been doing. Two messengers, one dumping the trunk and the next one taking it away immediately.
Take it easy, Major.
Cover me, Coutts.
But we'll miss the bloke what's gone on for the trunk, sir.
We'll soon see. Stand in the doorway and don't take your eyes off my back. Right. Here we go.
Watch him, Yachty. Is he coming right up to the counter?
Coutts is in the doorway. He's holding his hand in his pocket. He's ready to shoot.
Keep your head down. Do something with those papers on the desk.
Here he comes. Watch Keen, Yachty.
I can't bear this.
Quiet, I tell you.
Coutts. Yes, sir? Yeah. Colonel Fentress is waving from his car, sir. Bloke with the trunk's gone off. He wants us to get going after him.
Well, we can leave him to Paulus in the radio cars. What I want to know is why did they leave the trunk here for 30 seconds and have a second messenger take it away?
The bloke at the desk won't know, sir, that's certain. I say let's get going.
I'm going to have a word with him just the same.
Keen, come on, man. You're wasting time here.
Shan't be a moment, Colonel.
Come on at once. Paulus is calling us in.
Do as the colonel says, sir. What's keeping us here anyway? The trunk's gone.
I can feel something, Coutts. Reaching out to me here. Right here. What is it? What was the messenger drill for, and what's here that I can't put my finger on?
Keen, I'm losing patience with you. Come on.
All right, sir, coming. I don't know, Coutts. I must be losing my grip. I swear we've missed a trick here somewhere.
That was a narrow shave. For a moment I thought we were going to have a fight for it.
I'm not liking it, Demetrius. One step closer, and Keen's recognizing me, maybe.
If he had, you'd have been the last person he ever saw.
And Coutts is the last person I'm seeing. I'm knowing how Coutts is shooting. As that night in Cork Street in the fog from across the street, he's putting one too close, first shot.
Keen wasn't supposed to know the loot was at Victoria. He's been watching every move we make.
Well, he's not watching us now. There he goes now with the others after our man with the dummy trunk. Are we going to stand here chattering all night, or do you think we might get on our way? Of course, we could make ourselves comfortable and wait until he returns. Would you like that?
It's not funny, Demetrius. They get too close. They're getting too close too many times.
Get the trunk out of the car. Quickly. Hedy, open the door.
We're going straight back to the ship now?
We're not going near the ship. I'll tell you about it as we go. We'll get the attendant's tunic off. Hedy, open the door. What are you doing with that fellow there on the floor?
He's not dead, is he?
Possibly. I'm not interested. Open that door. Stop the car, Hedy. Come on, hurry. Hurry. In with the trunk, Yachty. That's right. Now stand it up against the back seat. Now then, in you get. Move over, Hedy. I'll drive. Well, we're off. It was close, I'll admit, but we're on our way at last.
Keen calling Paulus. Keen calling Paulus. Heading where?
Crossing Sloan Spur, heading east. Over.
It doesn't look as though they're heading to the docks, Keen.
You know, the whole thing's come unstuck since they changed messengers, sir. I simply don't see what Demetrius is up to.
We don't have to see, Keen. So long as our radio cars don't lose the taxi with the trunk in it. That must lead us to Demetrius.
But back there at that storage depot, I'll swear that... Oh, confound it, Colonel. I had the oddest feeling...
Oh, come, you're screwing yourself up too tight, old man. You're beginning to imagine things.
I don't know, Colonel. You could be right.
Yes, of course I'm right. Now, look here. Demetrius could conceivably not want any one messenger to know both where the trunk came from, where it went. He might change them again, yet...
Yes. Yes, that could possibly account for it.
Paulus to Keen. Come in.
Keen to Paulus. Over.
Turning left from Wolseley Road into Mount Street. Over.
Mount Street? Hang it all, I live in Mount Street. All right, Paulus, we're only a couple of 100 yards behind you.
Something of a coincidence, isn't it? The chap driving right past your flat, Keen?
I'm not sure, sir. It mightn't be a coincidence. Step on it, Coutts. Catch up with them.
Right you are, sir.
Paulus to Keen. Paulus to Keen. You can take it from here, Keen. The cab's pulling up at number 17. Isn't that where you live? Couldn't be a codlin in the apple anywhere, could there, old boy? Over.
My place. My place. Well, come on, Coutts. Can't you get this creep moving any faster than this? The cab's stopping at my flat. I told you there was something fishy about that show back in Shaftesbury Avenue.
What is it now, Demetrius? We're not going to the ship?
In the interests of absolute security, I thought it wise to keep those last details of our escape to myself.
But always we are going by ship.
That's what you've been permitted to think. The ship's sailing without us, Shotty. We're on our way to a private garage in Hammersmith, where we'll change cars. Then we leave at once for an aerodrome in Kent, where we meet a man called Zaroff, who's going to fly us to Portugal. You needn't worry about how we'll get from Portugal to South America. That's been looked after, too.
Who's been knowing all this time but you?
No one.
Why you are not telling me, Dumetrius?
Because I did not see fit to.
This car. What are we doing with it?
It stays in the Hammersmith garage. Sooner or later it will return to its rightful owner, I expect.
Why do you have to talk so much, Yachty? We'll have the next 20 years to babble about how we escaped. Can't you keep quiet?
There. You see, you're getting on Hedy's nerves again. I suggest you do as she says.
Now that we actually have the loot, I can't believe it. When Keen was standing outside the depot in Shaftesbury Avenue, I nearly died.
One more step, and the only one to die would have been Gregory Keen. I'm very glad we didn't have to cut him down then and there. Would have ruined the final perfection of my arrangements.
Do you mean there's something else you have not told us about?
Oh, very definitely.
What is it this time?
Well, unless I'm very much mistaken, Gregory Keen died about 5 minutes ago.
Keen died? How?
Oh. Well, when I prepared that dummy trunk to be mistaken for ours with the loot in it, I thought how pointless to leave it empty. Surely we could put it to some secondary use. I asked myself, what should I put in it in place of $1 million in currency? And then I suddenly hit on my brilliant idea.
Oh, tell me, can't you? How have you killed Gregory Keen?
Well, seeing the trunk was being delivered to his flat, I thought, why not put in some dynamite and a detonator of fulminated mercury and a battery and a little switch that would blow the thing sky high the moment the lid was opened. Gregory Keen has been presented with a very powerful bomb, my dear Hedy.
Oh, how horrifying. He will open the trunk and be blown to fragments.
Oh, absolutely. Not a sliver of Major Keen at MI-5 will be ever seen again. Nor with any luck of Coutts and any number of other MI-5 people. I really feel I should be congratulated.
You're not human.
Oh, on the contrary, I'm very human. I have an overpowering desire for a cigarette, so light me one, will you, Hedy? We're nearly there, and the last half hour's been rather trying on my nerves, too, good as they are. What a pity we can't be on hand to watch that explosion.
So there's our trunk, delivered to your flat, Keen. This is one time I'll accept the blame. This is my doing, and you were right. It's obvious what happened back there at Shaftesbury Avenue.
Yes, they switched the trunks on us. You know, they must have been actually there. Now I know what I felt. Hedy was in that depot, too. Not 10 feet from me.
Recriminations won't help, old chap.
No, Colonel Fentress, recriminations won't help. But what will?
Well, now we've got this dummy palmed off on us. What are we going to do with it?
There's only one thing we can do. Make sure it is a dummy trunk. Coutts, open it. There we stood in the hallway of my block of flats. Coutts, Colonel Fentress, Paulus, Ridgway, half a dozen of us. Clustered round the cabin trunk presented to us by Demetrius, while Coutts fumbled at the lock. The lock came open, then the hasps, and then Coutts bent down to raise the lid. Not one of us could hear Demetrius laughing.
Does Coutts open the trunk? Listen to the next suspenseful chapter of Dossier on Demetrius.
Dossier on Demetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen commences with another page from The Dossier on Demetrius.
Looking back over it as I am now, as I tell you how the story of Demetrius drew to its terrible end, my blood runs cold when I think how close he came to winning game, set, and match at that moment only 2 days ago. He'd beaten us again. The trunk we'd counted on to lead us to him, he'd switched for a duplicate at the storage depot in Shaftesbury Avenue. Coutts and I had stood not 10 feet from him, then turned our backs and walked away to follow the messenger with the dummy. And that messenger, not knowing of whose design he was the instrument, had delivered the duplicate trunk to, of all places, my flat. Demetrius had his own brand of humor, we thought. But as we stood around in the hallway of my flat, cursing our own stupidity, we didn't dream the full scope of his jest. The trunk wasn't empty, but we didn't know that. We had to be sure it was a dummy. I told Coutts to open it. He managed the lock. Then he opened the hasps. Then he bent down to lift the lid. But what came next, I can't account for. I've never really understood Coutts. Perhaps in that instant he felt the wings of the angel of death brushing his cheek, I don't know. But he went rigid and looked me straight in the eyes.
No, sir. Don't open it.
Come on, men, do as I say.
No, Major. Don't open this trunk.
For the love of heaven, why not? Here, get out of the way. I'll lift the lid myself.
Stand back, sir.
Get your hands off me, you fool. Get out of my way.
Don't lose your head, Keen. Coutts, what's on your mind?
I don't rightly know, Colonel Fentress.
Then why don't you want to open the trunk?
Demetrius went to a lot of trouble to get us to Bowler's Lane a couple of nights ago, sir. He butchered Eustace Mannerly to make sure we'd be there at a certain time. Now, look. He not only whips the trunk he thinks he's got the loot in out from under our noses, but he sends the dummy one here.
Probably thinks it's amusing.
It's too heavy to be empty, sir.
Newspapers, perhaps?
He doesn't like the Major a bit, sir. In Bowler's Lane, we were supposed to be shot down from hiding. In the backs. It's personal with Demetrius, Colonel Fentress. This opportunity'd be too good for him to miss.
Look, this nattering could go on all night. Are we going to stand here till morning, or are we going to open that trunk and get back to Shaftesbury Avenue?
You know, Coutts could just possibly be right. The trunk's not important at the moment. Demetrius is. Paulus!
Yes, sir.
Take this trunk in your car, get it to the yard at the double. Hand it over to those specialist fellows at the Bureau and tell them to give it the full treatment and why.
Yes, sir.
Now, it's only a quarter of an hour since we left the storage depot, so the trail may still be warm. Come on, Keen, into your car. Back we go to Shaftesbury Avenue. If that trunk's full of rubbish, we're going to look a pack of chumps. But it's better than coming to grief for want of caution.
Hmm. 15 minutes since we left Shaftesbury Avenue. That's rather good going. I will transfer the trunk here in the driveway. All right, Yachty, into the garage and get the other car out. Then you can put this car in its place and we'll make for our South Coast aerodrome in Zarahoff at once.
Yeah.
Well, come along, make a move.
Are you going to get rid of him here, as you said?
I'm trying to make up my mind, Hedy.
You said you were going to leave him unconscious in this car, in the garage with the door shut and the engine left running.
Carbon monoxide poisoning would be a tidy way to dispose of Yachty, but I'm not sure we mightn't need him once more.
Well, whatever you do, do it and get it over quickly, and don't ask me to watch. I'm sick and tired of violence. That man back at this storage depot, his head was covered in blood.
Was that why you were bending over him with such solicitous attention? As Demetrius, I'm not used to my associates worrying about our victims.
Will you ever become that other man again?
Time will tell. But what to do with Yachty really is quite a problem. You see, Hedy, Keen knew about the loot in Victoria. What if MI-5 also learn about Zarahoff and our plane?
You're quite sure Keen is dead?
There were 20 pounds of high explosive in that trunk, Hedy. He was bound to open it.
So you think you should keep Yachty alive in case you still have to fight your way out or something?
But he's really very good. Almost as good as Coutts. Yes, I think Yachty survives a little longer. We can always get rid of him from the plane over the Bay of Biscay. And that would be even tidier than monoxide poisoning.
Keen knew about the loot at Victoria. Oh, listen, why haven't we realized it before? Would Keen leave the money in the trunk or the gems? Wouldn't he do what Rubinstein did, or empty it and fill it with rubbish?
Good, me don't. Tension of this last hour did not occur to me. Yachty! Yachty!
Ah.
The trunk, get it open!
We should have realized the moment we saw Keen at that place in the Shaftesbury Avenue.
Get that thing open! Get your head out of the way. Move aside. Let me see.
Is it still there?
Yes. Bales and bales of currency. See for yourself, Hedy. We still have our £1 million. All's well, and between now and the time we take off with Zarahoff, they've not a chance in 1,000 of picking up our trail.
Yes, send an ambulance at once to 167 Shaftesbury Avenue. It's a storage depot. The attendant here has been knocked on the head. Looks like a fractured skull. Right? Yes, I'm in charge. Colonel Milo Fentress.
You know, Coutts and I stood and looked at Yachty Bloom here 20 minutes ago.
As I said before, Keen, I take full blame. I dragged you away from here.
Well, what's the next move, Colonel?
We're certainly not going to get a lead on their whereabouts from here. But they think they've got the loot. Until they examine that money closely, they won't know it's forged and worthless. And so I say, get back to the embankment and search every ship of that 32 when and as it leaves the port of London.
You know, after this, I can't quite see Demetrius leaving so openly. He must know we'll be watching every departing ship.
Yes, quite so. But what else can we do?
When this chap on the floor comes to, he might be able to tell us something. If he ever does come to.
I doubt it. They probably struck him down from behind. He wouldn't have known what happened to him. Suppose he does recover. What can he tell us? Where they've gone?
Yeah. All right, Coutts, lead the way. That sounds like the ambulance coming now.
All right, Yachty. Pull up here while I have a look at the map.
Can't we keep going? Every moment I'm looking behind, waiting for a police car to pull alongside.
How could we be followed when neither the police nor MI-5 have the faintest idea of where we are? I've not been to this aerodrome before. I want to be sure we don't miss our way. Hold that side of the sheet, Hedy. That's right. Now then.
Where are we?
We just passed through Bromley and Kent, not to be confused with Bromley by Burr. Here we are. We head directly for Maidstone, according to Zarahoff. Turn left 2 miles before the village of Brampton End. Now, where's Brampton End?
There, by your thumb.
Yachty, you're in the light. Be good enough to get your arm out of the way. Oh, yes, there we are. We turn left about here. Yes, I see it. Fine. All right, Yachty, start up. I think we can proceed. What an invigorating thought. In a few hours, we'll be in Portugal.
All right, Keen, sit down. Look here, old man. We'd better take a second look at Tom Coutts.
Why, what's wrong with him?
Nothing, except that he must have a built-in crystal ball. Look at this. The report on that trunk he wouldn't let us open today. It's just come over from the Scientific Bureau at the Yard. Keen, we've no right to be alive. Listen. They x-rayed it. Usual procedure, I believe. And according to what the plate showed, they cut a hole in the side. I'll read what was in it. The trunk contained 22 pounds of high explosive with a fulminate of mercury detonator. The detonator was wired to 2 high-tension batteries operated by a switch completing the circuit when the lid was opened 4 inches.
They made a booby trap of it. 22 pounds of high explosive. That would have sent half the block of flats up.
And we thought Demetrius had a sense of humor. That's not all, Keen. You know, I don't think I've ever struck an individual quite like him. With the bomb in the trunk, there was a note addressed to you. Here, read it.
My dear Major Keen, if you were in a position to read this, my little jack-in-the-box would have failed, and I will be the most disappointed man to have left England very recently. Because I wouldn't have left my dear fellow with my million. He's slipping out of our reach, Colonel. Somehow I must stop him, if I have to follow him to the ends of the earth. Yes, what is it, Coutts?
They just sent this over from the hospital, sir. The attendant bloke from the storage depot died 10 minutes ago. They found this bit of paper scrawled on in lipstick, stuffed down the back of his collar.
Give it to me. So we're still in the hunt, eh? Listen, it says Zarahoff, South Coast Aerodrome, Portugal, hurry. And it could have come from no one but Heddy Bergner. With 46 hours to go, the hunt was up for the man Zarahoff. It meant that Demetrius was escaping by plane and the leads to the ship were false. And it meant something else. Hedy was still trying to betray him, but her time was running out. I had to get to Demetrius quickly for yet another reason. I had to get to him before he discovered whose side Hedy was on now.
Demetrius makes a discovery about his chunk of Gestapo loot in the next chapter of this story of suspense. Dossier on Demetrius.
Dossier on Demetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen turns another page of The Dossier on Demetrius.
Time and time again, since we first became aware of the existence of Demetrius, the chase had seemed to lead us to a dead end. We'd seemed to be staring at the high blank walls of his elusiveness. And then, when we were on the point of giving up and making a fresh start, the new strand would appear to lead us further into the labyrinth of murder and intrigue that's recorded here in the Dossier on Demetrius. Well, at the 11th hour, it happened again. Demetrius had made a clean break. We knew he was escaping, but we'd no idea where or how. The attendant, Yachty Blum, had struck down, died in hospital. But as in the case of Eustace Manningley, he too had a message for us. They found a little scrap of paper stuffed down the inside band of his collar. It was scrawled upon in lipstick. We could just make out the words. There were 6 of them. Zarahoff, South Coast Aerodrome, Portugal, hurry. And they could have been written by no one but Heddy Bergner. So once again, the machinery started to turn as we covered every airfield on the south coast in the search for the man Zarahoff. We put pressure on and kept it there, because we knew Demetrius had at least 2 hours start. Hello, Keen here. Yes? Where? Flying Club Aerodrome at Blaxland Parbury. But our man's name is Zarahoff, not... Yes, all right, get after him just the same. Coutts, find Blaxland Parbury on the map. There's a chap there called Menikov, an emigre Russian who owns a Miles Gemini, 4 passengers and twin engines.
You couldn't fly non-stop from South Coast to Portugal in a Miles Gemini, sir. Hasn't got the range.
I have to follow it up just the same. Zarahoff. It couldn't be anything but the name of an individual, could it, Coutts?
Shouldn't think so, sir. Blackstone and Parbury's in Devon, sir, a few miles from Falmouth.
Yeah. Let's see, how many of these small aerodromes are there? 27. This could be a needle in a haystack job, Coutts, and we're measuring time by the second. The longest drive to the south coast from London is Cornwall. And you would get to any spot in Cornwall in 4 hours if you really made up your mind.
Once we can pin down the drone, sir, we'll be able to stop any aircraft taking off from it, won't we?
Only if it's in regular use. There's no control on private flying from those disused fields. We're up against time, Coutts.
Maybe they won't try to take off till morning, sir. In some of these small fields, you'd have your work cut out getting off the ground in the dark if you were using a plane capable of flying to Portugal.
Yes, but we can't count on that. A few years ago, chaps were landing and taking off from farms in France without lighting so much as a candle. Yes. Yes. Oh. All right, that's another one off the list. Yes, I'll be here till we get the word on Zarahoff. Fellow at Blackstone Parbury is a practicing doctor with a wife and 4 kids who flies for fun. And right now his plane is -1 engine.
Well, he won't be flying to Demetrius anywhere tonight.
No, Coutts, but Zarahoff will. Oh, look at the clock. 2.5 hours since Demetrius left the storage depot in Shaftesbury Lane. For all we know, he may be taking off this minute. Why the devil can't these country police dig something up?
Where's the torch, Hedy?
Here.
Shine it on the signpost now. You see what it says? It seems to have weathered.
Copperfield Heath, 3 miles.
Good, we're on the right track. The time is 20 minutes to 11. Zarahoff should have his motors warmed up and standing by. This is really excellent. We'll have nothing to do but climb aboard and take off.
We're not in the air yet.
You seem to have become a confirmed pessimist lately, Hedy. I can't say it's an improvement in your personality.
Tell me about my personality when we're 5,000 feet in the air over the Bay of Biscay. How long is it since we left Shaftesbury Avenue?
A little over 2.5 hours. Why?
It seems like an eternity to me, that's why.
Well, let's not prolong Hedy's unhappiness, Shotty. Into the lane on our left and drive carefully, and dim your lights after 2.5 miles. You'll like Zarahoff, Hedy. I believe Going thought a lot of him. He's supposed to have downed I don't know how many Spitfires when these people here were reveling in their blood and tears.
The minutes went by while Coutts and I kept our vigil at the nerve center, headquarters on the embankment. The phone went at intervals, from one small village police station after another. Nothing to report. No planes at their nearby aerodrome capable of flying to Portugal. No planes bigger than a tiger moth. No known individual by the name of Zarahoff. I began to wonder about Hedy, and what would happen to her if they discovered what she'd done. What would happen to her?
Major Keen?
Yes, what is it?
This is it, sir. There's a converted de Havilland mosquito bomber at an aerodrome 3 miles from Brampton End, on the way to Maidstone. Copperfield Heath.
Whose is it?
Owned by a man calling himself Jackson. But the message said it was being warmed up half an hour ago.
Yeah. Could you get to Portugal in a mosquito, Coutts?
Oh, yes, sir. 2 Merlin motors, sir. They used to fly the Atlantic in them at 400 miles an hour.
And nothing about Zarahoff, eh?
No, sir.
Well, this touch and go. Could be our man. Could be anyone. Give me that direct phone to the yard. Frane's still standing by, isn't he?
He was 5 minutes ago, sir.
Mm-hmm. Inspector Frane at once. Yes, this is Keen. You'll drive, Coutts. Frane. Yes, I think we might have the man. We have to take a chance on it. Get on to Maidstone. Tell them to get every available man to an aerodrome called Copperfield Heath. They're to detail a man calling himself Jackson, and anyone who arrives at the drome or is there when they show up. Tell them to prevent a converted mosquito bomber taking off at all costs. Tell them to be armed and looking for trouble. Got that? Right. All right, Coutts, hop to it. And if the other cars can't keep up with you, so much the better. It's a race now between Demetrius and the fellows from Maidstone. I only hope they get there first.
Demetrius?
Yes, Zarahoff.
Good. You are punctual to the minute. How many are there? 3? We have an extra passenger.
The arrangement was for 3.
You said 2, Herr Oberst, Demetrius.
I said 2 with myself. Heddy Bergner, Blum, and myself.
In a matter such as this, we cannot have changes at the last minute. I was to take 2 passengers to Estoril in Portugal. Those were my instructions.
Zarahoff, your instructions came from me, and they were not instructions, they were orders. Be good enough not to argue. Yotte?
Yeah?
Get the trunk out of the car and make haste. Hedy, get out, too. Is the plane ready, Zarahoff?
It has been ready for 2 hours.
We'll have no delay, then. Can you take off at once?
Once the final formalities are attended to.
You are to be paid on our arrival in Portugal in escudos.
I have seen fit to make changes there myself. I wish to be paid before we depart. And the price has doubled in dollars.
Do you see fit to go counter to me, Zarahoff?
The plane you see standing there takes off when I have been paid 20,000 American dollars. You have the money there in that trunk. You can have no reasonable objections to paying my sum now.
You could be disciplined, my friend. In our organization, you know what that means.
Here? You'd call on your man Bloom here? No, Demetrius. Who then would fly you to Portugal?
Oh, for heaven's sake, pay him and let us get away from him.
Be silent, Hedy. Zarahoff, you don't seem to realize I could permit myself to be held to ransom here and now at Copperfield Heath. But we're being met at Estoril. I suggest you climb into your plane and we follow you. Now.
I have followed the course of events, Herr Oberst. I've made sure neither you nor Bloom nor Fräulein Bergner can fly a plane. I have seen what befell your other men, Mazzotti, Buchmann, Rubinstein. I have no wish to follow in their footsteps. Nor shall I.
You are making it practically, sir.
I wish to be paid now. At Estoril, I will not leave the plane. The engines will continue to run. Once your feet touch the ground, I will take off again. $20,000, if you please, Demetrius. Only then do I fly you out of England.
Very well. For the moment, since I'm in no position to dictate to you, we do as you say. Yotte, get the money from the trunk.
Thank you. I am sorry to be disagreeable, but I feel my discretion is reasonable. In what amounts are the dollar notes?
20s, 50s, and 100s. All right, give it to me, Yotte. I'll count it. Those bundles are each of $1,000.
Just one note, if you please. I wish to be quite sure.
What are you doing? Put that light out, you fool.
Not for a moment, if you please. Demetrius, for what do you take me, an imbecile?
What's the objection
This
now?
money is worthless. The notes are forgeries. I should know. It was once my business.
Let me see, Schweinhund.
There, you see the others. You are carrying a trunk full of waste paper. You should not have played this trick on me, Demetrius. You had better turn back. Find someone else to pilot your plane. I stay here.
Yotte, here to me. Now, Zarahoff, I order you to step into that airplane, start the engines, and take off.
I refuse.
For the last time. Do you take off with us, or do you remain here?
I remain here.
Then so be it.
Yotte!
Oh, no. No!
While we raced for Copperfield Heath, while the police hurried to intercept Dumetrius, he was destroying his best avenue of escape. And he was facing the knowledge that the Gestapo loot was lost to him forever. From that moment, he knew there was nothing left for him but to cut his losses and escape from us. If he'd been dangerous before, now he had the savagery of a trapped beast. But the dossier was not closed yet.
Demetrius makes fresh plans to escape. In the next chapter of this story of suspense, Dossier on Demetrius.
Dossier on Demetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen turns the next page on the Dossier on Demetrius.
The note that Heddy Bergner had hidden on the storage depot attendant, scrawled in lipstick on a scrap of paper, had said, Zarahoff, South Coast Aerodrome, Portugal, hurry. Well, you know what happened about that. With the help of the Yard and the county police, we finally pinned Zarahoff down to a fellow at a small field called Copperfield Heath, who owned a converted de Havilland Mosquito bomber, a plane capable of flying to Portugal, with Dumetrius. We told the police at Maidstone how to cope and instructed them to get to Copperfield Heath at the double and watch out for trouble. Colonel Fentress, Coutts, and I took off in my car and raced to join them. You remember a wild drive I took once before to that Norfolk quarry after Max Rubinstein? Well, it was nothing on this. Coutts drove my car about the fastest you can get. But we'd have needed jets to get to Copperfield Heath in time. Demetrius was already there, with Hedy, Yachty Blum, and Zarahoff. Only Zarahoff was in the past tense.
You didn't have to do that. Oh, how can you do it so coldly?
This is no time for you to indulge yourself, Hedy. The man refused to take off. You suggest we should have calmly left him here to tell the police all about us?
What we are doing with him now, Demetrius?
Let him lie. We have to face a difficult situation.
Difficult is all you are calling it, Demetrius. Now where we are going?
It has come to this. All the killing, all the intrigue, the risks for nothing. We end at this lonely aerodrome, penniless. With Gregory Keen on his way here, if he's alive.
Why should Keen be on his way here, Hedy?
He has followed us everywhere else.
Why should he follow us to Copperfield Heath? Until 3 hours ago, no one knew of it but me.
No one knew about the loot at Victoria, but Keen found out, took the loot, and gave us this rubbish in its place. Look what you've murdered and butchered for. Look at it. Bundles and bundles of worthless paper. How are we to escape now?
Yeah, Demetrius. How we are escaping now?
Keen has beaten us, that I grant you. But we three can still get out of England, if you both do as I say.
Maybe we are doing what you say too long. Maybe we're doing better not to listen anymore.
Yachty, I have no wish to saddle myself with passengers now. Alone, I am certain of eluding pursuit. With you and Hedy, I have only an even chance. Would you like to join Zarahoff there on the ground?
I am wishing we had stayed in Berlin.
You would do well to remember that I am still in command, and without me you have no chance at all.
But what are we going to do?
Get in the car and return to London.
Oh, where we came?
No. Back into the car. We'll choose a different route from the map.
What about Zarahoff?
Can you think of any reason why we should drive about the countryside with a corpse? Leave him here to be found. He's no longer any concern of ours.
And the trunk of forged money?
We'll leave that to be blown about. At least we can leave a picture here to bewilder the first morning arrivals. A dead man and a trunk of worthless notes. In a way, it symbolizes our entire adventure in England. Going back to the car. If Keen was not killed by our bomb, I swear I will not leave this country till he is.
Well, there it is, Keen. The Maidstone chaps were too late, and so were we.
So it would seem, Colonel Fentress. This fellow dead is Zarahoff, I imagine.
Oh, what happened here? There must have been a moment of high drama for our man Demetrius. The plane's in perfect order. Its motors are warm. Look what we found. Pilot with a parachute knife through the chest. And a trunk full of forged currency blowing about the field. You know, Demetrius must have conceived quite an antipathy for you by now, Keen.
I feel quite an antipathy for Demetrius. It looks as though Zarahoff wanted to be paid in advance. They offered him some of our bogus dollars, and he refused to fly them.
Perhaps he thought he was being imposed upon.
And the result was this tableau before us. Rather striking.
I agree with you. The picture is striking. The fellow is still to be caught.
It shouldn't give us much trouble now. Forget I wasn't in his shoes. When he arrived here, he must have thought the game was over. Only the pilot stood in his way.
And paid, as they all have when they impeded the progress of Demetrius. Keen, from now on, you'd better be careful. If the fellow's trapped, he'll try to take you with him.
He's tried twice already.
3 times. Once at the quarry, once in Bowler's Lane, once with his homemade bomb. Those occasions were purely malice. Your removal didn't make any real difference to him. But he won't want to be taken alive, and he won't want to go without you.
Then he's going to be disappointed. He'll have to go alone.
Altogether alone, Keen?
I know.
There are still Yachty Bloom and Heddy Bergner. I think we can say goodbye to them too now, old chap.
Hedy, too? Twice she's tried to take the road back.
Road back with us. Will Demetrius leave her alive? Now he knows there's no way out. Oh, come on. Let's have a word with those Maidstone chaps. That's one thing about working with the police, Keen. You don't have to worry about the licensing laws, and you want a hot toddy at 5 in the morning.
Yachty,
Yeah,
how many poles are there left you can really rely on?
many. Maybe 12, maybe 15. But it's not good if they are knowing about Gonski and Werfel.
Gonski and Werfel had to go. Now they're at the bottom of the Thames. There's no reason why your men should connect their disappearance with us, but one of them must find us a hiding place.
Hiding places is costing money, Demetrius.
We can still draw on our original funds.
There's not much left.
There's enough. The pearls will be given to understand we have the loot, and they'll be paid handsomely before we leave.
But now? Where are we going now?
To the warehouse, Hedy. From the warehouse, I shall stop the ship sailing. If we try to escape by the ship immediately, it will be searched. We know that. We hide on our return in the warehouse, and as soon as Yachty's poles deliver, we move to whatever place they find for us. In 2 weeks, it should be safe to go back to the ship and leave. In those 2 weeks, some way of concealing us on the ship must be found.
Yes, but how?
Hedy, will you stop this parrot-like questioning? There are 50 ways to hide on a ship given time. A packing case deep in the hold, in an empty fuel tank, down in the bilge even.
So, this is how we end. Scurrying like rats from a terrier having failed.
Would you prefer to give yourself up, Hedy? Would you prefer to save yourself by betraying us?
Why should you say that? If we're caught, I must hang with you. Do you have to torture me now, of all times?
These are the times when one examines every possibility, Hedy, when one is in retreat. This has been an interlude. We're still strong in Europe, here in England, in the existing cell in South America. What's one failure? We begin elsewhere and return to the attack.
But we still have to survive for 2 weeks. In London, when one after another of our holes has been stubbed up, what will you do in that time?
Oh, you ask me that, Hedy? You ask me how I will occupy myself the next 2 weeks? Dottie, perhaps you'd like to enlighten her.
Nein, I am not knowing.
Then let me tell you. In an hour, we'll know whether or not Gregory Keen blew himself to pieces earlier today. And if he did not, I shall devote the next 2 weeks to his destruction. Previous to this, it was merely amusing to dispose of him. It seemed the best way to get him out of your mind, Hedy. But now we have a score to settle.
Killing Keen will not help us to escape.
I'm no longer interested in such technicalities. When Zarahoff shone the light on that forged $20 note, in that instant I knew that Keen had to die by my hand. Approaching Stamford, Yachty. Turn north at the next junction, so we won't have to drive through the town.
Well, Keen, now that we are back here at headquarters, the next problem would seem to be, where is Demetrius hiding now?
I think we can relax and let that look after itself. For one thing, the ships are covered. 2, there must be a limit to the number of bolt holes they can use. 3, he must be running out of money, having spent freely and having counted on that £1 million. And 4, Hedy is bound to have one more attempt to betray him, having done so twice already.
If she's left alive to do so. Keen, I didn't say so before, but it occurred to me that the first attempt, the note in Eustace Mellon's pocket, could have been part of the plan to get you to Bowler's Lane.
Don't worry, Colonel, I thought of that too. But not after her second communication, the lipstick scrawl left with the attendant at Shaftesbury Avenue.
Yes, we can draw a good many inferences from that, Keen.
She's desperate.
Must have been considerable risk in the second attempt. She's desperate, she's watched, and apparently she's not free to move about on her own, or she'd go straight to the nearest telephone.
Correct. Well, I don't know about you. I'm going to turn in for a few hours at home. Very well for you younger fellows. You staying here?
Yes, Mr. Dossier.
You must know it by heart.
I do. And one day I'm going to solve the conundrum of Karl Scammell, who was murdered and whose body was found under the Orgartenstrasse rubble. Otto Schmidt, who bears Demetrius a resemblance and who disappeared at the same time, and Demetrius, who is not Otto Schmidt. It's here somewhere in the dossier. All I have to do is put my finger on it.
Keen, if you hadn't hit on it by this, are you likely to? There's nothing new in the dossier. Not on Scammell or Otto Schmidt.
The only new thing in the dossier over the last 24 hours is the note Demetrius left for me in the trunk full of explosives.
A lot of help that's going to be. Well, all we can do at the moment is hand over to Frayne. Let his men keep a routine watch for Demetrius and wait for another word from Heddy Bergner.
And we'll hear from her. I'll stake my life on it, Colonel. Before the week's out, we'll have heard from Heddy Bergner. And when we do, this time the chase will be over. And then the blinding thing happened. I sat there, going backwards and forwards over the dossier, comparing, casting aside, reading and rereading. Then I picked up the note from Demetrius again, for the 50th time, and saw something I'd never seen before. At last, in that instant, I knew the true identity of Demetrius.
Demetrius. Listen for the next chapter in this story of suspense. Dossier on Demetrius.
Dossier on Demetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen turns the next page on the Dossier on Demetrius.
There were 42 hours to go when, out of the blue completely, I discovered the true identity of Demetrius. At first, I was staggered. It simply wasn't possible. And then, it was obvious. It had stared us all in the face for week after week, and not one of us could see it. But it was like the solution to so many puzzles. When you finally knew the answer, you could recognize 100 things pointing to it. So there we were. There was only one secret left. Where was he hiding now? Little by little, he'd come to pieces. His plans, his associates, his ambitions. All we had to do now was to capture him. This man who would always be Demetrius to me.
It's extraordinary, quite extraordinary. But there's one thing still to be settled. Is the other fellow Demetrius? Or did Demetrius become the other fellow?
I say it's immaterial. One bullet will settle him just as effectively, whichever way it goes.
But it's a significant point if we want to reconstruct his background and his past.
Well, I say he's always been Demetrius and took his other identity when it suited him.
Why?
You mean, why did he take it, or why do I say so?
Why do you say so?
Look here, Colonel. The Quai d'Orsay in Paris 6 weeks ago sent us this extract from one of their files. A figure variously identified as Delahaye, Merling, Bush, Sebastian, and rumored Dumetrius was almost certainly involved in the murder of Stavisky after the frauds of 1936. There, you see, 1936, all those years ago, yet there's the first recorded mention of Demetrius.
I think you're wrong. He couldn't have been Demetrius, and Delahaye, Merling, Bush, Sebastian, all the rest of them as well. And if he weren't those others, why should he have been Demetrius?
Aren't we splitting hairs over a name?
No, because I think he is truly born and bred the fellow whose identity you've just stumbled on.
Could be. Only he knows that.
He, and probably Heddy Bergner. You remember why we sent Fido Barker to Berlin?
Yes.
Look here, old man. Do steel yourself for when it comes.
When what comes?
When we go to take them. They'll fight, you know. And they've the girl with them. You can guess the outcome, can't you?
I know the outcome, sir.
Yet you still want to be in at the kill?
I want to face her. Just once more.
I can't quite see you're getting the chance.
I'll make the chance, Colonel.
Make up your mind to it, old man. When you next set eyes on Heddy Bergner, hers will be closed. It stands to reason. They've cut a swathe through London. They kill people like wild animals among sheep. They've that German concentration camp mark on them. They murder casually as though it were a mild but not very interesting jest. Just look back. The Dupont woman whose body we've never found. Those two Poles, Werfel and Gonski.
Why will Hedy's eyes be closed next time I see her?
Now, let me talk. There were the two Poles fished out of the river. There was Eustace Mannindy, put to death without a shred of mercy. And then the constables at that roadblock in Norfolk. The attendant in the storage depot in Shaftesbury Avenue.
All right, they're wild animals. Why will Hedy's eyes be closed?
You always said you wouldn't take Demetrius alive yourself.
But he'd be alive when I got to him.
But you better read this, old chap. It's a directive from on high.
About what?
About the capture of Demetrius and any person known to be associated with him. Oh, I'll read it.
Addressed to you. Mm-hmm. It has been decided by this authority that this man cannot reasonably be expected to give himself up alive. He and his associates will almost certainly offer stiff resistance, and so to avoid losing more lives in addition to those already lost in the efforts to apprehend Demetrius, no attempt will be made to effect an arrest. If he is cornered, one demand for surrender will be made. If this is refused, strong measures will be taken to dispose of him then and there, regardless of the fate of his accomplices.
Strong measures, Keen. You know what that means?
Tear gas?
No. Grenades. Do the thing like a military operation. Get rid of them all like vermin.
It's a unique situation for state old London, isn't it?
No. You wouldn't remember Peter the Painter and the Sydney Street affair. If I remember rightly, that was back in 1910. Peter the Painter and some other fellows, Poles, by the way, went to ground in a house in Houndsditch. The house was at the end of a cul-de-sac, and so built that it was quite a fort. Peter the Painter and his friends were well armed with truckloads of ammunition. After the Sydney Street siege had gone on for 12 or 15 hours, with I forget how many casualties to the police, you know what they did?
What?
They set fire to the house and let Peter and his gang burn to death inside.
And this directive says one demand to surrender, then take strong measures regardless. Do you mean to say
they set fire to Peter the Painter's house and let them all burn? It's not fiction, Keen. It's a matter of historical fact. You can look it up any day.
With Hedy inside. Oh, no, Colonel,
you can see the writing on the wall, old chap. The commissioners at the Yard, their own top authority, are obviously saying the same thing. Now, I ask you, Keen, when they're finally trapped, how do you suggest we should separate the sheep from the goats? I'm sorry, old chap. I've had that memo from the Home Office for 12 hours. I didn't show it to you before.
Hedy has to make one last effort, either to escape from them or to get word to me.
Quite right. It's her only chance now, Keen.
She's tried twice before. Once with Mannerley, once with the storage attendant. She has to try again, and she has to pull it off. If she wants to stay alive when we find the last rattle of Demetrius.
Well? Answer me, can't you? What did they say? Stop that whistling and answer me.
A little louder, please, Hedy. I can't hear you.
Tell me, is Gregory Keen alive? Did he blow himself up with that trunk full of explosive, or didn't he?
If he did, my dear, the London papers disregarded some very intriguing news. You'd think they'd report a man blowing himself to bits in a block of Mayfair flats, wouldn't you?
There's nothing about it in any paper?
Not a word.
That's at least one source of suspense out of the way.
You're relieved?
I'm merely glad to know, one way or another. Is that so unreasonable?
It scarcely justifies your bad temper.
Well, what do you expect? Our lives hang on a thread. We've done so much in England and accomplished nothing. Not once have you really got the better of Gregory Keen. Always we were on the point of leaving with the loot, escaping to South America to live in peace. I told you that loot was cursed. Cursed with the blood and lives spent on it. You thought you could murder your way to it, and you were wrong. It was in your hands at Rubinstein's galleries. You could
If there's one thing I will not endure, it's people being wise after the event. We've been dogged by the vilest luck. I make no excuses. I never have. And we have no room for faint hearts now, so be quiet.
I will not be quiet. You've taken my life just as surely as you took Zarahov's at the aerodrome 6 hours ago.
Quiet! My career started with the affair Stavisky in France years and years ago. This isn't the first time fortune's frowned on me or the people I represent. We will not die here, Hedy, I promise you that.
As you promised half the loot to Rubinstein. Or payment to Berthel and Gonski. Or their share to Yachty Blum and Tony Mazzotti. Are those the kind of promises you're making me?
You and I have always stood alone, Hedy. Do you remember when we met in Berlin?
Will I ever forget it?
Do you remember the body we left under the rubble of the Gartenstrasse? The flight on the plane I made as Karl Alexis Scammell?
Of course I remember. The memory eats into my brain and corrodes me. Because it was then I took the steps I could never retrace.
Since you can never retrace them, I suggest you bear this present interlude with good grace. You know why we're remaining here, don't you?
To kill Gregory Keen.
Yes, to kill Keen. That is the only unfinished business we still have in London.
It means nothing to you. Keen is only the instrument
Keen is more than the instrument of MI-5. If I represent one side of the medal, Hedy, Keen to me represents the other. We don't leave London while he's alive, and whether you like it or not, you are the lure we're going to use to destroy him.
Coutts, you've a good deal of time for Major Keen personally, haven't you?
That's right, Colonel Fentress.
Well, I'm pretty well satisfied that it's only a matter of hours now, and we'll have Demetrius cornered. You've seen that order that went round about Demetrius?
Yes, sir. When the time comes, we don't try too hard to arrest him.
Or any of the people he has with him. And they're likely to be Yachty Blum and Heddy Bergner.
I know all that, sir.
Well, Coutts, I have a good deal of time for Gregory Keen, too. Personally. You see what I'm driving at?
Major Keen's going to hop in and try to get Heddy Bergner out before it's too late. When we finally corner Demetrius.
Yes, that's what I'm afraid of. I don't want to see Keen throw his life away. For Heddy Bergner or anyone else.
What do you want me to do?
Keep Keen out of the way when we go to destroy Demetrius. If necessary, by force. You got that, Coutts? Now I'm charging you with it. It will be your own responsibility.
Let me tell you something, Colonel. I made up my mind to do just that. Long ago.
Even then, not one of us could foresee the way in which the dossier on Demetrius would close. Demetrius was planning to use Hedy in a way she didn't dream of. Hedy was waiting her opportunity to betray him. Colonel Fentress and Tom Coutts thought they were keeping me out of the final scene. At that time, there were 39 hours to go.
Who makes the next move? Listen for the next chapter in this story of suspense. Dossier on Demetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen is here, turning the next page of The Dossier on Demetrius.
When the affair of Demetrius began, it was impersonal. There was a criminal organization headed by this man, and I was a major of MI-5 whose job was to run him to earth. But as it drew to its close, the criminal organization was gone. There was only Demetrius, and I wasn't working for MI-5 anymore. I was after him myself. I knew why. It was for Heddy Bergner. It was a curious thing. It had turned into a personal duel. I had Tom Coutts, Demetrius had Yachty Bloom, and between us both, there stood Hedy. We'd come a long way from the forged papers traffic and the plane that took off one morning from the ruins of Berlin. We'd come a long way from the message that told us that the body of Karl Alexis Scammell had been found under the Gartenstrasse rubble. We'd come to the point where Demetrius was in hiding at bay, and we knew who he really was. He told us when he put a letter for me in that trunk full of explosives. And now there was only one thing more to find out about him. Where was he hiding at that minute? He had to live. He had to show himself sooner or later, and every tick of the clock brought that crucial moment near.
We are staying to kill Gregory Keen, Demetrius. We are maybe staying forever.
Not while we have Hedy to draw him to us, Yachty.
They are searching the ships, all of them.
We expected that.
Why don't we go? We are safe in Paris. We are safe in Marseille. Even in Berlin we are safe, but not here.
I won't tell you again, Yachty. We stay in London till our business is finished with Gregory Keen.
It's all right for you. It's fine for you. You want Keen because of Hedy. You're knowing he is betraying us. He is getting the chance. Keen is taking Hedy here in her heart. That's why you must get rid of Keen in front of her. And then hereafter, Demetrius?
This is one occasion when you are completely right, Yachty.
But what about me? Keen is meaning nothing to me. Why I am staying. Years I am with you, Demetrius. Years when you are not Demetrius. Always I am there. No questions. Yachty do this, Yachty do that. Always I am doing it. Now we are trapped like rats. You are saying, not yet we go while we can. No, not yet. First I must pay Keen for stealing Hedy. Never mind what happens to Yachty.
Oh, in a moment you'll have me in tears, Yachty.
You're making the joke. It's no joke.
And you'll carry out your orders because you have no choice.
Maybe I'm going alone. I am still escaping alone.
How? The moment you show yourself outside this warehouse, even your own Poles would give you away.
The Poles are not knowing I am anything but the black market in Soho. They are not knowing I am anything but forged papers to get them out of Germany.
Eustace Manningley knew. The word's gone round. Don't you read the newspapers? Look, here, see for yourself. Ex-Luftwaffe pilot murdered at Copperfield Heath Aerodrome. An international criminal suspected. Here, read it. It's believed that the murder of Albert Sarahoff, known as Reginald Jackson, has a bearing on the reported disappearance of a large cache of treasure looted during the war by the Gestapo. Scotland Yard and the Paris Sûreté are conferring on the possibility that the international criminal prominent in the displaced persons traffic attempted to leave this country with the treasure. Goes on and on, Yachty, and it's largely guesswork. Those Poles of yours can put two and two together.
Some I know. Some I am giving papers. They are knowing how to get out of the country.
Make up your mind to it, Yachty. I'm the only one who can get you out of the country, and for the present I need you here. There is no way out for you alone. Do you hear me?
Yeah. Maybe we hang, all of us.
Oh, no. No, we'll never hang. If we can't escape, if even our own underground can't help us, they'll never take us alive. So let's hear no more about you making a run for it alone. And if we have to admit defeat here in London, we're taking Gregory Keen with us. That I swear to you, Yachty. Gregory Keen will be paid in full.
Oh, Keen, that's another ship off the list. Pour yourself another drink. Frain's chaps are better at this routine sort of job than we are. You ought to know that.
I know it well enough, Colonel Fentress. But I'm still coming unhinged, waiting for word from either the fellows in Soho, Frain himself,
or Heddy Bergner. No, man, I wouldn't count on that too much.
Why not?
Well, put yourself in the other fellow's position. Demetrius can't fail to be aware that someone put us onto Zarahov, and someone put us onto the loot at Victoria Station.
We could have found out about the loot from Fleur de Pont.
Fleur de Pont was dead long before Zarahov.
What are you driving at?
Only two people could have tried to betray Demetrius. Heddy Bergner, or his hatchet man, Yachty Bloom. Demetrius knows that as well as we do. And Hedy's by far his likeliest prospect. So what's the conclusion? If Hedy is still alive, she's being kept alive for a purpose. And one purpose only. Demetrius must know that she's communicated with you once. He could use her to communicate with you again.
If she's still alive.
In many ways, my dear chap, be better for her if she's not. But nevertheless, anything we hear from Hedy must be gravely suspect. There's nothing to keep Demetrius in London now but you.
I'll take that risk, provided it makes it possible for us to find him.
Oh, excuse me. Milo Fentress speaking. Yes, friend. Just a minute. The Hiram B. Atchison. That's another one cleared. Yes, I quite agree. Most unlikely they'd have an American ship at their command. Yes, much more likely to be one of those odd vessels, you know the sort of thing I mean, owned in Greece, trading to the Orient, under Panamanian registry. Yes. All right, good man. Keep your chaps at it. Frain's quite right. Time it took us to get authority to search these ships after Demetrius found Eustace Manningley on the docks makes it more or less a waste of time.
But we have to go on just the same. Confounded Demetrius can't disappear into thin air. Fellow has to eat and sleep. Couldn't have many holes left after the Red Feathers Club, Bookman Sanatorium, and his ship.
Don't worry, we'll find him.
It's simply not on the cards that he'd have still another established hideout.
Now, look, Keen, do keep a grip on yourself. We're doing well. You know Yachty Bloom's losing his hold on the Poles. We've picked up whispers here and there in Soho. Well, the rats are leaving the sinking ship. So just relax, old man. And do help yourself to a drink or do something, Keen. You're getting on my nerves.
Getting on my own. If only we could get Hedy away from them. If only I knew what was happening to that girl.
Yes, perhaps I shouldn't have... Oh, to the devil with you, Keen. You know as well as I do, Demetrius must have a good idea what she's been up to.
That's what's wrong, don't you understand?
No, I don't. The girl's taken her chances. She's had her eyes wide open since the time they knifed Hank Godowsky.
But Colonel Fentress, I saw what they did to Eustace Manningley. They don't like informers, young or old, black or white, male or female. And to Demetrius, Hedy's made herself the arch-informer of them all. That's why I can't sit still, you understand that? That's why I can't get a grip. Oh, where's that whiskey of yours?
You would do better to postpone your revenge on Gregory Keen and think about getting us out of here.
I know how to get us out of this country when I'm ready. In the meantime, I would much rather solve a certain problem.
Oh, then solve it quickly and get us out of this ghastly warehouse.
How your attitude has changed. Until yesterday, I was Demetrius. I was still in command. Now both you and Yachty see fit to address me as an equal. It's a mistake. You've made 2 already, Hedy. Shall I tell you your second mistake?
Tell me anything and thus caring.
You'll care about this. Your second mistake was to tell Keen about Zarahoff and the aerodrome.
You don't know what you're saying.
You deny it?
You must be insane even to think such a thing.
But I do. We're at the end of our road, Hedy. We're beginning to turn on each other. Eustace Manningley was an informer. You remember how he ended.
After all I have done for you. After I went down and down into this morass with you, step by step.
Yachty was right about Fleur de Pont. You released her, and you contrived to get a message to Gregory Keen. Answer me, Hedy. You betrayed me, didn't you?
No, I did not.
Well, there's only one way you could convince me. Yachty still does what he's told. He hates you for your beauty and your loathing of him. He hates informers. There is only one way for you to show us that you're still with us, Hedy. Only one way.
I refuse to be afraid of you. I refuse to believe you'd turn on me, too, as you've turned on all the others.
I'm putting it up to you, Hedy. You'd be floating in the Thames now, but for one reason. You can still show me I'm wrong.
How? No, at the last, what must I do for you?
You're the only person who can bring Gregory Keen to me alone.
I knew it would come to this. I have been waiting for it.
You're alive for no other reason. You can buy your life with Keen.
If I refuse?
Think of Eustace Manningley.
You're the man who once said he loved me.
You are the woman I thought I could trust.
So, it has come to this. To save my own life, to save myself from Yachty Blum, I must smile once more at Gregory Keen.
If you've not betrayed us, you shouldn't care. If you care, it's an admission. What's it to be, Hedy?
What do I have to do?
You will speak to Keen. You will tell him to follow his instructions to the letter. You will tell him to be at certain places at certain times. And if he does not, he will find you, Hedy, as he found his other informer. That's what you'll tell Gregory Keen.
I knew what to expect. I felt I could see into Demetrius' market. At that stage, there were 33 hours to go.
Hedy takes a desperate chance in the next chapter of this story of suspense. Dossier on Dumetrius.
Dossier on Demetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen turns another page of the Dossier on Demetrius.
As the hours ticked away, the long chase drew to its end. Demetrius, Yachty Blum, and Hedy were in hiding. With the Gestapo loot lost to them, their organization breaking up, their closest confederates destroyed by no one but themselves. The Dossier on Demetrius itself had grown and grown until it had become a register of the criminals of post-war Europe. And they'd all had common roots. The Nazi malignance that flowered briefly and was stamped out. as Colonel Fentress called them once. Demetrius was more than just a criminal after £1 million worth of booty. He was a symbol of something. I don't know. We all felt it years ago. And his methods and underground channels had made him a case for MI-5. Of course, you know all this. I'm going over it now because for a few hours it seemed there was a lull before the final storm. Dumetrius, in his last hiding place, sat like a tarantula, spinning his web of revenge against me. I paced the floor at headquarters on the embankment, waiting. There was Hedy. There were the disintegrating Poles who'd worked in Soho for Yachty Blum. There were Inspector Frayn's men from the yard, searching the ships that lay around the bottom end of Cork Street. And there was Colonel Fentress, who came back from the yard to say...
Have you been here all the time, Keen?
Yes, there's nothing new.
I didn't get anything much from the Poles they had at the yard. They seemed to know that Yachty Blum was on the run, but they couldn't or wouldn't say where.
I'd have to be pretty sure Yachty was out of circulation myself before I'd give him away, either.
Keen, I'm sorry to have to say this to you, but I've been doing some thinking.
Why are you sorry?
Will you agree it's a fair assumption that Demetrius knows Heddy Bergner tried to give him away twice?
Look, we went through that 2 hours ago.
And will you agree?
Yes.
So he'd have no compunction about sacrificing her?
He'd have no compunction about sacrificing anyone, his own mother.
And there can't be much doubt about it. He must be desperate.
I'd still like to know what you're sorry about, Colonel, unless it's the amount of your whiskey I've been putting away.
Well, it occurred to me that Demetrius might make you a proposition.
You look sober, sir.
Let me assure you I am sober, and I'm not in the mood for clowning. It's quite on the cards that Demetrius will get word to you somehow.
Word to me? In the name of fortune, Colonel Fentress, saying what?
Offering to you Heddy Bergner's life against his own escape. Now, look here, old man, I'm serious. It struck me in a flash. Demetrius couldn't get out of this country unless someone in the police or MI-5 gave him a hand. That's how tightly we've got the ports and the aerodrome sewn up. And then it struck me on top of that, Demetrius could offer a bargain to just one man in the length and breadth of England. You.
But the idea's preposterous.
People like Demetrius know their own strength. He told you as much when you had him in your hands at Bookman's sanatorium. You gave him a demonstration. You let him walk out to save Hedy's life once. I want to know, are you capable of doing it again?
Oh, let me out of this mess. Get me into a cell till it's over. I don't want that responsibility in my hands.
You really want to be kept out of the way?
No, of course not. But I don't want to have to decide.
Well, of course, I've taken steps to see that if the proposition is made to you, you couldn't do anything about it. But I must ask you one thing, Keen. Just suppose you do hear from Demetrius. Let me know at once.
What's that going to do?
It might be possible to make Demetrius understand that your hands are tied. They surely wouldn't butcher the girl unless there was something to gain by it.
For the love of heaven, let it be outside the bounds of possibility. He couldn't communicate. He couldn't possibly be hunted as he is and still communicate with us.
I'm sorry to have to screw you up another notch or two, Keen, but it had to be done. Why don't you see this Bergner girl in the proper perspective? It's not right for any one human being to have such a grip on another.
Don't you think I've told myself that 100 times? Don't you think I've accepted affection from another girl to try and blot Hedy out?
Margaret Ridgway?
Yes, Margaret Ridgway.
Well, you don't have to shout at me, Keen. The Bergner girl has to take her chances. She made her own bed, she has to lie on it. She and Demetrius, as far as we are concerned, are one person, not two.
It's Hedy herself who's two people.
But it was the same girl who used her appeal to get Godowski's address so Yachty Blum could knife him. It was the same girl who didn't blink an eye when she led Peter Ridgway into the underground to have him pushed under a train, Keen. Not to shoot him or break his neck or hang him according to law, but to have him pushed under a train. And she knew that. She knew what was to happen to Peter Ridgway. And yet so help us all, that's the woman you're hopelessly in love with.
I want her. I want her alive. If she has to serve 20 years, I'll still want her when she comes out.
I give up. Now go home, Keen. Go home and drink yourself silly.
All right. All right, Colonel.
I don't know. Looks as though the writing's on the wall. Demetrius, Yachty Blum, Heddy Bergner, and Gregory Keen all going down together. And I thought I'd seen everything. Too bad. Keen was a good chap.
You can get back and watch the windows, Yachty.
Yeah.
You'll be interested to know, Hedy, the police are searching our ship at this moment. The good ship San Bernardino, the most innocent vessel in the stream.
I only hope we can go back and hide on board again when the search is over.
I can promise you the next 24 hours in this warehouse will be the last. If you play your part well with Gregory Keen.
I think you're wasting your time. Keen would not be such a fool as to be led into a trap that...
He will be led into this trap, Hedy, precisely because he is not a fool.
Even if he thought I was sincere, even if he thought I wanted to betray you, he would say to himself, Hedy was forced to give me that message.
Your first message, yes. Put yourself in Keen's position. You telephone him. There's urgency in your voice. You tell him that we three will be at a certain address at a certain time. You tell him that I know you tried to betray me, and we're keeping watch. The first sign of the police, Yachty's going to kill you, so Keen must come. Alone.
He'll ask, how is it possible for me to make the call?
And you'll reply that you can hear Yachty's footsteps, and you have to hang up. Keen will congratulate himself on seeing through an obvious trap. He'll arrange to have the address you've given him surrounded. But then he gets your second message. This time you're frantic. You tell Keen he mustn't go near that address. It's a trap. Demetrius is waiting there to kill him. But you're being held prisoner here in this warehouse. Keen must come at once. There's not a second to lose if he wants to rescue you. Tell me, Hedy, what happens then?
You know what will happen. Keen will be sure of my good faith. He'll leave the police to capture you at the address of the first message and rush here to rescue me. Very likely alone.
And, of course, he'll find Yachty and me waiting to receive him. We'll make him welcome, won't we, Yachty?
Yeah.
Not perhaps quite as warmly as possible, but welcome nevertheless. We want you to be word perfect, Hedy, so I think we'll rehearse again. And I think you'd better understand, while these telephone calls are being made, Yachty will be standing very close to you. By a coincidence, he'll have one of those knives of his handy. It simply wouldn't do to make a mistake, would it? I'm sorry to have to threaten you.
So that's how things stand, Margaret. I simply couldn't hang about my own flat. Cold here on the off chance.
It's all right, darling. I understand. I wish I didn't.
You know, you should tell me to get out.
Because I know you only come close to me so you can tell yourself I'm Hedy.
I have to get her out of my mind.
And I'm elected king. Well, I don't care. If it's true you can get one love out of your heart by forcing yourself to take another, well, here I am. I'm always here for you, King. Please don't ever forget it. Just remember to love me a little, that's all.
If you could turn it on and off like an electric oven. Margaret, it's no use.
You haven't long to go, darling. Soon now it'll be resolved for you. Everything will be taken out of your hands. Perhaps you'll be able to accept the accomplished facts after they've happened.
But with Hedy, they mustn't be allowed to happen. She's not all bad. She's tried to recover some of the ground she's lost.
Keen, I can listen to anything from you but your efforts to whitewash Heddy Bergner.
You don't know her as well as I do.
How well do you know her? As well as you know me?
More than you, Margaret.
Oh.
Why should I conceal it from you? Hedy is with Demetrius and Yachty Bloom this minute. If they know she betrayed them, I can't let myself think what will happen to her.
Then don't think about her at all.
I'm conscious of nothing else. Either way, if she's with Dumetrius when we corner him, there'll still be no hope for her.
Oh, stop it, Keen. Stop torturing yourself over the creature. She deserves what's coming to her over and over again. Wait here. I'll see who it is and send them away. Why, Colonel Fentress, hello.
Good evening, Miss Ridgway. Is Keen here?
Yes, come in. Go on through. He's in the lounge.
Thank you.
When you say you'll be at your flat, Keen, and you change your mind, I wish you'd make me a signal.
Oh, I'm sorry, Colonel. What is it?
Here. Have a look at this brooch. You recognize it?
Why, yes. I've seen her wearing it time and time again. It's Hedy's. Where did you get it?
We're pinning them down. That brooch was found in a cabin of one of the ships near Cork Street. Portuguese ownership, Panamanian registry. You weren't 20 yards from it the night you heard them take Eustace Menendale.
Name?
S.S. San Bernardino. And Keen,
I think Herr Master should be able to tell us where to find Demetrius.
While Demetrius and the others were hiding on the ship, both Manningley and Fleur Dupont had made telephone calls. The ships at Cork Street had no phone connection, and yet Hedy had been able to communicate with them at will. So they had a hideout with a telephone in it, ashore, but near the San Bernardino. There were 31 hours to go.
Keen draws closer to the warehouse in the next suspenseful chapter of Dossier on Demetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Major Keen, in his room on the Thames Embankment, turns another page of The Dossier on Demetrius.
Only 16 hours had passed since we'd stood in the cold light of dawn at Copperfield Heath, with the black outline of the Mosquito bomber in the background, the open cabin trunk, the forged and worthless money blowing about the airfield, and the lifeless body of the pilot Zarahoff lying at our feet. It was a grim scene, all right, but it spelt ruin and failure to Demetrius. Now he was in hiding, in his last line of retreat. Demetrius, Yachty Blum, and Heddy Bergner, the only three left of the streamlined organization he'd set up from Berlin. And very soon, this last remnant would have its backs to the wall. We'd finally been given authority to search the foreign ships lying at the bottom end of the Cork Street docks. On one of them, the SS San Bernardino, a Scotland Yard fellow picked up a brooch. The brooch belonged to Hedy, and taking this with certain other facts, we knew we'd narrowed the hunt down again. Demetrius was hiding in the dock area, somewhere not far from the San Bernardino. The next job was to smoke him out. What's the scale of this map?
12 inches to the mile, roughly 2/3 of an inch to the 100 yards. Now, there are your Cork Street dockyards, gentlemen. Just about every detail but the individual cobblestones.
Doesn't seem to be much here but warehouses.
Darn good hiding places, too. Now then, we can be pretty sure Demetrius and the other two aren't dodging about an occupied warehouse, hiding under bales and so forth, or playing hide-and-seek with the dockers. Agreed? Right. So we've marked 1, the empty warehouses, and 2, the occupied but closed warehouses.
Colonel Fentress.
Yes, it's all right, Keen. I'm coming to that phone business now. We've good grounds for the assumption, you chaps, that wherever Demetrius is holed up, he has access to a telephone. So now, we've 3 conditions for our critical warehouse to fulfill. It has to be unfrequented by dockers, it has to be closed and to all intents and purposes unused, and it has to have a connected telephone.
And how many satisfy all 3 conditions?
Well, here the picture begins to change. Almost all warehouses have an office with a connected telephone. Of the 104 buildings marked here, 98 have phones. The 5 or 6 older houses in the neighborhood haven't a telephone between them.
That puts Demetrius definitely in a warehouse.
Correct. But of the 98 buildings with phones, No fewer than 86 are connected. And of those 86, 25 are in unused, apparently unoccupied warehouses.
So it boils down to this. We've 25 buildings to surround and search from ceilings to floor. They're all 4 or 5 stories high, covering a good deal of space, and from the tops of them you could hold off a battalion.
But in one of them, Keen, we'll find Demetrius. So gather round closer, you fellows. I want to show you which blocks of the area contain more than one warehouse. When the time comes, we'll go over the ground block by block.
The fog's coming in again tonight.
It can't blot out enough for me.
Melancholy, Hedy?
Who wouldn't be? Cooped up in this wretched loft, hour after hour.
The fog should cheer you, my dear. It makes it possible for us to get out of here for a while.
Where are we going?
To a public telephone. You haven't forgotten the 2 messages you're to give Gregory Keen, have you?
What's wrong with the phone here in this warehouse?
Calls through automatic exchanges can be traced very quickly, Hedy. It's quite possible that Keen will be expecting word from you and have his tracing arrangements ready and waiting. I think we'd do much better to use a public phone.
There isn't one nearby.
Oh, really, Hedy. Your memory gets worse and worse. You should take one of those courses for it. Don't you recall Flo de Pont running out of this very building, down the cobblestone lane, running and running till she came to a phone?
I had forgotten.
Well, it's beside the point. In half an hour, you'll make your first call to Gregory Keen. In 40 minutes, the police will be moving towards the address you give them. In 50 minutes, you'll make your second call to Keen. And in a little over an hour, we should have him with us right here.
I still don't think he will come.
It's going to be unfortunate for you if he doesn't. Try to convey that in your voice, Hedy. Your urgency won't be assumed.
If he does fall into your snare, what will you do to him besides?
Oh, as usual, I'll leave those things to Yachty.
Oh, for the last time, before it's too late, don't do this. It is the final, the culminating murder. If the others were necessary, if that's how you excuse them, this one is not. You're going to murder Keen out of malice, for nothing but malice, because he's beaten you time and time again when it seemed that you had the game in your hands.
Not only for that, Hedy. For you.
One does not steal me from you, is that it? To make Demetrius himself jealous, what an achievement. So you set your snare and murder a man.
The execution is nothing. It's the method that counts. And I think it's singularly apt that Keen's love for you should be used to bring about his own destruction. Don't you?
Of all the hateful things you have done, this will be the worst.
Of course it's the worst from your point of view. It affects you personally. However, we'll let you actually watch as Keen is disposed of. What could be more satisfying? The perfect revenge.
Oh, no. No, stop
Keen puts me, Demetrius, into a position like this, but he'll pay, and you'll see him pay, Hedy.
No.
As you watch, be happy in the thought that we only caught him because he loved you.
I won't do it. I've done enough. I won't do this ghastly thing.
You know, Hedy, you will.
I will never do it. You won't make me.
I know you too well. You're capable of love, yes, but you're also in love with yourself and your own beauty. It could be ruined so easily.
I don't care what you say. You will not drag me down into this final horror. I will not let you use Keen's love for me to murder him.
Yachty! There you are, Hedy. Your old playmate, Yachty Blom. You know the choice you have to make. Take a good look at Yachty, who has no affection for you at all. And then make your decision.
It's Keen. Or me.
Precisely. That's all, Yachty. I told you, Hedy, we're desperate men. We've nothing to lose. You play your part with Gregory Keen? Do you? Yes. Yes, I see that you do.
All right, chaps, that's all. We'll make our first move within 12 hours, so stay on tap.
Okay, good. Anyone come for a bite to eat? Don't go.
Well, so much for the dock area around Cork Street, Keen. The next thing's the master of the San Bernardino.
Yes, that's the character I'm waiting for. He had Dumetrius, Blum, and Hedy on his ship. Surely he can give us some idea where they are now, Colonel.
The trouble is, we can't do much about questioning him for an hour or so at least.
Why not, sir? Oh, of course, foreign national with his consulate trying to bail him out.
That's right. Frayne at the yards letting us know as soon as the fellow's properly sewn up and formally charged.
How can they charge him?
Whatever it is, it's trumped up till we can dig something out of him. But we have to wait that hour or so before we can begin.
I don't know. Dealing with people like these, I sometimes think we do better to fly straight in and hang the legal consequences.
What? Hang it, Keen, we couldn't possibly do that. It'd never do.
Why couldn't we now?
It's out of the question. We're blimps, everyone knows that. We go about calling each other old boy and feebly trying to brush away the wool the spies keep pulling over our eyes. Good Lord, Keen, how would those cartoonist fellows get on if it were ever suspected that we had a grain of sense?
I've no idea, sir.
Well, there you are, you see what I mean. It's one of the secrets of MI-5. You'll be here, won't you?
Of course.
Right. Give me a buzz in about an hour, will you? I'll give Frayne that long to make the skipper of the San Bernardino look nice and tidy. After that, we'll move in. And heaven help the chap if he decided not to talk.
Right you are, Colonel. An hour from now.
Stand easy, Coutts. How's it coming along?
There's nothing to report at the moment, sir.
Do you think Major Keen has any idea that we've tapped in on his telephone?
Oh, he couldn't possibly have, Colonel Fentress. This instrument I'm listening with works by induction, so you don't get any of them little clicks.
Oh, works by induction, eh?
That's right, sir.
Well, switch that recorder on to any communication between Keen and either Heddy Bergner or Demetrius. I'd trust Major Keen with my life, Coutts. I expect you would, too. But where Heddy Bergner's concerned, he throws reason to the winds.
I understand, sir.
Major Keen's quite capable of putting his own life in forfeit to get Heddy Bergner away from Demetrius alive. It's up to you to put a stop to it if he tries.
Don't worry, sir. Demetrius doesn't get another lash at the Major, sir. Not while I'm about. And if he thinks he's using that girl to trap Major Keen into sticking his neck out, he can have another bloomin' think right away.
Good work, Coutts. That's the spirit. Is that a call coming in for Keen?
Just a sir. Yes. A woman's voice.
Well, switch something on so that I can hear it quickly.
I'll switch it onto the speaker, sir. There we are.
Hello?
Major Keen.
Yes, this is Gregory Keen speaking.
This is Heddy Bergner, and I have an important message for you. Demetrius and Yachty Blum will be in an empty house at the corner of Abbott and Priory Streets at 10 o'clock tonight. You will have to take them alone because they're keeping watch. And at the first sign of the police...
It came at last, the thing I'd been waiting for. And it was the most obvious trap imaginable, even baited according to Colonel Fentress's predictions, with Hedy. They couldn't expect me to fall for a story like that. They had a second move up their sleeves. So I waited a little longer. There were 29 hours to go.
Does the trap for Gregory Keen succeed? Listen for the next chapter in this story of suspense. Dossier on Dumetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen turns another page of the Dossier on Demetrius.
As the hours ticked away, the long chase drew to its end. Demetrius, Yachty Blum, and Hedy were in hiding. With the Gestapo loot lost to them, their organization breaking up, their closest confederates destroyed by no one but themselves. The dossier on Demetrius itself had grown and grown until it had become a register of the criminals of post-war Europe. And they'd all had common roots. The Nazi malignance that flowered briefly and was stamped out, as Colonel Fentress called them once. Demetrius was more than just a criminal after £1 million worth of booty. He was a symbol of something. I don't know. We all felt it years ago. And his methods and underground channels had made him a case for MI-5. Of course, you know all this. I'm going over it now because for a few hours it seemed there was a lull before the final storm. Demetrius in his last hiding place sat like a tarantula, spinning his web of revenge against me. I paced the floor at headquarters on the embankment, waiting. There was Hedy. There were the disintegrating Poles who'd worked in Soho for Yachty Blum. There were Inspector Frain's men from the yard, searching the ships that lay around the bottom end of Cork Street. And there was Colonel Fentress, who came back from the yard to say...
Have you been here all the time, Keen?
Yes, there's nothing new.
I didn't get anything much from the Poles they had at the yard. They seemed to know that Yachty Blum was on the run, but they couldn't or wouldn't say where.
I'd have to be pretty sure Yachty was out of circulation myself before I'd give him away, either.
Keen, I'm sorry to have to say this to you, but I've been doing some thinking.
Why are you sorry?
Will you agree it's a fair assumption that Demetrius knows Heddy Bergner tried to give him away twice?
Look, we went through that 2 hours ago.
And will you agree?
Yes.
So he'd have no compunction about sacrificing him?
He'd have no compunction about sacrificing anyone, his own mother.
And there can't be much doubt about it. He must be desperate.
I'd still like to know what you're sorry about, Colonel, unless it's the amount of your whiskey I've been putting away.
Well, it occurred to me that Demetrius might make you a proposition.
You look sober, sir.
Let me assure you I am sober, and I'm not in the mood for clowning. It's quite on the cards that Demetrius will get word to you somehow.
Word to me? In the name of fortune, Colonel Fentress, saying what?
Offering to you Heddy Bergner's life against his own escape. Now, look here, old man, I'm serious. It struck me in a flash. Demetrius couldn't get out of this country unless someone in the police or MI-5 gave him a hand. That's how tightly we've got the ports and the aerodrome sewn up. And then it struck me on top of that, Demetrius could offer a bargain to just one man in the length and breadth of England. You.
But the idea's preposterous.
People like Demetrius know their own strength. He told you as much when you had him in your hands at Bookman's sanatorium. You gave him a demonstration. You let him walk out to save Hedy's life once. I want to know, are you capable of doing it again?
Oh, let me out of this mess. Get me into a cell till it's over. I don't want that responsibility on my hands.
You really want to be kept out of the way?
No, of course not. But I don't want to have to decide.
Well, of course, I've taken steps to see that if the proposition is made to you, you couldn't do anything about it. But I must ask you one thing, Keen. Just suppose you do hear from Demetrius. Let me know at once.
What's that going to do?
It might be possible to make Demetrius understand that your hands are tied. They surely wouldn't butcher the girl unless there was something to gain by it.
For the love of heaven, let it be outside the bounds of possibility. He couldn't communicate. He couldn't possibly be hunted as he is and still communicate with us.
I'm sorry to have to screw you up another notch or two, Keen, but it had to be done. Why don't you see this Bergner girl in the proper perspective? It's not right for any one human being to have such a grip on another.
Don't you think I've told myself that 100 times? Don't you think I've accepted affection from another girl to try and blot Hedy out?
Margaret Ridgway?
Yes, Margaret Ridgway.
Well, you don't have to shout at me, Keen. The Bergner girl has to take her chances. She made her own bed, she has to lie on it. She and Demetrius, as far as we are concerned, are one person, not two.
It's Hedy herself who's two people.
But it was the same girl who used her appeal to get Godowski's address so Yachty Blum could knife him. It was the same girl who didn't blink an eye when she led Peter Ridgway into the underground to have him pushed under a train, Keen. Not to shoot him or break his neck or hang him according to law, but to have him pushed under a train. And she knew that. She knew what was to happen to Peter Ridgway. And yet, so help us all, that's the woman you're hopelessly in love with.
I want her. I want her alive. If she has to serve 20 years, I'll still want her when she comes out.
I give up. Now go home, Keen. Go home and drink yourself silly.
All right. All right, Colonel.
I don't know. Looks as though the writing's on the wall. Demetrius, Yachty Bloom, Heddy Bergner, and Gregory Keen all going down together. And I thought I'd seen everything. Too bad. Keen was a good chap.
You can get back and watch the windows, Yachty.
Yeah.
You'll be interested to know, Hedy, the police are searching our ship at this moment. The good ship San Bernardino, the most innocent vessel in the stream.
I only hope we can go back and hide on board again when the search is over.
I can promise you the next 24 hours in this warehouse will be the last. If you play your part well with Gregory Keen.
I think you're wasting your time. He would not be such a fool as to be led into a trap that...
He will be led into this trap, Hedy, precisely because he is not a fool.
Even if he thought I was sincere, even if he thought I wanted to betray you, he would say to himself, Hedy was forced to give me that message.
Your first message, yes. Put yourself in Keen's position. You telephone him. There's urgency in your voice. You tell him that we three will be at a certain address at a certain time. You tell him that I know you tried to betray me, and we're keeping watch. The first sign of the police, Yachty's going to kill you, so Keen must come. Alone.
He'll ask, how is it possible for me to make the call?
And you'll reply that you can hear Yachty's footsteps and you have to hang up. Keen will congratulate himself on seeing through an obvious trap. He'll arrange to have the address you've given him surrounded. But then he gets your second message. This time you're frantic. You tell Keen he mustn't go near that address. It's a trap. Demetrius is waiting there to kill him. But you're being held prisoner here in this warehouse. Keen must come at once. There's not a second to lose if he wants to rescue you. Tell me, Hedy, what happens then?
You know what will happen. Keen will be sure of my good faith. He'll leave the police to capture you at the address of the first message and rush here to rescue me. Very likely alone.
And, of course, he'll find Yachty and me waiting to receive him. We'll make him welcome, won't we, Yachty?
Yeah.
Not perhaps quite as warmly as possible, but welcome nevertheless. We want you to be word perfect, Hedy, so I think we'll rehearse again. And I think you'd better understand, while these telephone calls are being made, Yachty will be standing very close to you. By a coincidence, he'll have one of those knives of his handy. It simply wouldn't do to make a mistake, would it? I'm sorry to have to threaten you.
So that's how things stand, Margaret. I simply couldn't hang about my own flat. Called here on the off chance.
It's all right, darling. I understand. I wish I didn't.
You know, you should tell me to get out.
Because I know you only come close to me so you can tell yourself I'm Hedy.
Oh, I have to get her out of my mind.
And I'm elected Keen. Well, I don't care. If it's true you can get one love out of your heart by forcing yourself to take another, oh, here I am. I'm always here for you, Keen. Please don't ever forget it. Just remember to love me a little, that's all.
If you could turn it on and off like an electric oven. Oh, Margaret, it's no use.
You haven't long to go, darling. Soon now it'll be resolved for you. Everything will be taken out of your hands. Perhaps you'll be able to accept the accomplished facts after they've happened.
But with Hedy, they mustn't be allowed to happen. She's not all bad. She's tried to recover some of the ground she's lost.
Keen, I can listen to anything from you but your efforts to whitewash Heddy Bergner.
You don't know her as well as I do.
How well do you know her? As well as you know me?
More than you, Margaret.
Oh.
Why should I conceal it from you? Hedy is with Demetrius and Yachty Bloom this minute. If they know she betrayed them, I can't let myself think what will happen to her.
Then don't think about her at all.
I'm conscious of nothing else. Either way, if she's with Demetrius when we corner him, there'll still be no hope for her.
Oh, stop it, Keen. Stop torturing yourself over the creature. She deserves what's coming to her over and over again. Wait here. I'll see who it is and send them away. Why, Colonel Fentress, hello.
Good evening, Miss Ridgway. Miss Keen here.
Yes, come in. Go on through. He's in the lounge.
Thank you. When you say you'll be at your flat, Keen, and you change your mind, I wish you'd make me a signal.
Oh, I'm sorry, Colonel. What is it?
Here. Have a look at this brooch. You recognize it?
Why, yes. I've seen her wearing it time and time again. It's Hedy's. Where did you get it?
We're pinning them down. That brooch was found in a cabin of one of the ships near Cork Street. Portuguese ownership, Panamanian registrar. You weren't 20 yards from it the night you heard them take Eustace Manning there.
Name?
S.S. San Bernardino. And Keen, I think her master should be able to tell us where to find Demetrius.
While Demetrius and the others were hiding on the ship, both Manningley and Fleur Dupont had made telephone calls. The ships at Cork Street had no phone connection, and yet Hedy had been able to communicate with them at will. So they had a hideout with a telephone in it, ashore, but near the San Bernardino. There were 31 hours to go.
Keen draws closer to the warehouse in the next suspenseful chapter of Dossier on Demetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Major Keen, in his room on the Thames Embankment, turns another page of The Dossier on Demetrius.
Only 16 hours had passed since we'd stood in the cold light of dawn at Copperfield Heath, with the black outline of the mosquito bomber in the background, the open cabin trunk, the forged and worthless money blowing about the airfield, and the lifeless body of the pilot Zarahoff lying at our feet. It was a grim scene, all right, but it spelt ruin and failure to Demetrius. Now he was in hiding, in his last line of retreat. Demetrius, Yachty Blum, and Heddy Bergner, the only three left of the streamlined organization he'd set up from Berlin. And very soon, this last remnant would have its backs to the wall. We'd finally been given authority to search the foreign ships lying at the bottom end of the Cork Street docks. On one of them, the SS San Bernardino, a Scotland Yard fellow picked up a brooch. The brooch belonged to Hedy, and taking this with certain other facts, we knew we'd narrowed the hunt down again. Demetrius was hiding in the dock area, somewhere not far from the San Bernardino. The next job was to smoke him out. What's the scale of this map?
12 inches to the mile, roughly 2/3 of an inch to the 100 yards. Now, there are your Cork Street dockyards, gentlemen. Just about every detail but the individual cobblestones.
Doesn't seem to be much here but warehouses.
Darn good hiding places, too. Now then, we can be pretty sure Demetrius and the other two aren't dodging about an occupied warehouse, hiding under bales and so forth, or playing hide-and-seek with the dockers. Agreed? Right. So we've marked 1, the empty warehouses, and 2, the occupied but closed warehouses.
Colonel Fentress.
Yes, it's all right, Keen. I'm coming to that phone business now. We've good grounds for the assumption, you chaps, that wherever Demetrius is holed up, he has access to a telephone. So now, we've 3 conditions for our critical warehouse to fulfill. It has to be unfrequented by dockers, it has to be closed and to all intents and purposes unused, and it has to have a connected telephone.
And how many satisfy all 3 conditions?
Well, here the picture begins to change. Almost all warehouses have an office with a connected telephone. Of the 104 buildings marked here, 98 have phones. The 5 or 6 older houses in the neighborhood haven't a telephone between them.
That puts Demetrius definitely in a warehouse.
Correct. But of the 98 buildings with phones, no fewer than 86 are connected. And of those 86, 25 are in unused, apparently unoccupied warehouses.
So it boils down to this. We've 25 buildings to surround and search from ceilings to floor. They're all 4 or 5 stories high, covering a good deal of space, and from the tops of them you could hold off a battalion.
But in one of them, Keen, we'll find Demetrius. So gather round closer, you fellows. I want to show you which blocks of the area contain more than one warehouse. When the time comes, we'll go over the ground block by block.
The fog's coming in again tonight.
It can't blot out enough for me.
Melancholy, Hedy?
Who wouldn't be? Cooped up in this wretched loft, hour after hour.
The fog should cheer you, my dear. It makes it possible for us to get out of here for a while.
Where are we going?
To a public telephone. You haven't forgotten the 2 messages you're to give Gregory Keen, have you?
What's wrong with the phone here in this warehouse?
The calls through automatic exchanges can be traced very quickly, Hedy. It's quite possible that Keen will be expecting word from you and have his tracing arrangements ready and waiting. I think we'd do much better to use a public phone.
There isn't one nearby.
Oh, really, Hedy. Your memory gets worse and worse. You should take one of those courses for it. Don't you recall Flo de Pont running out of this very building, down the cobblestone lane, running and running till she came to a phone?
I had forgotten.
Well, it's beside the point. In half an hour, you'll make your first call to Gregory Keen. In 40 minutes, the police will be moving towards the address you give them. In 50 minutes, you'll make your second call to Keen. And in a little over an hour, we should have him with us right here.
I still don't think he will come.
It's going to be unfortunate for you if he doesn't. Try to convey that in your voice, Hedy. Your urgency won't be assumed.
If he does fall into your snare, what will you do to him besides?
Oh, as usual, I'll leave those things to Yachty.
Oh, for the last time, before it's too late, don't do this. It is the final, the culminating murder. If the others were necessary, if that's how you excuse them, this one is not. You're going to murder Keen out of malice, for nothing but malice, because he's beaten you time and time again when it seemed that you had the game in your hands.
Not only for that, Hedy. For you.
One does not steal me from you, is that it? To make Demetrius himself jealous, what an achievement. So you set your snare and murder a man.
The execution is nothing. It's the method that counts. And I think it's singularly apt that Keen's love for you should be used to bring about his own destruction. Don't you?
Of all the hateful things you have done, this will be the worst.
Of course it's the worst from your point of view. It affects you personally. However, we'll let you actually watch as Keen is disposed of. What could be more satisfying? The perfect revenge.
Oh, no. No, stop.
Keen puts me, Demetrius, into a position like this, but he'll pay, and you'll see him pay, Hedy.
No.
As you watch, be happy in the thought that we only caught him because he loved you.
I won't do it. I've done enough. I won't do this ghastly thing.
You know, Hedy, you will.
I will never do it. You won't make me.
I know you too well. You're capable of love, yes, but you're also in love with yourself and your own beauty. It could be ruined so easily.
I don't care what you say. You will not drag me down into this final horror. I will not let you use Keen's love for me to murder him.
Yachty! There you are, Hedy. Your old playmate, Yachty Blom. You know the choice you have to make. Take a good look at Yachty, who has no affection for you at all. And then make your decision.
It's Keen. Or me.
Precisely. That's all, Yachty. I told you, Hedy, we're desperate men. We've nothing to lose. Do you play your part with Gregory Keen? Do you? Yes. Yes, I see that you do.
All right, chaps, that's all. We'll make our first move within 12 hours, so stay on tap.
Anyone come for a bite to eat? Go on, Tony, go.
There was so much for the dock area around Cork Street, Keen. The next thing's the master of the San Bernardino.
Yes, that's the character I'm waiting for. He had Dumetrius, Blum, and Hedy on his ship. Surely he can give us some idea where they are now, Colonel.
The trouble is, we can't do much about questioning him for an hour or so at least.
Why not, sir? No, of course, foreign national with his consulate trying to bail him out.
That's right. Frayne at the yard's letting us know as soon as the fellow's properly sewn up and formally charged.
How can they charge him?
Whatever it is, it's trumped up till we can dig something out of him. But we have to wait that hour or so before we can begin.
I don't know. Dealing with people like these, I sometimes think we do better to fly straight in and hang the legal consequences.
What? Hang it, Keen, we couldn't possibly do that. It'd never do.
Why couldn't we now?
It's out of the question. We're blimps, everyone knows that. We go about calling each other old boy and feebly trying to brush away the wool the spies keep pulling over our eyes. Good Lord, Keen, how would those cartoonist fellows get on if it were ever suspected that we had a grain of sense?
I've no idea, sir.
Well, there you are, you see what I mean. It's one of the secrets of MI-5. You'll be here, won't you?
Of course.
Right. Give me a buzz in about an hour, will you? I'll give Frayne that long to make the skipper of the San Bernardino look nice and tidy. After that, we'll move in. And heaven help the chap if he decided not to talk.
Right you are, Colonel. An hour from now.
Stand easy, Coutts. How's it coming along?
There's nothing to report at the moment, sir.
Do you think Major Keen has any idea that we've tapped in on his telephone?
Oh, he couldn't possibly have, Colonel Fentress. This instrument I'm listening with works by induction, so you don't get any of them little clicks.
Oh, works by induction, eh?
That's right, sir.
Well, switch that recorder on to any communication between Keen and either Heddy Bergner or Demetrius. I'd trust Major Keen with my life, Coutts. I expect you would, too. But where Heddy Bergner's concerned, he throws reason to the winds.
I understand, sir.
Major Keen's quite capable of putting his own life in forfeit to get Heddy Bergner away from Demetrius alive. It's up to you to put a stop to it if he tries.
Don't worry, sir. Demetrius doesn't get another lash at the Major, sir. Not while I'm about. And if he thinks he's using that girl to trap Major Keen into sticking his neck out, he can have another bloomin' think right away.
Good work, Coutts. That's the spirit. Is that a call coming in for Keen?
Just a jiff, sir. Yes. A woman's voice.
Well, switch something on so that I can hear it quickly.
I'll switch it onto the speaker, sir. There we are.
Hello?
Major Keen.
Yes, this is Gregory Keen speaking.
This is Heddy Bergner, and I have an important message for you. Demetrius and Yachty Blum will be in an empty house at the corner of Abbott and Priory Streets at 10 o'clock tonight. You will have to take them alone because they're keeping watch. And at the first sign of the police...
It came at last, the thing I'd been waiting for. And it was the most obvious trap imaginable, even baited according to Colonel Fentress's predictions, with Hedy. They couldn't expect me to fall for a story like that. They had a second move up their sleeves. So I waited a little longer. There were 29 hours to go.
Does the trap for Gregory Keen succeed? Listen for the next chapter in this story of suspense. Dossier on Demetrius.
Dossier on Demetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Major Keen turns another page of The Dossier on Demetrius.
There were 29 hours to go when the word I was waiting for came through. Hedy was on my phone, making her third attempt to betray Demetrius, and to save herself at the same time. At least, that's what I was intended to believe. We knew that Demetrius, Hedy Blum, and Hedy were hiding in one of the warehouses in the neighborhood of the Cork Street docks. We knew that they'd been on the SS San Bernardino. We had the San Bernardino's master under arrest, and he was due for some solid questioning. And then my phone went, and it was Hedy. I'd known she'd get in touch with me if it was humanly possible. When she did, I wasn't the only one who was listening to her. But I didn't know that at the time.
This is Heddy Bergner, and I have an important message for you. Demetrius and Hedy Blum will be in an empty house at the corner of Abbott and Priory Streets at 10 o'clock tonight. You will have to take them alone.
Where are you speaking from, Hedy?
Oh, let me finish. They know I attempted to betray them. I will be with them in the house. At the first sign of the police, they're going to kill me like Eustace Manningley.
Hedy, where are you calling from?
A public box. There is someone coming. Yottie's coming. I must get out of here before he sees me. Come alone, Keen. If you bring police, they will kill me. They'll kill me unless you come alone.
Well done, Hedy. All right, Jotty, you can put your knife away. You can see Hedy prefers her own life to Gregory Keen's.
Why don't you let him stab me? Look at him. He hates to put his knife away.
Then don't tempt him.
You still need me for the second call, don't you? And you want me to watch you do away with Keen? So I'm still safe from Demetrius, the man I loved and sold my soul to.
If you insist on making small talk, Hedy, let me point out how cheaply we bought you. No, we won't go up to the loft again just yet. We'll wait till we've made our second phone call. The one Keen will be so sure is genuine. How's the time? Yes. We'll give Keen 12 or 15 minutes to digest your message and get his men together. Hedy, give Hedy a cigarette and light it for her. You can see she's not happy, can't you?
Well, Coutts? They're baiting the most obvious trap for the Major you could think of, sir.
Quite so. It's as plain as the nose on your face. You positive Major Keen couldn't know his phone was tapped?
Not a chance with this little gadget, sir.
Quite. All right. Back to his room, quickly. I'll handle Frayne and the yard fellows. We've no time to lose.
What about the Major himself, Colonel Fentress?
The Major? From the minute we walk into his room, you don't let him out of your sight.
No, sir.
For his own protection. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Now, this is the situation as I see it. Demetrius and Hedy Blum will be in or near the house the Bergner girl just told us about. They'll have some means of getting away quickly. And, of course, they're counting on Major Keen coming alone to save Hedy's life if possible.
Yes, but surely the Major won't be taken in with anything so blooming simple a nipper could see through it.
Yes, exactly. But, I'm afraid Major Keen's not completely rational where Heddy Bergner is concerned, Coutts.
No, sir.
If he's taken in, he'll keep that phone call to himself. If he's not, he'll be looking for us this minute. You can see that, don't you, Coutts?
Yes, Colonel.
All right. Now, come along. Upstairs at the double.
Hey, Colonel, are we putting a man on the recorder in case the Major gets another call, sir?
There won't be any more calls, Coutts. Come along upstairs, man. We want to see how Keen's taken his message from Heddy Bergner. And remember this, Coutts. Don't let him out of your sight.
I sat there, with the telephone still in my hand. It was a trap. It was so obviously a trap that I couldn't believe Demetrius was behind it. And being a trap, had Hedy been forced to make that phone call, or had she done it willingly? I thought I would come apart. My head was bursting. I had to decide. If it were a trap, then I couldn't go to Priory Street alone. I might as well commit suicide by shooting myself here at my desk.
But if I were wrong, if the message from Hedy were real, what then? If I went after Demetrius in strength, if I surrounded the house with police, then they'd butcher Hedy and she'd die knowing I didn't care, that I was prepared to see her butchered. The minute I sat there seemed like an eternity. Then...
Ah, Keen. I've just been talking to the yard. Why, Keen, what's the matter with you?
Colonel, help me.
What is it, man? What are you sitting there with that telephone for?
Give me a minute.
You've heard from Heddy Bergner?
No, there was no message. Dumetrius and Yachty Blum will have her in a house at the corner of Abbott and Priory Streets in 40 minutes. Unless I go alone, they'll kill her.
Coutts, in here.
Yes, sir.
Now then, Keen, come along. Take hold of yourself.
It's a trap for me, and I know it's a trap. But what am I going to do?
My dear fellow, you're going to stay here with Tom Coutts. The affair's out of your hands now.
What?
We heard that phone call from the recorder room.
Oh.
I'm sorry, Keen. We had to do it. And now Frame's getting his squad together this minute.
You're going to surround the house?
Of course.
They'll kill the girl.
And if they don't, she'll die with them when they make a fight of it.
I might be able to make it alone. Across the roof.
Oh, don't be silly. Talk sense, man. You're the one they want. They know they can't escape, and they want to take you, too. They must be up against it to think you could be drawn with a blatant lure like the one Hedy just gave you.
But they'll kill her.
Yes, of course they will. Now, face up to it, man. There's no way out.
There must be a way out.
Now, look here. There are 3 courses of action. Ignore the phone message and let Demetrius go. Try to take them alone and walk into a suicidal ambush. Or do what I'm doing, the sensible thing to do. Go to Priory Street with 20 men and exterminate Demetrius.
They'll kill her, she said. They'll kill her like Mannerly.
I heard what she said. I'm sorry, Keen. And it'll only be a matter of minutes anyway. Remember, we've instructions not to attempt to take Demetrius alive. So, if what Hedy said was true, they'll only do away with her a few minutes before we destroy the 3 of them ourselves.
Couldn't we offer them... Couldn't we promise them safe conduct if they let Hedy walk out of the house?
Stay here and carry out your orders, Coutts.
But we don't have to honor it, Colonel. Promise them safe conduct out of the country for Hedy's life and then go in after them.
After all this, Keen, what do you take Demetrius for? Can't you imagine him? He'd laugh at you. He knows we give no safe conduct.
Then I'll have to come with you. I have to be there.
You're staying here, right in this room. And Coutts has orders to see you don't leave it.
But I hunted Demetrius down. No one should be in the kill more than me.
I'm not going to see you throw your life away, Keen. And having known you this long, I believe you're capable of it. No, you're staying here with Coutts.
I won't do it.
I'm sorry, old chap. All right, I'll answer that. Hello, Fenton speaking. Yes, friend. I see. All right, good work. I'll be waiting for you outside with my chaps in 1 minute. Yes, right. It's out of all of our hands now, Keen. Resign yourself to it. Don't worry, old man, I'll keep you posted. In half an hour, the hunt should be ended and Demetrius dead. All right, Coutts. See you carry out your orders.
14 minutes since your first phone call, Hedy. Good. Now we try again. This is the important one. Yachty will be behind you as before. Make no mistake.
I hope Keen has already gone to the address in Priory Street.
That's the one circumstance over which I have no control. But your first message was so obviously a trap that he'll surely wait to collect a squad of men. I think we've let an appropriate interval go by.
I have to do it now.
Now. Pick up the telephone. Oh, what are you waiting for? Dial his number.
It's not too late. Don't do it. You're asking me to do a diabolical thing. Please don't do it.
Dial Keen's number on the embankment.
I can't. You've chosen the one way to bring him here alone. He will let his men go to Priory Street to capture you and come here to the warehouse alone.
Precisely. Now dial a number. If you're tempted to warn Keen in the next 30 seconds, Hedy, just keep a picture of Eustace Manningley in your mind. Yachty?
I'm knowing.
The knife. Hold it ready in front of her eyes, where she can see it.
No, please.
Now, Hedy.
And remember Eustace Manningley.
I'll take it if you like, Major.
No. This is Gregory Keen.
Keen, don't go to the house I told you. It's a trap. Don't go.
Where are you calling from, Jennifer?
This is Hedy.
I know that. Go on.
Demetrius and Yachty are waiting at the house for you to come alone. They left me here, tied up but locked in. I managed to get to this phone in the same room. Come and get me, Keen, quickly before Demetrius gets back. They're going to kill me. I know they are.
Where?
In the attic. In the loft of the fourth warehouse from the docks in Shirley Road.
All right. Leave it to me.
You'll come at once.
Of course.
Who was that, Major?
It was a personal call, Jennifer Shaw. Which car did Colonel Fentress use, you know, Coutts?
The green saloon, sir.
Oh, I thought he might have taken mine.
No, sir. Yours is outside at the curb.
Yeah. Well, in that case, Coutts, stand aside.
Ah, now look here, Major.
Yes. I'm pointing a gun at you, and I mean it. I'm getting out of here, and you're not stopping me. So come on, Tom. Stand aside. I couldn't take Coutts. I was going for Heddy Bergner, and when I had her, she wasn't going to be handed over to Scotland Yard. I was going to keep her hidden till I could get her away altogether. She was mine. She was my love. So I couldn't take Tom Coutts. There were 18 hours to go.
The trap springs shut on Keen in the next chapter of this story of suspense. Dossier on Dumetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen turns another page of The Dossier on Dumetrius.
There were 18 hours to go in the hunt for Demetrius when Hedy made her second phone call. The first one obviously was designed to lead me blindfold into a trap. Demetrius and Yachty Bloom would be in a house in Priory Street at a certain time. I had to come alone, she said. Demetrius would kill her at the first sign of the police because he knew she had tried to betray him. But Colonel Fentress and Coutts had tapped my embankment phone. Fentress and Inspector Frayne at the yard rounded up a squad of men and headed for Priory Street, leaving Coutts to see that I didn't follow. They weren't going to try and arrest Demetrius. He and anyone with him were to be shot on sight. That's why they didn't want me there, too. So I waited with Coutts in the room at the end of the long corridor, waited for word of the end of Demetrius, of Yachty Bloom and of Heddy Bergner. And then my phone went the second time, and again it was Hedy. Priory Street was a trap for me, she said. Demetrius and Yachty Bloom were waiting for me to appear there alone. But she had been bound and locked in the loft of a warehouse down near the docks. She had managed to get to a telephone. Soon Demetrius would be returning from Priory Street to kill her. If I wanted to see her alive, I had to hurry. Yes, I know. I walked into it with my eyes wide open. But I had to get away from Coutts first.
Have you gone off your rocker, Major?
I told you, Coutts. Get away from that door.
That was Heddy Bergner you were talking to. It was her again.
Look, I won't tell you again, Tom. Get away from that door.
You can point that pistol at me till you're blue in the face, Major. I'm not moving.
And I'm going through it if I have to shoot you out of the way.
You mean that?
I do.
It was Hedy.
Never mind who it was.
Where is she?
I'm handling this alone, and time's precious. You going to move?
I'll come with you. What are you heading into?
Look, I'm going alone, Tom. Now, don't argue about it.
Don't trust her. No matter what she just told you, don't trust her, Major.
I wasn't talking to Hedy. Now, will you get out of my way, because you're the last man in the world I want to cut down, but so help me, I will if I have to.
Just tell me where you're going.
I won't wait.
I never thought I'd see the day you turn on me, Major Keen. What's that woman done to you?
Think about it, Tom, and you'll know why I have to go without you. Now, get over there and stand facing that wall.
What are you doing to that telephone?
I'm stripping the cord out. The corridor's empty, but I want time to get away from here. I don't want you phoning for someone to come up and let you out.
For the last time, Major. Have you lost your senses altogether?
I never knew better what I was doing. Now, don't move from there. When Colonel Fentress gets back, tell him I know what he found at Priory Street. And, Tom, thanks for using your head. You know, I wouldn't have let fly if you'd insisted. Right. Now for that warehouse in Shirley Road. And I'm taking Hedy out of there alive, or I'm not coming out of it myself.
Well, you were very convincing, Hedy. In Keen's shoes, I'd have come running to rescue you myself.
I'm praying he'll see through it.
Well, it'll take more than prayer to save Gregory Keen now. Much, much more. There's only one way into this attic. It's up those stairs. And when he comes through the trapdoor, Yachty will be standing behind him, and so will I. He'll see only you.
No. No, he won't come.
Why shouldn't he? He believes Yachty Blum and Demetrius himself are waiting for him at Priory Street in an empty house. He'll let the men from Scotland Yard surround the house while he comes like a knight-errant to rescue his fair lady. What a reception Yachty's going to give him. Hey, Yachty?
With this, see, Hedy?
How Yachty does love those parachute knives of his.
Keen has always beaten you before. He'll do it again once more.
No, Hedy. Men like Keen always have the one Achilles heel. You are Keen's. He showed us that the night at the sanatorium.
When you used my life to bargain with?
Since we're at the end of the road, it was more your pretty white throat than your life. Men like Keen confuse the shadow for the substance when they're in love.
You speak so glibly of love. You're a stranger to every normal human emotion. You're a jackal, a rat. Oh, now you're cornered, you'll die like one, scratching and baring your teeth like an animal. Do you hear me?
In a moment I will grow tired of hearing you.
Demetrius, you'll die here, and it will be through Gregory Keen. Gregory George Athelstan Keen will have run you down, will have forced you from one hole to another, till at last they will kill you here in this crumbling warehouse.
Be quiet!
No! You can't even terrify me anymore.
Well, perhaps Yachty might have more success.
Neither of you. You're only leaving me alive because you still need me to make sure of Gregory Keen. I have nothing to fear from you while he's still alive.
Then your confidence will last a very short time, Hedy. Look at your watch. Keen should be here any moment. Keep a good watch on the street, Yachty.
Yeah, I watch.
I agree. We still need you, Hedy. Afterwards, we'll decide whether you're to take your chances with us when we go underground.
Then while there is still time, let me tell you something. If you kill Keen here in this warehouse, he will still have beaten you.
What an unsatisfying victory for him.
But what a humiliating defeat for you. You were Demetrius. You used the identity of a criminal who died long ago to cloak your true self. But you were the Demetrius who always moved in high places, the international criminal, the associate of the corrupt politician, the intimate of the high financier. You saw yourself as all those things. And once so did I. You blinded me and enslaved me. I grew up in the Austria of the 30s, when one lived by cynicism or was beaten in the streets by thugs for a principle. Then I grew from a young girl to a woman in the war, when the world was full of heroes.
I didn't know that heroes were a perishable commodity. I thought life would go on like that forever, that one snatched happiness and gaiety and there was no right or wrong.
But of course the heroes went back to their wives and waxed fat and bald. You choose a strange time to make your apology to life, Hedy.
I may never have the chance again.
But I'm waiting to learn how Gregory Keen will have triumphed over me when he's dead.
And then listen and you will learn. When I met you in Germany, all I could see on every side were ruins, cities in rubble, and lives in rubble. I wanted to live and go on living. And there seemed to me only one way, your way. I could see nothing in the future but deception and violence and intrigue and corruption. I wanted to live, and there was nothing else to live by. You were the embodiment of my only defense from the hateful memories of my childhood and the things my father fled from.
How very interesting. You hear that, Jotty? I had no idea.
You owned me. You took pride in making anything you pleased of me. You were Pygmalion. And finally, when you said, lead that man to Yachty's knife, I did it, even that. But no more.
No more, Hedy?
No, because Gregory Keen has torn down what you built up. Nothing you constructed has withstood him. Nothing, not even me. Now do you understand?
You're indulging in fantasy, Hedy.
Gregory Keen made me another creature. I don't belong to you anymore. I belong to Keen.
What a pity he'll never know that.
But he does.
Oh. Then we must impress one more thing on him. We must leave him in no doubt that you led him to his death.
He's not dead yet.
When he dies, it will be your doing. That's the only thought Keen will perish with, Hedy. So let's have no more of your posturing. How unfortunate for Keen that your fit of nobility didn't overcome you a short while ago. While you were speaking to him, eh?
Knowing what Yachty was waiting to do.
It seems that the impulse of self-sacrifice has its limits, like my patience. It's exhausted, Hedy. From now till Keen appears, you'll be silent. And when he does appear, you'll have one more part to play. Keen will not triumph over me, Hedy, not even with you.
Get that door open. Come on, get the door open. All right, Barker. You, Henderson, inside with me. Well, Coutts, where's Major Keen?
That's what I'd like to know, sir.
I told you to see he didn't leave here.
There was another phone call. It was a woman. I could tell that.
Heddy Bergner?
I'd say so, sir. The Major put down his phone, opened a drawer of his desk, and come up with a Luger, sir.
You mean to say you let him walk out of here alone after talking to Heddy Bergner again?
That's right, sir.
But Keen wouldn't have let fly at you, Coutts, not once in a million years.
Well, this seemed like the once, Colonel Fentress. I made a mistake. I'm sorry.
Do you know what we found at Priory Street? The house didn't exist. Just a heap of bomb ruins. There was no sign of Demetrius or of Yachty Bloom. Oh, if I had my hands on the Bergner girl now.
Me too, sir.
Now, look here, Coutts. Didn't Major Keen give you a clue of any sort where he was going?
He said he was... Well, he said he had to go alone. That was all, sir.
Nothing more? Nothing at all?
Well, sir, he said to tell you he knew what you'd find when you got to Priory Street, sir.
He did, eh? That's rather significant. All right, you chaps, get to work. Keen took his own car, did he, Coutts?
Yes, sir.
All right, get a blanket call out. It's only 10 minutes or so since he left here. Pick him up at all costs, because I think I know what they've done. The girl gave us a false message to draw the hunt away. Then she gave Keen another one. She probably said she was alone, while Demetrius waited for Keen at our rendezvous. So Keen will walk straight into it.
It looks as though Heddy Bergner's still working for Demetrius, Colonel Fentress.
He always has and always will. Oh, why the devil couldn't Keen have taken you with him, Coutts?
6 out of mile to me, sir. He doesn't intend handing the girl over, if he gets her away from Demetrius alive.
I don't know. I really don't know. To think we had his phone tapped while our first message came through, and then...
Just a minute, sir.
Well, what is it?
When you and me were listening to the girl's first phone call, I had the wire recorder plugged in.
What about it?
I left it switched on.
Right. Down to the recording room, Coutts at the double. I want to know what became of Gregory Keen. That's where we'll find Demetrius.
I was behind a warehouse that faced onto Shirley Road. I meant what I had said to Coutts about knowing what Colonel Fentress would find when he went to take Demetrius and Yachty Bloom. I knew Demetrius too well not to see what was going on. They had Hedy. They were waiting for me at that moment. But I was still going after them alone.
Keen enters the warehouse in the next chapter of Dossier on Demetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Major Keen turns another page of The Dossier on Demetrius.
There were 16 hours to go when I had Hedy's second message. It said she was alone in a warehouse down near the docks. A warehouse near the SS San Bernardino, the ship on which we'd found a brooch of hers and learned that Demetrius was hiding somewhere in the dockside area around Cook Street. I knew what I was doing. I knew Colonel Fentress would find no one in a deserted house, and I knew Demetrius and Yachty Blum would be waiting for me at the warehouse. What did they take me for? After following them for months, after watching the way their minds worked, after knowing Hedy so that she seemed part of me, did Demetrius think he could take me in by forcing her to relay a couple of messages? They were as hollow as the ring of the name he'd taken to hide his identity. But knowing all this, I still went on to that warehouse alone. I was getting Hedy out, or he had to kill me. And when I had her, I wasn't handing her over to stand trial. The fog was rolling in from the river again. There was a tramp coming slowly up the stream. There were the wet cobblestones I'd seen the night we found Eustace Bannerley. There was the silence. But somewhere in the black shell looming up above me, behind the blind boarded-up windows, there were Demetrius and Yachty Blum and Heddy Bergner.
Do you see anything, Yachty?
No.
He's had time. He should be here.
Maybe he's waiting till police are getting us surrounded.
Oh, he'll come alone. Hedy,
What do you want?
come here.
I am here.
We have very little time to go. Keen's already overdue. Do you realize how easily your life will be forfeit?
It already is.
But life's worth clinging to even to the last breath. I may still need you.
I have done all I will ever do for you. I've obeyed you for the last time.
You're mistaken. You're still the siren on the rock, tempting Gregory Keen to his destruction.
Not of my own free will.
While we three are still alive, you'll do as I say. Go into the other part of the loft and wait.
I wish to stay here.
You'll go into the other room. The door will be shut behind you. I promise you, Hedy, when the time comes, you'll miss nothing. Well, will you walk, or do you need some help from Yachty?
I shall walk.
What's Hedy in there for, Demetrius?
I want Keen to think she's still one of us. I want him to die thinking she led him to his death.
What else is he thinking? There is no one talking to Keen but Hedy.
He must not be allowed to believe she was forced into it. I want my revenge on Keen to be complete.
I know why you are hating Keen this much.
Then keep it to yourself.
How you are going to do it, Demetrius?
Well, he can only enter this loft by the trapdoor. We'll hear him coming up the stairs. He'll think Hedy's alone, but he'll be taking every precaution just the same.
We are shooting him when he puts his head up above the floor.
We're not doing any shooting at all. We'll be quiet about it, Yachty.
Yeah, it's better no noise. But Hedy...
When Keen comes through the trapdoor into the loft, you'll be immediately behind him. Do you understand that? You'll be behind the trapdoor, behind Keen, but not a foot away from him. He'll be facing the crates there.
Yeah, but what are we doing about Hedy?
Hedy will play her part once more.
Still, I am not understanding.
There's no reason why you should. Just be satisfied that when we finally settle our score with Gregory Keen, you'll be convinced that he has only Hedy to thank for it. We'll permit them to see each other. Hedy will understand what she was tricked into doing, too. Well, back to the window, Yachty.
Come on, Coutts. Come on, shake it up. Get that recorder going, for heaven's sake. You chaps know what happened, don't you? Well, we had a tap on Gregory Keen's phone to intercept any messages he might get from Heddy Bergner. When the first message came through, we thought that was that. We all bundled off to Priory Street, leaving the way clear for Keen to get his second message with no one listening in. But by a darn lucky chance, Coutts left the recorder switched on. And so we're playing it back now. We're hoping it'll tell us what's become of Keen.
All set now, Colonel Demetrius?
All right, we'll switch the thing on. Now listen, you chaps.
It's Gregory Keen speaking.
Keen, you must go near Priory Street. It is a trap for you.
But where are you speaking from?
Demetrius and Yachty Blum are waiting for you in a deserted house there.
But, Jennifer, where are you now? That's what I want to know.
This is Hedy. I'm in a loft at the top of the warehouse. They tied me up and left me here. Come quickly, Keen. When they get back, they're going to kill me, too.
Keen didn't call her by name, you chaps, because Coutts was there in the room with him.
Soon they will be coming back. Hurry, Keen, please. The loft is in a warehouse in Shirley Road.
Yes, I have that, but where exactly?
The fourth building from the docks in Shirley Road. I've only been able to loosen the ropes enough to use the telephone.
All right, that's all. Switch off. Shirley Road, the fourth warehouse from the docks. Barker, get on to Frayne again at the double. Henderson and Nicholas, stay with me. We haven't lost much time. We might still make it before Keen gets to them. Now then, Coutts, you'll drive my car. Coutts. Oh, where the devil is he? Didn't any of you chaps see him go? What the deuce became of Tom Coutts? Ah, by Godfrey, when this business is over, some heads are going to roll. First Keen and now Coutts. Ah, one after the other. It'll serve them both right if Demetrius flays them alive, and Heddy Bergner as well. All right, don't stand about. Let's get going.
It's a pity about the broken window, Hedy. I see the chill from the fog's making you uncomfortable.
It's not the fog that's chilling me.
Personally, I can't say I feel it at all. Our arrangements for Keen's reception are complete. You can only get in through the trapdoor, of course. There's no other way into this loft.
So that's how he is to end. You're going to kill him as he comes up the ladder.
Oh, dear me, no, nothing as simple as that. We're going to entertain him for a few moments first. We'll even let him say goodbye to you.
He will fight unless you kill him at once.
I'm afraid not. You see, Hedy, my dear, Yachty will be hidden behind those packing cases and crates. Here, look. You see? See for yourself. See the trapdoor and the crates? Well, of course, as Keen comes up the ladder and into the room, he'll be facing the crates and facing Yachty. But he won't see Yachty, who will have a knife poised and ready to throw.
You're planning something more for me.
Yes, Hedy. You'll be in this room with me when Keen enters. I'll be able to see him through a slight crack of the door.
Where will I be?
At the appropriate instant, I shall throw the door wide open, and Keen will turn quickly. Do you know what he'll see? He'll see you, Hedy, standing in this doorway. I'm hoping he'll shoot before he can stop himself. It'll be amusing if Keen shoots you, but whether he does or not, as he turns, he gets Yachty's knife in the back. He won't die at once, Hedy.
You want Keen to shoot me?
It'll be something to occupy his mind in the last few minutes of his life.
Because he stopped you seizing £1 million worth of loot. For that you would take this hideous revenge.
No, my dear. You said it yourself. Because he destroyed what I had built up within you.
Oh, something must happen. He will not come up that ladder. He won't walk blindly into such a ghastly trap.
Oh, but he will. He's coming to your rescue, and he thinks you're alone. You forget, Keen and I know each other well. He'll come up that ladder, Hedy. You may stake what remains of your life on that, and everything will go according to plan.
The warehouse was pitch dark. So were its neighbors. Dumetrius, Yachty Blum, and Hedy were waiting in the loft of the fourth warehouse from the docks in Shirley Road. Although I didn't know it,
Coutts was not 50 yards away. And Colonel Fentress and Inspector Frain's men from the yard were leaving the embankment at that moment. But I wasn't creeping up the ladder into the loft of that fourth warehouse. I was already on the roof, looking for the skylight I hoped I'd find. If I wanted to get Hedy out of there alive, I had to surprise them, shoot first and shoot to kill. The fog was getting thicker. There wasn't a sound. I waited, listening. Demetrius was close, but there wasn't a sound.
Yachty?
Yeah?
You see anything from the window?
Nothing.
I don't like it. He should have been here 10 minutes ago.
Maybe the fog is making to drive slowly.
I don't like it. I can't even see the road below. They could get 100 men round the warehouse without us seeing one of them.
You are saying Keen is coming alone? Now he's 100 men.
Oh, he'll come alone. But I don't like this pea soup fog.
Keen is not coming. We are staying here?
Listen.
It's only sheep coming up the river.
I thought I heard something else.
A ladder. Listen. There's no sound. There's no one coming up. You don't tell me, Keen. He's not coming. We are staying here?
Ask yourself, Yachty.
I'm asking. We don't never leave if Keen's not coming, yeah?
The time's passed for us to deceive ourselves, Yachty. If Keen doesn't arrive in the next 10 minutes, he'll be here later with men. We'll have to fight it out.
10 minutes? It's like Hedy is saying, like rats, we are trapped here.
There it is again.
What you are hearing? I'm hearing nothing.
Oh, be quiet! Yachty, Keen has kept his appointment with Hedy. There's someone on the roof.
Demetrius and Yachty waited. Fentress and his men were closing on the warehouse. Coutts was right behind me. There were only a few hours to go.
The hunt is ending. Listen for the next chapters in this story of suspense. Dossier on Demetrius. Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen turns another page of The Dossier on Demetrius.
Demetrius still held one card in his hand. Heddy Bergner. He couldn't win with it. He couldn't even use it to lead with. He could only postpone the end for a few more hours and perhaps take me down to destruction with him. They'd forced Hedy to communicate with me twice, only I wasn't supposed to know that. Just the same, I'd gone to the warehouse in Shirley Road alone, as Demetrius planned I should. I'd gone alone, but I wasn't going to be surprised. Hedy's two messages had told me as plainly as though they'd come from Demetrius himself. There in the warehouse, I'd find him waiting, with Yachty Blum, waiting to pay their score with me. Hedy had said she was in the loft. That meant they'd expect me to make my way up to it. Well, I decided to do the other thing, start from the roof and work my way down. But there were two things I didn't know. Tom Coutts, right behind me as always, was on the warehouse roof too. And Colonel Fentress with 20 men wasn't far away either. The pack was closing in. I felt as I'd felt once or twice before, As every man has felt at close quarters with the enemy. You can't pause or turn back. You can only go on, and devil take the hindmost. So, by the skylight on the roof of that warehouse, I took the safety off the Luger, held my breath, and felt for the bolts to open it. It was pitch dark. I knew that somewhere beneath me, 3 people were waiting.
I don't hear nothing, Demetrius.
Be quiet, I tell you. There's someone on the roof.
There's no one getting into loft from up there.
Quickly, get up behind those packing cases. No, you fool. The one stacked high. Feel for the skylight, Dummkopf. We should have made sure of the roof before this.
Yeah. His window and roof up here.
Can you see anything at all?
His dirt and soot thick. It's why we are not seeing it before.
Shh, get down quickly.
All right, Demetrius. Is someone there?
All right. Packing cases. Trapdoor. Now if he opens the skylight and shuts the door. Yes, Yachty, get behind the trapdoor and lie down. You'll be out of sight there.
Where are you waiting?
In the other half of the loft with Hedy. We proceed as before. Whoever comes through the skylight will find only the empty loft. We'll use Hedy as we planned.
You're keeping him covered from the way.
Of course. Get down behind that trapdoor.
It's dark. I'm not wanting to fall through.
All right. Are you in position?
Yeah.
Good. Wait there. Don't make a sound. I'll look after Hedy and the light switch. Hedy,
Yes?
come here quietly. That's right.
Why are you? Take your hand away.
Just keep you quiet for a few minutes, Hedy. We're having company. Our guest, Major Keen, will be with us any moment.
Up there on the roof in the dark, I was still trying to open the skylight. It was bolted on the inside, but I knew how to get one of the panes out. I was working on it, not making a sound, I thought, when...
Hold it. Don't move a muzzle. It is you, isn't it, Major Keen?
Coutts! How the devil did you...
Good job I took it for granted you wouldn't be silly enough to go straight up to that loft.
But how did you know I'd be here at all? And get that thing out of my back.
I left the recorder switched on at the embankment. We heard what Hedy had to say the second time.
Yeah. Where's Colonel Fentress?
I'd say he was getting the building surrounded this minute.
Listen, Coutts. They're in there, right below us. I heard a few words. Demetrius and Yachty Blum.
And Heddy Bergner?
Yes, of course, she's there, too.
Do you think I'm going to let you go into that loft with them waiting for you?
You fool, they expect me to come rushing up the stairs from inside.
Unless they know you're out here on the roof.
But I haven't made a sound. Look, Coutts, there's a good chance. With you here, there's every chance.
Nothing doing, Major.
But they'll make a fight of it if we wait for Fentress. Hedy will be slaughtered in there.
How are you going to stop it?
Demetrius wants me, personally. If you were to go down again and come up the stairs, we could take the 3 of them ourselves. Listen to me. If this is the last thing I ever ask you, Tom, listen to me now. I'll go through this skylight. They won't do me in right away. Demetrius will want to make the most of it.
Giving me time to get up into the loft and surprise him?
Yes. There's an open window off the fire escape on the 2nd floor. You can get in there and be in the loft in 3 minutes.
I shouldn't even be listening to you, Major.
We can take them ourselves and at least save Hedy. And you want Yachty Blum, don't you, Coutts?
Are you sure about that window?
I nearly went through it myself. I've been here 35 minutes, had time to look around.
What if you can't keep Demetrius talking?
I'll stake my life he'll want his moment.
That's just what you are staking.
Every second's precious. The minute they realize Fentress and the squad are on the scene, it's all over. This is our chance, Coutts. Now, quickly, do we take it?
My orders from the Colonel are to keep you out of it.
Do we take our chance? Do we take our last chance or lose it forever? Time's running out, man. Do we wait, or do we get them ourselves?
We get them ourselves. I'm not turning it back on you now, Major Keen. We'll go after him. Just you and me. Now, where's this open window? Good luck.
He's coming into the loft now, Hedy. Oh, I wish you wouldn't struggle. Shh. I'm getting no chance to warn him. Listen to me. Oh, you must be sure you're alone, or you wouldn't be making so much noise. Ah, the bolts are giving him trouble. You can't break this old man. Be quiet. That's better. Listen, Hedy. You know the pile of packing cases against the far wall? Yachty's waiting behind them with one of those paratroop knives of his. It won't be long now. Listen again. He seems to be getting the skylight open. Yes, I can see the faintest glow of light. He has it open. Here he comes through the skylight, hanging by his arms now, ready to drop. Then all we have to do is switch on the light and release you, Hedy. Now, Hedy, now!
Keen! There are Yachty in front of you, the cases!
Take him, Yachty! Got him, Yachty?
Ja, he's held fast.
Well done, Hedy, well done. Neat, don't you think, Major Keen?
Very.
We can always rely on Hedy. I don't know what we'd do without her.
He told me. Keen, he told me.
I told her to warn you so Yachty could take you from behind without any shooting. Don't let her impose the final irony on you, Keen. She knew perfectly well Yachty was behind the trapdoor.
That's obvious.
Yachty, don't break his neck yet. Oh. Just hold on a little while we disarm him. Hold steady now. That's right. Good. Well, anything else? No. All right, Yachty, release him.
So. I walked straight into it, eh?
But you could hardly be blamed. I'd be inclined to walk into a trap baited by Hedy myself.
Don't listen to him, Keen. He dragged me into it.
Has fooling me become such a habit that you have to keep it up now, Hedy? I heard him tell you to scream a warning.
But you must believe me. I didn't have time to think.
Oh, come, Hedy. Don't torment the fella. You can't possibly expect him to believe you. Yachty?
I'm staying here, yeah?
Not for a short while. Close that skylight, then go down to the next landing and stand guard. If there were any others on the roof, they'd have followed Keen, but we want to be certain there's no one coming up.
Yeah?
Well, Keen. So you've come to the end of your road at last,
So it would seem.
We have an account to settle. You know that, of course.
Of course.
Keen, stand with your back to the wall and don't move. Thank you. You know, we went to considerable pains to get you here alone. You don't mind if I linger on this moment?
Not at all.
It's a pity we had to be on opposite sides of the fence, Keen. You have a resolution about you I could have made use of. Oh, you find it amusing?
Well, you would hardly describe the idea of us working together as serious, would you?
Perhaps not. But you must allow me my whimsy. In a very short time, I shall repay you for the loss of £1 million. My only regret is that I can take your life no more than once.
You take my life? Why not Yachty? Or even Hedy would be more apt.
Since the night at Bookman's Sanatorium, my dear fellow, you have been my personal concern.
It's a futile gesture. This building is being surrounded at this very moment. I give you about half an hour to live yourself.
If that were the case, why did you come alone?
You know, I'm hanged if I can answer that.
There are so many things you have no answer for, Keen.
Then I shall find one of them now. You want to linger over this moment, you said. You set a neat snare, you baited it well, and it worked. For how long do you want to linger?
You could ask me nothing simpler, no longer at all. Turn round.
I would prefer to see it coming.
You will turn around and wait, Keen. You have cost me my organization. You've cost me my lieutenants. You've cost me 4 years of work, and you've cost me the loot that I needed to carry on my work. Now you're about to pay.
But not yet, Demetrius.
Turn your face to the wall.
Not yet.
Why not yet?
Because you must still know if I have learned who you are. I had to keep him talking. Yachty was down on the landing, the one thing I hadn't counted on. Yachty was down on that landing, and Coutts was on his way up. So I had to string the minutes out. I had to keep Demetrius talking.
Hedy Blum and Sergeant Coutts meet for the last time in the next chapter of this story of suspense. Dossier on Demetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Gregory Keen turns another page of The Dossier on Demetrius.
I was trapped in the loft of the Shirley Road warehouse. I knew what I was walking into, but I thought Coutts and I could pull it off alone. We might have, but as I landed on the floor of the loft, as I dropped from the skylight, Hedy screamed at me to watch for Yachty Blum in front. And as she did, Yachty took me in an unbreakable hold from behind. But you know all that and the events that led up to it. Coutts was coming up to the loft to take them by surprise, and now that didn't look like coming off either. Demetrius sent Yachty down to the landing beneath to see no one disturbed us. So that left Colonel Fentress and the squad of men he had surrounding the warehouse. I'd been wrong for the last time, and the best I could hope for was that Demetrius wouldn't survive me by very long. But I had to keep him talking. Coutts still hadn't run into Yachty Blum, so while that 1,000-to-1 chance still held, I had to keep Demetrius talking. It was only a few hours to go. I stood in the loft with my back to the wall. Demetrius leaned against the other with a cigarette in one hand and a pistol in the other, with Hedy standing rigid beside him. It was a great moment for Demetrius, the man who was not Demetrius at all.
Do you really expect to prolong your life with such fatuities, Keen?
You'll listen.
Perhaps you'd repeat what you said.
I said you won't let fly with that gun yet, because you must know if I have learned who you are.
Oh, you above all men should know who I am. And Demetrius.
Well, you did well. You destroyed every existing picture of yourself. We didn't find one.
Naturally. We found it necessary to get rid of an American named Godowski simply on that account. The fellow was too proud of his camera.
You know, you shouldn't have written me that letter. It was childish, a letter in a trunk full of high explosive. That told me who you were.
How?
There were things you couldn't destroy.
How did the letter show I was not Demetrius?
It should suggest itself to you.
The knowledge will die with you.
No. There are too many men who know. You've no chance. Now it doesn't matter if you get out of England or not. There are no places left for you to hide in now. Call yourself anything you like.
So you succeeded in tearing down that last veil too, Keen.
But for Hedy, we'd have known in a week. Tell me, what really became of Demetrius?
Why shouldn't I tell you? I killed him 7 years ago.
Where?
In Turkey.
And Kara?
Of course. There was a way of escape, but only for one of us. I escaped. Demetrius floated away. The sewers of Ankara are deep, you know, Keen.
You must have been useful to the German High Command all those years.
Oh, I was. It's an odd way to end, Keen.
There's no hurry to shoot me now, is there?
None whatever. I conceded to you now there is no escape.
There never was any escape for you.
While you and your MI-5 knew me only as Demetrius, I could have vanished. But now I can wait. You've told me something else, too, Keen.
Well, be chummy. Share it with me.
You're not here alone. You're playing for time. No, don't argue about it. When the end stares one in the face, one can always accept it calmly. One only struggles while there's still hope.
And what shape does the end take now?
I enjoy my last few cigarettes. You may enjoy Hedy's beauty for the last time. When your men arrive, I shall wait until they call upon me. Then I shall shoot you and take as many of them with me as I can. Tell me what happened exactly.
Hedy's second message went onto a wire recorder. Colonel Fentress and I don't know how many men are close by now.
Well, I'll hear them if they come over the roofs. I'll hear them if they try to pass Yachty on the landing. We'll wait out these last minutes together, Keen.
Why not let Hedy go?
I could never do that.
What difference can it make?
To me, a great difference. Hedy, would you go down those stairs if I let you?
No.
There, you see, Keen, she's mine. Since we met, she's always been mine.
He is right, Keen. I have always been his.
There are things I don't understand. Hedy, while there's still time, why did we get those...
The telephone message from Fleur Dupont. The note in Eustace Menenley's pocket. The message scrawled in lipstick telling you to find Zarhoff on his aerodrome. There were reasons, Keen. Now it's too late.
It's not too late. There are no secrets now, Hedy. Tell once so I'll know.
My dear Keen, she has told you. You and your Colonel Fentress know who I am. This is the end for us all. Yachty is 2 floors below us, waiting for your men to arrive. As I said, when they do, you die. Why try to convince yourself that Hedy was ever anything but what your reason must tell you?
I'm trying to reconcile what my reason tells me with what I'm hearing now.
Well, while you're doing it, remember not to move.
I, too, would like one of my last few cigarettes. Do you mind?
Take his case out of his pocket and give him one, Hedy. But be careful to stand well to one side of him. Which pocket, Keen?
Right hand inside.
All right, Hedy.
Right hand inside.
Don't move, Keen. Don't move a muscle. Now or a few minutes later won't make much difference, but don't move.
Hedy did stand in front of me for an instant. And as she put the cigarette in my mouth and held the match, her lips moved and she said, so quietly that I couldn't be sure there was any sound at all,
Trust me. I love you, Keen. Trust me just once more.
Then she stepped back to the wall. And stood there beside the man I will always think of as Dumetrius, while he went on talking the minutes away. They were his last, and he knew they were his last.
There were too many odd people disappearing in Berlin for us to worry about Otto Schmidt. Then, of course, it was possible for me to come to London on that plane as Karl's camel because we didn't expect you to find his body under the Gartenstrasse rubble quite so soon. It was a pity about that fellow. I should like to have remained Karl Alexis Camel. You know, Keen, in military intelligence in Berlin, he was very well liked. Hedy liked him very much, didn't you, Hedy? His seniority was coming up. In a short while, they were pushing him up to Lieutenant Colonel. It was a matter for considerable regret, arranging matters so that you'd find his body under the Berlin rubble. But I had to have that seat on the Berlin plane. And there had to be no immediate search for me in London.
It couldn't go on forever. I'd given Coutts 3 minutes to get down from the roof in the second-story window and up to the loft by the steps. I wasn't listening to Demetrius. I was listening for the sounds of Coutts meeting Yachty Blum down on that landing. If Coutts was still alive, what was he doing?
Demetrius is right. Is someone coming up? One only. I'm getting ready. He's getting closer. We're letting him go past. From behind his vest. With the knife. Making no noise.
Who's there? Who's that?
You're knowing me, Coutts. I'm knowing your voice. Long time I'm waiting.
Yachty Blum.
Long time. I'm waiting to put knife into you, Coutts.
You didn't get it. Dead center, Yachty. Gotcha.
Still fighting you are. Still fighting.
I've been
waiting too, Hedy. Maybe I'm done for. You go too. You go too, Hedy. Here, in the dark. The Major and me. We'll get one of you. Quieter, Hedy. Quieter. You'll never get out of this. You ought to have used 2 knives, Hedy. I'm going up to that blooming loft. And no noise. We're not letting him down now. Hedy.
You hear anything, Keen?
No.
Hedy?
No.
They're not here. Not yet, and it'd be a pity. Don't you really want to know? They couldn't be coming into the building yet. Now listen to me. We discovered who you are because you couldn't destroy documents you'd signed and written in Germany. You came to London on that plane as Karl Scammell, yes. There were no pictures of you. We didn't connect the disappearance of Otto Schmidt with the body we found under the rubble. But that letter you left in the trunk of explosives signed your own death warrant because it was written in the same hand as the documents you left behind in Berlin.
Be quiet, Keen. I want to listen.
There's nothing to listen to. You could come to London in safety as Karl Scammell because you...
Be quiet. There's someone coming up the stairs.
You killed Demetrius in 1942. Then you joined British military intelligence under your own true identity. That's when we lost touch with Demetrius in the records of all the European police. You worked in Berlin and you ran the forged papers traffic as Demetrius. We hunted you as Demetrius. But you came to London as Karl Scammell because you are Karl Scammell.
Yes, I'm Karl Scammell, and you die here now, Keen. They're coming up the stairs.
No, wait.
There it is, Keen.
Wait, it's only Coutts.
Stand away from Keen, Hedy.
Don't shoot yet.
Get away from me, Hedy. He'll cut you down.
Sorry, Major. Got Hedy. Couldn't quite make it.
Oh, so we got you both. All right, Hedy, get away from them. Over to the wall. We'll end it here together.
Tom Coutts, my sergeant, Tom Coutts, was hanging on the edge of the trapdoor with Yachty's knife in his back. Hedy was trying to stay between Demetrius and me. Demetrius, Karl Alexis Scammell, call him what you like now, stood there like a madman in the center of that warehouse loft. There were 11 hours still to go.
What says Gregory Keen? Listen to the next suspenseful chapter of Dossier on Demetrius.
Dossier on Demetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. Major Keen, in his room on the Thames embankment, turns another page of the Dossier on Demetrius.
To get Hedy out of that warehouse loft, I'd staked my last chips and lost. I'd gone through the skylight knowing Demetrius and Yachty Blum were waiting for me, and I'd sent Tom Coutts to come up to the loft by the trapdoor and take them from behind. But even then, Demetrius had played for safety. He'd posted Yachty on a landing 2 stories below, and Coutts had walked into him in the dark. They fought to the death. Yachty planted a knife in Coutts' back, but it wasn't enough. Coutts took his grip and hung on like a bulldog. It ended with Yachty lying dead on the landing below. So there we were. Coutts hanging to the edge of the trapdoor with enough life left to drag himself into the loft. Hedy screaming at Demetrius not to shoot. Demetrius, or Karl Alexis Scammell, standing with his pistol raised, and me, the loser, waiting for the first shot. Picture it, because I have to take you back 15 minutes to the moment when Colonel Fentress and 20 men from Scotland Yard arrived in Shirley Road and began to surround the warehouse. They were taking no chances. They weren't attempting any quixotic rescues. And there were other arrivals at Shirley Road about the same time.
Friend, see who's in that car. Get them out of the way. And tell them to get out of Shirley Road and then cordon off the street. We don't want bystanders when the shooting starts.
Is that Colonel Fentress?
Oh, yes. Who the devil are you chaps?
Peter Ridgway and Digby Mitchell. The dickens is going on?
Demetrius and Yachty Bloom are holed up in that warehouse over there.
That's what the chap told us at the embankment.
Now, you fellows better get out of here.
Not on your life. What do you think we made a beeline from headquarters for? I'm in it to kill, Colonel. Had the luck to turn up at the embankment in time to get the word.
What were you doing there?
Called in to see Keen.
Oh, well, no one's more reason to be in at the end than you, Ridgway. But you'll have to be satisfied with being a spectator.
Fair enough. What's going on exactly? Where is Keen?
You should ask. The lunatic's up there with Demetrius. Right up top in the loft.
Good grief.
We're making no attempt to take them alive. They've Heddy Bergner with them. Keen chose this way to commit suicide. He's trying to get the girl out alive.
Not alone, for the love of Pete.
And Coutts is in there somewhere, too. Only hope he pulls the situation together. But I'm not counting on it.
All the crazy things to do.
We're getting the building surrounded and the street sealed off. There's only this one. It ends down at the docks. Once Frame gives me the word his men are in position, we're calling on Demetrius to surrender and then going after him.
What's that truck doing down there?
That's a mobile searchlight. We're using it to throw some light into these warehouse windows.
So this is the end of Demetrius.
You don't know yet?
No, what, Colonel?
No, of course you couldn't. Just a minute, will you? Just about ready, friend.
Give us another 5 minutes, Colonel.
Right. 5 minutes to go, then over the top, Ridgway.
But what is it I don't know?
We made the final discovery about Demetrius. He's no more Demetrius than you or I, Ridgway.
And who the devil is he?
He's Major Carl Alexis Scammell of British Military Intelligence.
What? Do you mean to say...
5 minutes to go, so I'll tell you about it. Demetrius is Carl Scammell, born in Austria in 1908, educated in Germany, France, and England. Something of a mystery man, till he satisfied our chaps in the Middle East in 1942 that he was a man for our intelligence.
How in the name of fortune could he be Demetrius?
Before the war, there was an international criminal called Demetrius, who was mixed up in heaven only knows what. He was the man Paul Bonnet had hunted for years.
I simply don't get it, Colonel.
The real Demetrius vanished in 1942. The last reports of Demetrius came from Ankara. Right. Now, Carl Scammell must have known Demetrius and known what became of him. Scammell was with us all the war years, and we know now that he was feeding information to the enemy. Yes, a lot of curious things have been explained in the last 3 or 4 days, things we couldn't account for while the show was on. But then, when Allied military government moved into Berlin, Scammell moved in too. He set up and put into operation his forged papers traffic. But he operated underground as Demetrius, never appearing, only a shadowy figure, spreading the whisper through his closest associates that Demetrius was the man behind the traffic, and that Scammell, the major of intelligence, was only one of the top men in the racket.
This is the most extraordinary thing I've ever heard.
Yes, but hang on a minute. The time came for Scammell to disappear altogether as Scammell and begin his operations in London to get that Gestapo loot. So we handed him a ready-made opportunity when we called Scammell to London to tell us about the Berlin end of the forged papers traffic. There was a German clerk of records in Berlin called Otto Schmidt.
Oh, I know about Schmidt. He disappeared without trace.
Well, Schmidt bore Scammell enough of a resemblance to be taken for him. So Scammell killed Schmidt and planted his body under the Augartenstrasse rubble to be taken for his own. And we went for it hook, line, and our impeccable logic, and assumed from the outset that Scammell had been murdered for knowing too much, and an impostor had come to London in his place.
So that's why Hank Godowsky had to go. That photograph would have shown us... Godfrey.
You see the beauty of Scammell's arrangements? He was Scammell. He travelled on that plane from Berlin as Scammell. If anything had gone wrong, if he'd been recognized as Scammell on the plane or before he boarded it, well, there he was, Scammell as Scammell. At the moment he disappeared at Norfolk Aerodrome, we said Scammell had never left Berlin. And ever since we've been chasing a will-o'-the-wisp, digging and delving and getting false descriptions from all over Europe, hunting a man who didn't exist.
There isn't a flaw in it, of any sort at all.
No, there wasn't until a few days ago. There were no pictures of Scammell. He saw to that. Why should we worry what Scammell had looked like? We thought he was dead and buried. We were after Demetrius. The man the police of 6 countries could all tell us something about. The man we were sure was alive and kicking the devil around.
Oh, the thing I'd like to know, how did you finally get onto him?
We had an inkling of the truth when we found that Heddy Bergner's movements around Germany tallied with Scammell's. Then we brushed it aside. We said Hedy was working for Dumetrius and merely tagging after Scammell to line him up for his murder. But the things Scammell couldn't destroy were documents left in the Berlin records in his own handwriting.
Don't tell me you got hold of a sample of the writing of Demetrius.
Yes. He arranged a booby trap for Gregory Keen designed to blow him to high heaven. But in case it didn't go off, he left a note in the bomb for Keen to read. And that gave him to us signed and sealed.
Of all the fantastic things. Without that note, he might have lived and died here as Demetrius. No one would ever have known.
Ridgway, I think that but for the man's intense hatred of Gregory Keen, he could have escaped us altogether and continued to live as Demetrius.
Instead, he and Keen go down together in the loft of the crumbling warehouse.
Yes, because of Heddy Bergner. Weird business, Ridgway. Ugly business. Scammell's sympathies were German. The worst, the Nazi German. The German of Buchenwald and the gas chambers.
Couldn't be symbolic, could it, Colonel? There he is up there, making his last-ditch stand in the ruins, doing his best to drag down as much as he can with him.
He's dragged down Gregory Keen. We'll never see Keen alive again, Ridgway. He knew what he was doing. He knew what his chances were. But he had to go in after that girl. I'll never understand it.
I think I can. My sister Margaret does.
Oh, sir.
Right, here comes train. Looks as though we're ready to move. Stay with me, Ridgway. You, Mitchell. We'll soon know what happened to Gregory Keen now.
So, one by one the others have gone, Keen. One by one. There were only you and I, and Yachty and Coutts.
Now there are only you and I, Demetrius.
And Hedy.
And Hedy.
Soon there will only be one of us left to take Hedy. Yachty lies dead on the landing below. Coutts hangs there on the trap, dying. In a moment you'll join him, Keen.
Let Hedy go.
Wherever I go, she goes too.
But the building is surrounded. At any moment they'll be coming here for you. Let Hedy walk out of here.
No, Keen. I stay.
Demetrius. Scammell. Let her walk out of here.
She goes with me. Not even that much will you have her, Keen.
But you're going to your death.
Hedy comes with me.
For the last time. Hedy, look at me. Tell me, I've implored you to tell me. Right at the end. Who are you for?
If I could walk out of here this minute, Keen, I would stay. Here in this dim light, here in this loft. My life must end too, Keen. There's no road back.
There's your answer, Keen. At the end, Hedy's mine, as she always has been.
Oh, that light, that dazzling light.
You see, Demetrius? They're here for you. That's a searchlight beam they're using, aimed straight at this attic window.
The better to see you by, Keen. The better to raise this pistol and shoot you by, Keen. You've already had an extra amount of life. When Coutts came up the steps, your existence was about to end, but you two destroyed me between you. It was a moment to be relished just a little longer.
Then relish it and die like a dog yourself. End it now. I know all I want to.
I will have accomplished at least one of my ambitions, to see you and Coutts dead before me and before Hedy.
Very well. If this is the end, Demetrius, start shooting, because I'm coming right for you now. Open fire, Demetrius. I'm not standing by the wall. I'm coming straight for you.
As you like. Goodbye, Keen. Goodbye.
This is why I stayed, Keen. Close with him, now!
As the pistol came up and his finger tightened to fire the first bullet through me, Hedy sprang between us. At last I had my answer from Heddy Bergner. High in the crumbling warehouse in Shirley Road. The scene is printed on my mind forever. It's with me now, as I sit alone in the silent room.
here's the truth from Hedy in the next chapter of this story of suspense. Dossier on Dumetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room. It's another page of the Dossier on Demetrius.
He was Karl Alexis Scammell, the ex-major of British military intelligence, the ex-Nazi spy. But he was still Demetrius to me. Even at the last, when we two and Heddy Bergner were alone in the warehouse loft, with Yachty Blum dead on the landing below, and Coutts dying on the trapdoor's edge with Yachty's knife in his back, he was still Demetrius to me. The building was surrounded. Fentress and his men were preparing to storm the loft. A searchlight beam shone through the attic window, and Demetrius snarled his farewell. I wish I could blot the picture out of my mind. I walked slowly towards him. He raised his pistol and aimed at my heart. And as his finger tightened, Hedy sprang at him to shield me.
This is where I stay, Keen. Hell's with him now!
He fired 4 times before I could grapple with him. Only 3 went wild. We fought like wild animals for the pistol. We fought for our lives in silence. He had the strength and savagery of a maniac. I had the strength and savagery of desperation. We lost the gun and went on fighting. Slid onto some boxes. And as we fought, a stack of crates came down on top of it. And then I felt the change in Demetrius. He had been fighting to kill me. Then he was fighting to escape. And I couldn't hold him. Somehow he got hold of an iron staple. And I took a glancing blow on the head from it. For a moment, I was dazed. And in that moment, Demetrius smashed open the skylight. Clambered through it, and was gone. Gone into the dark and the fog across the roof of the warehouse. Then, I became aware of Hedy.
Keen.
Hedy. Hedy, my love. Are you hurt badly? No, don't try to move.
I'll leave my head, Keen. Let me rest my head on you. It was so beautiful, those nights by your fireside. I lay with my head on you then, didn't I, Keen?
Don't try to talk, darling. Just lie quietly a few moments. They'll be up here.
I want to talk, Keen. I'm happy, darling. I've never really been happy before, not since I was a child.
Hedy, just rest on me. We'll have a doctor for you any minute.
I took the bullet he meant for you, didn't I, Keen?
I would have taken 100 for you.
That's why you came for me. You knew he'd be waiting for you.
Yes, darling, I knew. But I had to come. I couldn't let you die here with him.
You knew he'd be waiting, and Yachty be waiting for you with his long knife, but you still came for me, Keith.
I came for you, Hedy.
I didn't deserve to be loved like that. I couldn't have met someone like you first, Keith.
Save your strength. I'll go down quickly now.
No, stay with me. I'm so happy. I love you. I must always have loved you, but I didn't know. I've never been loved really before, not like this. I was bad. So very bad.
None of us is all bad, Hedy.
I was. When I was very young, I learned what I could get by it. But I didn't know. When I was 7, I was chased in the streets. They painted signs on my father's shop, Keith. They killed my mother.
Not now, darling.
Yes, I want to tell you. I'm at peace at last in your arms, so let me tell you. For a girl like me, there was only one way. And I learned it too young. In Ghana, when I was young, there were men who could have so much from people like me. was so little. There was no one to teach me the difference, Keen. When the war started, I was only 16. There were so many uniforms, so many medals, so much gaiety and life. It was easy to get what I wanted. There was so many heroes, and it seemed so right.
Life shapes us all, Hedy.
But I was shaped too soon. When I was a child, they taught me that to survive was the only important thing. Demetrius held out so much to me. At first, there was only the excitement of intrigue. I saw myself in such a light, Keen. The woman of mystery in the capitals of Europe. I couldn't see as far as the end. I only saw the glitter and the excitement and the knowledge of secret things with a man such as Carl Scammell.
I could have saved you. Oh, I was blind, Hedy. I only had to follow Scammell back far enough. But I had to take the wrong turning and bring you to this.
Oh, no. You did only what you could.
I could have saved you before the game began.
So long ago. So long ago. No, I'm all right. I want to go on. So long ago, when I saw you first, you came to my flat and you were so polite. And I liked the way your eyes crinkled. Some little thing in my heart whispered to me then, Keen. I told them they should not go on, that one day you would take them.
Why didn't you stop then, Hedy? Why didn't you?
You were the other side of everything I built my faith on. You were the challenge to me. I had to go on and on because I was afraid. I couldn't let myself believe I was wrong. I couldn't let you prove to me that there were such things as love and truth and decency and honor. I couldn't let you prove it, Keen. Demetrius and I had to win, or whatever I was would fall to pieces and I would be nothing.
If there was so much of you left, you could still have become this woman. The woman who could throw herself in front of me.
I fought you. Oh, how I fought you. I set out to make you love me so we could murder our way to the loot. Only at first, I didn't know there would be murder after murder.
Don't torture yourself, sweetheart. It's all over now.
I made you love me, didn't I?
Yes.
But I made myself love you, too. I was torn in two, darling, but I couldn't escape. Step by step, day after day, down and down. And all the time you were creeping into my heart. Only a man like you could have believed in me so long. Against them all. And every time I deceived you. Every time I warned them of the moves you were making. Every time I should have gone stronger in the knowledge that I was right and Demetrius was right and that goodness and weakness were the same thing. You came closer to me.
It's not too late, Hedy. What you did tonight...
Every time I made a fool of you, I only showed myself that there was such a thing as love. Until the night at Bookman's sanatorium, when I learned what sort of a monster I'd sold my soul to.
He would have killed you there, Hedy. In front of our eyes.
He would have killed me. And there were 5 of you. 5 different men. 5 hard, cold men. But not one of you could see me murdered to do your duty and capture Demetrius.
I loved you.
But not the others. When I had learned that, Keen, the knowledge ate into me. It was like acid burning inside me. When I knew what I'd thrown away and what I could never have.
But it's not too late, darling. It's over. It'll fade and fade. We'll always be together. There's a new life for us, Hedy. We'll leave this country and spend the rest of our lives forgetting.
Don't try to make it easy for me, Keen. When you believed in me, you did too much for me then. You know there's no way back for people like me.
Tonight you paid for it all.
Tonight I only wanted to die for you. I'll lift up my head, Keen.
No. Hold on, Hedy.
Don't leave me, Keen. Hold me tighter. Tell me I paid for the things I've done tonight.
You couldn't have done more.
You love me.
I love you forever.
Lift me up.
No, Hedy.
Please, Keen, lift me up. Lift up my head. Oh, where am I?
In my arms.
Kiss me, my darling. Hold me tight. Kiss me. Never.
The 3 landings cleared. Yachty Bloom dead on the second one. All right, you chaps, take it slowly from here.
2 more flights to the left.
Right, Ridgway. Now, we heard those 4 shots. If Keen had fired them, or Coutts, the game would be over, and we'd have heard from them by now. So we can only assume that they're both dead. And Demetrius is up there alone.
With the girl. Don't let's forget the girl, Colonel Fentress.
So here we go. Stand aside.
You've led the way so far, Colonel. Now it's my turn.
Stand aside, Ridgway. I'm going up first.
Nothing doing. I have a score to settle.
And Keen was like a son to me. Now get out of my way. I'm going up that ladder first. You fellows down there, take charge of Ridgway if he argues.
All right, Colonel Fentress. But I'm right behind you.
All right. Then let's have the searchlight shone up there. I'll give you the word when I've had one look into that loft.
If Demetrius is up there, you're committing suicide.
All right, if I catch it, you'll know he's there, and the rest of you know what to do. Heave up some grenades. All right, the light. Half in and half out of the trapdoor. Coutts.
With a knife in his back.
All right, chaps, this is it. Stand clear. Demetrius, we'll give you one chance to come out and surrender. Now. All right. Up, all of you, quickly. Now, help me get Coutts out of the way. Right. Right.
Can you get past?
Yes. Give me a heave, will you? There you are.
I'm coming after you.
No, Ridgway. Stay just where you are. Keen. It's me, Fentress. You all right? Hedy all right?
Hedy's dead. I left that attic and I didn't look back. I went down the steps and out of that warehouse and into Shirley Road. The area was surrounded and cordoned off. My man couldn't get away this time. I went hunting for him.
Demetrius whistles for the last time in the next chapter of Dossier on Demetrius.
Dossier on Dumetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room.
Gregory Keen turns the last page but one of the Dossier on Demetrius.
There, in the loft of the crumbling warehouse in Shirley Road, Heddy Bergner died in my arms. Yachty Blum was dead. Tom Coutts had killed him. And in the struggle that took place only 10 minutes before, Demetrius had smashed open the skylight and disappeared into the dark and the fog across the warehouse roof. An ambulance arrived, and a doctor. I went down into Shirley Road with Colonel Fentress and the others. There was only one thing left. Demetrius, or Carl Alexis Scammell, wasn't far away.
There's one bright spot, Keen. Coutts will be in the operating theater in 10 minutes. The chap still has a chance.
He strangled Yachty Blum after he'd had that knife planted in his back.
Yes, I know that.
If Coutts dies, I'll have cost him his life.
Too late to think about that, old chap.
Demetrius is here somewhere.
Don't worry, he can't get away. Shirley Road sealed off. He could have crossed the roofs to another warehouse. The streets all round are cordoned. The docks at each end of Cork Street are closed.
Could he have got onto a ship?
Yes, conceivably. But the river is being patrolled by 3 launches. He can be in one of 3 warehouses, or under the piling of the docks, or hidden on one of only 2 ships.
I see. Well, what's the next move?
I'd like to see you clear off. Leave the rest of it to Frayne and the yard fellows.
Nothing doing. We'll start from here and cover every square inch of the ground. As far as I know, he's unarmed.
Keen, why did he shoot Hedy?
He didn't. She leapt in front of him when he opened up on me.
I see. Did she know what she was doing?
She made up her mind to do it when he forced her to make those phone calls.
She was a strange girl, Keen.
Colonel Fentress, only I will ever know how strange.
I'm sorry, old man.
For the rest of my life, I'll be hounded by the knowledge that I could have saved her.
She was beyond saving when you first set eyes on her. Convince yourself of that.
I could have saved her.
This is neither the time nor the place. Oh, here's Ridgway.
Ridgway?
Yes, he's here with Digby Mitchell. You always said he'd be in at the kill.
They're moving on to the next warehouse, Colonel. You coming?
Yes, in a moment, Ridgway.
Keen, nothing I can say. Sorry, we couldn't have rallied round sooner.
It was my show, Ridgway. No one's fault but mine.
Inspector Frayne says we'll find Demetrius down around the dock itself somewhere. There's no skylight in the roof of either of the warehouses he could have crossed to. And he's not still up on the roofs. We've been over them inch by inch.
What have you got there?
The knife the doctor took out of Coutts. They did an emergency job on him before the ambulance left.
Got his last paratroop knife. Let's have it, will you?
What for?
I want something to remember Demetrius by. Let me have it.
Please yourself.
Where's Frayne?
Down at the corner of the docks in Shirley Road. They're wiring a portable lamp into one of the ships so they can see under the piling.
All right. See you down there.
Poor Keen. It's half off his head.
Yes, the girl died in his arms after taking the shots fired at him.
So she must have fallen for him.
No possible doubt about that, Ridgway. And there's your explanation why Demetrius preferred to stay in London and trap Keen rather than go underground and escape.
No. Keen's pretty good. I think Demetrius, or Scammell, knew too much about the way Keen worked. I think he saw the writing on the wall.
Anyway, it doesn't matter much now. Come on, Ridgway, jump in my car. We'll drive down to the dock. The light from our lamps won't do any harm.
Right.
Here you go. There. Don't mind my bringing this up, Ridgway. About your sister.
What about her?
She thinks rather a lot of Keen, doesn't she?
Thinks the sun shines out of him. Why?
I think it might be a good idea to get her on the scene pretty quickly.
I don't know. It's a bit out of my line.
Keen's taken a very bad knock, you know.
That's no reason why Margaret should take one, too. From Keen.
Mm-hmm. You may be right. But, put it up to her, will you?
I don't think I'll have to. I'll only have to tell her that Heddy Bergner's dead.
Yes, she took the only way out. Well, the girl probably died happy. If such a thing were possible for such a girl. Oh, well, we'd better see what's happening down on the waterfront.
I'm safe here for a moment. Men everywhere. They'll soon be down here under the dock with lights. I'll come out here. Police launches in the stream. We don't swim for it. 2 ships brightly lit, one of them being worked by dockers. Well, why haven't the police stopped work on that ship? That might be our chance. We can smear ourselves with dirt and oil for just long enough. We might become one of those dockers. They work in gangs. They don't know each other. One can't hide. There's nowhere to hide. But one might pass through the cordon with a gang of dockers. One could hide in the open, working the slings under the floodlights.
There has to be a way out of here.
I don't care what your men say, Frayne. He's not on the roofs, he's not in the warehouses, he's not in the streets. He must be either on the ships or under the docks.
Now, it's not a scrap of use bellowing at Frayne. We've scoured the area with 20 men. Dumetrius isn't in any of the places we've searched.
I say he's on one of those 2 ships.
But you've spoken to the men at the top of the gangways yourself. No one's been allowed aboard that they didn't know personally. Dumetrius certainly isn't under the docks, not unless he shrunk himself to the size of a mouse.
Then where the devil is he?
Stand aside. You'll have that swing right on top of you.
We should have stopped work on that ship.
It's no use working yourself into a frenzy, Keen. Don't worry, we'll catch the chap. He's still in this area somewhere.
Couldn't he possibly have climbed into one of the other warehouses?
No, not from the roofs. There wasn't an opening of any sort. Look here. Are you certain he went through that skylight?
I saw him with my own eyes.
But he just caught you with an iron bar. You were dazed.
Not so dazed that I didn't see him go through the skylight.
Friend, here a minute. Now listen, I'll tell you chaps what I think we'd better do. Now we'll go back to the original warehouse and work through it again.
Yeah?
If we'd missed Demetrius on the roofs, he might have sneaked back and got in through the skylight he originally went through. Right. Now, he can't get out of the area, that's certain. So, we keep searching until we find him.
I'm not in the warehouse, you fools. I'm here, not 15 feet from you, working on the slings with a rag round my neck and a blackened face. When these workmen leave the docks, I'm leaving with them. They're not done for yet. We'll get you yet, Major Keen.
Won't do, Colonel. He couldn't have dodged us on the roofs.
Why not?
Ask Frayne. We went over them almost in a line, 10 or 12 of us close enough to have held hands. A cat couldn't have dodged us.
What if he'd hung over the edge by his fingertips while you went past?
We even took that into account. I tell you, the man's down here on the dock somewhere.
He has to be.
Well, we're not going to run him to earth standing about arguing. Friend, bring your chaps back to the starting point in Shirley Road. We'll go over the ground again and we'll search those other 2 closed warehouses. You coming, Keen?
No, I'm going to stay down here.
All right, old man, please yourself. What about you, Ridgway?
I think I'll stick about here too, Colonel.
Right. Well, come along, shake it up. Hop in my car, friend. No sense in doing more traipsing about than we have to.
So Demetrius is elusive to the very end, Keen.
He's down here somewhere, Ridgway. I'll stake my life on it.
I'm with you. That's why I'm staying close by.
Well, if we strike him, this time I'll cope. I sent Tom Coutts into that warehouse. I let Hedy take the shots he fired at me, and then I let him get away.
Not much use blaming yourself at this stage, are we? Hey, we'd better get away from here. Here comes another sling.
I wish they'd ordered those dockers away. For all we know, Demetrius still has another gun if we do run into him.
I asked Frayne. An urgent cargo. So long as no one goes aboard the ship, the fact that they're working on one doesn't matter. Where do we go from here?
Well, let's get over to the other side. The side of the docks he must have come from. See where I mean? That dark patch and shadow from the ship's floodlights?
Right. He must have come out of the warehouses there, Keen. Anywhere else than he'd been seen. Where the devil's the blighter got to?
All right. Quiet a minute, you fellas. Now, we have to face it. Besides ourselves, the only people in our cordoned area are those dockers working over there. Demetrius has slipped through our fingers.
I refuse to believe it, Colonel. He couldn't have gone through the cordons. He couldn't have swum the river with those launches on the job. Demetrius is still right here.
Then he must be the invisible man. We're wasting our time, Keen. 5 hours we've hunted. There's not a cubic foot of space in the area we've not examined. The fellow's gone, vanished.
But he couldn't have.
Well, he's not on the ships, he's not under the docks, so where is he? Come on, Frayne, call the men off. Not a scrap of use fooling ourselves.
Quiet. Listen.
I don't hear anything.
Listen. Do you hear it? Demetrius. He hadn't slipped through our cordon. He was there on the dock working with the gang. He'd whistled that tune of his for the last time. It was too late for him to break the habit now. I walked across the docks, across the cobblestones through the damp and the fog, to face Demetrius.
The hunt is ended. Listen to the next and final chapter of Dossier on Demetrius.
Dossier on Demetrius. A document now gathering dust in a silent room.
In the silent room at the end of the long corridor, Gregory Keen turns the last page of the Dossier on Demetrius.
The hunt was ended. At the moment when we decided that Demetrius had slipped through our fingers once more, he betrayed himself. We'd searched the docks at Shirley Road from end to end. Within our cordon a mouse couldn't have hidden, but we'd not found Demetrius. We stood in the fog on the wet cobblestones, admitting defeat. And then, from the group of men, dockers, discharging cargo in the floodlights of the ship, I heard something. Listen.
I hear nothing.
I do. I hear Demetrius.
Keen, come back here.
No, stay there, all of you. This is my show.
Ridgway, the man's gone off his head. Let him go, Colonel. If he misses, we can cut Demetrius down, but Keen won't miss.
There he stood. His last desperate bid for escape nearly came off, but he whistled that tune. I stood for a moment, then... All you men, all but one, stop work and get away from the ship. All of you but one, and he knows which one.
Sir, it didn't come off, Keen.
Stand aside, you men. Get well away from the ship.
Sir, it didn't come off.
No, Scannell, it didn't come off. That's right, back to the side of the ship. Look this way and that. Look behind me. They're closing on you. 20 men, with Fentress and Digby Mitchell and Peter Ridgway. You're cornered here. Out in the open at last, Demetrius.
You won't take me alive, Keen.
So what about it? Do you stand and take this thing?
What is it, Keen?
Yachty Blum's last paratroop knife. It came out of Tom Coutts' back. Do you stand and take it, or do you run?
You wouldn't knife a man, Keen, not like this in cold blood.
I wouldn't knife a man, Scannell, but I'd knife you. Do you stand or do you run for it? They're closing on you. They'll capture you. Run, Demetrius, or give in.
They'll have to shoot.
Cast about. You can still make a run for it. Down to the dark end of the docks. Run for it, Demetrius. Run for it.
Hold him there, Keen. Hold him. Come on, you fellows.
Demetrius turned and ran. I hadn't thrown a knife for 10 years, but I knew I wouldn't miss. Demetrius ran like a hare for the shadows, and I followed. Fentress and Ridgway were running to head him off.
Head him off, Ridgway.
Then, for a moment, I saw him clear in the light. And with Yachty's knife, I let go. Demetrius! For Hedy! That's how it ended. Demetrius has followed all the rest. 4 hours ago, I came up here to the silent room to close the dossier, to stamp it with the official stamp, to tie it with a few inches of blue and leave it to gather dust. Before I opened the dossier on the first page to go through it once more for the last time, Colonel Fentress and Ridgway came up here.
12 past midnight, Keen. How long are you going to sit up here alone?
I don't know.
Coutts is going to pull through.
Yes, I know. The hospital's keeping me posted.
Ridgway here thought he might buy you a drink.
I don't want a drink. Not right now.
Might be a good idea, Keen.
Now get out of here, can't you? The thing's over and done with. Demetrius is dead, and I killed him.
It wasn't right, Keen. You were out of character.
He couldn't go any other way. In the back as he ran. He was a rat. He died like one.
It was out of line, Keen. No, I'm not censoring you now, for the love of heaven, but I don't want you to sit here.
If Keen won't drown one, sir, what about you?
If I never wanted to drown the sight of a hideous business before, Ridgway, I do now. Keen, for the last time, old chap, get a grip on yourself and snap out of it. You can't dwell on the last 24 hours forever, you know? Start getting it out of your system now.
I'll get it out of my system when I forget Heddy Bergner.
Come along, sir. We're wasting our time.
Yes, I'm inclined to agree. Be on deck in the morning, Keen. We'll tidy up the loose ends. Then you'd better take a month off. I'll see you tomorrow.
I'll be here.
What do you think, Colonel?
I don't know. We should have stopped him down there on the docks, Ridgway.
It's too late now, sir.
Oh, come on, let's get hold of a double whiskey quickly.
Do you think I should make that phone call first?
That's up to you.
I think I will. Then we'll head for a pub. I know when it's open, down in the markets. Where's the phone?
You come to my room. But shake it up, Ridgway. I want that peg badly. This phone call's the last thing either of us can do for Gregory Keen. I want to drink eternal damnation to Demetrius. Yes, he'll always be that.
Fentress and Ridgway are gone. I'm here alone. The dossier has been opened for the last time, and now it's closed forever. But here in the room at the end of the long corridor, there are some things I'll never forget. I'll never forget a door opening on the Knightsbridge flats, and Hedy standing there, soft and erect. I can hear the car hurtling down the street. The night I thought they were taking Hedy's life, too. I can hear the soft music in Tony Marzotti's Red Feathers Club. And I can hear the soft gurgle Marzotti uttered as he fell forward dead from the Venetian blinds. I can hear the crackle of flames as Max Rubenstein's car burned at the bottom of the Norfolk quarry. I can hear the snarl of my engine and the rush of wind as I raced to Norfolk to head them off. I can see Yachty Blum holding the knife to Hedy's throat, and the triumph of Demetrius as he left the sanatorium with that trunk of Gestapo loot, and Eustace Mannerly hanging on the post in Bowler's Lane, and Tom Coutts going across the road as straight as an arrow, with Mannerly's body held in front of him. And I can feel Hedy dying in my arms in the crumbling attic in Shirley Road, while the steps of Demetrius scrabbled away over the warehouse roof. Yes, it's all over now. The dossier on Demetrius is a register of ghosts. One by one they went down, cursed by the loot that drew them on. I've been cursed by it, too. I came too close. I thought you'd gone. Well, come in or get out. I thought you'd gone.
I've only just arrived.
Who is it? I can't see in this light.
It's only me, Keen. Margaret Ridgway.
Don't you know the time? What are you doing here?
Peter told me you were here alone. Tell me what happened.
It's all over now, Margaret.
Not really, Keen. Now there is something that could really begin.
You know what you'll do if you've a grain of sense. You'll get out of here and keep going. You'll forget you ever knew me.
That wouldn't be fun at all.
I can't talk to you, Margaret.
I don't want you to talk.
What did you come here for?
I came to take you home.
Not now.
Oh, you can't sit here alone with your ghost, Keen. Tommy Coutts would be here if he could, but at the hospital they have only let Sally Jones here.
Yes, I know.
If you won't come with me, let me stay here. Hedy's dead. Nothing can alter that, Keen. She's dead. So make room for me in your heart.
You stick to me now, Margaret. If you stick to me now, I don't know what you'll be in for.
I don't care.
She died in my arms. Look, see for yourself. It's her blood. Her life ebbed away in my arms, do you hear me? And I could have saved her.
You did more than she could ask of any man, Keen. Nothing can change that. And there was nothing in life for her if she had lived. Well, it's better to have ended like this.
I could have saved her, Margaret.
Nothing in heaven or earth could save Heddy Bergner. She was lost long, long before you ever saw her. Can't you make yourself realize that?
I only know that I loved her.
Then she was lucky to have died in your arms. Oh, Keen, what are you going to do? I love you, too. Come with me now.
You still want me to? Knowing what I feel and dream and always will.
Knowing all that, I still want you.
When I shut my eyes, you'll be Hedy.
No, not always. You'll learn. One day you'll shut your eyes and dream, and only the dream won't be Hedy, it'll be me. Then when you open them again, Hedy will be gone.
I'm leaving London, Margaret.
I'll come too.
I want to leave this country and never come back.
I only want to go with you.
Tear up your roots and take your chances.
I know you. It won't be so bad.
What does your brother say?
Peter says yes. Let me put my arms around you. Never mind what Peter says. What do you say?
Yes. Yes. Let's get out of here now.
Will you try and forget the Dossier on Demetrius with these?
One day.
It's going to be sooner than you think. The sun's coming up. That day's here now. The first day of a new story. Yours and mine. So come along, Keen. Come with me.
The dossier on Demetrius is gathering dust. And slowly, I'm forgetting him. Forgetting Demetrius and all he stood for. The chase. And the murders and the danger and the intrigue. But one thing I will never forget. Hedy. Hedy will be with me forever.
My name's Jeff Regan. I get 10 a day in expenses from a detective bureau run by a guy named Lyon. Anthony J. Lyon. They call me the Lion's Eye.
With Jack Webb as Jeff Regan investigator, stand by for hard-boiled action and mystery and thrilling adventure in tonight's story of The House by the Sea.
This is the way it started. I walked in the office about 11 o'clock that morning. It was a nice, warm day, and I didn't have much on my mind. That's the trouble with nice days. You take a couple of easy breaths, open somebody's door, and it's just like peeling a wrapper off an atomic bomb. The Lion was in his den, sitting behind his desk. You couldn't tell where he left off and the desk began. He was talking to a girl with a flock of black hair. She was the kind you see driving a Cadillac convertible down Sunset Boulevard on hot Sunday afternoons. No wonder the Lion's cigar was out. It was wet on both ends.
Well, come in, Regan, come in. I was just about to call you, but now that you're here, it makes things simpler. Miss Carmen, this is Mr. Regan.
How do you do, Mr. Regan? Mr. Lyon tells me you're just the man I want.
You said the same thing to a mortician last week.
He is the man I want, Mr. Lyon.
Well, that's fine, Miss Carmen. I knew you'd be pleased. I'm very proud of Jeffrey.
As long as I'm in the cast, how about a look at the script, huh?
Miss Carmen is associated with the famous psychic consultant, Prince Carew.
I help the prince look into people's minds.
Well, that ought to be real fun if all your customers are under 6.
You don't believe in thought transference, Mr. Regan.
Do you?
I said I help the prince.
Prince Carew sent Miss Carmen to retain an operator, Jeffrey. It's a very delicate matter, and I'm placing the entire case in your hands.
Why didn't he come himself?
Do you disapprove of me?
I just want to know what's what.
Well, Prince Carew never appears in public. He prefers to spend his time in meditation and thought.
Yeah.
I handle all of his outside contacts.
So, Jeffrey, you just drive on out to Prince Carew's home in Ocean Town with Miss Carmen and speak to the prince.
What kind of a retainer did he send? How much did you get?
Now, see here, Regan, we don't discuss finances in front of clients.
Oh, stop it, will you? This is another blind spot. You don't know what it's all about. All you know is she waltzed in here with a check, and you'd sell your grandmother to a glue factory for $2. How do I know I won't wind up being a patsy again?
Is there any way I can reassure you?
Buy me a battleship.
Jeffrey, have I ever involved you in anything that I wouldn't undertake myself? Have I ever knowingly imperiled your life?
Yeah.
Jeffrey.
Come on, lady. What's it all about? You work for the guy.
Well, I really don't know. He was excited this morning, called me in, gave me this address, and told me to make arrangements.
He must have told you something.
He never tells me anything. As you say, I just work for him. Well?
All right, I'm hired.
Good. Now call me, Jeffrey. Call me if you run into any trouble.
Well, I asked her how about lunch. She said no. I asked her about dinner. She said something that meant no, so I gave up. You know, it's like that sometimes. The flag's up, the meter's ticking, and you're not getting anywhere. But from a couple of things she told me, I got the idea she was doing more than just helping the prince read minds. Well, his place turned out to be a good hour from downtown Los Angeles, up 101. It was a couple of stories of glass and concrete leaning out over the ocean. It was high and dry and quiet up there. And you got a feeling you should be hearing things and feeling things when you looked down and saw that water banging around the bottom of the cliff. She unlocked the door, and a guy in a white turban and some pants that looked like oversized diapers and a pair of tennis shoes was standing there. He had a big curved knife hanging around his waist, and he put his hand on it when he saw me.
Right this way, Mr. Regan.
Who's he, the butcher?
Oh, that's Telly. He works for the prince. Manservant. He's from India.
Yeah, I'll bet the Indians were glad to get rid of him.
Telly's harmless, tongueless, and he doesn't hear. I like you, Mr. Regan.
Come in. Thelma, my dear, you've returned with spoils. Welcome, sir, welcome.
Mr. Regan, this is Prince Carew.
Regan, the lion's eye. I've heard of you, Mr. Regan. I'm honored. Sit down. That'll be all, Thelma. Charming girl.
She handle all your outside contacts?
Most efficiently. Except, of course, for matters that I must handle personally.
What kind of matters?
I'm in trouble, Mr. Regan, and I beg your assistance.
Well, it's all paid for.
Correct. But there's a personal bonus in this for you.
Why?
Because, sir, I want you to save my life.
You look healthy to me.
I am healthy, let me assure you. But my life has been threatened.
Well, that'd come under police business, wouldn't it?
Normally. Didn't Miss Carmen explain that this was a delicate matter?
Yeah, she did. Why didn't she call the police?
I'm hardly in a position to ask the police for assistance, Mr. Regan. It is a delicate matter.
Outside it says you're a mind reader, all right? What am I thinking now?
That I'm a charlatan, a faker, and that I'm trying to hide something from you.
That gets you the cigar.
It's been a very lucrative arrangement for the most part and very satisfactory. Except, of course, for the annoyance of having my life threatened.
Who's the guy?
It would be of no consequence if it were a man. It's a lady, Mr. Regan. A very beautiful and lovely creature. And she'd like nothing better than to see my carcass go out with the tide.
Why does she want to kill you?
A matter of confidence. Suffice it to say that she is thoroughly capable of doing just that.
How do you know?
1, she is erratic, ill-tempered, ruthless. 2, she called me this morning and told me what she intended to do.
She giving you a chance to reach for your gun?
To reach for you, Mr. Regan.
What do you want me to do?
I feel the entire matter could be settled amicably if you were to call on her. Inform her that you are my personal bodyguard and that you are here to protect my life.
You think she'd go for that?
I'm positive.
How long you been blackmailing her?
What?
Well, your racket might last 6 months or a year, but not long enough to pay for a place like this. The answer's blackmail, isn't it?
Okay. I should have told you.
How do you do it?
I can slip them into a trance. They spill a family secret or two. I push a buck that way.
That's nice.
If they want their minds read, I read them. $25 a brain.
And shakedown.
The guy's got to eat.
You put the squeeze on her.
She's an actress. She was in on a deal at the studios.
She wouldn't shake?
At first, I just told her I had to have a larger fee. Then they come out with it, cold turkey.
She said she'd blow your head off.
Yeah, she's the kind. I went wrong on this one. I'm in a spot.
Who is she?
Grace Nichols, movie actress. Ever heard of her?
Redhead.
Makes you want to go home and kick your wife downstairs if you got one.
That good?
Better. But she means this business about bumping me. And I won't look good dead.
All right, where's she live?
Over in the Palisades. Here's her address. You going over there now?
Yeah.
Be careful.
She isn't gunning for me.
That isn't what I mean. There's a skinny boy there. He's nasty, no callers. Name of Tim Rogers.
I'll remember that.
I hope you can talk her out of it. I've been sweating. I don't want to shake her down. I just want to get a little sleep at night.
I left him sitting there, scratching his bald head under his turban. He looked about as happy as a guy who just ate a Vaseline sandwich. Well, Grace's place was too big for a marble game and too small for football. I think I remember reading something about how she got it from her third husband. There was a big wire fence all around it and a sign every 15 or 20 feet telling you not to trespass. So I parked my car outside the driveway and walked up to the front door. A guy in a chauffeur's uniform was standing there. He looked like a razor blade with arms. He gave me the fisheye and blew smoke in my face and kind of nudged me with his shoulder.
Move on, Pilgrim. No handouts here.
I came to see Grace Nichols.
Yeah.
I got business with her.
Yeah.
So tell her I'm here.
Blow.
You always like this, or did you miss lunch today?
I don't know who you are, Pilgrim, but I don't like you. Beat it.
I know you. There's something about a guy in a lineup.
Yeah?
He memorizes real easy.
Copper.
Investigator.
Private or city, I don't care. You all smell the same.
This isn't hunting season. You always carry a .38?
Does it show?
Maybe you got a broken rib.
A real funny guy. I met all kinds of funny guys. Drift.
I said I wanted to see her.
And I said she wasn't in.
All right, I'll tell you once more. I got business with her.
So do a couple of hundred other guys.
Watchdog?
Ah, you're getting smart.
You weren't.
What kind of a crack is that?
I want to see her, I'm going to see her.
Trick I learned a long time ago. Shoot a guy in the knee and he'll never walk straight again.
You ever done it?
Oh, yeah. That's how I learned.
Ow. That's one I learned, baby.
Well, I might have to get a new chauffeur. You looking for a job?
I already got one, lady.
Timmy's going to be awfully upset when he finds out what happened to him. When someone works for me, they have to be perfect. Want his job?
They wouldn't let me in.
I'll let you in. You, do that kind of thing often?
When I have to.
I suppose you have a name.
It's Regan. I'm a private investigator.
All right, Mr. Regan, you've ruined a perfectly good chauffeur and bodyguard, and you're in my house. What have we got to talk about?
A guy named Carew.
The prince? Must we talk about him?
He thinks you're dangerous stuff.
So do a lot of people. Tell me, Mr. Regan, what do you think?
About what?
Me.
Right now, or when I'm a couple of feet away?
Right now.
Look, remember, I just got here.
I know. You must have a first name. What is it?
Jeff.
Oh, Jeff, we'll get along. It's in the card.
Pretty fast deal.
I like it this way. Fast.
Might be a bum deck.
Never mind. Deal.
That's the bell. How much time between rounds?
Well, you know me better. Hello? Yes? Yes, right here. You know a man named Lion, Jeff?
Uh-huh.
He seems to be roaring.
Give it to me. Yeah.
Regan, is that you?
Well, now, how do you figure it?
Now, don't be smart. Who's the dame who answered the phone?
Our client's friend.
Sounds like she's a friend of yours now, or maybe you have been doing some road work.
Did you have something to say, or is this the day you turned scoutmaster? I'm busy.
Well, you can stop being busy, lover. It's all off.
Don't tell me you're passing up a fee.
I'm passing up nothing. Prince Carroll called me 10 minutes ago and told me to forget the whole thing, and that's what I'm telling you.
How'd you know I was here?
The prince told me, so it's all over. Finished. Forget it.
I've already started something.
I don't care what you've started. Now, just remember, you finish it on your own time and expense sheet.
You look worried, Jeff. Anything I can do?
I'm called off.
You mean you're out of a job? I got one. Remember, you put my bodyguard out of commission. You owe me something.
Oh, Tim, boy, he'll come around.
I don't want Tim anymore. I want you.
Hmm.
I'll get you a drink. We can talk about it.
Carew told me that Tim was a pretty good boy.
You can fill his shoes. Come here and get your drink. Now, tell me about 9 o'clock tonight.
It'll get dark.
I got a new dress. I think you'll like it.
I probably would.
The place above Malibu, we could have dinner and listen to some music. I want to be with you, Jeff.
That deal's fast again.
I don't care. I don't care. I just decided something, Jeff. I'm gonna like being with you. I'm gonna like it a lot.
Well, she didn't want me to go, but I was thinking about the prince and the way everything looked. I told her I'd see her that night. I was just climbing into my car when Tim Rogers, her ex-number 1 boy, stepped out from the gate. I waited for him to walk over.
You're pretty good with your women, Regan.
You look lonely, Timmy. Somebody stole your popsicle?
Bum joke, Regan. I've been waiting to talk to you. You were so quiet in the house I didn't want to make any noise.
Any better here?
You came out champ this afternoon. But you won't even make the prelims next time.
You got something to say?
Stay away from her.
You're shaking. You need a drink.
Stay away from her, Regan. I've been with her too long. Known her too long to take the bounce from a 2-bit gum heel.
Goodbye.
I'm not finished yet.
That's your version. Now get your foot off that running board, punk, or I'll take it with me. I left him standing in the middle of the driveway. If I'd have waited another minute, he'd have been crying. I stopped off and had some barbecued ribs at a drive-in out on Sunset. It was just getting dark when I got to my place. I had company. It was Velma Carmen, Prince Carew's right-hand man. She was sitting on the edge of my sofa. Her back was as stiff as a filing cabinet, and there was a little ring of white around her lips. She looked like she'd just been measured for a coffin. There was a .25 automatic sitting in her lap.
I've been waiting for you, Mr. Rick. I asked the janitor to let me in.
Yeah?
He was very nice about it. I told him I was associated with one of your clients. Yes, I told him I was associated with one of your clients. Did you know that Prince Carew was my husband?
Since when?
Oh, a long time now, a long time. Not many people know that.
Is that what you came here to tell me?
No. I came to tell you that you don't have to worry anymore. That none of us have to worry anymore.
You mean you're calling me off the case?
That's it. That's exactly it. I'm calling you off the case.
Well, I've already been called off. My office phoned me when I was over at her house.
First Nichols?
Yeah.
And it was about her?
Yeah.
Well, then, we don't have to worry anymore, do we?
No.
She's very pretty, isn't she? I've seen her many times. I think she's quite pretty. I could hardly blame the prince. I could hardly blame him at all.
What are you getting at?
Of course, all the others were pretty, too.
Where'd you get that gun?
This one. I bought it for $30.
Let me see it, huh?
Oh, yes. I brought it here so I could show it to you. I paid $30 for it. I paid $30. I'd imagine the air would be cleaner in there, don't you?
What are you talking about?
I mean, it's really very humane, they come. It's just like sitting down and never waking up. I've read all about it. You just walk in and sit down, and if you don't try to hold your breath, you go to sleep, don't you? You've met murderers before, Miss Regan. Do I make a good murderer? Do I make a good murderer?
Stop it, will you? You trying to tell me you killed him?
Miss Regan, that's why I came here. I shot him. I walked up behind him and I put the gun close to his back and pulled the trigger. They don't make such a great deal of noise, do they? I left him sitting there in his house by the sea, and he looked very much alive. Only he isn't alive at all. Now answer me. Now answer me. Do I make a good murderer? Do I make
You are listening to the story of the House by the Sea, tonight's adventure with Jeff Regan, investigator. They're still available for qualified nurses. Yes, the Army Nurse Corps Reserve still has commissions available. If you are a graduate registered nurse between the ages of 21 and 45, you may be eligible for a commission in the Army Nurse Corps section of the Regular Officers Reserve. To find out if you do qualify for a commission in the Army Nurse Corps Reserve, Apply to the Adjutant General, Washington, D.C. And now, back to the story of the house by the sea and Jeff Regan, investigator.
Well, after she got through, she settled down to a slow, even kind of a giggle that started somewhere around her shoelaces and didn't get past her knees. It was one of those things that gives you a feeling like somebody's standing in back of you with a red-hot iron ready to press your pants before you get them off. Now, she wasn't going to do any more talking, so I went downstairs and brought back a doctor friend of mine named Sammy Wing. He brought his little black bag with him and gave her a shot of something, and she wilted like last night's orchid and went to sleep on my couch. Sammy began talking.
Some playmate. Wish I'd have been here for the party. I had 4 appendectomies and 1 broken leg today, so dull life.
How is she?
You know her better than me.
No, is she going to be all right?
But she'll wake up in 5 or 6 hours and want some water.
And then what?
She might ask you what happened, or it might start all over again, whatever it was. By the way, what was it?
Well, I found her here when I got home.
I should find something like this.
She said she killed an ex-client of mine.
Oh, maybe I'm lucky at that. What does all the past tense mean?
I was called off the case.
Oh, nice. It's all clean, no clients to protect. Is there a corpse someplace?
I don't know, Sammy.
Call the police, they'll find out. And then you and me can go out and get a drink.
She said she used this gun. Smell it, Sammy. It hasn't been fired. Safety catch is still on.
She's pretty and she's nice, and I'll bet she looks like $1 million in a bathing suit. But if I'd have met her within the last 3 hours, I'd have run for help. Call the police.
Is that professional?
This is acute hysteria. The kind that pops off guns and pops off people and does a lot of things they can't remember later on. Call the police.
What about the gun?
Other gun. Call the coroner while you're at it. Tell him to go out there with some DOA forms. He'll use them.
Will you stay here with her till I get back?
Corpse hunt?
Just an idea.
Hitler had an idea.
The odds were against him.
You got about as much chance as a 3-legged horse in the Kentucky Derby. She's bit somebody, and she's told you about it.
I want to make sure.
What do they do when a private eye walks in and messes up a nice, clean murder?
Sammy, will you stay?
Had any bourbon around here?
Yeah.
Okay, take your time. Maybe both of us will get our pictures in the paper.
I left him with a kind of a soft smile on his face, like he had some inside information on Tuesday's winner at Del Mar. Well, it was 9:30 by the time I got there, and it was dark enough to give a ghost the creeps. It was different, too. Maybe it was the fog. I used that ring of keys I'd taken from her purse. It smelled dry and funny inside, and it was real quiet, like somebody was waiting for the world to fall apart. I clicked on my flashlight, and I walked down the long hall to his office. He was there, just like she said. There were 3 holes in the front of his shirt, but it wasn't the laundry's fault. I spotted a .38 on the floor by his hand. I broke it, and 3 cartridges came out. It was the right gun for the job. It was pretty messed up. While I was standing there trying to figure Velma Carmen's story, the lights came on. A fat man wearing a sheriff's star was standing by the switch. There was a taller man in a brown overcoat next to him. They both looked like they'd just finished dinner.
Scavenger hunt, son? You don't talk, Charlie.
Ain't much for him to say, is there, Cat?
Guess not. Well, son?
Well, it looks like you're going to be calling me names.
What do you like best? Killer, murderer, or slayer? The papers use slayer a lot.
I don't like any of them.
Kinda breezy for a hot boy, ain't you? Mind giving me a name?
It's Regan. I'm a private detective.
It's Regan. He's a private detective, Cap.
Yeah. Got a card or something with you, son?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's right. With International. Lion still there?
Yeah.
Who's that?
An old bum I used to know. Regan, why do you go around killing people? The Lion will be mad.
Look, this is a fix.
Now, why do you want to say a thing like that?
Somebody tip you?
Phone call a little while ago.
Huh?
Funny kind of a voice, a whisper. Said we'd find a stiff up here, but didn't say we'd find you.
You're extra.
Look, I just came here to see what it was all about.
Same thing we did. Only we come up with a suspect and a corpse. No cop could ask for anything better. Charlie, better call a coroner. Ocean Town, just a small place, Regan. Only me and Charlie around. We borrow from the county when we get something like this.
I can find you a real answer in an hour.
You let me and Charlie worry about that. You look good enough for the time being. All right, son. Let's go.
I had as much chance as an elephant in a tea room, and if those two locked me up and booked me. So I leaned back into his gun and spun around and knocked his wrist down. He pulled the trigger. By that time, I'd flicked the light switch and was out the door. I didn't run for my car. I cut across the driveway and doubled back up the hill. I could hear him yelling and shooting out in the dark. I hailed a cab about 5 blocks away, and he took me to the place above Malibu. I found her in a booth with a piano player. She was wearing one of those black strapless things, and it was worrying a couple of bald-headed guys sitting at the bar.
You're late, Jeff. We said 9 o'clock. I've had 3 drinks all alone. You want me to get mad, or are you going to catch up?
How long you been here?
You sound like you're out of the mood. I thought we were going to look at the stars together.
How long you been here?
It's 9 o'clock. What's the matter?
I've been working tonight.
Well, it's after hours now. Tell me how you like my new dress.
It's the right color, but the wrong cut for a funeral.
I haven't read the obituaries today.
It'll be in tomorrow's paper, only it'll make the front page.
Have a drink? Let's wait for tomorrow.
Your friend was killed tonight.
What friend?
Carew.
He was no friend of mine. I told you that.
So did he.
Car smash up, or did he fall off his house?
38.
We didn't talk about him this afternoon. Let's not start now.
Look, 2 cops in Ocean Town are kind of crowding me. They think I'm going to take a good picture.
Is that why you're late?
It's a murder rap, lady.
We should have had dinner together.
They'll be knocking down your door in the morning.
Why, darling?
Because you threatened to kill him, because he hired me to call you off.
Oh, wait a moment, Jeff. We've been having fun up to now. Who told you that?
Why'd you think he sent me over today to sell magazines?
I never found out you were called off. I suppose he hired you to scare me. Jeff, we're old friends now. I can tell you a family secret.
I know about him blackmailing you, and that put you ahead of me for the cops. Did you do it?
I don't know. Did you? What he told you don't sound right.
What does sound right?
I went to him one day and put him in a trance, only I used scotch. Found out what he was doing and how I was doing it, so I turned the tables. It was good, clean fun, but expensive for him.
You've been draining him?
I thought that's why you came today. That's why I had Timmy around.
Well, some of this is beginning to make change. If he was your meal tickets, then you got an alibi.
I don't feel like stars anymore, Jeff. Let's go over to my place and talk.
On the way over, she didn't have much to say, and I couldn't think of anything. I was all too mixed up. If she'd really been shaking him down, then she figured out. And the girl back in my apartment figured in. Only she had the wrong gun. And then there was a little business that I'd have to explain with the Ocean Town cops. Well, when we turned in the driveway, I stopped figuring. Tim Rogers, the man with the guns, was there, standing on the porch.
Oh, gorgeous. I've been waiting to see you. You're home late.
I thought I fired you.
Still tramping with this tramp, huh? I thought you'd be sick of him by now.
For once, I'm glad to see you, Tim boy.
That sounds cozy, but I don't want to see you.
I know where your 38 is.
You're wrong. It's her 38. And it's got her prints on it.
Jeff, he's making it look bad for me.
Ask him what he's doing here, will you?
Just in for a showdown, Angel. You're tagged for his murder. They'll want you. I fixed it good. I can fix it so you can get away.
How?
A friend of mine shoving off at Pedro. 4 o'clock. He'll go all over the world.
Jeff, if all of this is straight, I'm in a spot.
Relax. This guy never did anything right.
Tell me how I'm wrong.
All right, that tip to the Ocean Town cops was wrong. Trying to pile up a scare on me was wrong. Killing Carew was wrong, and this clinches it.
Yeah? Well, that's where you're twisted, Pilgrim. I got a warrant out for you right now. Plugging a murder suspect is something they'll thank me for.
You said her prints were on that gun?
They'll find that out in the morning. And how was I to know? Just happened to hear on the radio they were looking for you tonight. I see you, I plug you. Everybody will be sorry, but it'll be manslaughter and suspended. I worked it once in Toledo. What do you say, Angel? Do I plug him and meet you somewhere in 2 weeks?
Let me have a smoke. Let me think it over.
Sure. Sure, go ahead. Angel.
Well, the gun's empty now.
I carried this for 3 years. I never used it. He deserved to die, didn't he? Didn't he, Regan, didn't he?
I don't know, lady. You knew him better. Well, it unwound like red thread in a Levi factory. Grace Nichols had been putting the shake on the prints. He got tired of it and called me in and told me his phony story so he'd have a good self-defense angle when he finally got around to shooting her some afternoon. He had Tim planted there to keep me from really seeing her. Oh, it was a nice idea, only I bounced Tim and got inside. And then Tim made a phone call and the lion jerked me before I had a chance to compare notes with her. I guess Tim went kind of crazy seeing how well we got along together, and he figured Grace would do anything if she was wanted for murder. So he killed the prince and made her the patsy with those fingerprints. She'd handled the gun before, see. But then I had my caller, Velma Carmen, the prince's wife. She went kind of crazy, too, when she walked in and found him dead. It took 3 doctors a couple of weeks to tell her what really happened. When I told it all to the Lion, he was mad at first, but then he saw Grace Nichols' picture in the paper. He asked just one question. What was I doing at Grace's place all afternoon? I didn't even bother to answer him.
Featured as Jeff Regan with Wilms Herbert as Anthony J. Lyon. It's CBS same time next week for hard-boiled action and mystery with Jeff Regan, Investigator. Written by E. Jack Newman, produced by Sterling Tracy. The role of Grace Nichols was played by Betty Lou Gerson, David Ellis was Tim Rogers, Lorene Tuttle was Velma Carmen, and Marvin Miller was Prince Carew. 29,000 nurses are needed to join the new Army Nurse Corps Officers Reserve. 4,000 of them, if they wish, may choose active duty. All nurses who receive reserve commissions will benefit from the opportunity for specialized training offered to them by the Army. The educational opportunities offered the nurse by the Army Medical Department will be of great advantage to her in her work. Don't wait. If you're a registered graduate nurse between the ages of 21 and 45, drop a card now for complete information to the Adjutant General, Washington, D.C. Original music for this program is by Dick Around. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is heard every Saturday at 9:30 over CBS. Bob Stevenson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
My name's Jeff Regan. I get 10 a day in expenses from a detective bureau run by a guy named Lyon. Anthony J. Lyon. They call me the Lion's Eye.
With Jack Webb as Jeff Regan, Investigator, stand by for hard-boiled action and mystery and thrilling adventure in tonight's story of Cain and Abel and the Santa Maria.
This is the way it started. It was one of those cold, clammy mornings that the Chamber of Commerce doesn't like to have in print. I was in my place working on a 4-minute egg that tasted like a boiled golf ball when the phone began bouncing. I let it ring a while, and I got to thinking that it might be an old-fashioned girl who knew how to cook. It was the Lion. Hello, Regan talking.
This is me. I've been working all morning.
I'll buy you a time clock. Get to the point.
This is our lucky day. I just talked to Dun & Bradstreet.
How are they?
Now, don't be funny. We got a new client, and they tell me when the Treasury Department gets in trouble, they come to him.
Yeah?
Guy's name is Abel Roderick. Got a special from him an hour ago. He asked for a man, and I'm sending you, Regan.
You're sending me where?
His ranch. He raises horses.
Horses don't talk. What's bothering him?
Maybe it's his wife. Tell me she's got a pair of legs she'll never forget. He just said he wanted an operator out there by 12 o'clock.
You never learn, do you?
This means dough.
What else does it mean?
We'll go as far as homicide and arson when they got pockets as long as his.
Money all you ever think about.
Yeah, you learn something when you're as old as I am. That's all there is to think about.
Well, then get yourself another boy and start teaching him. I don't learn easy.
Now, just a minute. That's no attitude.
Taking somebody's check before you know who's who and what's what means trouble.
Jeffrey, please. You misunderstand me. I wouldn't jeopardize your bond or the good reputation of International by accepting an unreliable client.
Look, last week that guy had a record longer than a roll of ticker tape.
I've been with Harry Presidio all morning. He knows Abel Roderick.
Yeah?
He's the grandson of Gallant Roderick. Name used to be Rodriguez. One of our finest old California families. Jeffrey, he's a gentleman like yourself.
Oh, that's nice.
And he needs our assistance. Well?
All right, where is it?
Inland route between here and Santa Ana. Take Firestone.
Yeah?
Now, you run out there and see what Mr. Roderick wants. And, Jeffrey.
I know.
Call me, Jeffrey. Call me if you run into any trouble.
Well, when the lion hung up, he sounded as happy as a chorus girl with a new mink coat. Oh, he's a smart guy, I guess. But he uses check stubs for a telephone directory. Well, the home of Abel Roderick wasn't too hard to find. All I had to do was to get out on the highway and look for a hill. That's where it was. One of those old Spanish-type places with a block of porches, windows, and lots of iron grill work. Yeah, 20 years ago, it might have rated the good home section, but now you couldn't tell where the grass stopped and the weeds began. It's kind of used up and sad, like a derby winner with a broken leg. A tall blonde guy, about 30, in a black polo shirt, was stretched out on a beach chair in the front porch. He pulled off his dark glasses and watched me get out of the car and come up the steps. And he gave me one of those looks, like he was already tired of knowing me.
We don't want any.
How do you know?
We never want anything. Go away.
I'm here to see Abel Roderick. You him?
No.
But he lives here, doesn't he?
Yes. Who are you?
My name's Regan.
So?
I want to see him.
Go ahead. See him.
Everybody as nice as you.
Oh, I got a merit badge for being the nicest. What did you say your name was?
Regan.
What did you say you wanted to see him about?
I didn't say.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's too hot to play games, so I'll tell you. I don't like you and he won't like you.
Well, now, what am I supposed to do? Roll down the stairs?
It might help, baby.
Well, where'd you find him, Kane?
Janie, this is Mr. Regan. He came to see your husband. I guess he has business with him.
Hello, Mr. Regan. Is Abel expecting you?
At 12.
You're 10 minutes late.
Well, I'm still trying to see him.
He's in the study. Come on.
I'll see you later, Regan.
I thought I knew all of Abel's business acquaintances, but I don't remember you.
Oh, I'm a new one.
What do you do?
A lot of things.
You're very interesting, Mr. Regan.
Mm-hmm.
Will you be coming here often?
I don't know.
I hope so.
You keep your husband in a vault?
I'd like to. You're cute. Here we are. This is Abel's study. I guess he stepped out for a moment. Would a drink take off the rough edges?
Might.
Good. I'll make you one.
Okay. Where are the horses?
Horses? We gave that up a long time ago. We've given up a lot of things, Mr. Regan. Let's not worry about that. Here's your drink.
Thanks. That blonde boy out on the porch doesn't like me.
Okay. He doesn't like anybody. But let's not worry about him either.
You're crowding me.
Don't you like to be crowded?
It all depends on whose wife is doing it.
You're worried about Abel?
I'm drinking his whiskey.
I've never had any complaints.
I don't see why you should.
What kind of a nasty crack is that?
You figure it, lady.
Mister, nobody talks to little Janie like that.
Hello, my dear. Introduce me to our visitor.
Oh, Abel. This is Mr. Regan, darling. He says he has business with you.
Regan? Oh, Regan. Yes, of course. How do you do, Mr. Regan? I'm Abel Roderick.
How are you?
I see Janie's made you comfortable with a drink, so we can get right down to business. Oh, Janie, my dear, why don't you ask Kane if he'd like to play some tennis?
You're not very subtle, darling, but I was just leaving.
That's a good girl.
I hope to see you again.
Don't let her worry you, Regan. It's an act.
Do I look worried?
She's lovely, and if you're young and tall and Janie's around, she adopts you.
I wasn't an orphan.
She'll be sulky all day now. Well, thanks for coming out. I hope you can help me.
Well, so far, I don't even know who's on the team.
A man in my alleged position is quite often the object of subterfuge. You can understand that.
Well, you mean because you got money, yeah.
To be quite frank, I have no money, Mr. Regan.
That's going to come as a shock to somebody I know.
Who?
Never mind. Go on.
It's my grandfather, Gallant Roderick. He controls all of the wealth in this family.
You his front man?
The eldest son of a son. And I live in this deplorable old shack waiting for grandfather to die.
How long you been waiting?
Too long, Mr. Regan. But I'm past 40 now. I don't know how to do anything else, so I continue to wait. Along with my devoted brother, Kane, who has the same thing to look forward to.
Yeah, I met him.
If you think he's bad, you should meet my grandfather. He fitted us with these charming names, Cain and Abel.
Well, what's all this got to do with me?
Here. Look at these.
Mm-hmm.
2 little ships of silver. Perfect replicas of the Pinta and Nina, named after Columbus's fleet.
Yeah. You can't buy stuff like that anymore. Not even on a time plan.
Hardly. 20 years' work on the part of an ancient silversmith in Madrid. And a prized possession of the Rodriguez family for 7 generations. My great-great-great-grandmother wore them on her wedding dress.
Where's the other one?
You guessed it, Mr. Regan. The Santa Maria is missing. Janie wore it to Ciro's night before last.
Did she lose it?
Nothing so simple. It was stolen.
How?
Oh, she was with Cain. It was late when they got back. A masked man stopped their car on the turnoff. According to Janie, he was very polite, merely removed the Santa Maria, took nothing else.
What about Cain?
He was passed out. Janie was driving. Regan, the usual thing is for me to get a telephone call and have an opportunity to buy it back. Isn't that right?
Well, a heist job usually works that way, yeah.
Well, I haven't been contacted. I'm getting worried.
What does your insurance company say?
My grandfather owns the insurance company. I've told no one but you.
You don't want him to know about it, huh?
Well, he might cut me off if he thinks I've been careless. Well, what do you advise me to do?
Wait for that phone call and buy it back.
I'm willing to buy it back, but the truth of the matter is grandfather will be in from the east this week. The first thing he does when he comes out here is ask to see those ships.
Well, now, look, whoever pulled the job couldn't unload a thing like that without being caught. And if he melted it down, he'd be lucky to get $50. He's bad off as you are.
Do you think you could hurry it up?
Well, I know a couple of people.
Then you'll try and contact them for me.
I'll do what I can.
Oh, thank you, Regan. Now we just sit back and wait for my ship to come in. Bad joke, huh?
I left him sitting there in that big room. He looked about as happy as a St. Bernard with a stomachache. Well, he'd have probably felt worse if he'd have been outside on the porch. Janie was there with his brother, only they didn't hear me. Well, maybe they were just checking each other for broken ribs. I didn't bother to ask. Out on the highway, about a mile from the place, a 49 Nash picked me up. I turned off a couple of times on those little roads to make sure, but he stuck with me. Once he got real close, but he was wearing dark glasses and a straw hat, and could have been Whistler's mother for all I knew. When I pulled into the lot by our building about 3 o'clock, he drifted along with the Broadway traffic. I took his license number, and then I backed out and drove over to 3500 Hope Street.
So I said, wait till I go see my friend Moriarty.
Okay, buddy, well, let's see.
I want to trace a license number.
Accident?
No.
Well, damn, man. Try with the 11.
Thanks.
Next.
I want to know who's registered for these plates right here.
4E7542. This year?
Yeah. I'm a private detective. I think it might be connected with a case.
Yeah. Makes you think that.
Well, the car followed me this afternoon.
Yeah.
Just tell me who owns it, will you?
Then what?
Well, then I'm going to write you a letter.
I don't collect stamps.
You worked here too long, lady.
You telling me. 6 years I collected fines A through G. Now I'm doing this. Thanks, huh?
Who does the car belong to?
I gotta look. A lot of cars in Los Angeles. Thousands of cars. Mad Munson would blow his brains out if he knew just how many cars there really are around this town. Well, Ruby DeRoy knows, mister, and don't you forget it. 4E7542 belongs to a guy named Richard I. Chambers.
Address?
Hotel De Soto.
Thanks.
Come back anytime, doll. Glad to help you out.
The name Richard I. Chambers meant about as much to me as a shipload of stale bread, but it didn't take 20/20 vision to see that there was a connection. And the whole thing was phony. It was like cutting your leg off to cure your bunions. Well, I went back to the office and checked with the Lion.
Okay, Regan, give it to me.
It's a heist, one of the family heirlooms.
It's our meat. When was it lifted?
2 nights ago.
Any contacts yet?
No, none. That's why it's screwy.
What do you mean, screwy?
Well, it was a little silver ship called the Santa Maria. Now, they'd have to sell it back to Roderick or go on relief.
Where does that leave us?
With another bum case.
Now, don't say a thing like that.
Well, your dope on Roderick was secondhand.
Tell me.
His grandfather keeps the keys.
How do you know?
Roderick said so.
You shouldn't let out family secrets. Now, you let me worry about that. Just find his little ship.
Yeah.
Guy called a half hour ago, left the number for you.
Chambers?
Yeah, who told you?
Who did?
I want you to phone him.
Never mind, skip that. I know where to get him. Things began to move. That meant that all the cards were out and somebody was asking for bets. Over at the DeSoto Hotel, the clerk told me that 305 belonged to Chambers. He was a little guy, about a head shorter than Margaret O'Brien. He shoved 3 inches of nose out at me through a crack in the door.
Thought I left word for you to phone.
You, Chambers?
I was having a beauty nap. Come back in an hour.
Yeah,
will
you need it. Look out!
Hey, what is this? Oh, tough guy, yeah? All right, you're tough. I think you're a bum.
All right, simmer down, Junior. You'll never make Eagle Scout.
Oh, you're so good, I gotta take that from you, huh?
We're gonna talk.
What makes you think so?
Everybody's grown up now.
Dickie Chambers talks when he feels like talking.
All right, Squirt, have it your way.
Hey, that kind of stuff ain't going to get you nothing, Regan.
Your weight's up, Dickie. You got a different job now.
I said you're a bum.
You tell me today.
Ask your mother.
What you want me to phone about?
Wrong track, Gumshoe. The 2 buck windows downstairs.
You're in this somewhere, and I want to know where.
Through being tough, Regan?
No. I'll let the boys in the personnel division handle you.
What do you mean?
That shiv on your dress is about an inch too long to be legal.
Call him. See where it gets you.
I'll send you a nickel later.
Okay, I'll open. Just that I don't like to get shoved around, that's all.
Why didn't you figure that before you got tangled up?
I'm your contact.
All right, come on. Let's put the show on the road. How much does it cost?
$5,000 and 10s and 20s.
Go on.
Tonight, 10 o'clock. You come with him.
Where?
Mile side of Santa Ana Airport. Little road turns left off 101. Drive 2 miles and park.
And then what?
Well, if you got the $5,000, you don't try anything funny, he gets his little silver ship back.
That it?
That's it, Peeper. Happy?
See you later, Dickie.
Oh, I'm checking out tomorrow.
Hey, look, Buster, you aren't any heist man. They come smoother. What's your angle?
Maybe I love jewelry. Do you care if maybe I love jewelry?
I don't. A guy like you's got to love something. I called Roderick and told him what I'd found out. He sounded relieved, like he'd been underwater for a long time and was just coming up for air. He said he'd get the cash, and I made arrangements to meet him at his place later on. Then I called the line and told him. After that, I stopped off at a place on Wilshire, and I ran up a tab watching a skinny guy trying to make a piano sound like a symphony orchestra. Well, I had some steak and potatoes, and then I drove back out to Roderick's place. It was about 9 o'clock when I got there, and the same people were on the front porch doing the same thing, as I remembered what the lion had said about those legs of hers.
Oh, Joe.
Having fun?
Oh, Regan, huh? I thought I told you we didn't want any.
That was 8 hours ago.
We still don't want any.
I'm still here to see your brother.
More business?
Something like that.
I don't like you any more now than I did this morning, and I hated you then.
Yeah, well, I'm going to cry about that when I get home.
You're pretty smart, aren't you, Regan?
Kane, please be careful.
He's awful smart.
Kane.
Let me go.
Yeah, let him go, lady. I'll give him back.
Now, I'll show you trying to spy on people, huh? I'm going to give you something, people.
He's been drinking. Look out.
Look out, nothing. Go on. Oh!
Well, I guess he deserved that. It's nasty when he works at it.
How was the other times?
There aren't any other times.
Too bad.
Maybe he'll be different when he wakes up. What do you mean about the liquor?
Skip it.
You're getting the wrong idea about everything.
What do you care?
I was a hat check girl in a cheap nightclub.
What's going on out here, Janie? Oh, Regan, you're here. What was he acting up about tonight?
Mr. Regan.
Well, it doesn't make any difference. Take care of him, will you, Janie?
Of course, Abel.
That's a good girl, Janie. Well, you all ready, Regan?
You got it?
All set. I'll be home early, Janie. Come on, Regan, let's go.
Well, we climbed in my car. We drove to the place Dickie Chambers told me about. It wasn't hard to find. It was a flat dirt road to the edge of the airport. We clicked off 2 miles on the speedometer, then we switched off our lights and parked. It was dark and quiet there, like the inside of an empty barrel. Roderick didn't have much to say. He just sat there chewing on a cigar and looking at nothing. He was real good at waiting. I looked at my watch about 3 minutes at 10, then I saw the headlights of another car coming down the road from a long way off. Roderick nodded his head, and I began to have a feeling like I was standing on top of the trap, and the warden had just smiled at the hangman.
That must be ours, Regan. Do you think we should switch on our headlights? They may not see us.
Well, unless they got wings, they gotta pass us.
They don't seem to be slowing down much, do they?
Well, get out of the car.
What?
Get out of the car.
Say, what is this?
Don't talk. Move.
Oh, all right. What's got into you, Regan?
Come on.
Well, we can't just... Well, them think something's
Look,
wrong.
this is a packed deck. You're a ringer.
I'm not sure
spun him around, and he fell against the car. I pulled out my gun, but it didn't do any good. Whoever it was must have been in vaudeville. That was the fastest disappearing act since Houdini.
You are listening to the story of Cain and Abel and the Santa Maria, tonight's adventure with Jeff Regan, investigator. If you are a graduate nurse between the ages of 21 and 45, you may be eligible for a commission in the regular Officers Reserve Army Nurse Corps. If you are eligible and meet the high standards to qualify to serve with this fine organization, you may elect active or inactive status. In addition to this privilege, they also have the opportunity to take advantage of special training courses. So if you believe that you qualify for a commission in the Army Nurse Corps Reserve, apply now to the Adjutant General's Office, Washington, D.C. That's the Adjutant General, Washington, D.C. And now, back to the story of Cain and Abel and the Santa Maria and Jeff Regan, investigator.
Well, there was enough loose lead around there to start a scrap drive. Whoever it was wanted to make real sure. My car was as full of holes as a canceled check. I found a .45 slug in the seat packing, and I piled Roderick inside, and I drove over to a motor court on the highway. An old lady with a dust mop or a head of hair registered us and complained about all the drunks there were in this world, and then when I got rid of her, I went out to the phone booth and gave the lion a ring. I woke him up.
It's 11 o'clock at night. What do you want?
I'm in a jam.
You're always in a jam. Tell me about it in the morning.
Look, I'm giving it to you right now.
You drunk?
I've been with your client trying to get that ship back.
How'd you do?
I got lead instead of silver.
What do you mean by that?
Somebody doesn't like Roderick.
Who is it?
I don't know. We got there for the buyback and somebody opened up.
They can't do that.
Well, they did.
Where's Roderick now?
With me. Get a doctor and come on over.
What?
He got in the way when they started the 4th of July.
Well, take him to a hospital.
Now look, Fatso, he isn't hurt bad, but he needs help. You're always talking about money, now here's your chance to make some.
Yeah?
He'll give you a bonus if you keep him out of the papers.
I'll be there in half an hour.
Well, the lion showed up 20 minutes later. He had a long-faced guy with him who said he was a doctor. He looked more like an undertaker, but I didn't argue. I told the lion to keep Roderick there till I phoned back. Then I beat it over to the DeSoto Hotel. The door to 305 was open. Dickie Chambers had company, only he wasn't receiving. He was lying under a sheet. A fat guy in a wrinkled suit seemed to be running things.
Come on in, brother. I didn't know Dickie had any friends.
I guess he didn't.
Who are you?
I'm a guy who met him once. Who are you?
Ed Granger, constable. This is my territory. What's your name?
Regan, private investigator.
International?
Mm-hmm.
The Lion's Eye, huh? Know anything about this?
I talked to him this afternoon. He gave up riding horses for other things.
What kind of things?
He was contact man on a heist job.
Yeah? Where do you come in?
I was hired. That's why I met Dickie.
Mind telling me by who?
It's a client, Granger.
This is a murder. Okay, well, let it go for now.
When'd you find him?
A little while ago. Clerk called, said he heard shooting. I came down with the boys and found Dickie doing the long sleep. Happened less than an hour ago.
He's a tough little guy.
Well, them 45s don't know nothing about that.
45?
Big holes, chest and neck, close range. Corner's gonna lose 2 bits. He thinks it's a 38.
Well, look, if it turns out big, try this one for a match here.
Oh, you've been playing games tonight?
Somebody gave it to me.
Connected?
Ballistics will tell you.
Anything else?
No.
What'd you come back for?
Talk to Dickie.
No good, huh?
No good. I should have asked him earlier.
We can get you through International.
Yeah.
Well, if you got anything, remember the name. Ed Granger.
He was peeking under that sheet looking at Chambers when I left. There was kind of a sad smile on his face, like somebody put gasoline in his thermos bottle. I drifted across the street for a package of cigarettes, and then I came back and climbed in my car thinking about the whole thing. I don't know how long I sat there in the car, but when I looked up, there was a shadow against the wall of the building. It was a good-looking shadow.
Doing your homework?
Yeah, I due for a diploma.
Congratulations. What would you like for a gift?
How about a little silver ship, huh?
Sorry, too expensive. Try again.
All right, give me a 45.
What would you do with that?
Give it to a cop named Granger.
Then what?
All right, go home and go to bed.
You haven't asked me what I'm doing yet.
I know.
Kane?
Him, too?
He isn't so bad when you get to know him.
From where you're sitting, he must have wings.
Well, if it isn't the gum heel. You ready for laughs?
What do we got, a comedy?
Take a look, Janie. Okay, bright boy, where is he?
You sober enough to shoot straight?
I took the pledge.
Before or after you came by us out on that road?
After, baby.
You don't smell like it.
Where is he?
Try my car trunk. I'm using him for ballast.
What did you do with him, Regan?
Kane, there's some people coming. Has he told you what he did with Abel?
Not yet.
You'll have to talk to him somewhere else.
Right, Angel. Okay, Regan, come on, get out. Hurry up. Now turn around.
Let me guess what's coming.
It's a trip to the moon. Sit tight, baby. Here you go. Oh!
I settled down to having a headache. Then the headache went someplace, and I had nothing. Oh, it was a nice play. Everybody was a quarterback, and everybody had the ball. I looked as good as a fat girl in a French bathing suit. It was some time later, maybe 10 years. I had a mouthful of brandy, and my throat was burning like an oil stacker. We were in Roderick's place. He was standing over me, holding a bottle in one hand and a 45 in the other.
Coming around now. Got to work fast.
Don't worry, he'll talk. Feeling better, baby? Well, you're gonna feel worse. Now sit up, baby. Come on, it's time to talk.
Now, wait a minute, Kane. Wait. Let me ask you. We're all alone here. No one's going to disturb us. We'll find out anyhow. Why don't you tell us what you did with him?
I get a short memory. I forget things.
It's a shame to let Kane do this to you. I think you're pretty. Might not be able to stop him once he gets started.
It's your idea, lady. I'm along for the view.
Iron Men went out with short skirts, but I guess you don't know it yet.
You look tough, brother, but you bruise easy.
You're already wearing striped pants. You mangled it when you tagged me tonight.
Think so? Tell me how.
All right. No one knew I was a detective but your brother. That meant you hired Dickie Chambers to find out.
So you know it. So what?
So you bumped Dickie when you thought it was finished.
Well, that makes you know I'm not kidding.
There's a constable named Granger.
Kane?
Relax, Angel, relax. Don't let him scare you. He hasn't told anything to anybody.
No?
No. If you did, we would have found him in a hospital. I saw him go down.
Are you sure?
Of course I am. Now all we gotta do is find him. So let's get started. Well, you talk now, huh? No? It's gonna get worse, baby. You might have to write it later.
You got hold of a bad label.
Stop it. Now, stop it. This isn't getting us anything.
Yeah, but I'm having fun.
No, kill him.
Let go of my
Listen
arm.
to me. Now, we need him. You've got to find him in the car with Abel. It's ruined if you kill him.
I said let go. Now, where were we, baby?
I said to stop.
Huh?
Stand away from him.
Are you crazy or something?
It would work fine if you could think. But you can't think. You're no good to me anymore.
Janie.
He shook all over a couple of times like he was saying no in a big way. And then he finally relaxed. She knelt down and took something out of his pocket. I tried to lift one of my arms, but I got about as far as I would trying to hook a whale with a salad fork. I must have looked real bad, because all of a sudden her eyes kind of lit up and she came over.
You've taken a lot of punishment, mister.
Yeah, not as much as you're going to take.
A matter of opinion. By the way, you didn't happen to be carrying that $5,000.
You looking for a stake?
Yeah? I'm going out prospecting.
Trip around the world?
Far enough to make some new connections. That's all a girl needs. Here. Here's the little ship. You didn't do it for nothing.
Run out of bullets?
No. If they ever get me, I'll say justifiable homicide. He was trying to kill you. You're my witness. Oh, you are pretty. Take care of yourself. Goodbye.
Take care of yourself. Goodbye. That's all she said, and that was the last I ever saw of her. Well, it seems that Janie and Kane had figured to tag both of us out on that road, and it'd all be blamed on a phony heist gang. There was a lot of insurance they could have turned into ready cash, but I had a feeling that when I made Abel get out of that car that night, it'd ruin things for him. Janie and Kane thought that they could still do it if they could find him and get us together again. That's why he went to work on me. Kane already killed Dickie Chambers because he thought there might have been a double cross, and I guess he was kind of crazy by the time he got around to me. Well, anyway, about 3 months later, a detective sergeant down in Miami Beach spotted Janie one night working the hat stand in a nightclub. Everybody wondered how he could recognize her. She dyed her hair, and she really changed her appearance. But it figured. You see, the police folder had a picture of her in a bathing suit, and she couldn't change those legs.
Jack Webb is featured as Jeff Regan, with Wilms Herbert as Anthony J. Lyon. It's CBS at 9:30 next week for more hard-boiled action and mystery with Jeff Regan, Investigator, written by E. Jack Newman, produced by Sterling Tracy. The role of Janie Broderick was played by Lorene Tuttle. Marvin Miller was Abel and Wally Mayer was Kane. Dickie Chambers was Sidney Miller and Paul Frees played Ed Granger. Are you a graduate registered nurse? Do you know someone who is? Then please listen carefully to this important message from the Adjutant General's Office, Washington, D.C. 29,000 nurses are needed to join the new Army Nurse Corps Reserve. For the first time in history, qualified nurses are given the opportunity of receiving a commission in the regular Army Reserve. All nurses who receive reserve commissions will benefit from the opportunity for specialized training offered to them by the Army. Don't wait. If you're a registered graduate nurse between the ages of 21 and 45, drop a card for complete information to the Adjutant General, Washington, D.C. Original music for this program is by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is heard every Saturday at 9:30 over CBS. Bob Stevenson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.